A meteor shower came, the whole world collapsed and was destroyed, and most people turned into terrible monsters. Animals and plants are no longer resources for the survivors, but have become hunters. Along with the meteor shower came star crystals, which could produce extraordinary food, weapons, and equipment, evolutionary potions, and supernatural bloodlines. This is the end of the world, a hell for most survivors. But for the evolvers and the superpowers, this is heaven. In my previous life, I was defeated and captured in the battle to defend the survival base. When I woke up again, I was tied to the ground with iron chains. I looked up at Zhang Dongliang, the adopted son whom I treated as my own son, who was now holding half of my tongue and smiling at me in a flattering manner. But I didn't look at him for long. My eyes were always on the three women, Ningyu, Jiang Shiner, and Xiaodao. They risked their lives to save me, three women who didn't even have any superpowers. Brother Ian, where can we go after we leave? Ningyu laughed bitterly. Jiang Shiner's eyes were filled with tears. Since Brother Ian can't leave, Shiner won't leave either. Xiaodao will die with you. Xiaodao, the youngest, spoke in a surprisingly calm tone. I tried to speak, but could only sob. Blood soaked through my shirt, and my vision was blurry. The Paradise base was destroyed. I never expected that Nicholas Teo would betray me, get me drunk, and hand me over to the enemy. In the end, the three women who stayed behind were the only ones left. I have many women, but they're really good people. Today, I finally understand who is a dog and who is a human. No one can leave. Lin Tianfeng came. He used to be my brother, and now he is the master of the contract. He looked at me coldly, waved his hand lightly, and a flying white tiger descended from the sky, blocking their retreat. The three women were brought to him by Baihu. His smile was indifferent. Zhaoyin, I'll show you the fate of loyalty. There was a flash of knife, and three heads rolled to the ground. Ningyu's head rolled to my feet, her eyes opened, looking at me tenderly. I knelt on the ground, sobbing weakly. All around me were the laughter of Lin Tianfeng's subordinates, and my heart felt like it was being torn apart. If I could do it again, I would never end up like this. Lin Tianfeng sneered. Brother Zhao, you taught me to root out the evil. A flying white tiger pounced on me, and my eyes went dark. Don't move. A lazy voice came to my ears. I suddenly opened my eyes and saw a strange, yet familiar woman pressing quietly on my chest. Is all this just my dream, or this is that woman? The woman I picked up at a nightclub the night before the end of the world. I stared at her, unable to remember her name, but only remembering the madness of that night. The next day, when the end of the world came, she disappeared. And now, everything in front of me is exactly the same as that night. I was stunned. The memory and psychological quality of the 7 years of the apocalypse made me quickly understand. I died, but I went back to before the apocalypse. You little rascal. Why are you not going to move when I tell you to? She leaned lazily on my chest, twisting her waist gently. Sister, when you come out to play, you won't be given a second chance. Are you sure you don't want to take this opportunity to play again? The next moment, I turned over and pushed her off the bed. Damn it, are you sick? She fell to the ground, holding her chest and cursing. I stood in front of the dressing mirror, staring at myself in the mirror. Young face, fair skin, slightly thin, even a bit bookish. At the age of 22, how could I have experienced the vicissitudes of the last 7 years? The me in the mirror is a clean, thin dog. Help me out. The woman stood up and glared at me. I ignored her and lowered my head to put on my clothes. My memory tells me that the end of the world will come in the early morning. This woman in front of me is just a tool. I didn't care about her in my previous life, and I don't care about her in this life. She was venting her anger, but I just grabbed the cigarettes, lighter, and cell phone on the table, threw the open box of condoms into my pocket, and prepared to leave the room. What are you going to do? She looked at me warily, and there was finally some fear in her tone. I stopped, took out 1,000 yuan, stuffed it directly into her chest, and pinched her face. It's not in vain. After saying that, I pushed the door open and walked out. The traffic, crowds, and noise on the street in the early morning made me feel dazed for a moment. Clean air, bustling breakfast shops, familiar noises. These images that no longer exist in the apocalypse flooded into my mind, bringing me a long-lost emotion. But I know that all this will soon disappear. Tonight, a meteor shower will sweep across the blue planet, destroying buildings and polluting resources. After a month, high temperatures and radiation will transform humans into zombies, and the whole world will become hell. But this time, I won't waste time and repeat the same mistakes. I will become strong and take control of everything. I took a taxi home. This is the house my parents left behind, located in an upscale neighborhood in the center of Gwangju. When the apocalypse broke out in the previous life, this place was lucky enough to escape the impact of meteorites. I know this will be a temporary shelter. After returning home, I quickly organized my plan, stockpile supplies, fortify the house, and prepare weapons. I drove my Audi A6 straight to the ice cream factory, spent a large sum of money to buy 50 tons of ice, and asked the factory manager to deliver the goods in the evening. Then I went to the building materials market to purchase insulation boards, pneumatic nail guns, high-temperature resistant glue, and hire decoration workers. When I returned to the supermarket, I pushed the shopping cart and filled it with all the preservable food, compressed biscuits, canned meat, instant noodles, even bottled water, liquefied gas, and waterproof flashlights, all stuffed into the trunk. Next, I went to the market and bought a butcher's knife and a boning knife, and at the auto repair shop, I converted the boning knife into a long-handled weapon. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the decoration workers began to work overtime to lay insulation boards. The factory trucks transported 50 tons of ice to the house, and the villa was filled with cold air. I paid the bill and closed all the doors and windows, leaving only one window for observing the outside. Time passed by. At midnight, the alarm clock rang. The end of the world had come. The meteor shower began. Woo woo woo. A deafening whistling sound came from outside the window, and countless meteorites fell to the earth with tails of flame, and the villa shook violently. The lights above my head suddenly went out, and the power went out. I picked up the flashlight, walked to the window, pulled back a corner of the insulation, and looked out. The dazzling white light filled the entire world. Countless meteorites fell like raindrops. The buildings were riddled with holes, and flames and thick smoke engulfed the entire city. The artificial lake outside the villa was steaming with bubbles and white smoke due to the high temperature. Help! Someone come save me. The house collapsed. My leg is broken. Woo! Where is the astronomical bureau? Why didn't anyone warn us? Cries and screams were heard everywhere, and despair filled the air. Just outside the villa, a meteorite as big as a bowl hit the old osmanthus tree, instantly igniting it. Flames mixed with choking smoke rushed into the window. I immediately closed the insulation board with force and sealed the gap with high-temperature resistant glue to block out the heat waves and smoke. I've seen all this before. The cruelty of the end of the world has long been unable to shake my heart. I walked back to the living room, made a box of instant noodles, and ate it with salt-baked chicken legs. A piece of information flashed through my mind. The meteorite shower was mixed with blood-colored crystals, which were later called star crystals. Some people call these star crystals gifts from heaven, while others say they are seeds of hell. They can reveal supplies, weapons, and even powers that can give people supernatural powers. In my previous life, I learned these secrets too late. In this life, I will not miss them again. After eating, I put on my father's military coat and fell asleep in a room filled with ice. It was hell outside, but I was numb. What did destruction have to do with me? Bang, bang, bang. I was awakened by the rapid knocking on the door. Is anyone there? Open the door. Let me in. It was a man's voice. I frowned and remembered my past life. Outside the door was Dongjun, the security guard of the community. He was on duty in the underground garage and managed to survive the first few hours, but the garage collapsed and he had to escape. In my previous life, I let him into the villa. He was grateful at first, but as food became less, he showed his fangs and began to enslave me with his strong physique. That experience still disgusts me. Zhao, I know you are in there. Open the door quickly, or I will break it down. I sneered, grabbed the bone-chopping knife beside me, walked to the small window, pried open the cover, and shouted to the outside. Is that Brother Dong? It's me. Open the door, brother. I almost died. Let me in. I'll do whatever you say. Dong Jun's voice was full of panic. There was even a meteorite falling at his feet. He jumped, looking even more embarrassed. But, how do I know if you were a bad person? I pretended to hesitate. Dong Jun said, Bad guy? How is that possible? I am Dong Jun. You passed me a cigarette that day, remember? Then come closer. Let me see. He immediately moved closer to the window, and a face that was burned red by the fire appeared in front of him. It's really me. Brother, open the door quickly. Puff! The bone-chopping knife came out of the window and pierced his eye socket accurately, and red and white things gushed out. Dong Jun fell down softly, without even a groan. I quickly pulled back the bone-cutting knife and sealed the window again with the insulation board, as if nothing had happened. In this life, I will never give such people any chances again. Without Dong Jun's harassment, my life has returned to peace. The room was filled with ice cubes, and the temperature was always maintained at a few degrees below zero. I ate enough and slept enough, and even gained some weight. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the 29th day of the end of the world. Outside the window, the meteorite shower had become sparse. The city's fires were extinguished, and a thin smoke covered the earth. There was an eerie silence in the air, and no one knew where the survivors and animals had gone. I knew it was time to act. The secret of the star crystal had not yet been discovered, and this was my chance. The moment the meteorite rain stopped, I removed the insulation board on the door of the villa and opened the door. The air was still scorching hot, probably still around 40 degrees, with a wisp of smoke still lingering. The world around was full of ruins. The buildings in the community were almost completely destroyed, and only charred roots were left of the trees. I wore a gas mask, carried a backpack with water and food on my shoulders, held a bone-chopping knife in my right hand, and had a magazine tied to my left forearm with tape, with a butcher knife stuck in it. This was a habit that the end of the world had given me. I had to be prepared for every situation. There was a dead silence all around. After 7 years in the apocalypse, I had long since gotten used to being alone. Without a companion or a helper, I walked alone in the ruins, as if I was the only one left in the world. My destination is the staff quarters of Gwangju No. 2 Middle School. On the road, I saw countless corpses, some with half their bodies burnt by fire, and some with their heads pierced by meteorites. Their death postures were varied, but they all had one thing in common. Their bodies were preserved extremely intact and not decayed by high temperatures. I know this is only temporary. Tonight, they will all get up and become the first zombies. Those broken bodies will repair themselves and even evolve by devouring flesh, blood, and star crystals, eventually becoming a nightmare for the survivors. On the way, I passed by a half-collapsed shopping mall. I paused for a moment, feeling a prying gaze, and glanced at the place indifferently. The upper floors of the mall collapsed, but the lower floors were intact. There was food and water there, so it was not surprising that someone survived. But I didn't intend to pay attention to that. To survive, I had to rely on myself. I turned around and continued on. Inside the mall, a young man with a dark face was lying behind a crack in the wall, staring at my back until I disappeared into the ruins. Suddenly, my eyes stopped at a meteorite crater not far away. In the dim sunlight, a hint of blood-red light was faintly visible. Star crystal! I quickly jumped down the pit and dug with my bone-chopping knife. In a moment, a blood-red crystal the size of a walnut fell into my hand. Holding it, my memories came flooding back. In my previous life, the star crystal was the key to changing the situation in the end times. The blood-red crystals mixed in the meteorite shower are called godsend by some, and seeds of hell by others. It can produce countless supplies, including food, water, and even extraordinary equipment. But the rarest and most valuable one is the superpower awakening potion. In the previous life, most of the star crystals that fell on the surface in the early stage were eaten by zombies. The survivors who wanted star crystals could only rely on luck or kill zombies. But in this life, I was one step ahead of everyone else. I placed the star crystal on a piece of hard cement, raised the bone-chopping knife, and smashed it down hard. Crack! The star crystal cracked, and a ball of white light instantly spread. After the light faded, a green military uniform appeared on the ground. Equipment. Although it is only F rank, its toughness is far beyond that of ordinary clothes, which can greatly improve my safety. I immediately took off my clothes and put on my military uniform, and immediately felt a little more at ease. With it, I have at least one more layer of protection against tonight's zombie outbreak. I put on my backpack and continued to move forward, but I didn't find any more star crystals on the surface. Soon, I arrived outside the staff quarters of Gwangju No. 2 Middle School. This place has long been a ruin, and it is dead silent. If I hadn't known that Lin Tianfeng was here, I would never have thought that there were still living people hiding in this ruin. Just as I was thinking, my eyes caught a glimpse of a figure, a middle-aged man crawling out of the basement of the collapsed building, his white t-shirt stained with blood and a kitchen knife in his hand. Lin Tianfeng, the master of the contract in the previous life. Now he is just an ordinary person in a mess. I watched him quietly, but didn't move forward. If I took action now, it would only change the timeline of his life. I have to wait until he obtains the contracted soul, that Sss-Level star crystal. That is my goal. In my previous life, When I met Lin Tianfeng, it was 3 days later. He had already obtained the contracted soul, but had not yet contracted any contracted beast, so he could only be considered an ordinary person. At that time, his leg was broken by a broken wall while he was looking for supplies, and I saved him. In this life, I know that the contract soul is today. In Lin Tianfeng's current state, it is impossible to grab the star crystal, and he doesn't even have the strength to dig. I hid in the dark, staring at him coldly, waiting for the opportunity. Next, I saw from afar Lin Tianfeng squatting down with his head in his hands, roaring like a madman, and then starting to cry. He was so thin that he looked unrecognizable. His clothes were covered in blood, and it was unknown where he was injured. After crying for a long time, he stood up and staggered forward. I gripped the bone-cutting knife tightly and followed him with light steps. Lin Tianfeng moved very slowly. For 3 hours, he walked like a starving dog, searching everywhere. But where could he find anything edible in this apocalyptic world? Suddenly, he stopped, raised the kitchen knife in his hand, and put it against his neck. Is he trying to commit suicide? I stared at him, feeling calm because I knew he wouldn't die. He hesitated for a long time, then put down the kitchen knife. His eyes became determined, and he took another step forward. At this moment, a faint cry for help came from the ruins ahead. Help! Is there anyone? Can you help me? Lin Tianfeng was stunned for a moment, as if he had grasped some hope. He quickly walked towards the source of the sound, which was a collapsed family building, and cries for help came from the ruins at the bottom. Save you? Is there anything to eat? Lin Tianfeng's voice was hoarse, and his eyes were full of hunger. I've eaten everything I could eat, the woman inside shouted excitedly. But when I get out, I'll definitely treat you to a big meal at Fulin Building. Save me now. Fulin Building? Lin Tianfeng sneered. It was obvious that this woman didn't know that it was the end of the world outside. He turned around and was about to leave. Wait, please save my child. A woman's panicked voice came from deep in the ruins. Lin Tianfeng stopped and asked, You have a child? How old is it? 5 months. Please. Lin Tianfeng smiled. Okay, I'll save you. He began to move the concrete rubble, and soon a hole was revealed. Inside was a small kitchen that had not completely collapsed, and a dusty woman was holding a baby. Thank you, big brother. Before the woman finished her words, Lin Tianfeng crawled in directly, ignoring any courtesy and searching frantically. There were only some rotten vegetable leaves left in the refrigerator, which he stuffed into his mouth. He unscrewed the empty bottles and snack bags on the ground one by one and licked the remaining water and residue inside. He was starving, and this was not enough. He licked up all the scraps he could find, and his bloodshot eyes slowly stared at the woman. Brother! The woman hugged the baby tightly and began to shrink back. The baby seemed to feel the fear and started crying loudly. Where is the baby's milk powder? Lin Tianfeng asked in a low voice, with a cold thread in his voice. The milk powder is long gone. The woman's voice trembled, and her eyes unconsciously looked towards her chest. Lin Tianfeng suddenly understood something. He swallowed, and his eyes became even crazier. He rushed over, snatched the child from her arms, and threw the baby to the ground with a dull thud. The woman was quickly overwhelmed by Lin Tianfeng's rough movements. After more than 10 minutes, Lin Tianfeng stood up with his eyes brighter. He sorted out his tattered clothes and looked coldly at the woman who was curled up on the ground holding her child. The child was already dead, his head hid against the steel bars, blood all over the floor. The woman burst into tears, her eyes filled with despair. Stop crying, Lin Tianfeng shouted impatiently. The child is dead now, which is actually a relief. You should thank me. The woman's crying stopped, and she slowly raised her head. Her eyes changed. They were no longer timid as before, but were filled with resentment. Pa! Lin Tianfeng slapped her hard and sneered. You want to die too? From now on you will be my granary. Don't worry, I won't let you starve to death if there is food. He tied her hands with a cloth strip, put a rope around her neck, and dragged her out of the cave. The woman said nothing the whole time. She just followed him mechanically. I stood not far away, watching the whole process, but I didn't have any emotions. After the end of the world, humanity was annihilated, and most people had already turned into beasts. There were many examples of people who were worse off than this woman. I looked down at my watch. It was already 1 in the afternoon. Lin Tianfeng hadn't found the star crystal that carried the soul of the contract. But I wasn't in a hurry. He would definitely find it. Taking off my gas mask, I pulled out a pack of dry noodles from my backpack, ate it with 1 bite, and took a sip of the drink. Just as I took the last sip of my drink, I saw Lin Tianfeng stop and start moving a piece of concrete debris. Sure enough, he found it, a blood-red star crystal. His eyes were full of confusion as he looked at the crystal stone carefully, as if he was vaguely aware of its unusualness. I smiled, stood up, and walked over with a bone-cutting knife in hand. "Teacher Lin, is that you?" Lin Tianfeng turned around and saw me wearing a backpack and a military jacket. He smiled and said, "So it's really you, Teacher Lin." "You are?" Lin Tianfeng looked at me. A trace of vigilance flashed across his eyes. Then he glanced at the bone-cutting knife in my hand and smiled awkwardly. "I have a niece who was in junior high school at number 2 middle school last year. She was also your student. We met at the parent-teacher meeting." I had a smile on my face and spoke in a casual tone. "Oh, it's you." He seemed relieved and forced a smile on his face. In fact, he didn't remember who I was at all, but it was enough to confirm that I was not here to rob him. I pretended to look at the star crystal in his hand casually and deliberately said, "Teacher Lin, what is this?" His expression changed slightly, and he quickly stuffed the star crystal into his trouser pocket, saying with a smile, "Oh, this is just a handicraft I found, keeping it as a souvenir." I raised the remaining mouthful of Dongliang's special drink in my hand and was about to drink it when I suddenly remembered something and said with a smile, "It's the end of the world, but Teacher Lin is still interested in handicrafts. He is indeed a scholar." "Wait," Lin Tianfeng hurriedly said. His eyes were fixed on the drink in my hand. Although there was only a small sip left, the sugar-rich liquid was a lifesaver for him. "Brother, you don't look too thirsty, do you? How about this? I'll exchange this artificial gem for that drink." He said it anxiously, even with a pleading tone. I raised my eyebrows and said coldly, "You want to exchange my drink for a useless thing? Do you think I'm stupid?" "Brother, please. Just take a sip of this drink, and you'll be my big brother." He almost begged. "Besides, you have so many things in your backpack. You won't lose this sip." His eyes lingered on my backpack for a moment, and I caught the greed in his eyes clearly. I still kept smiling. "Okay, since Teacher Lin wants it so much, let's change it." Hearing this, Lin Tianfeng immediately handed me the craft. I took the star crystal, put it in my pocket, and threw the drink to him. Lin Tianfeng took the drink, carefully hid it close to his body, looked up at me, and asked tentatively, "Brother, can we go together? In this end times, one more person means more safety." "No," I said coldly, turned around and left. "I don't like people calling me big brother." His figure gradually faded away, but my smile completely disappeared, and murderous intent surged in my eyes. But I suppressed my emotions and couldn't take action now. This star crystal may not be the same one from my previous life. I still need him to find more and cannot disrupt the timeline. Moving to a secluded place, I took out the star crystal and smashed it hard with a bone-cutting knife. Crack! A golden light flashed, so bright that it was hard to open one's eyes. It lasted for a full minute before slowly dissipating, and a small golden bottle appeared in its place. I picked up the vial, uncorked it, and saw the drop of liquid inside that looked like liquid gold. I immediately understood its significance. Sss-Level supernatural awakening potion. My hands began to tremble involuntarily. In my previous life, there were only a handful of people in the entire world who possessed Sss-Level superpowers. But today, the power to change this destiny is in my hands. Without hesitation, I tilted my head back and drank the golden liquid. The liquid fell into the throat, and a cool and refreshing feeling quickly spread to every part of the body. I closed my eyes, feeling the changes in my body, knowing in my heart that this was no ordinary awakening process. The power of the SSS level was far beyond my imagination. Half an hour later, I slowly opened my eyes. The whole world looked completely different to me. I could clearly see the sand and gravel hundreds of meters away, and I could hear every movement of the grass. My perception expanded several times, and no movement within a kilometer range could escape my control. Soul of Contract. This is my SSS level superpower. The Soul of Contract has enhanced my mental strength. Although it is only in the initial stage of awakening now, my perception will be stronger in the future. More importantly, it allows me to enslave any non-human life, even the alien species that are powerful enough to be called divine beasts after the end of the world, and use them for my own purposes. There is no limit to the number of contracts. Theoretically, I can establish an army of exotic beasts and sweep across the apocalypse. Of course, the premise of all this is that I need to find and subdue those strange beasts. And now I am still just an ordinary person. After calming down, I concentrated and sensed a vague sound coming from 500 meters away. Although I couldn't hear it clearly, I knew it was Lin Tianfeng and the woman in his granary. I approached quietly and saw Lin Tianfeng sitting on a piece of broken concrete, holding the drink in his hand and licking the bottle. His eyes turned to the woman next to him, revealing a hint of ferocity. "You come here?" The woman had disheveled hair and stood there motionless, with her head down so her expression couldn't be seen clearly. "Are you deaf? Or dumb?" Lin Tianfeng stood up angrily and slapped her in the face. The woman tilted her head and a drop of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, but she still had no reaction. She just stared at him with a terrifyingly cold look in her eyes. "Bitch!" Lin Tianfeng yelled. "Do you believe I will really eat you?" He tugged at the rope tied around the woman's neck and angrily pulled her onto his legs, ready to vent his bestiality once again. At this moment, a cold voice came. "Lin Tianfeng, stop eating." With a flash of cold light, my butcher knife was already on his neck. Hearing my voice, Lin Tianfeng froze. He didn't dare to look back and hurriedly shouted, Brother, I haven't offended you. What are you doing?" "Kneel down." My voice was cold. "We have no grudges against each other. After all, we are old acquaintances." "Why do you have to?" He didn't finish his words. I used a little force with the butcher knife in my hand, and the blade cut his neck. The pain made him shrink his neck suddenly. Don't. I'll kneel now." He pushed the woman to the ground, knelt down with a plop, and forced a smile. "Brother, is this okay?" Looking at his servile appearance, scenes from my previous life emerged in my mind. Those 3 stupid women were killed by him, and Ning Yu's eyes were still open. And I eventually died at the claws of his flying white tiger. Rage instantly swept through my body. I swung the knife violently, and with 2 pu sounds, the butcher knife pierced his shoulder blades. When the blade was pulled out, it brought out gushing blood and splashed on my face. "Ah, does it hurt?" I walked up to him, looked down at him, and said coldly, "It's normal for it to hurt, and it will hurt even more next time. You want to kill me? If you want that woman, just take her. Why torture me?" He cursed, his eyes full of fear and anger. "What I want is your life." My voice was calm, but with irresistible determination. As soon as he finished speaking, I stabbed the knife into his jaw, twisted it violently, and cut off his tongue. Ouch! Lin Tianfeng's eyes widened, his face filled with despair and fear. The blood gushing out of his mouth made him unable to speak. He could only kneel on the ground weakly and kowtow frantically. His forehead was soon broken and blood flowed all over his face. "Lin Tianfeng, I swore to cut you into pieces." Watching him struggle like a wild animal, I remembered my fate in my previous life, and my anger surged again. I raised the knife and slashed his eyes, then slashed again and again, the knife flashing continuously. I didn't stop until my arms were sore and I was out of breath. I realized that cutting a body into pieces was such a strenuous task. At this time, the woman next to him was watching quietly, witnessing the whole process. There was no more fear in her eyes, but a strong sense of pleasure. "You want to do it too?" I suddenly turned around and asked her. Her body trembled for a moment, but then she nodded, "Yes." I stepped forward to untie her and handed her the butcher knife upside down. "Don't let him die before 10,000 cuts. Can you do it?" She took the knife, her eyes were cold, and she rushed towards Lin Tianfeng, slashing at his neck with the first blow. "Stop!" I shouted, but it was too late. The blade cut his carotid artery and blood gushed out like a faucet, splashing all over the woman's body and face. The woman looked back at me with fear in her eyes, knowing that she had made trouble. I cursed her coldly. "Are you a pig? Stop the bleeding." She frantically pressed her hands on Lin Tianfeng's wound, but the blood could not be stopped. His body twitched a few times, and soon there was no movement. I was so angry that I almost lost control. I raised my foot and kicked the woman to the ground. "You are such an idiot!" But now that things have come to this, I know that there is no point in scolding her anymore. Sighing, I threw the butcher knife back to her and said coldly, "Can you chop dumpling stuffing?" "Yes." She nodded quickly. I said, "Okay, 10,000 cuts, chop him clean." The woman took the knife, her face full of madness, her hair disheveled, and slashed at Lin Tianfeng's body with the knife. Her movements became more and more crazy. Blood splattered everywhere, and she looked crazier than a madman. I lit a cigarette and sat on a piece of broken cement, watching the scene silently without saying a word. Not far away, in the ruins of the mall, Xiao Dao was vomiting and couldn't stand up, his face was pale. Brother, how could there be such a cruel person? Has anyone really been killed? This is not a movie, right? After Xiao Dao vomited, tears rolled down his face with helplessness and fear. Song Xiaojin was silent for a moment, raised his hand and touched her head, and whispered, "Little sister, this is the end of the world. If one day I am also killed like this, you must live strong." "Brother, don't say such things." Xiao Dao cried and covered his brother's mouth. "I don't want you to die. We want to be together forever." Song Xiaojin sighed, his tone heavy. "Little sister, you don't understand. That man is dangerous, but he didn't hurt that woman. He must have his own reasons for killing Lin Tianfeng. What we see may not be the truth." Xiao Dao wiped his tears and said stubbornly, "I don't want to pay attention to him. He's a bad guy. I don't want to see him." Song Xiaojian pondered for a moment and warned, "Little sister, if you meet him one day, you must listen to him. Don't resist. Only in this way can you have a chance to survive." Xiao Dao nodded, although she was reluctant, but she did not argue anymore. Song Xiaojin looked at his sister's tender face, his eyes full of complexity. After killing Lin Tianfeng, I felt a sense of relief I had never felt before. My great revenge was finally achieved, as if some kind of shackles had been opened. But at this moment, the figures of the three women appeared in my mind again. They may still be alive now, but scattered somewhere in this doomsday. If I can meet them again, I will let them live a good life, I murmured in a low voice. But if I can't meet them, I shook my head and shook off these emotions. In the end times, anyone who is alive is lucky. The most important thing is to improve your own strength. Without strength, it is difficult to protect yourself, let alone protect others. I heard a conversation in the mall 500 meters away. I heard the little girl scolding me and couldn't help laughing. Someone scolded me? It doesn't matter. There will be more people scolding me in the future. I don't care. His eyes fell back on the woman. She was still mechanically chopping Lin Tianfeng's body with a butcher knife, her movements gradually becoming slower and her hands were shaking. "Okay, give me the knife." I spit out the cigarette, butt and walked forward. She looked at me blankly without any reaction. I took the butcher knife and wiped the blood off her chest, then put it back into the sheath on my left arm. "Go away," I said coldly and turned to leave. But she followed me. "I won't give you anything to eat. Go find supplies for yourselves," I said without turning my head. This kind of person will definitely die in the zombie outbreak tonight. There is no point in wasting food. She said nothing, but just followed from a distance, trembling. "Get out!" I turned around and yelled at her. "If you follow me again, I will kill you." She stopped but did not go far. Half an hour later, I found a star crystal, picked it up quickly, and cracked it open with a bone-chopping knife. A flash of white light appeared, and it turned out to be a bottle of Nongfu Spring. "Waste," I muttered, threw the water into my backpack, and continued searching. Time passed minute by minute, and I found 2 star crystals in succession, but they were nothing special. The best was just a piece of sandwich that could replenish energy for a day. I began to feel annoyed. The number of star crystals on the surface was far scarcer than I had imagined, but my perception range could only detect things on the surface. Even if the star crystals were in the soil under my feet, I couldn't sense them. Suddenly, I heard hurried footsteps. I turned around and saw that the woman was catching up with me again. "What do you want to do? Do you really want to die?" My voice was cold, and the bone-cutting knife in my hand was pointed at her neck. "You avenged me, and let me follow you. I can be your granary." Her voice was hoarse, but surprisingly calm. "Granary." I sneered and slapped her face with the back of my knife, leaving a bloody mark. "Get lost." I turned and left, not wanting to waste any more time. But she didn't go far away. She just kept following me from a distance. When I turned back, she retreated. When I walked away, she caught up with me again. "Okay, you want something to eat? Here you go." I was too lazy to pay attention to her. I took out a salt-baked chicken leg and a bottle of Dongpeng special drink from my backpack and threw them on the ground. "Take it, get out of here, and don't follow me anymore." She picked up the chicken leg and the drink, and the flash of gratitude in her eyes was fleeting and then dimmed again. I didn't look at her again and continued walking forward, looking for the star crystal. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon when I found the star crystal again. I smashed it open and got a jet black butterfly knife. Although it was only an F-level equipment, it was extremely sharp. With a light scratch, it left a mirror-like neat cut on the meteorite. That's right. I put the knife on my waist and continued searching. Soon I found another piece of star crystal. This time it was just an ordinary sandwich, but at least it could quickly heal injuries and save lives at a critical moment. I put away the bread and continued searching. The sky gradually darkened, and the last rays of sunlight disappeared over the horizon. Without sunlight, it became more difficult to find star crystals. Star crystals lost their ability to refract light and looked no different from ordinary stones. I touched my pocket and found 3 star crystals. I found them this afternoon, but I didn't have time to open them right away. I'll take this opportunity to crack them open and have a look. The first piece, with a flash of white light, was a pack of instant noodles, which could fill you up and keep you warm. The second one was still Nongfu Spring. I spat. It's this crap again. When the last star crystal was knocked open, the outline of a piece of equipment vaguely appeared in the white light. My heartbeat quickened, and I held my breath. This time, it should be something good. The white light gradually dissipated, and I looked down to see the equipment that appeared in the star crystal. I was stunned. A pair of black fishnet stockings. I didn't expect that I would come up with something like this. I looked down at my legs, then at the fishnet stockings in my hand, and I frowned and sneered. I'm a 7-foot-tall man, Zhao Yin, and I will never wear this kind of thing even if I die in the mouth of a zombie. As I said that, I threw the fishnet stockings more than 10 meters away and walked away in style. My back looked extremely heroic in the dim night. But after walking a few steps, I stopped and looked back at the sock. It was lying quietly on the ground not far away, shining with a faint light. Just try it on once. I gritted my teeth, walked back pretending to be nonchalant, picked up the socks, and put them on my legs with a look of disgust on my face. In an instant, I felt an extraordinary power. I exerted force on my feet, and my body seemed to turn into a shadow, and within 3 seconds I rushed 100 meters away. The wind whistled past my ears, and the speed was so fast that I couldn't believe it. After I stood still, I took a breath, touched my fishnet stockings, and thought to myself, it's actually level equipment. It smells so good. I put my pants back on, lit a cigarette, put the embarrassment behind me for the time being, and began to think about my next goal, the B-level supernatural power of my previous life. I have true vision. The thing was hidden in an abandoned zoo. I still remember the location. In my previous life, when I found it 3 months later, it was still lying quietly on the surface. But this time, I decided to take action in advance. With the added speed of my fishnet stockings, I arrived at the old zoo in 20 minutes. This place had long been destroyed by a meteorite. The green plants were burned to charcoal, and broken bodies were scattered everywhere, both human and animal. I quickly sensed my surroundings. The zoo was dead silent, and I didn't hear any movement from the target monkey. In my previous life, this monkey was extremely cunning. I spent a lot of effort to catch it, and finally succeeded with an A-level trap. But this time, it seemed that it had not yet begun to mutate, and I didn't know where it had hidden. But the monkey was not my primary goal. I headed directly to the crater I remembered where the star crystal should be. However, when I jumped into the pit, my expression froze. The star crystal was gone. It had clearly been lying here in the past, so why had it disappeared now? I picked up the bone-chopping knife and dug frantically, digging 3 feet into the ground, but still nothing was found. How is this possible? I gasped, staring blankly at the soil in front of me. That star crystal is an important part of my plan. I thought that no one would find it at this point in time, but now the facts have slapped me in the face. I closed my eyes, forced myself to calm down, pricked up my ears, and began to carefully distinguish the movements in the distance. Soon, my eyes suddenly opened. There were extremely faint human footsteps 1,500 meters away. Sure enough, someone took my things. With anger, I rushed over like an arrow. The bonus of fishnet stockings allowed me to appear 100 meters behind the man in less than a minute. When I saw the thin figure clearly, my anger was instantly replaced by astonishment. It's the granary. That woman, who had been following me tirelessly all the way, is now here. Her figure looked extremely miserable. Her steps were unsteady. She limped. Her face was covered in blood and ashes, and she would let out short screams when she saw a corpse. Why don't you just live your life well? Why do you have to come and take my things? Gripping the bone-chopping knife tightly, my killing intent gradually surged. I've already given you a chance, but you're the one seeking death. Just as I was about to rush over and take care of her, she turned around and saw that it was me, and the fear on her face was quickly replaced by surprise. It's you. Her voice was hoarse, but she tried to remain gentle. What do you want from me? I asked coldly, relaxing the blade slightly. I know you're looking for this. She reached in her chest, moving slowly and carefully. Soon, she opened her dirty palm, and in her palm lay 3 blood-colored star crystals. I saw you were looking for these things, and I thought they might be important to you, so I helped you find some. She smiled tiredly, but sincerely. Although I didn't find more, I hope they can come in handy. I was speechless for a moment. My eyes swept over the blood-stained star crystal in her hand. She dug it out from the ruins with her bare hands. What do you want? My voice was low and alert. I don't want anything. She shook her head. You saved me. This is just a small token of my appreciation. She gently placed the star crystal in my hand, without any request in her eyes, and even a hint of relief. Thank you for letting me survive, she said hoarsely, but in the future, I may never see you again. She turned and left, her figure looking extremely thin among the dilapidated ruins, and her bare feet stepping on the scorched earth, looking particularly pitiful. I clenched the star crystal in my hand, with mixed emotions welling up in my heart. Finally, I sighed and murmured softly, after 7 years in the apocalypse, I still haven't been able to live like a beast. I smashed the first star crystal, and white light instantly lit up, standing out in the dark night. But I don't care. Within 1,000 meters, there is no one here except the woman who walked away. After the white light faded, a scarlet pill lay quietly on the ground. I frowned, not being able to recognize what it was. In the previous life, star crystals could produce tens of millions of things, and no one could fully understand their types, but if they could produce pills or potions, they must be rare. Not a bad start, I said to myself, picked up the pill, and put it away. Without thinking any more, I smashed the second star crystal. This time, the white light lasted for a full 5 seconds. My heart suddenly jumped up. My past life experience tells me that the longer the light lasts, the more precious the things that come out. When the white light faded, an inconspicuous bronze ring suddenly appeared. I was stunned. A space ring? My hands were shaking with excitement. The value of a space ring in the apocalypse was inestimable. Not only is it comparable to A-level equipment, it can even be said to be rarer than most A-level equipment. In my previous life, I spent 5 years and spent a large sum of money to buy one. This kind of thing is the second life in the apocalypse. I couldn't wait to put on the ring, and with a thought, the bone-cutting knife in my hand disappeared instantly. I know that it is lying quietly in a space of about 10 cubic meters. With another thought, the bone-chopping knife reappeared in my hand. It's true. Although the capacity of the space ring is not as good as the one in my previous life, it is enough for me now. Suppressing my excitement, I turned to crack open the last piece of star crystal. In the white light, a bottle of blue potion slowly appeared. A B-level superpower, the eye of true vision. Looking at this familiar blue potion, I felt mixed emotions. In my previous life, I relied on this special ability to survive until the 7th year of the apocalypse. In countless desperate situations, it allowed me to see through the enemies and dangers and avoid countless deadly traps. I'm finally back. I took a deep breath, put all my belongings into the space ring, turned around, and walked towards the ruins of the zoo. This night, I had to find a safe place to activate the eye of true vision while preparing for the impending zombie outbreak. The ruins of the zoo were dead silent, with dilapidated buildings and charred vegetation everywhere. I didn't hear any movement from the mutant monkey, but there's no need to worry. It hasn't mutated yet, and may be hiding somewhere underground. I first found a safe place to awaken my superpowers. I used the cement blocks and meteorites in my space ring to build a simple shelter, forming a triangular space that could only accommodate one person. To be safe, I sealed the entrance with one last piece of concrete. After settling everything, I took out the Eye of True Sight potion and drank it without hesitation. A few seconds later, a burning pain started in my stomach and quickly spread throughout my body, as if I was thrown into a furnace and burned. Beads of sweat rolled down my forehead, and my body was too stiff to move. This long-lost pain made me laugh out loud. I already have 2 superpowers before the zombie outbreak. Who can compare with me in this life? The pain lasted for 1 second, 2 seconds. Every second seemed as long as a century. My body's limit was gradually approaching, and I finally passed out. I don't know how long it was before a violent vibration woke me up from my coma. Roar! The whole world seemed to come alive. The earth trembled, the ruins rolled, and countless corpses buried underground began to crawl out. 30 kilometers away in the shopping mall, bang, bang, bang. Xiao Dao suddenly woke up. Hearing the banging noises coming from outside the door, she thought it was her brother who came back. "Brother, stop taking pictures. I'll open the door." Xiao Dao was surprised, ran over to unlock the door, and opened the door. However, the next moment, a tattered face suddenly appeared in front of her. Half of the head was broken, and fist-sized muscles hung on the chest, shaking. She was stunned. She was so frightened that she forgot everything. She turned around and screamed to run away, but she was still a step too slow. The zombie grabbed her collar, opened its bloody mouth, and bit her. "Help!" she cried out loudly. Bang! With a dull thud, the zombie's head was smashed to pieces, and it fell to the ground along with the knife. Song Xiaojian was covered in wounds. He gasped as he dropped the iron rod, kicked the zombie away, quickly picked up the knife, and closed the door. "Little sister, are you okay?" he asked in a low voice with a worried look on his face. When Xiao Dao saw that it was his brother, he burst into tears, but Song Xiaojian quickly covered his mouth. "Don't cry." He lowered his voice and said, "Those dead people are alive again. I saw my parents with my own eyes. They also crawled out of the rubble, but they are no longer human." Song Xiaojian's eyes were red and his voice was trembling. They all turned into zombies, just like in the movies. Xiao Dao was stunned, his face turned pale, and he dared not make any sound. She went to the window and looked out. There were more and more zombies outside the mall. Some crawled out of the mud, some crawled out of the ruins, and there was even a female zombie. The lower body was stuck in the car, but the upper body was crawling forward frantically, dragging intestines and black blood all over the ground. Xiao Dao couldn't help retching and tears kept falling, but she tried hard not to cry out loud. Chapter 11 Space Ring. Song Xiaojian did not stop her, because he knew that his sister would have to face all of this sooner or later. "Xiao Dao, we are still safe for now. If we save some food, we can still survive for 3 days. Maybe after 3 days, these zombies will die," Song Xiaojian said. It seemed like he was comforting Xiao Dao, but more like he was comforting himself. But as soon as he finished speaking, the zombies outside the crack in the wall suddenly became a commotion, and then a figure rushed out and headed straight for the mall. "Song Xiaojian, Xiao Dao, are you still alive? Open the door quickly," the man shouted from afar. When Xiao Dao saw the man's appearance clearly, he was shocked. "Brother, it's Brother Wang who is back." Song Xiaojian frowned, staring at the zombies gathering behind Wang Quan, and stopped his sister from opening the door. "Don't go. Brother, when my parents were crushed to death, it was Brother Wang who saved us," Xiao Dao said. "If we don't let him in, he will die." Song Xiaojian gritted his teeth. Beads of sweat instantly appeared on his forehead, and he fell into a struggle. "Song Xiaojian, Xiao Dao, I found a lot of food. Let me in first. I'll take you out after the danger is over." Wang Quan had already rushed into the mall and came to the dilapidated office where Song Xiaojian and Xiao Dao were, and said anxiously, "Are you really going to watch me die without helping me if I die? Who will take care of your 2 children?" Perhaps it was because of the food in Wang Quan's mouth, or perhaps it was because of Wang Quan's life-saving grace. In the end, Song Xiaojian walked over and opened the door. Bang! After Wang Quan rushed in, Song Xiaojian slammed the door shut. Then, several zombies followed closely and slammed against the door. "Ban! Ban! Ban! Xiao Dao, hurry up! Help me move things to block the door," Song Xiaojian said without hesitation. Xiao Dao rushed over to help, and the 2 siblings dragged the only heavy object in the room, the desk behind the door. The door was still shaking. The zombies outside were incredibly strong. If the mall office hadn't been equipped with a security door, it would have collapsed long ago. Song Xiaojian could only take his sister with him, and the 2 of them pressed their bodies against the door. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of Wang Quan, who was lying on the ground and gasping for breath. "Brother Wang, come together quickly." Wang Quan raised his head and felt the commanding tone in Song Xiaojian's mouth. There was a flash of displeasure in his eyes, but he still walked over to help block the door. However, he subconsciously glanced at the corner of the room, where there was a pile of food and water that could at most sustain an adult man for a day. Zhao Yin slowly woke up, opened his eyes in the darkness, and heard a roar in his ears. In an instant, Zhao Yin realized that another disaster had broken out, and this time the coma would last longer than the previous life. Zhao Yin did not go out immediately. He took out a flashlight from the space ring. With a click, the small space lit up. Zhao Yin's gaze fell on the space ring in his hand, and a string of information suddenly appeared in his mind. Space ring, grade A, space equipment, with 10 cubic meters of space inside. Then, Zhao Yin looked at his body. Human male, awaken, strength 7, agility 8, stamina 6, spirit 12, life countdown, 21,920 days. With a normal human physique before the end of the world, one could probably live another 60 years. Nothing has changed much from the previous life. After all, the Eye of True Vision is a B-level power and cannot detect powers beyond the B-level. However, Zhao Yin was already very satisfied. After all, there were not many people with awakened superpowers beyond level B. The real benefit of the Eye of True Vision was that it could identify the treasures that came out of the star crystal. Zhao Yin remembered the pills that had been prescribed earlier and immediately took them out from the space ring. Strong ecstasy incense. F-level control drug can make any life form below F-level unconscious, last for 10 minutes. This simple introduction shocked Zhao Yin. Control drugs are rare among all grades of drugs. Although they are the lowest grade, they are what Zhao Yin needs most at the moment. Thinking of the mutated monkey, it should have mutated by now. Zhao Yin was still racking his brains over how to capture it. With this pill of incense, isn't it easy to catch him? Zhao Yin suddenly remembered something. The 3-star crystals given to him by the granary all produced good things. Isn't she a jinx? He shook off this meaningless thought and immediately packed his equipment. Long-handled bone-chopping knife, no grade, solidity 8, sharpness 6. Slaughter knife, no grade, solidity 5, sharpness 9. Butterfly knife, grade F, offensive equipment, solidity 13, sharpness 14. Military uniform, grade F, defensive equipment, sturdiness 16. Fishnet stockings, grade E, auxiliary equipment, movement speed plus 28, additional effect charm plus 3. Currently, the highest grade equipment in Zhao Yin's hands is fishnet stockings. Next, Zhao Yin controlled the space ring to collect the concrete fragments blocking the door, then bent down and crawled out. Roar! Before Zhao Yin had time to get up, a nearby zombie discovered him. With a roar, he pounced at him. Zhao Yin's eyes narrowed. He raised the bone-cutting knife and stabbed it upwards at an angle. Puff! The bone-cutting knife was accurate and precise, piercing into the zombie's mouth and out of the back of its head, bringing out a large amount of black, sticky substance. Male zombie. No evolution. Strength 8, agility 6, spirit 0. Zhao Yin crawled up from the ground and took a look at the first zombie he killed. From its tattered clothes, he could tell that it was a zoo staff member when he was alive. Apart from the stab wound by Zhao Yingang, its entire right shoulder was a mess of flesh and bones, and it must have been crushed to death by the collapsed building. But black granulations had already grown there. If it had not been stabbed to death by Zhao Yin, its torn body would soon have recovered gradually over time. Then the evolution will begin. Zombies in the apocalypse are always the biggest threat to survivors. They are numerous and their growth potential is amazing. Compared to the number of survivors, the zombies are nearly 50 times the total number of survivors. The only ones who can deal with them are the evolvers or those with powerful superpowers. However, the number of survivors who can become evolvers in the previous life is less than 1%, and the number of strong people with supernatural powers is even 1 in 100,000. Tonight, zombies revive, mutant beasts awaken, and the true end of the world has officially begun again. Roar! Roar! Several zombies nearby heard the noise and quickly surrounded Zhao Yin. They haven't had time to evolve yet, and although they are stronger than when they were alive, their stiff bodies make them much slower. Zhao Yin took the initiative to rush forward, and the powerful combat awareness trained in his previous life burst out instantly, and he chopped at the zombie's head with a knife. When dealing with zombies, only a headshot can kill them completely. The zombie's head was shattered in an instant, and the black brain matter mixed with the white skull splattered everywhere, and a few drops of brain matter sprayed onto Zhao Yin's face. Without any expression, he quickly walked towards the second zombie and chopped its head off with the same blow. At this time, the remaining 6 zombies were all approaching. Zhao Yin turned around and ran, relying on the speed increase brought by the fishnet stockings to quickly run out of the encirclement, then turn around and chopped off the head of the zombie behind him. Next, the same method was repeated, and soon, the remaining zombies were all eliminated. With Zhao Yin's current physical strength, he was already exhausted after killing 8 ordinary zombies in a row. He didn't dare stay for long. After taking a few deep breaths, he ran towards the monkey area. Chapter 12 Monkey. Zhao Yin had to recruit the monkey and train it as quickly as possible before the zombies evolved. This is an extra level of self-protection. Zombies seem to be more like the protagonists of this world. They can evolve very quickly even if they do nothing. In the previous life, some lucky zombies were able to devour fresh flesh and blood, or directly devour star crystals, and their growth rate would be terrifying. There is no value in the zombies that were just killed. They did not devour the star crystals, nor did they evolve corpse crystals that could increase the strength of the evolvers. So Zhao Yin did not perform the autopsy. After that, we didn't encounter any more human zombies along the way, but there were quite a few animal zombies. Zhao Yin avoided them all with the help of his speed. Most animals have physical advantages, and it is extremely troublesome to deal with them after they turn into zombies. Roar! 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 Squeak! 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 From a distance, Zhao Yin heard a chaotic fight and slowed down. A skinny monkey was jumping up and down with a look of fear on its face. Dozens of zombie monkeys surrounded it and were attacking it madly. They can no longer recognize their former companions, and their dead white eyes are filled with desire for fresh flesh and blood. Zhao Yin had no intention of saving the little monkey. It would never die so easily. When Zhao Yin saw it in his previous life, it had already grown to Class C and was the king of this area. Zhao Yin hid behind a broken wall, took out a gas mask from the space ring and put it on his face, then took out the powerful incense, crushed it with the handle of the knife, and wrapped it in toilet paper. Next, Zhao Yin calmly observed the development of the situation and was ready at any time. Squeak! The little monkey hopped and moved among the rocks. Although it was extremely fast, the number of zombie monkeys was so large that the little monkey could only wail in fear. For some reason, Zhao Yin suddenly had a feeling that the little monkey did not want to hurt the zombie monkey. Soon, a zombie monkey scratched the little monkey's thigh, and it immediately started crying in a very human way. Just as he was distracted, the little monkey's tail was grabbed by a zombie monkey and lifted up. The zombie monkey opened its mouth and bit the little monkey's butt. Just then, something unexpected happened. The little monkey screamed, and one of its legs, which was not much bigger than that of a baby, suddenly swelled up. In the blink of an eye, it became the size of an adult monkey and kicked backwards suddenly. Bang! The zombie monkey that caught it was kicked away, and its head hit a blue stone and shattered like a watermelon. The little monkey was stunned, obviously unable to adapt to this change. One of its long legs stood there in a one-leg posture, and the other leg looked like a small toothpick. Zhao Yin, who was hiding behind a rock and peeking from a distance, froze in his tracks. At this moment, he completely confirmed the identity of the monkey. It was the mutated monkey from the previous life. The Sss-Level monkey at that time was already able to grow huge all over, and now it has just mutated and awakened. After the little monkey killed a zombie monkey, it bared its teeth and showed off its power to the remaining zombie monkeys. Unfortunately, the zombie monkeys were irrational and were not afraid of its threat at all, and surrounded it again. So the previous scene happened again. A group of zombie monkeys were chasing a little monkey, jumping up and down among the rocks. The little monkey howled in fear again. The difference is that with that long leg, its two legs are not coordinated at all. Not only did the running speed not increase, but it slowed down instead. In less than a minute, the little monkey was covered in wounds, and its wailing and begging for mercy were of no use. How could the zombie monkey let go of the flesh and blood that was about to reach its mouth? Finally, the little monkey seemed to be aroused. His eyes became fierce, and one of his claws swelled rapidly and suddenly grabbed the head of a zombie monkey. Bang! Just crush it! At this moment, the little monkey was no longer the cowardly one before, but had a face full of ferocity and viciousness. The little monkey quickly rushed towards the second zombie monkey and slapped its head to pieces. But the little monkey's tears kept flowing. Zhao Yin looked at it quietly, as if he saw himself in his previous life. At the beginning of the end of the world, he was afraid, cried, and grieved for the death of others. From fear to strength, and then from strength, the blood gradually runs cold. In order to survive, they suddenly stand up to kill zombies and even kill people. In this cruel world, everyone just wants to survive, that's all, including the ferocious monkey at this moment. A few minutes later, all the zombie monkeys that besieged the little monkey were shot dead, and the horrific monkey corpses were everywhere. It stood there stupidly, trembling all over. It was as if he had just woken up and realized that he had killed so many of his own kind. Although it didn't understand why these fellows suddenly became like this. The little monkey was covered in blood. It looked at the destruction of its entire tribe and started crying again. So much so that the little monkey didn't notice that a figure was slowly approaching from behind. Suddenly, it smelled a strange fragrance, and then it felt dizzy and fell down. It seemed to realize something, and then I saw a pig-faced monster approaching with a smile. The pig-faced monster is of course Zhao Yin wearing a gas mask. In order to leave a good impression on his first contracted beast, he smiled particularly kindly. Growth stage macaque. Non-grade mutant beast, strength 14, agility 17, stamina 9, spirit 7, bloodline talent. Gigantic frenzy. Zhao Yin grabbed the little monkey's tail, lifted it up, and strode away. When the little monkey woke up, he was in a small space surrounded by concrete blocks. Just as he was about to move, he found himself tied up by a human. No, it's that pig-faced monster. The little monkey recognized his eyes and laughed wickedly. Seeing the little monkey wake up, Zhao Yin smiled even more kindly, and like a magic trick, he took out a salt-baked chicken leg, tore open the package, and took a big bite. Want to eat? Zhao Yin puffed out his cheeks and asked while chewing. The little monkey sniffed and looked at the chicken leg with fixed eyes. The mutant beasts in the apocalypse have been hungry for too long. Zhao Yin said indifferently, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhao Yin, and I am your future master. Next, I will make a contract with you. Of course, you don't have to accept it, and the contract will still be successful. But as my first contracted beast, I still hope you can do it willingly. If you accept, you can enjoy delicious food with me. If you don't accept, you won't get anything to eat in the future." After Zhao Yin finished speaking, he walked forward, put one hand on the little monkey's head, and directly released the soul of the supernatural contract. Chapter 13: Zombie Snake. An invisible chain slowly emerged from Zhao Yin's palm and forcibly penetrated the little monkey's head. This is the power of Sss-Level supernatural powers. No matter how powerful the mutant beast is, even if it was an emperor-level beast in its previous life, as long as Zhao Yin is given a minute, it will obediently become his contracted beast. The biggest drawback of the contracted soul is that it cannot increase its own combat power before obtaining a powerful contracted beast. But once it grows up, no other superpowers can compare to it. In his previous life, when Lin Tianfeng first obtained superpowers, he almost died several times and survived with the help of Zhao Yin. But in the end, after Lin Tianfeng grew up, even if he met other superpower users of the same SSS level, most of them had to bow to him. The top SSS level psychics are comparable to emperor-level mutant beasts. But in his previous life, Lin Tianfeng trained 2 emperor-level beasts. At this moment, the chain formed by the soul of contract disappeared into the little monkey's body, and Zhao Yin felt its presence. Then, he directly heard the little monkey's voice. "Pig-faced monster, when are you going to give me the chicken leg?" "Bah!" Zhao Yin slapped the little monkey on the head, and his face turned dark. "From now on, I will be your master, remember." The little monkey covered his head with his hands and instinctively wanted to glare at the guy who hit him. But when it looked up and met Zhao Yin's eyes, the anger in its heart disappeared instantly, and a kind of respect from the bottom of its heart naturally rose up. At this moment, it felt that the guy in front of it was its closest person, and it needed to spend its whole life protecting him, fighting for him, and being his licker. For him, even if Pai Yinzi stabs me in the back, it's worth it. "Master, I am hungry," the little monkey said aggrievedly. Zhao Yin's expression looked much better then, and he threw the chicken leg directly to it. Soon, Zhao Yin learned from the little monkey's thoughts that when the end of the world came, it happened to fall into the zoo's reserve water well. For a month, the monkey survived by eating moss and drinking well water. At this time, it got the long-lost meat and swallowed it in a few bites, then looked at Zhao Yin pitifully. Zhao Yin thought about it and took out the sandwich again. This is the only food that can heal injuries. The little monkey was covered with wounds when fighting with a group of zombie monkeys. "Eat it, and then come with me to work." Zhao Yin threw it directly to it. The little monkey grabbed the bread and took a bite, and his eyes widened in an instant. The extraordinary food produced by Star Crystal is incomparable to any food before the end of the world. It is fresh, fragrant, and delicious, and melts in the mouth. It immediately swallowed it in big gulps. Zhao Yin swallowed his saliva quietly. He couldn't bear to eat the food that came out of the Star Crystal. "I secretly decided that I would never let this monkey do this again." After the little monkey finished eating the bread, the wounds on its body suddenly emitted spots of light and began to heal visibly. It seemed to have no feeling at all and continued to look at Zhao Yin pitifully. "Master, I'm still hungry. You hungry stinky bitch, hurry up and work with me." Zhao Yin cursed unhappily. Now he is very poor. How can he allow this monkey to do this? After saying that, Zhao Yin used his space ring to start collecting the concrete fragments that were blocking the door. After the zombie outbreak, the food before the apocalypse will quickly rot and disappear, and the materials that humans rely on for survival will be replaced by new species. The chicken leg just now is no longer fresh, and there is still a lot of food in the villa. Zhao plans to go home and take them all back and put them in the space ring for preservation now, so it is still safe to eat. He secretly planned to continue looking for star crystals after retrieving the food. At this time, it was already dawn. The temperature today has dropped a lot, similar to the summer before the apocalypse, around 30 degrees. Zhao led the little monkey out of the makeshift tomb mound, and the zoo was full of wandering animal zombies. It was several hours past midnight, and all the bodies had turned into zombies. Squeak! A zombie snake as thick as a bowl immediately discovered Zhao and swam over quickly. Zhao immediately opened the eye of true vision. Zombie snake. No evolution, strength 10, agility 12, spirit 0. Go kill it. Zhao took out the butcher knife and threw it to the little monkey. The little monkey received the order, took the knife, and stepped forward. But after it approached the zombie snake, its two short monkey legs suddenly began to tremble. Without waiting for the zombie snake to get close, the little monkey scurried back and hid behind Zhao tremblingly. Master, I am scared. What are you afraid of? Its attributes are far inferior to yours. Zhao grabbed the little monkey's neck and threw it towards the zombie snake. The little monkey screamed in fear, and before he could react, he saw a bloody mouth coming towards him to swallow him. He quickly lowered his body and narrowly avoided it. The zombie snake only had the instinct of hunting left. When it missed the first attack, it immediately wrapped around the little monkey. The little monkey rolled over on the ground to avoid it, squeaking and screaming in his heart, Master, help me, Master. I am dying, Master. I am dying. Sobby monkey, I'm not dead yet. Zhao cursed. Kill it. Then you can live, and you can enjoy delicious food with me in the future. If you can't kill it, you can be its blood food. He took out a pack of corn sausages, tore open the package and prepared to eat, but found that it had turned a little sour. But he still took a bite and smacked his lips. Delicious. The little monkey sniffed and suddenly seemed to be full of energy. Master, eat slowly. I will kill this bastard zombie snake right now. The expression on its face became ferocious, with its eyes bared and its mouth grinning. One of its hands suddenly grew larger and fiercely grabbed the zombie snake's vital point. Then the little monkey raised the butcher knife and chopped it down suddenly. Snap! This knife cut off a large piece of rotten flesh from the zombie snake, spurting out black blood plasma. Cut off its head. If you want to kill a zombie, you can only do so by cutting off its head. Zhao instructed from the side. The little monkey pulled hard, and the zombie snake's huge body was pulled directly in front of him. The knife came down with a wave of his hand. Snap! The zombie snake's head was cut off directly, and it became silent without even a twitch. Chapter 14, Buns. After the little monkey killed the zombie snake, he ran toward Zhao happily. It looked excited, even a little silly, totally unlike the ferocious mutant beast just now. Master, I killed that stinky snake. Zhao patted its head and said, well done. Remember, you are a powerful mutant beast. Zombies are not even worthy of carrying your shoes. The little monkey nodded repeatedly to show that he understood. The owner is praising it for being so powerful. However, its eyes never left the corn sausage in Zhao Yin's hand. Eat it. Zhao Yin took out a corn sausage and handed it to the eager little monkey. It immediately tore open the package and started eating. It didn't care at all that the food was not fresh. It finished it in a few bites and looked at Zhao Yin eagerly again. Zhao Yin pointed at the butcher knife that it had thrown on the ground and said, pick it up. Don't put it down without my order. In the end times, the knife is your life. The little monkey immediately picked it up obediently, but the expression on its face clearly showed disapproval. Don't believe it? Look back, Zhao Yin said. The little monkey looked back and saw 3 zombie wolves appear behind him. One of them was already biting his neck. The little monkey instinctively swung back and chopped off half of the zombie wolf's head. The other 2 zombie wolves had already surrounded it, one on the left and one on the right, and were biting it. At this time, the little monkey can only deal with one. It is bound to be bitten by another one. Bang! A big knife suddenly came smashing down, and the back of the knife landed on the head of the zombie wolf on the left, which was closer to the little monkey, instantly blowing it off. The little monkey also stabbed the zombie wolf on the right into its eye socket, then cleverly stirred it with force, and the zombie wolf immediately became motionless. The fear on its face did not disappear for a long time. In the wild, You must always be alert to your surroundings. If you lose your life, no matter how much food you will have nothing to eat. Zhao Ying put away the bone-cutting knife. But the remaining corn sausage was not given to the little monkey. It lowered its head, feeling unwilling but too embarrassed to ask for it. Zhao Ying walked forward with the bone-cutting knife in hand. In fact, he was deliberately training this little monkey. He didn't want to be like Lin Tianfeng in his previous life, who just used the contracted beast as a weapon. Once the minds of the contracted beasts are imprisoned, they will only become tools of killing. When Zhao Ying encounters danger in the future, it will be difficult for them to respond flexibly on their own. What Zhao Ying wanted more was that the little monkey would be able to handle things for him like a human in the future. The morning dew wet the concrete and steel bars among the ruins, as well as the broken glass, twisted metal doors and windows, and broken tiles. The whole world is desolate and ruined. Zhao Ying saw several new green buds growing out, and overnight, the destroyed world entered a new cycle. From now on, everything will be different. Many new species will appear, including mutated animals and plants. There are mutant beasts that kill and eat people. There are also crops that have mutated to the point of being extraordinary and feed most of the survivors. The survivors lost their homes and found a new world that was more dangerous, but full of possibilities. Most of the food has decayed and disappeared, but there are mutated animal meat and mutated fruits and vegetables, and even star crystals. Zhao Ying recalled his past life and slowly walked out of the old zoo site. Roar! The roar of zombies could be heard not far away. At this moment, people were surging among the ruins, and countless zombies were wandering aimlessly. Although Guangzhou City is not big, it is a downtown area. Without the cover of buildings, the zombies are crowded like a rural market or a pedestrian street in the city. Once Zhao Ying and the little monkey are exposed, they will be besieged by countless zombies and will be torn into pieces in an instant and become food for the zombies. Chill. Don't make any sound. Zhao Ying made a gesture to silence the little monkey. The little monkey's expression froze, and he followed Zhao Ying on tiptoe. The man and the monkey avoided the area where zombies were densely packed and carefully used the broken walls as cover to slowly leave. Finally, we left the downtown area and the zombies ahead were no longer dense. When Zhao Ying breathed a sigh of relief, he suddenly heard the little monkey's voice. Mantu, such a big Mantu. Looking back, the little monkey was drooling and his eyes were staring straight at somewhere. A female zombie was on the road ahead. Her clothes were tattered, and a pair of round buns on her chest were dangling. Steamed buns must be delicious. The little monkey licked his lips with a look of longing on his face. Zhao Ying grabbed its ears and lowered his voice. That's not a steamed bun. It's a zombie. You can't eat it. It's steamed buns. I ate them at the zoo before. The little monkey pointed at the female zombie and said stubbornly, Master, look, it's steamed buns. Roar! At this time, two more zombies came to the end of the site. They were a young man and a little boy, wandering not far from the female zombie. It looks like they were a family of 3 when they were alive. They still gathered together after becoming zombies, but they no longer recognized the most important people in their lives. The clothes of the 3 zombies were in tatters, and the little boy's pants were long gone, revealing a little sparrow. As for what was revealed on the man's body, Zhao Ying just ignored it. The main reason was that the young zombie was too big, and he felt a little ashamed of himself. You go and kill those 2 adult zombies, and leave the little zombies to me. Zhao Ying ordered in a low voice. Master, I'm scared. The little monkey was scared again. You're right, those are steamed buns with red dates. Eat them, and I'll let you eat them. Zhao Ying tempted. The little monkey looked at Zhao Ying suspiciously. Really? Of course it's true, I swear. Zhao Ying said seriously. The little monkey immediately picked up the butcher knife and rushed towards the nearest female zombie like a chicken blood. Zhao Ying said behind him, Remember to chop off the head directly. Roar! The female zombie heard the footsteps, looked over with her white eyes, revealing her yellow teeth, and let out a corpse roar that sounded like the friction of metal. The next moment, the female zombie went crazy and pounced on the little monkey. The little monkey easily avoided the female zombie's embrace, nimbly jumped behind the zombie, and stabbed it with the butcher knife. Puff! The knife stabbed the female zombie in the lower back. When it was pulled out, dark brown plasma came out. But the female zombie acted as if nothing had happened and turned around to continue attacking the little monkey. Squeak, 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 the little monkey screamed in fear. Then it remembered that its master had said to chop off the heads of zombies, so it quickly jumped up and dodged. At this time, The other two zombies noticed the movement here and ran towards the little monkey with roars. Roar, roar, roar. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The little monkey screamed and communicated with Zhao Yin in his mind. Master, help me. Stop yelling. Do you want to attract more zombies? Zhao Yin yelled, Stupid monkey. I told you to chop off its head. Do you understand? While cursing, Zhao Yin rushed forward with a bone-cutting knife, shot the child zombie in the head with the back of the knife, and then stopped the male zombie. Seeing this, the little monkey finally calmed down. It was enraged by the female zombie, and the hand holding the butcher knife suddenly grew bigger and longer and swung forward fiercely. Puff! The female zombie's head was split in half with one knife. Then, it saw Zhao Yin about to blow the male zombie's head off. Master, let go of that zombie. Let me do it. It was afraid that its master would not give it the bun, so in a hurry, its two furry monkey legs swelled up rapidly. After becoming huge, it took a quick step to block Zhao Yin. Puff! The butcher knife stabbed into the male zombie's eye socket, and the dark brown brain matter sprayed all over Zhao Yin's face again. A battle ended simply. Master, can I eat that steamed bun? The little monkey pointed at the female zombie and looked at Zhao Yin with a flattering look on his face. Zhao Yin wiped the brains off his face, then slapped the little monkey on the head. You only know how to eat. He didn't expect that the mighty and domineering mutant monkey in his previous life would be so stupid and greedy at the beginning of the apocalypse. The little monkey got slapped but didn't care. He continued to stand in front of Zhao Yin with his long legs, looking at him eagerly. Go eat, Zhao Yin said with his eyes wide open. Chapter 15 Evolution Potion. The little monkey suddenly became happy. His long legs shrank quickly, and he jumped to the body of the female zombie. It stretched out its furry hands and grabbed it. Then, the little monkey was stunned. Although it has no culture and is just a 6-month-old monkey, it does not mean that it is stupid. He quickly understood what was going on. His face fell, and he turned around to look at Zhao Yin with resentment. Why don't you eat? Zhao Yin asked unhappily. The little monkey retracted his hand in grievance and lowered his head. When he found that it was just a piece of meat from the female zombie, his mood became depressed. Zhao Yin took out a piece of bread that was already a little moldy from the space ring. I don't have any steamed buns, but I still have a few pieces of bread. The little monkey took the bread and instantly became happy again. It jumped and ate the bread, following Zhao Yin with its short legs. Along the way, they encountered a few scattered zombies. Zhao Yin ordered the little monkey to deal with them. With the reward of food, its courage gradually grew. Sometimes, even without Zhao Yin's order, the little monkey would take the initiative to rush forward and fight. 2 hours later, Zhao Yin finally took a detour back to the community. From afar, I saw my villa standing alone among the ruins. At this moment, a zombie was wandering outside the door. Zhao Yin immediately recognized that it was the community security guard Dongjun whom he had killed with his own hands, who had now become a zombie. This time, Zhao Yin didn't let the little monkey do it. He stepped forward himself and smashed the zombie's head with the back of his knife. Then he opened the door and entered the house with the little monkey. The supplies in the house are still there, with no signs of being touched. Perhaps all this should be thanks to the zombie Dongjun. It's just a pity that after this period of time, the food at home has deteriorated even more seriously. Zhao Yin had anticipated this and quickly stored everything into his space ring. In the following days, Zhao Yin took the little monkey out during the day to kill zombies and search for star crystals. Nowadays, all the star crystals on the surface have been devoured by the returning zombies, and the only way to get them is to take them out from the bodies of zombies. 3 days passed in a flash. Zhao Yin encountered a total of 9 zombies that had devoured star crystals and obtained 9 pieces of star crystals. The previous 7 star crystals were used to exchange for a piece of sandwich bread, 3 bottles of Nongfu Spring, a piece of instant noodles, a can of tuna, and a piece of compressed biscuit. All F-grade food and water. Zhao Yin was not surprised by this. In his previous life, most of the supplies that could be exchanged for star crystals were the lowest level of food and water. Good luck like that 3 days ago would not come often. Among them, tuna and compressed biscuits were supplies that had not been issued 3 days ago. Canned tuna. Grade F. Extraordinary food. Immunity to viruses below Grade F for 24 hours after consumption. Compressed biscuits. Grade F. Extraordinary food. Effective in maintaining vigorous energy for 72 hours. At this moment, Zhao Yin held the 2 star crystals he had just obtained today and let out a long sigh. For the past 3 days, he took the little monkey home to rest late at night every day. This body was still that of an ordinary person, The high-intensity fighting made Zhao Yin exhausted. There are still 2 star crystals left. It would be great if I could make an evolution potion, Zhao Yin said to the little monkey in his heart. The little monkey looked up at him, not understanding what the evolution potion was. Zhao Yin was too lazy to pay attention to it, and knocked open a piece of star crystal in his hand. The white light dissipated, and a bottle of mineral water appeared in front of Zhao Yin. As expected, it's Nongfu Spring again, the most useless star crystal product. Zhao Yin was speechless for a while, and knocked open the second star crystal, then turned to look at the little monkey beside him. Do you want to open more food? The little monkey immediately nodded vigorously. It has no interest in other materials, but it seems to be possessed by the extraordinary food. Ever since he ate the sandwich that day, the little monkey has been drooling in his dreams. Okay, if you give me another piece of food, I'll let you have a piece. Zhao Yin paused, suddenly feeling that it was not good to make random promises. The little monkey's breathing suddenly stopped, his pupils dilated, and he stared at Zhao Yin excitedly. After a pause, Zhao Yin said, I'll give you a piece of ordinary bread. Upon hearing this, the little monkey suddenly became listless. But it no longer had the courage to curse Zhao Yin in its heart, as it now understood that its pig-faced monster master could hear its thoughts. Zhao Yin smiled and felt better after teasing the little monkey. Only then did he turn around to see what had opened. The next moment, Zhao Yin's eyes narrowed. That's a black potion. Evolution potion. Grade F, primary potion. After taking it, it can activate the human evolution gene and become a new human. Whatever you think will come true. Has luck improved after rebirth? Even the introduction information of the Eye of True Vision has become much longer. Zhao Yin picked it up directly and said loudly with joy, Monkey, today I will give you another piece of bread. No, 2 pieces. The little monkey looked at the evolution potion in his hand and could feel the fluctuations in his master's heart. He squeaked twice listlessly. After Zhao Yin threw 2 pieces of moldy bread to the little monkey, he quickly locked the door and put all the extraordinary food in the space ring. All of them were taken out except for the can of tuna that could immunize against the virus. Under the pitiful eyes of the little monkey, Zhao Yin tore open the packaging of all the extraordinary foods and swallowed them in big mouthfuls. The little monkey was stunned for a moment, and the moldy bread in his hand fell to the ground unconsciously. Its saliva was 3 feet long, and it looked at its owner in disbelief. 2 days ago, the master said that these extraordinary foods were reserved for emergency use. Why did he eat them all? Didn't the master say that the extraordinary food could save the little monkey's life and his own life at the critical moment? It turns out that the owner kept all the food for himself and didn't give any to the little monkey. Zhao Yin was still eating the extraordinary food. In fact, all he wanted was the ability to resist hunger. In his previous life, Zhao Yin got the first bottle of evolution potion, but he didn't know the side effects at that time. When the effect of the potion took effect, he ate up all the food that he and Lin Tianfeng had accumulated for half a year in one go, and still almost starved to death. Zhao Yin could still endure that terrible feeling of hunger, but the damage to his body caused by lack of nutrition would require more than 10 days of rest to recover. The zombies should evolve in the next 2 days, and Zhao Yin doesn't have that much time to waste, so he chooses to eat most of the extraordinary food. At this time, except for the lucky ones who swallowed the star crystals, the ordinary zombies outside are about to form corpse crystals in their bodies. The corpse crystal can not only improve Zhao Yin's evolutionary strength, but also improve the little monkey's strength. After he consumed the evolution potion, he finally had some ability to protect himself against those zombies. After Zhao Yin finished eating the extraordinary food, he took out 5 bottles of Nongfu Spring and gulped down 3 of them. He stopped only when his stomach was full. The little monkey next to him swallowed his saliva. Zhao Yin said, When I become an evolver, we will go kill more zombies tomorrow, and I will let you eat the extraordinary food first. The little monkey looked at him with disbelief. Zhao Yin took out nearly 100 kilograms of ordinary spoiled food from the space ring and piled them all in front of him for use. Then he opened the evolution potion directly. Gulp! The medicine flowed down his throat. An intense pain spread rapidly throughout Zhao Yin's body. Every muscle in his body seemed to be crushed and reassembled. At the same time, Zhao Yin's body became visibly thinner. His round belly slowly shrank, and the extraordinary food he had eaten was being consumed rapidly. 10 minutes later, Zhao Yin's entire body was red, sweat was gushing out, and black stains were oozing out of his pores. In an instant, the room was filled with an unpleasant smell. This kind of terrible pain is hard for ordinary people to bear. In previous lives, it is said that many people committed suicide because they could not bear it. Some people with weak willpower even died directly from the pain. Zhao Yun clenched his teeth and couldn't help but let out a muffled groan from his mouth and nose. His face was distorted. He stretched out his hand tremblingly, grabbed the Nungfu spring in front of him, drank it all in one breath, and then began to tear open the packaging bags of spoiled food. Seeing that Zhao Yin's hands were shaking, the little monkey quickly ran over to help tear the packaging. It didn't eat anything secretly. It fed all the open food into Zhao Yin's mouth and then poured water into his mouth. At this moment, the monkey was like taking care of his bedridden father. An hour later, Zhao Yin's body finally stopped shaking and the pain was subsiding. 2 hours later, even though Zhao Yin ate extraordinary food and 50 or 60 kilograms of ordinary food, his cheeks became sunken due to weight loss. 3.5 hours later, after eating more than 100 kilograms of food, Zhao Yin collapsed on the bed and fell asleep. Before falling asleep, he ordered the little monkey, "Protect me well. When I wake up, I will take you to find extraordinary food." The little monkey grabbed Zhao Yin's bone-cutting knife and squatted in front of the bed, not moving an inch. Looks as cute as a child. Chapter 16, The Evolution Speed of Zombies. Roar! More than 10 kilometers away from Zhao Yin's villa, a zombie that looked like a middle-aged man dug up the concrete, grabbed a piece of star crystal, and lay on its back roaring. The next moment, it tilted its head back and swallowed it. Although the dozen or so zombies surrounding nearby were all restless, none of them dared to go up and rob. This is the second star crystal this zombie has swallowed. It is more powerful than any other zombie around it. The injuries on the middle-aged zombie's body had long since recovered, and his body was visibly expanding. The unknown substance in the air brought by the meteorite seemed to be attracted by the star crystals in his body and quickly filled his body. A few minutes later, the middle-aged zombie had grown to more than 2 meters tall. The suit he was wearing had long been torn, revealing his muscular body, bulging chest muscles that looked like iron plates, arms as thick as buckets, and a large piece of clothing under his pants that was as thick as his forearm. A terrifying aura erupted from it. At the same time, zombies everywhere are moving strangely, and the first batch of evolved zombies are beginning to appear. Even the zombies that did not swallow the star crystals or flesh and blood, most of their bodies have recovered and are slowly changing. At this time, most of the survivors were still hiding in various corners, and a small number of people walked out of the shelters, either because they had run out of food or because they did not want to sit and wait for death. In short, they chose to face the end of the world bravely. There are mutated beasts that start capturing survivors for food, and there are also mutated beasts that feed on zombies. Of course, they may also become food for zombies and survivors. In front of Zhao Yin's villa, a green sprout 3 days ago has grown to 1 meter high. The artificial lakeshore not far away is emerald green. When Zhao Yin woke up, it was already the next morning. Feeling that he sat up without much effort, Zhao Yin clenched his fists. A force flowed through his body, and the feeling of being an evolver in his previous life returned. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The little monkey jumped up and down happily in front of Zhao Yin's bed, dancing with joy, and said in his heart, "Master is not dead, so good. Master is not dead, so good. I will have something to eat in the future." Bang! Zhao Yin slapped the little monkey on the head. Originally, Zhao Yin felt relieved after hearing the first half of the sentence, as he felt that at least there was a monkey in this world who cared about him. But after hearing the second half of the sentence, I really wanted to slap this greedy monkey to death. "You only know how to eat," Zhao Yin scolded. The little monkey covered his head and looked at him timidly. Zhao Yin felt hungry, so he took out a few ordinary compressed biscuits from his space ring and ate them with mineral water. The only extraordinary food left in hand now was the most important tuna. Among the ordinary food, only the compressed biscuits were not seriously spoiled. The little monkey looked at him eagerly. "Master, I'm hungry too." Zhao Yin recalled the scene before he fell into a coma. The little monkey tried his best to feed him the food. It didn't steal any food at all, so it threw away the 2 most spoiled sausages. Zhao Yin no longer cared about the little monkey. He opened the eye of true vision and observed his evolved self. Human male, awaken superpower, F-class evolver, strength 15, agility 17, stamina 13, spirit 24, life countdown, 29,920 days. Compared to before evolution, the overall attributes are twice that of ordinary people, and even the lifespan has been extended by more than 20 years. If nothing unexpected happened, Zhao Yin could live to be over 100 years old. His strength and stamina were a few points higher than when he just evolved in his previous life. This should be the result of eating extraordinary food before the evolution. Zhao Yin was very satisfied and threw 2 more sausages to the little monkey. Now the little monkey is no longer as hungry as at the beginning, and his mouth has become more picky. He no longer wolfs down the spoiled sausage. It quietly looked at Zhao Yin, who was eating compressed biscuits, its eyes full of grievance. If you don't want to eat it, give it back to me. Do you know how many people are hungry now? Zhao Yin stared. In fact, if he had better food, he would not feed the monkey sour ham and moldy bread. I have to keep the less spoiled biscuits for myself, so I can only give this to the monkey. Zhao Yin scolded. Do you know how many mutant beasts envy you? Many of them can't even eat moss now. There are countless mutant beasts that are smarter and more loyal than you, but they are all starving to death. Do you know how lucky you are to have a master like me? The little monkey's expression turned horrified, and he nodded repeatedly. Master, I don't dislike the food you gave me. It's delicious, delicious. It chewed it in big mouthfuls, trying to make itself look as delicious as possible. It seemed as if it was afraid that Zhao Yin would go find other smarter and more loyal mutant beasts and give up this useless little monkey. Zhao Yin nodded in satisfaction. When you are full, come with me to work. He turned around and began to pack his things. The food and water had already been put into the space ring. As for the pots, pans, clothes, and bedding, as long as it could be taken away, Zhao Yin put them all into the space ring. Next, Zhao Yin didn't plan to come back. Most of the zombies that had devoured the star crystals nearby have been killed by him and the little monkey in the past few days. If you want to continue searching for star crystals, you can only go further away. Coming back is no longer realistic. The end of the world. Where is home? When leaving the villa, Zhao Yin looked back. The villa was left by his parents and has sheltered him for 2 lifetimes. When you come back again, this place may have been destroyed by mutant beasts or zombies, or it may be occupied by other survivors. Zhao Yin thought about it and decided to leave the key in front of the door. It's not that he is so kind, but he doesn't want the survivors to break down the door. After all, it is a relic left by his parents. All the zombies nearby were killed by Zhao Yin in the past few days, and now there are scattered zombies wandering over. Back, several zombies instantly discovered Zhao Yin and the little monkey and immediately rushed over here. Zhao Yin tightened the bone-cutting knife in his hand and rushed forward. His physique is now twice that of an ordinary person, giving him amazing explosive power. His already extremely fast speed, coupled with the amplification of the E-level equipment fishnet stockings, made his figure so fast that it was dizzying, and a gust of wind was raised behind him. Bang! One zombie was shot in the head by Zhao Yin before it could react. The other zombies then sensed Zhao Yin's presence and rushed towards him with roars. In Zhao Yin's eyes now, they were as slow as dog shit. He swung the bone-cutting knife, and there were several loud bangs. Puff, puff, puff. All of them had their heads smashed. Dark brown brain matter splattered everywhere. Zhao Yin put away the bone-cutting knife and stood there, wiping the dirt off his face, a sense of heroism rising in his heart. In his previous life, after he obtained the evolution potion, these zombies had already evolved to become more powerful, and they could only survive cautiously. Now, with the strength of an F-level evolver, he can completely crush the unevolved zombies. The zombies are too weak. The little monkey behind him came running over with a curled, pig-killing knife in his hand, and was stunned when he saw the scene. Then it looked at its master with admiration, muttering in its heart, Master has been so afraid of death these days. Why did he suddenly become so fierce? Then, the little monkey remembered that his master could hear his thoughts. He looked up and met Zhao Yin's unfriendly gaze. The little monkey quickly hugged his head and begged in his heart, Master, please don't hit me. I didn't mean to say that about your master. Zhao Yin no longer paid attention to the chattering monkey. He walked forward and used a bone-cutting knife to pull open the zombie's broken head. He bent down and picked up a peanut-sized crystal from the dark brown brain matter. Then he took out a rag from the space ring, wiped it clean, and placed it in the palm of his hand. The crystal was white and translucent, just like the white jade before the end of the world. At this moment, under the dim sunlight, it reflects a beautiful glow. Sure enough, some of these zombies have evolved into corpse crystals. To what extent have the zombies that have devoured star crystals evolved at this time? F-class or E-class? Zhao Yin remembered that there was another kind of zombie in his previous life. They were extremely lucky and swallowed more than one star crystal at the beginning of the apocalypse. It was completely beyond the ability of any survivor at that time to deal with. The survivors called them zombie kings. It was not until later that an Sss-Level superpower came into everyone's sight, and many powerful people joined forces to kill the zombie king. However, the zombie king had never appeared in this area in his previous life, so he and the little monkey should not encounter it for the time being. Next, Zhao Yin directly crushed the corpse crystal in his hand. An unknown energy penetrated into his body through the palm of his hand. The next moment, he felt nothing, and Zhao Yin looked at his body. Human male, awaken superpower, F-class evolver, evolution degree 100/0.01, strength 15, agility 17, physical strength 13, spirit 24, life countdown, 29,923 days. Chapter 17, female zombie. Consuming an ordinary corpse crystal only increases the degree of evolution pitifully little. If Zhao Yin wants to become an E-level evolver, he needs to consume 10,000 such ordinary corpse crystals. But if he switches to F-level corpse crystals, 100 of them will allow him to evolve to E-level. And only one E-level corpse crystal is needed. Every time the corpse crystal rises to a higher level, the energy bonus will be 100 times. Zhao Yin opened the heads of several other corpses and found no corpse crystals had evolved. The evolution speed of these zombies is extremely terrifying. It won't be long before corpse crystals will evolve in the heads of all zombies, and even F-level zombies may appear. He continued to move forward with the little monkey and the bone-cutting knife. He could collect a piece of corpse crystal from time to time, and Zhao Yin's strength was slowly growing. Evolution degree 100/0.02. Evolution degree 100/0.03. Evolution degree 100/0.18. Everything is going on in an orderly manner. In front of them was an old school site, with thousands of zombies as far as the eye could see. Zhao Yin was startled and wanted to take the little monkey around, but suddenly he stopped and looked at one of the female zombies in school uniform. Female zombie, no rank, evolution degree 100/98, strength 18, agility 11, spirit 0. It turned out to be a zombie that was about to evolve to F-level. Zhao Yin was certain that this zombie evolved so quickly. There must be star crystals in its body. And there is also a corpse crystal that is about to reach F-level. These are all he needs right now. Monkey, do you want to eat extraordinary food? Zhao Yin asked in a low voice. The little monkey's eyes immediately lit up and he looked over eagerly. Zhao Yin pointed at the female zombie and said in a low voice, "See? That's a zombie carrying a star crystal." The little monkey turned around and stared blankly at the dark group of zombies. "You go lead the other zombies away. I'll kill that zombie, take the star crystal, and we'll run away together." Zhao Yin bewitched. "If what you prescribe is food, as long as it doesn't have healing and antiviral properties, I'll give you half." The little monkey swallowed his saliva and communicated with Zhao Yin in his mind. "Master, if I am caught by zombies, you must save me." Zhao Yin Dao. "Don't worry, as long as I am still alive, I will never let you die first." Over the past few days, the little monkey followed Zhao Yin in killing zombies and has gradually mastered his special abilities. His legs quickly swelled up, and in the blink of an eye, they turned into the pair of long legs that Zhao Yin was familiar with. Squeak! The little monkey screamed, and instantly rushed out of the broken wall where he and Zhao Yin were hiding. With its long legs, it jumped several meters high and ran wildly around the periphery of the zombie group. Roar! 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 The quiet world is like pouring a drop of water into a boiling oil pan. The roar is deafening. All the zombies were enraged by the monkey's provocation and started chasing it madly. The little monkey was moving very fast. From Zhao Yin's angle, he could only see a red but moving up and down as it ran frantically around the school playground, screaming in fear from time to time. Only the female zombie did not move. It had just devoured the star crystal, and the energy in its body was still saturated. So for now, he doesn't have the same desire for flesh and blood as other zombies. Zhao Yin understood this, which is why he let the little monkey attract the zombies. "Help, master, help!" The group of corpses behind the little monkey gathered more and more, and he screamed in fright. From time to time, it would turn around and shoot a cold gun to kill one, and then quickly flee. Zhao Yin ignored the little monkey's cry for help. He waited for the last few zombies around the female zombie to go away, then he spread his body and ran forward, his speed soaring to the extreme. In fact, Zhao Yin understood that he was letting the little monkey risk his life. It is impossible for a low-grade mutant beast to last long if it uses its supernatural powers. As long as the little monkey loses its long legs, it will instantly become food for the zombies. The strong wind whistled past Zhao Yin's ears. When he was still 7 or 8 meters away from the female zombie, he suddenly jumped up, raised the bone-cutting knife high, and chopped towards the female zombie's head. At this time, the female zombie seemed to sense something. She slowly raised her head and looked at Zhao Yin, who was falling from the sky. Her dead fish-like eyes were calm, and she instinctively raised her hand to grab the bone-cutting knife. Snap! The knife directly cut off the female zombie's right hand at the wrist, and its body fell out suddenly under the influence of the huge force. Zhao Yin's body fell to the ground, and then bounced up again in an instant. The bone-cutting knife made a sound of breaking through the air and chopped down fiercely. Roar! The female zombie didn't know how to dodge, so she just opened her mouth and bit. With a click, the bone-cutting knife in Zhao Yin's hand was actually bitten by it. The blade cut the corners of its mouth, and dark brown blood flowed. The 2 rows of yellowed fangs pierced through the blade directly. It was obvious that this zombie had evolved from teeth, and the teeth had reached F level. Zhao Yin had no intention of drawing his knife. He let go of his hand without hesitation, and at the same time, the butterfly knife in the space ring appeared in his palm. With the speed bonus of the fishnet stockings, Zhao Yin flashed and appeared behind the female zombie. The butterfly knife in his hand easily cut off its neck like cutting tofu. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Yin turned around and grabbed the female zombie's hair. Just take the head off. At this time, the bone-cutting knife was still in its mouth. Monkey run back! Zhao Yin shouted loudly. The little monkey's legs were trembling in the distance. There were countless zombies around him. In just a few minutes, all the energy in his body was almost exhausted. Seeing the human head in its owner's hand, the little monkey squeaked excitedly, turned around, and ran toward Zhao Yin. Master, don't forget the extraordinary food you promised me. It was planning to communicate with its master, but suddenly it saw Zhao Yin had already started moving, running at maximum speed, and in the blink of an eye it disappeared. The little monkey's mind was full of question marks. Didn't he say that as long as he was still alive, he wouldn't let himself die first? Zhao Yin ran 5 kilometers in one breath before he felt safe. He threw the female zombie's head to the ground, sat on it, and gasped. The reason why the little monkey followed and ran back was that the way they came was more familiar. Would that stupid monkey be dead? Snap! Snap! The head under the butt was still biting the bone-cutting knife hard. Zhao Yin grasped the handle of the knife and pulled it out. He saw that the bone-cutting knife was covered with rolled-up iron slag, and the blade bones that could bear the force had been bitten off. It seems that it is not available. Zhao Yin felt distressed, and finding a suitable long weapon became the top priority. Squeak, squeak, squeak! The little monkey finally caught up, and its huge legs turned into short legs without knowing when. Its upper right arm and chest were bleeding. Master, I'm back! When it saw Zhao Yin, the gloom on the monkey's face disappeared in an instant, and it ran towards Zhao Yin excitedly. Zhao Yin coughed and looked at the monkey who trusted him, and suddenly felt a little guilty. Little monkey, you have worked hard. I have decided to reward you. Chapter 18, B-Level Shooting Talent. The little monkey looked at Zhao Yin excitedly and flattered him. I knew the master wouldn't let me work for nothing. Zhao Yin took out the bone-cutting knife that he had just put away, held it high, and smashed it hard at a meteorite on the ground. The little monkey was wondering what his master was doing when, with a clang, the bone-cutting knife, which had already broken at the blade, suddenly fell off the handle. Zhao Yin held the 1.5-meter-long rebar handle and handed it to the little monkey generously. Here, your new weapon. The little monkey jumped back and forth excitedly. The butcher knife that his master rewarded him with had its edge bent and was completely unusable after the fight just now. It took the rebar handed over by Zhao Yin and waved it vigorously a few times, its dark eyes full of gratitude. Thank you, master. You are so good to me. Zhao Yin let the little monkey continue to be excited on his own and took out the head of the female zombie under his butt. At this time, the head of this zombie that was about to evolve to F level was not completely dead yet, and its teeth were still biting the air with a crackling sound. Zhao Yin kicked the head to the little monkey's feet, pointed at it, and ordered, "Try the power, smash it." The little monkey originally wanted to find something to try out his new weapon, so he picked up the steel rod and smashed it down. Baji! The female zombie's head was smashed like a watermelon, and her brains were all over the ground. Zhao Yin personally stepped forward and took out 2 crystals from the brain. One of them was a circle larger than a peanut, as white as mutton fat jade, and was the corpse crystal of a female zombie. It is only 1 step away from F-grade corpse crystal. The other piece, of course, is Zhao Yin's favorite star crystal. Zhao Yin thought about it and did not absorb the corpse crystal immediately. He looked at the little monkey who was carefully wiping the brain from the steel stick. Its actions were extremely serious, and it treated the new weapon given by its master as tenderly as Zhao Yin treated those little lovers before the end of the world. Now if Zhao Yin wants to evolve to E-level, he needs nearly 100 F-level corpse crystals. But if this corpse crystal is given to the little monkey, maybe it can successfully evolve from no grade to F grade. The physical attributes of the gradeless little monkey are comparable to those of an F-level evolver. If it evolves to F-level, it will definitely be able to fight against E-level zombies. Increasing the little monkey's strength is to increase Zhao Yin's own strength. Little monkey, I told you that as long as you work hard, I will reward you handsomely. Here, take this. Zhao Yin threw the corpse crystal directly over. The little monkey had seen Zhao Yin absorb corpse crystals before, and vaguely knew that this thing could increase strength. Moreover, this is the corpse crystal produced by a zombie that is about to evolve to level 1. I didn't expect that the owner would give it to me. Seeing both weapons and corpse crystals, the little monkey was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. He clasped his hands together and bowed to Zhao Yin. Don't rush to absorb it. I'll build a shelter for you, Zhao Yin said, and used his space ring to collect concrete on the spot, and soon built a grave mound. He grabbed the little monkey by the neck and threw it directly in, then sealed the entrance and exit. This way, even if there is some noise, it will not disturb the nearby zombies. Next, Zhao Yin no longer paid attention to the little monkey and grasped the star crystal and exerted force suddenly. Click! The powerful force of the F-level evolver instantly crushed the star crystal, and a ball of white light appeared in Zhao Yin's hand. After waiting for the white light to fade away, a green pill appeared in the palm of his hand. Talent pill. Grade B, enhances and strengthens a talent. Zhao Yin's heart skipped a beat. It turned out to be a Class B pill. He had eaten the talent pill in his previous life. He put it directly into his mouth. A sweet taste melted in his mouth and went down his throat. The next moment, Zhao Yin's mind went blank, and an indescribable enlightenment emerged in his heart. Human male, awaken superpower, F-class evolver, evolution degree 100 to 0.39. Strength 15, agility 17, physical strength 13, spirit 24, talent. B-class shooting, life countdown. 29,923 days. This talent pill actually enhanced Zhao Yin's shooting talent. Humans are born with all kinds of talents, but they vary in strength. At this moment, Zhao Yin had a feeling that he could operate both guns and crossbows skillfully, and even surpass those professional athletes before the apocalypse by 18 streets. Zhao Yin had the urge to get a long-range weapon immediately. However, it is currently difficult to make long-range weapons from star crystals, so we can only start with ordinary weapons. Soon, Zhao Yin remembered something. In his previous life, he happened to hear someone mention that there was a shooting range in Guangzhou City, and the owner had collected a sniper rifle in his office before he died. It was an M82A1, known as the king of sniper rifles, with a range of up to 2 kilometers. The bullets could easily penetrate armored vehicles 1,000 meters away and easily penetrate target buildings. With Zhao Yin's current shooting talent, he can easily control it. Boom! The grave mound behind Zhao Yin suddenly shook, and a fist as big as a casserole suddenly knocked a piece of concrete away, and then a terrifying figure slowly crawled out. It was 2 meters tall, covered with golden hair, and had muscles like the roots of an old tree. One of its arms was as thick as Zhao Yin's waist. Zhao Yin subconsciously opened the eye of true vision. Growth stage macaque. F-level mutant beast, strength 28, agility 36, stamina 24, spirit 9, bloodline talent. Gigantic frenzy. As expected, he was not disappointed. The little monkey successfully evolved to level F. Except for mental power, all attributes are almost twice that of Zhao Yin. Faced with a huge monster in front of him, even though Zhao Yin was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but tremble. The little monkey has now grown completely huge. Even if Zhao Yin uses all his equipment, he may not be able to defeat it. Huh! The little monkey shook off the sand all over his body, which immediately splashed all over Zhao Yin. Bang! Zhao Yin jumped up and slapped the little monkey on the head. How dare you! You don't take me seriously just after you evolve? The monkey quickly shrank back to its original form, instinctively holding its head with both hands, and said in its mind, I'm sorry, master, it's too dark in there, I'm scared. So it came out on its own initiative. Zhao Yin hooked his finger, and the little monkey immediately ran to his feet, bowing with both hands and trying his best to please him. Zhao Yin carefully looked at the little monkey that had recovered its appearance. It looked a lot bigger than before the evolution. Come on, follow me to kill zombies and try out your new abilities. Master, I'm hungry again. The little monkey pulled Zhao Yin's trouser leg. Zhao Yin thought about it and realized that it really didn't eat much today. In fact, the best food for mutant beasts is mutant beast meat. Unfortunately, Zhao Yin has only encountered one mutant beast, a little monkey, since the end of the world. Otherwise, Zhao Yin still would not give the beast meat to it to eat, and it would just have one more contracted beast by its side. Zhao Yin sensed the supplies in the space ring and found that there was not much food left. He simply took out the most spoiled pieces of bread one by one. There were 6 pieces in total, and threw them all to the little monkey. Watching it swallowing in big gulps, Zhao Yin also took out a piece of compressed biscuit and started chewing it with mineral water. After the man and the monkey had eaten and drunk their fill, they set out again to kill zombies. Their destination was the shooting range in Zhao Yin's memory. In the end times, the only way to survive is to keep killing. Materials and strength are always the core. Walking and stopping along the way, time passed by unknowingly. Song Xiaojian, go and lead those zombies away. Your sister and I will be safe when we go in. Outside the mostly collapsed shooting range, Wang Quan hid behind a half-meter-high piece of concrete and spoke to Song Xiaojian beside him in a commanding tone. Brother Wang, you've eaten all the food. My brother hasn't eaten for a few days. He almost got into trouble when he killed that zombie just now. We can't. Song Xiaodao was interrupted by Wang Quan before he finished speaking. I ate the food because I wanted to recover from my injuries. Besides, the food was originally given to you by me. Now my body has not recovered yet. If Song Xiaojian doesn't go, will you go? Song Xiaodao wanted to say something else, but Song Xiaojian raised his hand to stop her. Song Xiaojian raised his eyes and looked at Wang Quan. Brother Wang, it was you who brought Xiaodao and me into that office. We 2 siblings have always been grateful. You said that you gave me the food, and I won't argue, but I really can't run anymore. If I die here, who will run errands for you in the future? I only know that if no one leads those zombies away, the 3 of us will starve to death here. Wang Quan said coldly, his left hand quietly reaching behind him. Let's go somewhere else to have a look, Brother Wang, please. Song Xiaojian's face was pale, his lips were cracked, and he spoke weakly. There are zombies everywhere. I've been searching for a long time, but this is the only place that hasn't collapsed completely. Where else can I go? Wang Quan suddenly pulled out a dagger from behind him. He then put his hand on Song Xiaodao's neck and said, If you don't go, I will kill your sister. Chapter 19, The Corpse and the Boy. Xiaodao. Song Xiaojian was shocked. Brother Wang, what are you going to do? Let go of Xiaodao. Brother, I have no choice. I'm sorry, but if you don't go, we will all die. This is the only thing I can do, Wang Quan said viciously. Although Wang Quan usually speaks in a domineering manner, he is the savior of the 2 siblings after all. They never imagined that the other party would do such a thing. Brother Wang, let me go. Song Xiaodao struggled violently. I can't let my brother go anymore. I can run faster than him now. Besides, Brother Wang, your legs are fine. Why don't you go? Bang! Wang Quan slapped Song Xiaodao hard on the face. The little girl's tender cheeks swelled up instantly and blood flowed from the corners of her mouth. I didn't fucking tell you to speak. Wang Quan glared at him fiercely. Song Xiaodao was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't understand how someone could change their attitudes so quickly. Roar! 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 Several zombies not far away were startled by the slap and quickly ran over here. Wang Quan didn't expect that he would attract the attention of the zombies. His face suddenly changed and he shouted in a trembling voice, Song Xiaojian, if you don't leave now, your sister and I will die here. Should I die alone or both of you? Think it over carefully. Song Xiaojian's face turned pale instantly, and he had almost no choice. Brother, you can't go, Song Xiaodao said with tears. Song Xiaojian smiled miserably and suddenly didn't know what to say to his sister. He had so many things to say in his heart, so many that he could never finish saying them in his lifetime, and he didn't know which one to say first. Before my parents died, I promised them that I would protect you as long as I had a breath left in me, said Song Xiaojian. After saying that, Song Xiaojin didn't dare to look into his sister's eyes. He stared at Wang Quan and said, "Brother Wang, I hope you can be nicer to my sister. Otherwise, even if I, Song Xiaojian, turn into a zombie, I will never let you go. Go with peace of mind. Xiao Dao is still a child. What can I do to her?" Wang Quan said with a smile. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the approaching zombies and urged, "Go!" Song Xiaojian no longer hesitated, turned around, and rushed out of the shelter. "Brother!" Song Xiao Dao wanted to shout loudly, but Wang Quan covered his mouth tightly. She struggled desperately, but could only watch as her last relative in the apocalypse left without looking back. Roar! When several zombies saw Song Xiaojian, they all went crazy and chased after him quickly with stiff steps. Song Xiaojian ran among the uneven ruins, his steps stumbling. He just wanted to lead the zombies farther away. Farther away? Only in this way can my sister survive. In fact, Song Xiaojin knew that as long as Wang Quan encountered danger, he would let Song Xiaodao die first. Behind Song Xiaojian, more and more zombies gathered, attracting all the nearby zombies. As the noise grew louder, zombies farther away also heard the sound and rushed over. At this time, Wang Quan saw Song Xiaojian going away. A smile appeared on his lips, and he finally let go of Song Xiaodao. "Don't worry, I won't let you die. When I take you to a safe place, I will sell you for a good price." Song Xiaodao did not shout or scream. He just looked in the direction where his brother disappeared and shed tears silently. She understood that if she attracted more zombies, her brother would have died in vain. She will definitely live well and live for her brother. Live longer than anyone else. Let's go in and find something to eat. Wang Quan patted his butt, stood up, and walked towards the half-collapsed gate of the shooting range. Song Xiaodao turned around and stared at Wang Quan's back. At this moment, there was only hatred in the eyes of the 12-year-old girl. She followed without saying a word. Zhao Yin saw a dark mass of zombies from afar. There were more of them than those in the school before, at least 5,000 or 6,000 of them, chasing a young man. Damn it, Zhao Yin couldn't help but swear. In his previous life, no one told him that there would be a tide of zombies at the shooting range, so he hurriedly took the little monkey to hide. As for saving the young man, Zhao Yin never even thought about it. What bad luck! Zhao Yin cursed in his heart, not understanding how an ordinary teenager who was not even an evolver could attract so many zombies. Zhao Yin and the little monkey went around them from a distance and waited until the young man had led the tide of corpses away. Then they took a detour to the outside of the shooting range. At this time, there was no zombie nearby, and it seemed that the young man intended to take all the zombies away. Zhao Yin became more and more confused. Was the boy crazy? Soon Zhao Yin stopped thinking about it. There are all kinds of people in the apocalypse. Maybe he is tired of living and wants to have some exciting fun at the end of his life. Zhao Yin went straight into the shooting range. The buildings that had not collapsed yet were full of cracks and were in danger. He took the little monkey and went straight to the old site of the office. According to the information obtained in the previous life, the owner of the shooting range usually lives in the shooting range and has a secretary in the office lounge area. When the end of the world came, the office building was collapsed by a meteorite. The sniper rifle was in the basement at the bottom of the office building, which was also the place where the boss kept his mistress during his lifetime. Zhao Yin quickly found the entrance to the basement. Under a piece of concrete weighing about 3 or 4 tons, a corner of the metal door was exposed, which was similar to what the man in the previous life described. If it were an ordinary person, it might take a huge amount of effort, but Zhao Yin just activated the space ring, and the huge concrete block disappeared instantly. Then Zhao Yin took out a butterfly knife, punched the electronic lock suddenly, and twisted hard to cut off the lock spring. "Go and open the door." Zhao Yin pulled out a butterfly knife and ordered. The little monkey immediately stepped forward, and his body swelled rapidly. The terrifying giant creature covered with golden hair appeared before his eyes again. Its figure was as big as a mountain, exuding a huge oppressive force. The little monkey grabbed the door handle with his huge hand and slowly applied force. Crunch, crunch! A harsh sound of metal friction was heard, and then the deformed metal door was pulled down by it. Roar! At this moment, a dark shadow came out from the door and pounced on the little monkey. Zhao Yin saw clearly that it was a middle-aged male zombie who had not yet evolved. Judging from his dress, he should be the owner of this shooting range. The little monkey simply stretched out a huge palm like a palm leaf fan and slapped it downwards. The zombie's head immediately shrank into its chest, but its hands were still grasping the little monkey's thick fur, but it didn't even pull off a few hairs. The little monkey seemed to be humiliated. He raised the huge metal door panel in his hand and smashed it down. Puff! The dark brown blood plasma flowed all over the floor, and the basement, which was originally just a little moldy, suddenly smelled fishy. When the door panel was lifted up, the zombies were smashed into meat patties. "Look what you've done to the room." Zhao Yun glared at it. The little monkey knew that he had used too much force and scratched his head embarrassedly. Zhao Yun pinched his nose and walked in. Suddenly, another zombie ran out from the inner room. She looked like a young girl in her early 20s, dressed in tattered clothes. Even though it has turned into a zombie, you can still tell that it was definitely a beauty when it was alive. "Master, isn't that really a steam bun?" The little monkey was drooling instantly, completely forgetting the lesson from last time. Zhao Yun swung the butterfly knife in his hand and directly split the beautiful zombie's head in half, then turned around and said, "It's not a steamed bun." He bent down and poked the brains of the two zombies with a butterfly knife, but did not find any corpse crystals. He was about to move forward when he suddenly caught a glimpse of the little monkey still drooling over the dead beauty zombie. Zhao Yun sensed its inner voice. So big, two of them. It would be great if they were steamed buns. "Don't look at it anymore. When we find the mutant wheat, I will steam a pot of steamed buns for you every day. Let's go." Zhao Yun sighed. "I don't know why it grows so big. Look how greedy the child is." The little monkey followed Zhao Yun reluctantly and walked into the inner room. A foul smell hit his nose. The floor was full of feces, urine, used condoms, toilet paper, and food packaging. Chapter 20 Weaponry. It is conceivable that after the end of the world, the shooting range owner and his secretary would eat, drink, defecate, and urinate in this bedroom. Eventually, they ran out of food, and the high temperature outside made them afraid to go out, so the two of them starved to death here and turned into zombies 4 days ago. Zhao Yun and the little monkey rummaged through the boxes and cabinets, but found nothing they needed except 2 pieces of silver. The food and water had long been taken away by the couple, and there was no sign of the sniper rifle. Zhao Yun was puzzled, because he had seen that sniper rifle with his own eyes in his previous life. There must be a dark room. Zhao Yun began to pay attention to the walls around him. The eye of true vision has no effect on ordinary objects, but the eyesight enhanced by the soul of contract is of great use at this time. Zhao Yun soon discovered that there was something different about the wallpaper on the wall. A tiny gap can be faintly seen behind it, which is difficult to detect with the naked eye, but it cannot escape Zhao Yun's eyes. Zhao Yun walked forward and knocked, and sure enough, a hollow, muffled sound was heard. He took out a butterfly knife and thrust it forward suddenly, piercing through the alloy metal door along with the wallpaper. Zhao Yun pulled it down hard, and there was a swish sound just like cutting tofu. The enormous damage caused by the extraordinary weapons is completely incomparable to any metal before the end of the world. Zhao Yun directly cut out a square, put away the butterfly knife, and kicked out. With a clang, the cut-off part was kicked away by Zhao Yun. A square entrance about 1 square meter appeared on the wall. Zhao Yun turned on the flashlight and stepped in first. The little monkey quickly shrank its body and followed behind its master. The dark room is about 50 square meters in size. As soon as Zhao Yun walked in, he saw a mountain of banknotes placed in the middle. It was estimated that there were at least 70 or 80 million 100 yuan bills. If it was placed before the end of the world, it would be enough to drive most people crazy, but now it has become waste paper. After the apocalypse, this pile of cash was no better than a piece of moldy bread to the owner of the shooting range at the time. Zhao Yun ignored the pile of junk and scanned the entire dark room. Various antiques, calligraphy, and paintings filled 3 rows of shelves, and an exquisite long wooden box was placed on the top table. Zhao Yun stepped forward and opened the wooden box, inside which were all the parts of the M82A1 sniper rifle. There were 60 large-caliber armor-piercing shells on the side. A smile appeared on Zhao Yun's face. He finally got it. He picked up the parts and started assembling them directly. Click, click, click. With 7 years of experience in playing with guns in his previous life, Zhao Yun's assembly speed could definitely surpass that of any Special Forces soldier. Soon, a majestic sniper rifle was assembled. Zhao Yun aimed the gun at an antique vase, and murderous intent suddenly arose in his heart. This type of gun is generally used by the military, and most of them are equipped on small ships or armed helicopters, and are extremely powerful. With Zhao Yun's current strength as an F-level evolver, he can simply hold the sniper rifle in his hands and withstand the recoil, forcing it to be used as an ordinary rifle. Zhao Yun had no intention of testing the gun and directly put it into the space ring. There are only 60 bullets, and they must not be wasted unless it is a critical moment. His eyes fell on another row of shelves where he had noticed a Tang sword placed. Zhao Yun walked over and picked up the Tang sword, which weighed about 7 or 8 pounds. When the sword was drawn out of the scabbard, a cold light flashed. It turned out that the blade had been sharpened. The blade bone and back of the sword were thicker than those of ordinary Tang swords. The sword was 1.6 meters long, and the blade was 1.2 meters long. Before the end of the world, few people could wield this kind of Tang sword. The owner of the shooting range probably just kept it as a collection. Now it has become a bargain for Zhao Yun. The little monkey looked at the cool Tang sword in Zhao Yun's hand, then looked at the steel stick in his own hand, and immediately stepped forward and began to search diligently, as if he also wanted to find a real weapon. It's a pity that this dark room is where the owner of the shooting range places valuables, and ordinary weapons will never be placed here. Zhao Yun searched again, but found nothing useful in the dark room. When he was about to leave the basement with the little monkey, he folded up the metal door on the ground. Just now, after the little monkey grew huge, it swung the metal door and directly smashed a zombie into meat paste. At the critical moment, it was handed over to the little monkey, letting it fully activate its superpowers, which would definitely sweep a large area. Zhao Yun did not leave the shooting range immediately, as he did not forget where this place was. In the previous life, the man left after getting the sniper rifle but did not mention the armory at the shooting range because the other party was unable to dig it out at that time. But Zhao Yun is different. Although the armory at the shooting range collapsed, Zhao Yun believed that some guns and ammunition must have survived. The shooting range is easily identifiable as it is a large open space. The weapons depot should be not far from the shooting range as all the nearby buildings have collapsed. Zhao Yun brought the little monkey to the ruins, and at this moment he suddenly heard someone talking. It was a man and a young female voice, but Zhao Yun didn't hear what they said exactly. Are there any survivors in the shooting range? Zhao Yun was ready to take the weapon and leave. The rest had nothing to do with him. As for whether the other party would come to cause trouble, Zhao Yun did not think that he was a soft persimmon, nor did he mind killing a few people. Soon, Zhao Yun found a piece of bulletproof glass with the words Weapons Warehouse written in red on it. This was originally an independent building. The concrete after the collapse was stronger than the surrounding ones. It was definitely the weapons depot of the shooting range. Zhao Yun immediately used the space ring to move the concrete, and the little monkey also enlarged his arms to help. It is now an F-class mutant beast. Compared with before, it can use its superpowers for a longer time. If it fully activates its whole body to become giant, Zhao Yun estimates that it can last at least 3 minutes. If the little monkey just wanted to enlarge his arms, he would definitely have no problem holding on for half an hour. The man and the monkey worked furiously. After more than 10 minutes, the ruins on the top of the armory were cleared, revealing the smashed tables and chairs, deformed iron cabinets, and various broken bows and arrows. Zhao Yun and the little monkey cleaned up for a while and found that there were still a few compound bows on the outermost layer that were not completely scrapped. Although they were seriously deformed, Zhao Yun still dismantled a lot of usable parts. Eventually, he assembled 3 complete compound bows. Find the arrows and see how many can be used. Zhao Yun ordered immediately. The little monkey immediately enlarged his arms and forcibly broke open several deformed large iron boxes, pouring out thousands of arrows inside. Most of them were badly damaged. Zhao Yun went forward to count them and found that there were about 100 arrows that could be used. Arrows are not like bullets and can be reused. As long as Zhao Yun is frugal, they can be used for a long time. The significance of these 3 compound bows is even greater than the sniper rifle I just got. After all, there are too few bullets. Then, the little monkey dug out a large, severely deformed safe from among the sundries. Zhao Yun handed the butterfly knife to the little monkey, and he cut it open in just a few strokes. It was full of guns and ammunition. The rifles were squeezed and deformed and could not be used, but the pistols were small in size and many of them were preserved. Finally, Zhao Yun found 12 usable revolvers, and there were still a lot of bullets left, including 120 shotgun bullets and 1,600 pistol bullets. Unfortunately, there are no large-caliber bullets suitable for the M82A1. Maybe it is due to the business reasons of the shooting range, or maybe it is due to policy restrictions. The types of firearms in the shooting range are very monotonous. Revolvers were police firearms from the last century. They were of average power, but for most people in the end times, they were a rare lifeline. Zhao Yun put all his weapons into the space ring, leaving only a compound bow and 50 arrows. He found a quiver to put the arrows in and carried it on his back together with the compound bow. The reason for doing this was to make it easier to access them. Little monkey, let's go, Zhao Yin ordered. The little monkey hurriedly followed, and the man and the monkey walked straight to the exit. Just then, Zhao Yin heard the previous survivor talking again. Song Xiaodao, hurry up and get it for me. No, I don't want it, it's so disgusting, woo-woo. Fuck you, I've masturbated too much before. You can't get hard without me. Hurry up, or I'll break your legs. The man's voice was ferocious. The little girl's voice was filled with fear. Brother Quan, please, please let me go. Song Xiaodao? Zhao Yin's expression froze, and he vaguely remembered that among the 3 women who risked their lives to save him before he died in his previous life, the youngest one was called Xiaodao. It seems her last name is Song too. Chapter 21 Reunion with Song Xiaodao. There are so many people in this world with the same name and surname. Could it be a coincidence? Zhao Yin decided to go and take a look. Now in this end times, he is alone and doesn't care about many people or things. If there are a few people who can make him care, Song Xiaodao is one of them. At this time, in a half-collapsed kitchen, after drinking the foul-smelling dirty water, Wang Quan sat on a 3-legged chair, squinting at Song Xiaodao opposite him. Even though she hasn't washed her face for more than a month, you can still tell that she is a beauty. An evil thought arose in his heart, and his breathing became heavy. Xiaodao, come here to Brother Wang. I'll show you my big treasure. Wang Quan said hoarsely. Although Song Xiaodao is young, girls born in modern times have been exposed to the internet at an early age, and she understands what Wang Quan means. Brother Wang, if you have something to say, just say it now. Wang Quan's face suddenly darkened and he shouted, I'll count to 3. If you don't come over, don't blame me for being cruel. 1. Wang Quan counted loudly. 2. 3. Song Xiaodao shuddered all over and quickly shrank back. Brother Wang, you promised my brother that you would take good care of me. How can you not keep your word? Credit? Wang Quan sneered. This is the end of the world. Is that thing still useful? If I don't lie to him, will he be willing to die? After saying that, Wang Quan stood up and walked towards Song Xiaodao. Suddenly, he stumbled and tripped over a piece of cement. He fell head first. The girl, who had always been timid and cowardly, suddenly stood up, picked up a stone, and smashed it on Wang Quan's head. Bang! Wang Quan only felt a sharp pain, shook his head to get rid of the dizziness, and stared at the girl fiercely. You dare to hit me? Brother Wang? I didn't mean it. Song Xiaodao wanted to knock him out, but her strength was too weak, and her whole body began to tremble as she held the stone in her hand. Bang! Wang Quan slapped Song Xiaodao in the face with his backhand. Her cheeks suddenly swelled up and she felt dazed. Go to hell! Wang Quan was like a madman, slapping Song Xiaodao on the face again and again. Snap! Snap! Without me, you and your brother would have died long ago. How dare you resist? There was blood flowing from the corner of Song Xiaodao's mouth, but he no longer begged. He just stared at Wang Quan numbly. What the hell are you looking at? Do you believe me? I'll dig your eyeballs out? Wang Quan felt creepy and humiliated when she looked at him. The look in the eyes of a little girl suddenly made him feel scared, as if he was being stared at by an evil ghost. Wang Quan raised his hand angrily and poked her eyes. I'll dig your eyes out. At this moment, a hand as big as a palm leaf fan suddenly grasped the arm that Wang Quan stretched out. At this moment, Song Xiaodao only felt that the light above his head was suddenly blocked by something huge. A terrifying aura suddenly spread in the dilapidated dark room, and the air seemed to freeze. Wang Quan turned his head stiffly, and then his whole body began to tremble. A terrifying giant beast was standing beside him. The golden eyes were cold and indifferent, staring down at him. Roar! The little monkey roared loudly, and at a close distance, the sound waves made Wang Quan's hair fly and the muscles on his face deformed. Song Xiaodao also felt a buzzing in his ears. Don't kill me! Wang Quan was so scared that he peed his pants and couldn't help but want to pull his hand away. Snap! The little monkey exerted a little force, and Wang Quan's forearm bones were instantly crushed. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream came from Wang Quan's mouth. Then, the little monkey threw Wang Quan's body with force, and he flew 5 or 6 meters away and hit the wall with a bleeding head. Be gentle. Don't kill him at once. Zhao Yin said. The little monkey moved sideways, and Zhao Yin walked out from behind its tall figure, walked to Song Xiaodao, and stared at her carefully. Your name is Song Xiaodao? Zhao Yin asked. Her face was so swollen that she was almost unrecognizable. Song Xiaodao also looked up at Zhao Yin with horror on his face. Soon, she recognized Zhao Yin. She had seen this man twice before, once when Zhao Yin passed by them all. The second time was when I saw him killing another man in the distance. At this moment, Zhao Yin gave Song Xiaodao the feeling of being powerful, mysterious, cruel, and vicious. Speak. Are you mute? Zhao Yin asked impatiently. Uncle, my name is Song Xiaodao. Song Xiaodao finally spoke. Uncle? Zhao Yin was stunned and touched the stubble on his face that had not been shaved for a month. Am I that old? However, considering the little girl's age, it is not wrong to call him uncle. Get up and let me see. Zhao Yin said directly. Uncle, what do you want to do, please? Song Xiaodao stepped back in horror. Zhao Yin reached out impatiently, grabbed her ponytail, and pulled Song Xiaodao's thin body up from the ground. Let me go. In desperation, Song Xiaodao opened his mouth and bit Zhao Yin's wrist. Feeling the stinging pain, Zhao Yin frowned even deeper, but did not let go. He was too lazy to explain so much and simply turned her body over. On her slender waist, he saw a butterfly-shaped pink birthmark. It's really you. Zhao Yin then let go of his hand, cursing. She is that Song Xiaodao. In his previous life, Zhao Yin never asked about her birth background, and he was already an adult when he met her. I had overlooked one thing before. I was reborn 7 years ago, and now Song Xiaodao is only 12 years old. The little girl in front of him at this moment made Zhao Yin suddenly feel a little annoyed. Raise her as a daughter? Song Xiaodao stared at Zhao Yin blankly, feeling puzzled by the man's behavior. Uncle, do you know me? Whoosh! At this time, the little monkey snorted and put its big head in front of Song Xiaodao. Ah! Help! Song Xiaodao tried to run away. Zhao Yin grabbed her ponytail and pulled it back hard, then raised his hand and slapped the little monkey. Don't scare her. The little monkey quickly retracted its head and stood behind Zhao Yin like a good baby. Song Xiaodao looked at the man and the beast in horror, his whole body trembling. Uncle, what do you want? Zhao Yin frowned and said directly, Save you. Song Xiaodao was stunned, unable to react. Zhao Yin looked down at her clothes, which were already tattered and dirty, as if they were covered with mud. He took out a white t-shirt from a space ring and threw it to her. Put this on. Song Xiaodao was completely confused and had no idea what this scary guy was going to do. She quickly lowered her head to take the clothes, turned her back, and put them on. Song Xiaodao is less than 1.6 meters tall, and Zhao Yin's t-shirt looks like a jumpsuit, which is surprisingly not ugly. Zhao Yin looked back at Wang Quan, who was still lying on the ground wailing, and asked, Have you killed anyone? Song Xiaodao was stunned for a long while before he realized that he was being asked. No, I haven't killed anyone. She remembered the last time Zhao Yin brutally killed Lin Tianfeng, and her heart couldn't help but tremble again. This person treats you so well. Have you ever thought about how to treat him? Zhao Yin asked. Song Xiaodao bit his lip. Uncle, can you help me kill him? Bang! Zhao Yin directly pulled out the Tang sword and threw it with force. The blade was inserted into the empty space in front of Song Xiaodao's body, and the handle was shaking constantly. Do you have no hands or no knife? Zhao Yin said coldly. Chapter 22, Feeding the Zombies. Song Xiaodao's face suddenly turned pale. For a child who has just entered the end of the world, killing people is very far away from her no matter what the reason is. Zhao Yin stared at Song Xiaodao with a scorching gaze, with a coercive look in his eyes. I won't help you kill people. If you don't dare to kill, I will let him go. Aren't you going to avenge your revenge? After hearing this, Song Xiaodao seemed to have made up his mind. Zhao Yin watched with interest. She grasped the hilt of the knife in front of her with both hands and pulled it out with all her strength. The little girl, holding a Tang sword that was taller than her, walked towards Wang Quan step by step. Brother, I can give you whatever you want, but please don't let her kill me, please, brother. At this time, Wang Quan was lying on the ground. I don't know how many bones in his body were broken by the little monkey. Zhao Yin was smiling, and it was a cold smile. Even if Song Xiaodao is a burden, he must be a useful burden in the future. This person is the first person she will kill in the end times, and is destined to become a stepping stone on her path to growth. In her previous life, Song Xiaodao was able to be taken into Zhao Yin's harem, so she must have been special. The last thing a superpower needs is beautiful women. If she didn't have a firm character, how could she be valued by Zhao Yin at that time? Wang Quan, my brother regards you as his benefactor. In order to save you, we two siblings were almost bitten to death by zombies. Song Xiaodao's voice suddenly became a little hoarse. We recognized you as our eldest brother and gave you the last of our food, but in the end, you still wanted to harm my brother. Xiaodao, Brother Wang was wrong. What happened before was just a moment of confusion. Wang Quan wanted to continue begging, but the next moment, puff. Song Xiaodao slashed at his thigh. Ah! Wang Quan screamed like a pig being slaughtered again. Xiaodao, Xiaodao, listen to me! Song Xiaodao gripped the handle of the knife tightly with both hands, raised it with force, and stabbed it down again. Wang Quan, if my brother dies, it's you who killed him. Do you know that? Puff! The knife stabbed into Wang Quan's lower abdomen, and blood gushed out when it was pulled out. Fuck you, you little bitch. Kill me if you have the guts. Ban Quan Kursaludli. He already knew that he would die today, no matter what. So I'm not going to beg for mercy anymore. Song Xiaodao stopped talking, raised the knife, and chopped down again. The sound of the blade entering the flesh was heard, and blood splattered. After all, Song Xiaodao's strength was too weak, so every blow he made could only cause injuries but could not take Wang Quan's life. As a result, Wang Quan wailed loudly under the torture of each knife. Finally, his willpower collapsed and he began to beg for mercy while crying. Xiaodao, Xiaodao, please kill me, please. Song Xiaodao was exhausted and stood there gasping for breath. Stab the heart. One blow can be fatal. Zhao Yin spoke and taught her how to kill someone. Song Xiaodao looked back at Zhao Yin and suddenly was not so afraid of him anymore. Uncle, he forced my brother to lure away the zombies. I wanted to feed him to the zombies. These are not things a 12-year-old girl should say. But a hint of admiration flashed in Zhao Yin's eyes. I finally feel that this burden is not so useless. Monkey, take him with you and let's go. Zhao Yin ordered. The little monkey had put away his special powers and shrunk his body to normal size. He walked forward, grabbed one of Wang Quan's legs, and dragged him directly out of the shooting range. A long blood trail was left on the ground. Zhao Yin looked into Song Xiaodao's eyes and said seriously, you have two choices now. First, follow me. I can promise you that I will try my best to save your life within my power. Of course, if the crisis you encounter is beyond my ability, I will abandon you directly. Second, I will leave some food in this knife for you, and I will not care about the rest. Uncle, why are you so nice to me? Song Xiaodao looked at Zhao Yin. She didn't think the other person was a kind person with overflowing love. If I say that after knowing each other for 7 years, you are one of my women, will you believe it? Zhao Yin stared into Song Xiaodao's eyes and said calmly. Song Xiaodao nodded. I believe it. Zhao Yin was stunned and looked at the girl seriously. Soon he burst out laughing. What does a 12-year-old girl know? Uncle, I'll go with you. Song Xiaodao bit his lip. This answer was expected, and even a fool would know how to choose. Zhao Yin turned around and followed the little monkey. Let's go. Take your enemies to feed the zombies. Outside the shooting range, the group of zombies that Song Xiaojian had led away had dispersed, and some scattered zombies were wandering over. The little monkey screamed, which immediately attracted the attention of 2 zombies in the distance. The smell of blood emanating from Wang Quan's body instantly made them crazy, and they rushed over desperately. After the little monkey finished shouting, he slowly retreated and hid behind the gate where Zhao Yin and Xiaodao were. Wang Quan was already dying, but when he saw the 2 zombies clearly, he instantly became energetic again. Xiaodao, Xiaodao, please save Brother Wang. I don't want to die. Please don't feed me to the zombies. Ah, fuck you, Xiaodao. The 2 zombies pounced on him and tore open Wang Quan's chest in the blink of an eye, pulling out his heart, lungs, intestines, and other organs. Wang Quan's mouth was wide open, and there was still unwillingness in his eyes before he died. The blood was steaming as the 2 zombies bit and devoured it frantically. Zhao Yin looked back at Song Xiaodao. Unlike the other survivors, she did not react with fear and vomiting when she saw zombies eating people for the first time. There were tears in her eyes, but a smile on her lips. This expression was very much to Zhao Yin's liking, so he raised his hand and patted her head. Let's go. Uncle, where are we going? Song Xiaodao asked. Survive. Zhao Yin just said 3 words lightly. Stay alive. Song Xiaodao was awed. In the end times, all survivors had only one goal, and that was how to survive. Uncle, there is still some food in the kitchen just now. Although there is only rotten meat and moldy rice left, it can still be eaten if we cook more. Song Xiaodao reminded. She and Wang Quan had just eaten rotten meat porridge and were almost starving to death, but Song Xiaodao didn't think it was too bad. As for whether it is harmful to the body, That is not a problem when facing the threat of starvation. Many of the survivors today are probably eating this kind of thing, and many people want to eat it but have nothing to eat. I still have some food. Zhao Yun didn't even turn his head. After the apocalypse, the speed at which food spoils is extremely alarming. The supplies in his space ring are almost ineatable. One can imagine how ineatable the food left in the shooting range kitchen is. At least he would never fall to the point of eating that kind of food in his life, and certainly would not let that kind of garbage take up his space ring. After all, the storage space in the space ring is only 10 cubic meters, and half of it is now occupied. Zhao Yun frowned. There was one more mouth to feed around him. It was time to think about food. Uncle, there are zombies ahead. Aren't you going to avoid them? Song Xiaodao saw Zhao Yun walking straight towards the zombies and reminded him from behind. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw a compound bow suddenly appeared in Zhao Yun's hand. Whoosh. 2 arrows were shot out, and the heads of the 2 zombies that were eating Wang Quan suddenly exploded like watermelons. The little monkey nearby immediately rushed over and skillfully ripped open the zombie's head. Don't move! Zhao Yun suddenly called out to the little monkey, then turned to Xiao Dao and said, From now on, you will be the one doing this kind of thing. The little monkey glanced at Song Xiao Dao with a very dissatisfied expression. In the past, every time it helped its master collect corpse crystals, it could see its master smile, but now this opportunity to please its master has been taken away by someone else. Zhao Yun didn't pay attention to the little monkey's thoughts and walked over to pick up the arrow. Then he ripped open the heads of the 2 zombies and dug out 2 non-evolved corpse crystals. As the day went by, the number of corpse crystals produced by the evolved zombies increased. Any 2 of them would produce corpse crystals. This thing is called corpse crystal. Look carefully. Every zombie will have it in its head. Your task is to help me pick up arrows and dig out corpse crystals. Zhao Yun said, holding the corpse crystal stained with brain matter. The expression on Song Xiaodao's swollen face changed drastically. Even though her character was far superior to that of girls of the same age, those zombies were still human beings a month ago. Looking for something in their brains? I don't keep useless people around me. It doesn't matter if you don't want to do it. You can go wherever you want. Zhao Yun said coldly. After he finished speaking, he crushed the 2 corpse crystals and absorbed them. Song Xiaodao lowered his head and said, I'll do it. I'll do whatever you ask me to do. After saying that, she trembled and stepped forward to dig out the brain matter. There are no corpse crystals there. Each zombie has only one, Zhao Yun said. When Song Xiaodao turned around, Zhao Yun could see clearly that her originally red and swollen cheeks were pale and tears were flowing. For a 12-year-old girl, Zhao Yun's behavior was too cruel. But this is the end of the world, and no one could be a little princess anymore. There will be many more such things in the future. I will make you kill zombies, fight mutant beasts, and even fight humans. The peaceful life before the end of the world will never appear again. You may die at any time. Zhao Yun's expression was ruthless. If you still want to go with me, you will know my secrets, and I can't hide them from you everywhere. So if you want to leave again, I will kill you with my own hands. Chapter 23 Song Xiaojian is dead. When Song Xiaodao heard this, he remembered what his brother said a few days ago. The brother said that if he was no longer around, and if he was lucky enough to meet this bad guy, he would let her follow him and obey his orders. My brother also said that only by following this kind of person can one survive. I won't leave, and I'm not afraid. Song Xiaodao said tremblingly. Roar! At this moment, Wang Quan, who had just died, suddenly let out a corpse roar, and then his back twisted in a strange posture, and he stood up straight from the ground. Wang Quan's empty abdominal cavity was flowing with blood, and an intestine was dragging on the ground. His dead fish-like eyes immediately spotted Song Xiaodao, who was not far away. Roar! Uncle! It's alive! Song Xiaodao was frightened and ran toward Zhao Yun regardless of everything. It just turned into a zombie. After Zhao Yun finished speaking, he took out a butterfly knife and handed it to Song Xiaodao. Go kill it. Song Xiaodao had originally planned to hide behind Zhao Yun, but he was stunned when he heard that. Just now, Zhao Yun said that in the future, she would be allowed to kill zombies with her own hands. She thought it was far away, but unexpectedly, she was asked to do it now. I'm afraid that I can't kill it. A newly awakened zombie's movements are stiff. The fact that you can kill it is a good opportunity for you to practice. When you encounter zombies that you need to deal with alone in the future, you will have the experience to save your life. Zhao Yun's eyes were filled with doubt, and he handed over the butterfly knife again. Go, I won't say it again. Song Xiaodao took the butterfly knife, gritted his teeth, and walked towards the zombie that Wang Quan had transformed into, gradually seeing its appearance clearly. His nose and eyes were eaten by the zombies just now, and his body was still covered in blood. The fishy stench could be smelled from several meters away. It smells worse than a slaughterhouse. Roar! Wang Quan roared again and pounced on Song Xiaodao at a faster speed. However, the zombie who had just awakened had most of his muscles and meridians eaten away and had no time to recover. His speed was not much faster than a snail. Song Xiaodao's whole body felt weak, and he barely managed to dodge its attack. Go around behind it and poke it in the back of the head, Zhao Yin shouted. Song Xiaodao gritted his teeth and became ruthless. He instinctively followed Zhao Yin's advice and used his thinness to get around Wang Quan's armpits, then stabbed him from behind with the knife. She didn't get knocked off target. Puff! The butterfly knife, which could cut through iron like mud, had its entire blade pierced into the back of the zombie's head. Immediately afterwards, Wang Quan fell headfirst. Song Xiaodao was shaking all over as he stared blankly at the scene in front of him. He still couldn't believe that he had killed a horrible zombie. If Zhao Yin hadn't forced her, she would never have dared to draw her knife, even if it was a zombie that had just awakened. And in the end, she would have been bitten to death by the zombie. She suddenly felt grateful toward Zhao Yin. Only then did I realize that monsters can actually be killed and are not as scary as I had imagined. Soon, Song Xiaodao bent over and began to vomit. Wang Quan's blood was still hot, and the breeze brought the smell of blood, brain matter, and internal organs. There were 3 more zombies wandering not far away. Zhao Yin drew his bow and shot an arrow whoosh whoosh whoosh. He shot 3 zombies in the head with a few arrows, then stared at Song Xiaodao with a frown and said, "Go to work." When Song Xiaodao thought about having to dig out the brains, he vomited even more violently. He stood up and walked towards the zombies while vomiting. The 12-year-old girl's frail body was shaking. She dug out 3 pieces of corpse crystals and held them in front of Zhao Yin along with the brain matter. "Uncle, is this it?" Zhao Yin handed over a rag. "Remember, in the future, every time you dig out a corpse crystal, you must wipe it clean before handing it to me." Song Xiaodao looked up at Zhao Yin. Was this guy also disgusted by the brain? "Oh," she pouted, then carefully wiped the 3 corpse crystals clean, then raised her hand and handed them to Zhao Yin. "Uncle, here you go." Zhao Yin crushed the 3 corpse crystals right in front of her and absorbed them. Song Xiaodao stared at him with a hint of curiosity on his face. The little monkey could grow or shrink at will. The things in his hand suddenly disappeared or appeared, and now the corpse crystal was crushed, and a faint white light was emitted. Everything is mysterious, like a miracle before the end of the world. However, Zhao Yin did not explain to her, and Song Xiaodao was smart enough not to ask. When Zhao Yin opened his eyes, he looked at his body. Human male, awakened superpower, F-class evolver, evolution degree 100 to 1.76. Strength 15, agility 17, stamina 13, spirit 24, talent B-class shooting, life countdown, 29,953 days. After killing zombies for a day, Zhao Yin's evolution degree increased to 1.76%. At this rate, he would be able to become an E-level evolver in less than 2 months. For other survivors, if they could have Zhao Yin's speed, they would wake up laughing in their dreams. But Zhao Yin was not satisfied. He knew that the zombies had unique advantages. If he wanted to go further, he must not be left behind by the zombies. However, the countdown to life has increased by another month. "Uncle, when you just came here, did you meet a boy? He was as tall as you and looked to be about 16 or 17 years old. He was my brother Song Xiaojian," Song Xiaodao suddenly asked. Zhao Yin immediately thought of the brave boy who led the group of zombies. "Yes, he is dead." Zhao Yin nodded. Song Xiaodao stood there, tears welling up in his eyes. Even though he had been mentally prepared, the deep sadness still quickly filled his heart. Song Xiaojin died for her. From then on, she no longer had a brother in this world, and she lost her last relative. After a while, "Where did he have the accident? Can you take me to see it?" Song Xiaodao pleaded. She was still very afraid of Zhao Yin, but for the sake of her brother, she couldn't care less. "He turned into a zombie. Who knows where he wandered off to?" Zhao Yin frowned and speculated. "If you want to kill him and bury him, I can go there on the way. If I meet him, I will help you bury him. If not, I will not delay for such a small matter." Song Xiaodao didn't expect Zhao Yin to actually agree to his request, so he quickly said gratefully, "Thank you, uncle. If I don't meet you again, I won't embarrass you." Zhao Yin stroked his stubble, his face suddenly darkened. "Don't call me uncle anymore." Every time he heard her call him uncle, Zhao Yin wanted to slap her to death. He is only in his early 20s. Big. Then what should I call you? Is it okay to call me Big Brother? Song Xiaodao received 7 years of compulsory education before the end of the world, so he still knew basic manners. But Zhao Yin's face became even gloomier. In this life, he will never be someone else's adoptive father, nor will he be someone else's elder brother. My name is Zhao Yin. After speaking coldly, Zhao Yin stepped forward. He deliberately avoided the direction where he saw Song Xiaojian. Even if Song Xiaojian was still alive, Zhao Yin would not go to rescue him. The two people a man should be most wary of in his life are his wife and his brother-in-law. He didn't know anything about Song Xiaojian, so it was impossible for him to bring along another burden. So many people died in the apocalypse. Why couldn't Song Xiaojian die? Zhao Yin continued to move forward, killing any zombies he met. Now that he had long-range weapons, even if he encountered a small group of zombies, he could work together with the little monkey to kill them. With Song Xiaodao's help in collecting corpse crystals, Zhao Yin's evolution rate increased rapidly. Evolution degree 100/1.83. Evolution degree 100/2.51. Evolution degree 100/3.78. Of course, the direction Zhao Yin was heading was not without purpose. He remembered that in his previous life, there was a mutated chestnut tree located in the suburbs south of Guangzhou City. Chapter 24 Village War. Night gradually fell, but Zhao Yin had no intention of stopping. Before the end of the world, some people said that hard work does not necessarily lead to wealth, but after the end of the world, only the hardworking people can survive. Until late at night, Zhao Yin, Song Xiaodao, and the little monkey finally left the city and approached their destination. The zombies gradually became scarce. What I see before my eyes are no longer the ruins of the city. Instead, the barren farmland that has been burned is full of potholes and desolate. Occasionally, I see wandering zombies wandering around aimlessly. They seem tireless, and their extremely bloodthirsty nature drives them like a perpetual motion machine that never stops. In the past, some people speculated that it was the mysterious power brought by meteorites from outer space that replenished the energy of zombies. Zhao Yin, aren't we going to take a break? Song Xiaodao was already out of breath, and every step he took was extremely difficult. Her initial fear of the zombies was replaced by exhaustion. Let's rest when we reach the village ahead. Zhao Yin drew his bow, an arrow whoosh. A zombie in the distance was shot in the head. The little monkey raised the steel stick and smashed a zombie's head with it. Then the man and the monkey continued walking forward without even looking at them. Song Xiaodao could only cheer himself up, quickly dig out the 2 corpse crystals, jogged to catch up with Zhao Yin, wiped the corpse crystals clean, and hand them to him. Zhao Yin took the corpse crystal and crushed it directly. Human male, awaken superpower, F-class evolver, evolution degree 100 to 6.42, strength 15, agility 17, physical strength 13, spirit 24, talent B-class shooting, life countdown, 30,074 days. If he continues at this pace, Zhao Yin will be able to become an E-level evolver in 10 days at most. The countdown to life has been extended to more than 30,000 days. Finally, a ruin appeared at the end of the field, which was the village Zhao Yin was looking for. In a village full of ruins, a small rural building that is intact stands alone in the center. Like Zhao Yin's villa, this is a surviving building. In the night, Zhao Yin saw from afar a towering tree swaying in the wind in front of the gate of the small Western-style building, and the air nearby seemed to be much fresher. Zhao Yin, there is a house over there. Song Xiaodao immediately pointed at the small Western-style building and said. A smile also appeared on Zhao Yin's face, and all his fatigue was swept away. Let's go over there. There is food there. When the little girl and the monkey heard that there was food, they were all shocked and hurried to follow Zhao Yin. When he arrived in front of the villa, Zhao Yin suddenly stopped and raised his hand to hold the little monkey who was already in front. Wait! The little monkey was grabbed by the tail and pulled back by its owner. He looked up at Zhao Yin in confusion. Just at this moment, roar! 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 The quiet world suddenly began to boil. Countless roars of corpses erupted from the small Western-style building, and the quiet night was broken. The door was suddenly pushed open and dozens of zombies poured out. Retreat! Quickly, Xiaodao, run! Zhao Yin roared and immediately drew his bow and arrow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After a few sounds of arrows cutting through the air, he shot and blew up the heads of several zombies in front of him. The zombies behind seemed endless. Even the small rural building, which was not too big, was flooded with 100 or 200 zombies. Moreover, these zombies all have their own evolutionary levels. Two of them have reached level F, and their speed is not much slower than that of Zhao Yin, the Evolver. Zhao Yin didn't have time to think about why these zombies evolved so quickly and why they were hiding in that small building. After shooting a few arrows, he turned around and started running wildly. If he was surrounded by this group of zombies, he might not die on the spot, but he would be infected if his skin was scratched or bitten by the zombies. He now only has a can of tuna that can resist the zombie virus, and it's not worth it for these zombies. Song Xiaodao's short legs couldn't allow her to run fast, and she cried loudly in fear. But the more she cried, the more zombies she attracted. At this time, the little monkey grabbed Song Xiaodao and ran forward by her collar. "Monkey, let go of Song Xiaodao and go kill those 2 F-level zombies," Zhao Yin ordered loudly behind him. He let Song Xiaodao run first, not the monkey. "What is it, an F-level mutant beast, afraid of?" While shouting, Zhao Yin turned around and started shooting arrows, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 more arrows were shot out in succession. The 2 F-level zombies seemed to have awakened some of their wisdom from their previous lives and quickly hid among the zombie horde. However, Zhao Yin's arrows were not aimed at them at all. The 3 ordinary zombies rushing in front were shot in the head accurately. At this time, the group of zombies approached within 10 meters. Zhao Yin did not dare to fight and turned around to continue running forward. "Monkey, what the hell are you talking about?" Seeing that his master was fighting alone, he threw Song Xiaodao away, and his body expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a huge monster covered with golden hair. Whoosh! The little monkey snorted, vaguely identified the F-class zombie that the master had mentioned, and suddenly strode forward. The group of zombies did not know what fear was. When they saw a living creature of flesh and blood rushing towards them, they immediately gave up chasing Zhao Yin and all gathered around the little monkey. Zhao Yin's pressure was relieved, and when he turned around, he saw that the giant little monkey was surrounded. It swung the steel rod in its hand, and with each strike, a zombie fell to the ground. However, there were too many zombies and soon they surrounded it. Countless hands grabbed the thick fur of the little monkey, and some zombies opened their mouths to bite. Soon, the little monkey was covered in blood. The 2 F-level zombies, which had begun to gain intelligence, seemed to understand the horror of mutant beasts of the same level. They actually knew to take a detour and rush toward Zhao Yin while other zombies were besieging the little monkey. Zhao Yin narrowed his eyes and said, "Do you think I'm a pushover?" Female zombie, F-level, evolution degree 100/2.3, strength 22, agility 15, spirit 2. Male zombie, F-level, evolution degree 100 to 52, strength 24, agility 16, spirit 2.3. It seems that they were a middle-aged couple when they were alive, and they should be farmers in this village. The agility of the 2 zombies is almost catching up with Zhao Yin, the Evolver, and their strength far exceeds that of Zhao Yin. Even their spirits have evolved. Whoosh! Zhao Yin shot 2 arrows. One of the arrows was aimed at the female zombie's head, but it dodged flexibly and the arrow stuck in its chest. The arrow shot at the male zombie didn't even hurt a hair. The 2 zombies have closed the distance again and are now less than 10 meters away from Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin, run! Song Xiaodao behind him also stopped and saw the 2 zombies, which were obviously several times faster than the other zombies, approaching Zhao Yin and shouted anxiously. Zhao Yin stood there motionless. The compound bow suddenly disappeared, and a revolver appeared in his hand. The 2 zombies had no idea what the black lump was. When they saw Zhao Yin put away the arrows that were attacking them, they moved even faster. Bang! Dazzling sparks spurted out of the muzzle of the gun, and 2 zombies moved one after the other, as if time had stopped there. They all have a bullet hole between their eyebrows. Then he fell straight down. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Yin put away his pistol and used the bow and arrow again, and together with the little monkey, he dealt with the remaining zombies. Song Xiaodao was stunned. His gun is so powerful. Bang! The little monkey smashed the last zombie's head with a stick, and its huge body quickly shrank. In the blink of an eye, it turned into the skinny monkey cub, standing there gasping for breath. The battle just now almost drained its strength. Zhao Yin standing beside it was also slightly out of breath. Although he was not fighting as hard as the little monkey, this kind of high-intensity shooting was also extremely exhausting. Well done! Zhao Yin stepped over the corpses, came to the little monkey, and patted its head. The little monkey's depressed expression instantly cheered up, and it squeaked nonstop. Zhao Yun sensed through his mind that it was telling him how dangerous the situation was just now and how brave it was, all for the sake of protecting its master. Zhao Yun generously took out 20 compressed biscuits at a time, opened one and chewed it himself, and gave the rest to the little monkey. Eat it, it's your reward. The little monkey happily held the biscuit and circled around Zhao Yun several times. Master, I will definitely work harder in the future. At this moment, Song Xiaodao widened his eyes and even forgot his shock at the strength of Zhao Yun and the little monkey. He stared at the compressed biscuits in the little monkey's hand without blinking. Gulp! She couldn't help swallowing. In the past few days, Song Xiaodao only accompanied Wang Quan to eat half a bowl of rotten meat rice porridge. At this time, the aroma of compressed biscuits came, and the strong feeling of hunger almost occupied every part of her body. Zhao Yun had no intention of giving her food and pointed at the two F-level zombies and said, I'll take care of these two myself, and you'll take care of the others. You can eat after you're done. Song Xiaodao also knew that she was the most useless one in this team of 2 people and 1 beast. But Song Xiaodao, one couldn't help but ask, can we finish eating before working? No. Zhao Yun refused. He stuffed the compressed biscuit in his hand into his mouth, then walked towards the corpses of the 2 F-level zombies with his Tang sword in hand. Click, click. Just like cutting a watermelon, he cut open the zombie's head with 2 knives. The Tang sword moved back and forth, and soon found 2 corpse crystals and 2 star crystals. He smiled, having long known that the current F-class zombies must have star crystals in their bodies. They can evolve so quickly. Only the power of star crystals can make it possible. After absorbing the 2 corpse crystals, the degree of evolution increased by another 2 percentage points, equivalent to 200 gradeless corpse crystals. What Zhao Yun cared more about were the 2 star crystals. I didn't earn any star crystals all day today. These are the only 2. Hope to have good luck. Chapter 25, Another Women's Clothing. Zhao Yun crushed the first star crystal, and a ball of white light suddenly appeared in his hand. At this moment, Song Xiaodao was immediately attracted, looked over curiously, and couldn't help asking, Zhao Yun, what are you doing? Zhao Yun spread out his other hand and held up the remaining star crystal. This is a star crystal. Most high-level zombies have it in their bodies. You must pay special attention to it in the future. The secret of the star crystal will soon be known to all the survivors, and Zhao Yun does not intend to hide it from Song Xiaodao. Song Xiaodao nodded as if he understood, and then he saw the white light in Zhao Yun's hand dissipate, and a bottle of drink appeared out of thin air. Zhao Yun set his eyes on the thing in his hand. Iced black tea, grade F, an extraordinary beverage, replenishes 24 hours of water consumption, doubles physical attributes for 1 hour. Finally, a second drink besides Nongfu Spring was prescribed, which is also effective and can be of great use at critical moments. Zhao Yun put away the ice flower tea and crushed the second star crystal. The light faded, and a piece of clothing appeared in his hand. Zhao Yun's breathing sank. It was his equipment again. He quickly spread out his clothes in front of him. Soon, his face turned gloomy. Another expensive women's clothing. In her hand was a white short dress with cartoon patterns on it, and the hem of the dress could only cover her thighs. This seems to be forcing him to become a cross-dresser. One-piece dress. Grade F, defensive equipment, sturdiness 15, strength +8, additional effect charm +10. When Zhao Yun saw the properties clearly, his heart skipped a beat. Although it was a little less sturdy than a military jacket, it increased his strength by a full 8 points. This is based on my own strength, adding the strength of an adult man. What should I do? Should I wear it or not? Zhao Yun was in a dilemma. Isn't this definitely asking him to dress like a crossdresser? Fishnet stockings, a dress. The only thing missing is a pair of high heels. When Song Xiaodao saw the dress in Zhao Yun's hand, he looked down at the men's t-shirt on his body, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Zhao Yun, hurry and get to work. Zhao Yun immediately cut off her extravagant hopes and quickly put the dress into the space ring. The little monkey next to him was coveting the ice black tea that Zhao Yun had just opened. Zhao Yun looked at the blood on the little monkey's body. The wound had stopped bleeding, so he rubbed its head. That's a combat drink. We use it to save our lives. I can't give it to you for now. The little monkey felt the warm hand on his head and closed his eyes, enjoying it very much. It seemed that at this moment, the temptation of the extraordinary food was not so great. My master just gave me some compressed biscuits. The little monkey is very happy. The little monkey expressed his thoughts. Zhao Yun didn't care whether it was really happy or not. There would be chestnuts next anyway. The spoiled, ordinary food was just for the little monkey to help digest. Otherwise, it would have to be thrown away, and he would feel guilty. After all, in the last days, so many people have no food to eat, and it is shameful to waste food. Let's go. I have another glorious task for you, Zhao Yun said. The little monkey suddenly became energetic. I like the tasks assigned by the master. Every time I complete a task, I can see the owner's appreciative eyes. Sometimes it would even get a reward. But the most important thing was that it didn't want Song Xiaodao to take away its position in its master's heart. Just now, the owner gave it compressed biscuits, but Song Xiaodao didn't get any, and the little monkey was very proud. Next, you go and pick all the chestnuts on it. Zhao Yun pointed to a huge chestnut tree not far away. There are quite a few chestnut balls on it. Each of the mutated chestnut balls is the size of a human head and is covered with sharp thorns, each of which flashes a faint cold light. When the little monkey heard that it was about climbing a tree, it became even more excited. The preference in its genes made it feel it was fun and exciting. As soon as Zhao Yun finished speaking, the little monkey jumped up the chestnut tree and picked a chestnut ball. The next moment, a series of squeaking screams were heard. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Master, help me. The mutated chestnut thorns were as sharp as a blade, and the little monkey's fingers were pierced even though he had thick skin. Stupid, you're going to poke it with a stick, Zhao Yun shouted. The little monkey suddenly realized what was going on and started swinging the steel stick. Bang, bang, bang. The chestnut balls fell like meteorites, and after more than 10 minutes, a layer of them fell to the ground. Soon, the little monkey dropped the last chestnut ball, and many branches and leaves were also accidentally destroyed by the little monkey, covering the ground. The little monkey came down from the tree, his face full of excitement, and ran to Zhao Yun's feet to ask for credit. Well done. Zhao Yun did not hesitate to praise. After praising the little monkey, he turned his attention to the chestnut balls on the ground. He counted them and found that there were 303 of them. It was conservatively estimated that he could peel out 10 kilograms of mutant chestnuts from each one. In other words, this time Zhao Yun got at least 3,000 kilograms of mutant chestnuts. The fruits produced by any mutated plants in the apocalypse will not be as easy to rot as before the apocalypse, and the energy contained in them is more than 10 times that of the same kind of fruits before the apocalypse. If an ordinary person before the end of the world could feel full by eating about a pound of chestnuts, then a pound of mutated chestnuts would be enough for an ordinary person to eat for 10 meals. If consumed for a long time, it can slowly improve your physical fitness. In his previous life, Zhao Yun had a subordinate who had never obtained superpowers or evolutionary potions, but by chance he obtained several hundred kilograms of mutant soybeans. After eating it for 2 years, the subordinate's strength was enough to rival an F-level evolver. Zhao Yun looked up at the miserable chestnut tree, feeling a little regretful as he didn't know when the tree would bear fruit next time. He couldn't wait here. Zhao Yun had no space to store life, and it was impossible for him to take the tree away, so he simply didn't care whether it lived or died. He took out his tang sword and started cutting chestnut balls. It took 2 hours to peel all 300 chestnut balls. Zhao Yun thought about it and put the cut thorns into the space ring. Maybe he could use them in the future. At this time, Song Xiaodao had also collected more than 100 non-evolved corpse crystals. Zhao Yun, I really can't do it anymore. The swelling on her face subsided a little, and her eyes were filled with fatigue. In fact, she was able to stay with Zhao Yun until now entirely because of her willpower. Song Xiaodao handed Zhao Yun a small package, which was a small package of corpse crystals wrapped in a piece of cloth torn from some zombie. Here, it's all here. Zhao Yun raised his hand, took the corpse crystal, and absorbed it directly. A few minutes later, Zhao Yun's evolution degree reached 100/10.09, which was 9/10 away from advancing to E level. The speed at which Zhao Yun's strength is improving now would definitely be something he couldn't imagine in his previous life. But he was not satisfied. In fact, there was still a lot to do. For example, according to memory, go to Yangcheng as soon as possible to find the flying white tiger that has just mutated. For example, go to the Dawei Mountains and look for the famous life space pendant from the previous life, an Sss-Level treasure. For example, if he found a top-notch expert known in his previous life, and that person only got the Opportunity Star Crystal half a year later, Zhao Yun could make plans in advance to seize it. Of course, Rice, you still have to eat it bite by bite. These things are not urgent. Before doing them, Zhao Yun must first ensure his own safety and that he has enough supplies to survive. Zhao Yun, didn't you say that you would give me compressed biscuits after I finish my work? Song Xiaodao asked bravely. Zhao Yun retracted his thoughts and said calmly, let's eat chestnuts tonight. With 3,000 kilograms of chestnuts, it was enough for him to find the next mutated food. The spoiled food that survived before the end of the world was basically useless. Are we going to kill zombies again tonight? Song Xiaodao asked. I'm not leaving tonight. I'm just going to have a good sleep here. After Zhao Yin finished speaking, he walked straight to the small Western-style building. Go and clean up a room. I want to take a shower after dinner. Take a bath. Song Xiaodao was stunned. She hadn't had a bath in over a month and didn't even dare to hope for one. I spent the whole day today and could only find some dirty, rusty water to drink at the shooting range. My throat was already smoking. Zhao Yin, do you have that much water? Can you give me some? Zhao Yin paused, then remembered that he had not given her water today. In the darkness of the night, he looked at the little face that was swollen like a bun, and suddenly an indescribable feeling arose in his heart. He hadn't felt this feeling for a long time, so long that he had almost forgotten it. It seemed to be called guilt. There is a well here. Feel free to drink from it. I'll feed you later, and you can also take a bath. Zhao Yin said. Zhao Yin had been here in his previous life. He remembered that there was an ancient well in the backyard of the small Western-style building. The spring water in it led to an underground river, which was clear and clean. In addition to taking a bath, you also need to replenish clean water in the space ring. Chapter 26 He wore. Zhao Yin walked into the small Western-style building and saw 2 human skeletons. Only dark brown meat residue remained on it, which must have been eaten by zombies not long ago. No wonder there are 100 or 200 zombies gathered here. There must be 2 survivors living here, and for some reason they attracted zombies from the entire village. After they were eaten, the zombies did not disperse. At this time, the small Western-style building was in a mess. Almost all the furniture was destroyed, and the air was filled with the stench of zombies. The floor was littered with garbage, as well as residual blood and corpse fluids dripping from zombies. After Song Xiaodao ran to the backyard to drink some water, he found a broken broom head and prepared to clean the room. Forget it, you go to the rooftop and sweep the floor. We'll spend the night there, Zhao Yin said. After saying that, he went to the independent kitchen in the backyard, which was also severely damaged by zombies. The wood-burning stove collapsed and pots and pans were broken all over the floor. Zhao Yin used his space ring to collect all the wood, and then went to the ancient well to fetch water. The wooden barrel for fetching water was not damaged. There was still half a bowl of clear water left at the bottom of the barrel, which Song Xiaodao had just drunk. Zhao Yin fetched 2 buckets of water and went to the rooftop of the small Western-style building. He took out the hanging pot he brought from his home, built a simple support frame with wood, lit the firewood, and started to boil water. Song Xiaodao had already cleared out a clean space on the side. There was no mat or bedding. She and the little monkey lay on the roof with their legs up in the air, staring at the dark sky in a daze. Zhao Yin took out a dozen chestnuts as big as fists and threw them directly into the fire. Soon, a burst of fragrance emanated, and the little monkey suddenly jumped up and ran to Zhao Yin, squeaking, Master, is dinner ready? Song Xiaodao sniffed. What smells so good? Mutated chestnut. Zhao Yin used a tang knife to scrape out the chestnuts with black burnt skin, picked one out and split it open, immediately revealing the golden chestnut flesh. The fragrance in the air became stronger. Song Xiaodao and the little monkey couldn't take their eyes off it. Come here and eat together, Zhao Yin said. The little monkey immediately grabbed a chestnut and started to chew it, not afraid of the heat. Zhao Yin did not intend to restrict the animal's nature too much. He cut a chestnut into 2 halves and handed one half to Song Xiaodao. The water in the hanging pot was already boiling. Zhao Yin poured some salt into it and filled 3 bowls with salt water. Zhao Yin was slowly chewing chestnuts with salt water. The little monkey had already finished one and was staring at the remaining ones in front of Zhao Yin. There wasn't so much food before, but from now on, we won't go hungry anymore, said Zhao Yin. Really, master? The little monkey thought to himself, his eyes wide in disbelief. The appetite of mutant beasts and evolvers is several times greater than before they evolved. The little monkey has never had a full meal since following Zhao Yin. Eat! Zhao Yin didn't explain too much. He himself ate 3 chestnuts in one breath, which weighed a total of 3 or 4 pounds, enough to match the 30 or 40 pounds of chestnuts before the end of the world. He could not eat any more. The little monkey ate 7 or 8 of them, and with his round belly full, he lay back contentedly on the clean space. Song Xiaodao ate just a few bites and then burped. She suddenly put down the chestnuts and shed tears. Why are you crying? Zhao Yin asked. Zhao Yin, I miss my brother. We didn't meet him along the way. Oh! Song Xiaodao sucked his little nose, and tears as big as beans flowed. He was forced by Wang Quan to lure the zombies because of me. If he dies, he won't even have a full meal in his lifetime. Huh. Zhao Yin frowned and said, he must be dead. He can eat people after turning into a zombie and won't starve anymore. It was meant to be words of comfort, but when Song Xiaodao heard it, he cried even harder. Oh. Zhao Yin was too lazy to pay attention to her. He poured the remaining water into the pot, boiled it, poured it back into the bucket, and carried it down the roof. Coming to the well, Zhao Yin stripped off his clothes, took out the soap and bath towel ball from the space ring, and began to scrub his body. I haven't taken a shower for more than a month, and only hot water can wash me clean. Feeling the disgusting zombie aura on his body gradually disappearing, Zhao Yin finally felt like he was still a normal person. Except for the fishnet stockings and military uniform, Zhao Yin simply threw away all his clothes and prepared to change into clean clothes in the space ring. Suddenly, he remembered the dress that had just been opened in the space ring. Zhao Yin took it out and held it in his hand and hesitated again. Should I wear it or not? Wearing them will increase your strength and give you an extra way to survive in the apocalypse. Anyway, I'm wearing fishnet stockings and I'm a straight man, so what's there to be afraid of? But wearing this dress will be a stain that I, Zhao Yin, will never be able to wash away in my lifetime. In the future, my name will surely resound throughout the entire apocalypse. How can I leave behind such a stigma? This hip-hugging skirt is the same one worn by those internet celebrities before the apocalypse. After much hesitation, Zhao Yin finally decided to wear it. As long as he doesn't take off his coat on his own initiative, no one will know that he is wearing a skirt. Zhao Yin returned to the rooftop refreshed and brought 2 buckets of water, preparing to boil them so that Song Xiaodao and the little monkey could take a bath. At this time, Song Xiaodao had stopped crying and was stuffing the half chestnut he had just eaten into his mouth like a starving ghost. Zhao Yin threw down the bucket and ordered, after you finish eating, boil some water for a bath. Song Xiaodao nodded, opened his collar, and carefully put the remaining small piece of chestnut into Xiong Qian's clothes. She had no pockets on her body, and for her, such delicious food was only safe if kept close to her body. Then, Song Xiaodao went to boil water, while Zhao Yin took out the tent from the space ring, set it up next to the campfire, and laid out a moisture-proof mat and bedding inside. Song Xiaodao is just an ordinary person. She is exhausted after a day of high-intensity work. Let her have a good rest tonight. The little monkey was injured and needed to rest to recover. Zhao Yin, do you have any clean clothes? I can't wear this one anymore. After Song Xiaodao boiled the water, he suddenly asked Zhao Yin. Her white t-shirt and her exposed thighs were covered with dark brown zombie brains. Zhao Yin looked back. If it weren't for the 2 slightly bulging and dirty breasts on her chest, it would be hard to tell whether it was a boy or a girl. He took out another t-shirt and threw it to Song Xiaodao. Wear this one, don't throw away the one you have on. You can wash it and wear it tomorrow. Zhao Yin thought for a moment and said, oh, by the way, the clothes I just changed are by the well. You can wash them while you're at it. Do you have any laundry detergent? Song Xiaodao asked. No. Rub it more with hot water. After Zhao Yin finished speaking, he directly grabbed the little monkey up. The little monkey was half asleep and squeaked in dissatisfaction. Master, do you have to work again? Bath. Zhao Yin threw the little monkey directly into a bucket of cold water. Song Xiaodao grunted as she walked down the rooftop carrying hot water. She was going to take a shower. The little monkey was awakened by the cold water and instinctively wanted to crawl out. Zhao Yin pushed it back and said, if you don't want to wash tonight, you are not allowed to eat chestnuts tomorrow. Master, I don't want to take a shower. I'll still be dirty after killing zombies tomorrow. Why should I take a shower? Let's talk about it tomorrow when it gets dirty. From now on, you must give me a bath whenever you have the chance, Zhao Yin said sternly. Of course he knew that no matter how clean he washed tonight, he would still stink of corpse tomorrow. It is more likely that no spring water will be found. But whether in the past life or this life, Zhao Yin does not want to forget that he is still a normal person. As long as there is a chance, he will clean himself up, even if it means just being a normal person for 1 second. Then just 1 second, that's fine. He washed himself clean, so of course the lazy monkey had to wash himself too. Under Zhao Yin's coercion, the clear water in the bucket quickly turned turbid. Seeing that the monkey was almost done washing, Zhao Yin pulled it out of the bucket. At this moment, Zhao Yin suddenly thought of something. Chapter 27, Mutant Buffalo. Zhao Yin suddenly thought that he had contracted this monkey for some time, but he still didn't know whether it was a male or a female. He simply grabbed the little monkey's legs and forced them apart. Suddenly, Familiar physiological characteristics were exposed before my eyes. It's a small toothpick with 2 quail eggs. At this moment, Zhao didn't know why, but he suddenly felt relieved. The little monkey didn't know what shame was. Seeing that his master liked to watch, he took the initiative to spread his legs. Master, keep watching. Don't you like it? I like to see the fucking coins. Zhao slapped him. The little monkey was hit for no apparent reason and quickly hid aside. Squeak, help! Just then, a scream suddenly came from downstairs. It was Song Xiaodao's voice. Zhao was startled and ran downstairs quickly. When he came downstairs, Song Xiaodao was sitting in a bucket filled with hot water, looking in a certain direction with a look of horror. Zhao, what is that? Zhao turned his head and looked. At this moment, under the chestnut tree, there was a huge monster standing. It was chewing the branches and leaves that had just been knocked down by the little monkey. There was a hint of indifference and disregard in its eyes as it looked at Zhao. Adult buffalo. E-level mutant beast, strength 42, agility 39, stamina 50, defense 63, spirit 8, bloodline talent. Huge strength, iron armor. Zhao sucked in a breath of cold air. This cow had actually evolved to level E. Its overall strength far exceeded that of the little monkey and was several times that of Zhao himself. After any mutant beast reaches level E, it will have an additional defensive attribute due to the significant enhancement of its physical fitness. The defense of the E-level mutant bull is an abnormal 63 points. Ever since Zhao contracted the little monkey, he has never encountered any mutant beast. In fact, he has been looking forward to this moment in his heart. But when he really encountered the cow, Zhao was not happy at all. He was not sure whether he would be killed by the cow. But Zhao didn't understand why this cow could evolve so quickly and reach level E in just a few days. Zhao didn't dare to move. With one hand, he quietly gestured behind his back, asking Song Xiaodao to quickly go upstairs to call Little Monkey, while with the other hand, he tightly gripped the hilt of the knife at his waist. Song Xiaodao didn't bother to put on his clothes and ran upstairs naked. Zhao forced a smile at Xuanyo from afar. Brother Nyo, huff. The buffalo snorted and withdrew its gaze from Zhao as if it was looking down on him, then lowered its head and continued to eat leaves. Zhao breathed a sigh of relief and quickly calmed down. He found that with his current abilities and all the means he used, it would be difficult to overwhelm the buffalo. Fortunately, the cow had no intention of attacking him at the moment. Soon, the little monkey came down from the stairs. When it saw the buffalo, all of its golden hair stood up, its body swelled up rapidly, and in the blink of an eye it activated its ability to grow giant. It can also feel that this cow is not easy to mess with. The little monkey did not take the initiative to attack. He stood in front of Zhao holding the steel stick tightly, and used his body to shield his master. Master, where did the cow come from? The little monkey communicated with Zhao and Zhao still felt the cowardice in his heart. God knows how there would be an E-level mutant beast. Let me think about how to deal with it. Zhao communicated in his mind. He is not ready to fight to the death. At this time, the buffalo seemed to be full. It looked up at Zhao and the little monkey, shook its tail, and slowly turned away. It is more than 5 times the size of an ordinary buffalo, and it can walk on 4 legs among the ruins as if it were flat ground. Cold sweat dripped down Zhao forehead, and he could clearly feel that the disdain in its eyes was even deeper. Seeing that the buffalo was about to disappear, Zhao said in his heart, "Monkey, follow it quietly and see where it is going." The little monkey's huge body immediately shrank, and he followed on tiptoe. Wait! Zhao stopped it and quickly took off his pants, and then pulled off his fishnet stockings. It's faster than you are. If you put this on, you can be faster than it. Remember not to conflict with it. This cow's special abilities are great strength and iron armor. Having 2 superpowers is not that rare for a human being, but it is particularly terrifying when it is on a buffalo. The little monkey obediently put the fishnet stockings on his legs. His golden hair was immediately restrained, making him look slimmer. He quickly chased in the direction where the buffalo disappeared. Zhao also put on his pants and turned around to go upstairs when he suddenly saw Song Xiaodao looking at him strangely. Well, fishnet stockings are equipment obtained from star crystals, not what you think. Zhao explained expressionlessly. Are you wearing that dress with cartoons on it too? Song Xiaodao asked. She had been waiting for Zhao to give her the skirt, but she didn't expect that he would wear it himself. The equipment obtained from the star crystal has powerful attributes that can increase my combat effectiveness. Zhao explained seriously, I definitely don't have that kind of fetish. Oh, I understand. Song Xiaodao nodded. She turned around and suddenly took something out from the pocket of Zhao Yin's pants. Zhao Yin, what is this? Zhao Yin was originally very satisfied with his explanation, but when he saw clearly what Song Xiaodao was holding, he was shocked. That's half a box of condoms that hasn't been used up yet. I vaguely remember that he took it away from the hotel accidentally when he was just reborn. I haven't noticed it for more than a month. Zhao Yin quickly stepped forward and snatched it away, putting it directly into the space ring. Children should not touch adult things. After saying that, he turned and went up to the rooftop. Song Xiaodao looked at him strangely. Modern girls are often exposed to the internet and understand many things at an early age. Not until Zhao Yin's back disappeared did she look away and continue washing clothes, with a triumphant smile on her lips. At this time, Zhao Yin's face felt a little hot, so he stopped thinking about it, added a handful of firewood to the campfire, and sat beside the fire, silently waiting for the little monkey to return. He didn't plan to risk his life for a contracted beast for the time being, but he had to find out the buffalo's range of activities. When his strength increased in the future, or when he had the tools to catch beasts, it wouldn't be too late to come back and find it. Half an hour later, Song Xiaodao came back. She hung the washed clothes by the fire, then crawled into the tent and fell asleep. The little monkey didn't come back until 3 hours later. It was holding a steel rod covered in zombies' blood and brains, and its lower body was wearing fishnet stockings, with many scars on its body. After further investigation, we found out that these injuries were not caused by fighting with buffaloes. No one knew what went wrong with the buffalo. After leaving here, it ran all the way to the West Suburb Industrial Park in Guangzhou City. It is the most densely populated area in the entire Guangzhou City. After the apocalypse broke out, a large number of zombies gathered there. Recently, Zhao Yin has not dared to go there. The buffalo rushed into the industrial park like crazy, rampaging all the way, killing countless zombies along the way. Even 5 or 6 F-level zombies were killed. Until the end, an extremely terrifying zombie appeared. The little monkey had no idea what level it was, but it was able to crush the buffalo in terms of strength. A fierce battle broke out between the corpse and the buffalo, and in the end, the terrible buffalo was defeated and fled away injured. The little monkey also followed the buffalo deep into the industrial park and was drawn into a group of zombies. He managed to escape only by using his special powers. Chapter 28 Chestnut Leaves. I was so scared at that time that I couldn't follow him anymore. The little monkey looked at Zhao Yin embarrassedly. It was the first time that I failed to complete the task assigned by Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin took out a few chestnuts and threw them into the fire, then raised his hand and touched the little monkey's head. No wonder you're so stupid. After you finish eating these chestnuts, go and have a rest. The little monkey was immediately flattered. He didn't expect his master to give him something to eat. He said in a flattering manner, "Master, next time we meet that cow, I will kill it for you and eat its beef." Zhao Yin frowned. It was a mad bull. In the end, if there is no way to catch it, the only thing we can do is to kill it and eat its meat. Eat! Zhao Yin picked out the half-cooked chestnuts from the fire and rolled them in front of the little monkey one by one. It picked it up and gobbled it up. It was done in a few minutes, and my deflated belly became round again. Go to bed. It will be dawn in 2 hours. Zhao Yin looked up at the sky and said, "Master, I can also keep watch." The little monkey communicated in his mind. 4 mutant beasts controlled by the soul of contract. Protecting their masters is their instinct. Go to sleep and stop talking nonsense. Zhao Yin ordered. The little monkey still needs to rest to recover from his injuries. After dawn, Zhao Yin will continue to kill zombies, and it will still be the main force. Now that he only has this one contracted beast, Zhao Yin is unwilling to do many dangerous things himself and has to leave them to this monkey. The little monkey was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes when he heard this. He crawled into the tent, and within a few seconds, he heard snoring. After the intense battle, it was exhausted. Zhao Yin heard the snoring and went into the tent. He quickly pulled the fishnet stockings off the little monkey's legs. Of course, the most important thing about life-saving items is that they are worn by the person himself. When leaving the tent, Zhao Yin glanced at Song Xiaodao beside him. Strangely, the bruises on her face that should have disappeared after a few days had actually disappeared. At this moment, her facial features were not much different from her previous life, except that they were a little too childish. "Woo, brother, please don't leave me." Maybe it was a dream. She saw her brother again, hugged one of the little monkey's legs tightly, and crystal tears flowed down the corners of her eyes. Zhao Yin took a look and left the tent, sitting by the fire and closing his eyes to rest. He heard all the sounds within a kilometer radius. There were no zombies in the village anymore, but there were some scattered zombies wandering in the fields. However, the firelight would not attract the zombies. The sky gradually brightened. Zhao Yun went to the ancient well again and took out the 20 or so empty, pure water buckets in the space ring. Each bucket can hold about 20 liters of water. Once it is filled up, it can last for quite a while if you only drink it. After collecting the water, Zhao Yun used a wooden bucket from the kitchen to fetch water to the rooftop to boil it. He used half of the hot water to wash his face and used the other half to add some salt and throw a few chestnuts into the pot to cook. Soon, the aroma of boiled chestnuts wafted out. Zhao Yun was just about to wake up Song Xiaodao and the little monkey when he suddenly heard a heavy sound of footsteps. Boom, boom, boom. Zhao Yun hurried to the edge of the rooftop, and at the end of his sight, the buffalo from last night appeared. Its shiny black cowhide was curled up in many places, with horrific wounds. One of its eyelids drooped, and blood covered the eyeball. The buffalo ran wildly all the way and soon arrived in front of Zhao Yun's villa. After taking 2 breaths, it lowered its head and started eating the chestnut leaves left on the ground last night. There were not many leaves left on the ground, and they were quickly eaten up. Thumb-thick branches were also rolled into its mouth with its big tongue, making a crisp crunch. At this moment, a magical scene happened. The wound on the buffalo's body stopped bleeding and healed visibly with the naked eye. Zhao Yun widened his eyes in shock. He knew that some mutated plants could heal injuries, but he didn't know that the leaves of this chestnut tree also had this effect. In the previous life, many people knew about chestnuts, but no one knew that the leaves were the real treasure. At this moment, Zhao Yun understood. No wonder the buffalo came to eat the leaves last night. No wonder the wound on Song Xiaodao's face healed so quickly. That greedy girl must have secretly eaten the leaves. In fact, it's not Zhao Yun's fault that he only discovered the benefits of the leaves now. In the 7 years of his previous life, he had never heard of any mutated plants that could produce 2 effects at the same time. This chestnut tree exceeded Zhao Yun's 2 lifetimes' knowledge of mutated plants. Zhao Yun took out a chestnut and opened the eye of true vision to check it. Chestnut, F-level mutant plant fruit, rich in nutrients. Leaves, F-level mutated crop with medicinal properties, quickly recovers from injuries after consumption. There actually are mutant plants that can produce crops with 2 functions at the same time. At this moment, Zhao Yun's heart was bleeding. The little monkey had knocked down at least several hundred kilograms of leaves last night. It was ruined by this cow. At this time, the buffalo finished eating the branches on the ground and circled around the chestnut tree, looking up at the leaves above its head, its eyes full of desire. Unfortunately, this chestnut tree is more than 30 meters tall, and cows cannot climb trees. Finally, the buffalo suddenly rushed towards the tree trunk. Bang! There was a loud bang, and the huge chestnut tree shook violently, and the sparse leaves were forcefully shaken off. The buffalo hummed with excitement and quickly swung its tail to pick up the food. Zhao Yun's breathing paused again. Those were his chestnut leaves. How could he let the cow continue to eat them? If he had these chestnut leaves, he would no longer be afraid of the little monkey getting hurt. I wonder how many casualties can be reduced after taming other contracted beasts in the future. Whether the star crystal can produce food to treat injuries depends entirely on luck. At this time, the chestnut leaves are particularly important to Zhao Yun. There are still several thousand kilograms of leaves on the tree. How many times can they heal? Zhao Yun immediately decided that he must save the chestnut tree no matter what. At this time, the buffalo started to charge again, and large pieces of leaves were shaken off. How could Zhao Yun endure it any longer? He took out a sniper rifle from his space ring. Without caring about saving bullets, he loaded the gun and aimed directly at the buffalo. Bang! Zhao Yun pulled the trigger without hesitation. He didn't ask to kill the mutant beast with the armor ability. He just wanted to drive it away. The buffalo reacted quickly and tilted its head. The armor-piercing bullet that could easily penetrate armor hit the buffalo's horns, splashing sparks. The bullet was shattered into pieces by the impact, but the bull's horn was fine. The buffalo's one eye looked over again, its temper aroused. It roared angrily and suddenly rushed towards the villa with all 4 hooves. Zhao Yun pulled the trigger repeatedly. Bang! 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 He no longer shot at the buffalo's head, but instead focused on the buffalo's neck, where its defense was the lowest. The first bullet pierced the buffalo's neck, splattering blood. But this level of injury is far from enough to kill the E-level mutant beast buffalo. The buffalo felt the pain and became even angrier. The next moment, a layer of fish scale-like scales quickly grew on its hide and covered its entire body in the blink of an eye. Superpower, armor. Its terrifying muscles suddenly swelled, and its already huge and strong body became several times stronger, and its whole body was filled with terrible explosive power. Superpower's great strength. At this time, Zhao Yin's bullets could only tear the armor at most, and finally all got stuck in the cowhide. Boom! The buffalo rammed its head against the wall of the villa. The entire wall collapsed in an instant, and the rooftop under Zhao Yin's feet shook violently. Chapter 29 Zombie King. Monkey, get up quickly, Zhao Yin yelled. In fact, Zhao Yin didn't need to shout. The little monkey had already left the tent, holding an iron stick and staring at the buffalo below with bulging eyes. It is just an F-level mutant beast, and its strength is far inferior to that of this buffalo. Activate your supernatural powers. Take Song Xiao Dao with you, and run. As soon as Zhao Yin finished speaking boom, the buffalo knocked down another load-bearing wall, and the whole villa began to tilt. Zhao Yin jumped off the rooftop holding a sniper rifle, not caring about the little monkey and Song Xiao Dao behind him. He stretched out his legs in fishnet stockings and ran several hundred meters before looking back. The villa has completely collapsed, and a little monkey that has grown to a gigantic size is following far behind, holding Song Xiao Dao in one hand. Zhao Yin paused. His agility was 17 points, and with the boost from the fishnet stockings, he was already faster than the buffalo. He turned his gun and aimed it at the buffalo. Come here, you damn bull! Bang! A shot to the front shoulder of the buffalo did little damage, but was extremely insulting. The buffalo rushed over quickly with its one red eye. Even if the poor little monkey activated his ability to grow giant, he was still slightly slower than a buffalo, and even slower than Zhao Yin. Its hairy legs had left a shadow, but the buffalo was still chasing after it. Master, it's gonna hit my butt. Didn't Atama say last night that you would help me kill this buffalo and eat its meat? Zhao Yin cursed angrily. In addition to the ability to grow gigantic, this monkey also has a frenzy ability, but it can only be activated when it reaches level E. The berserk power consumes too much energy, and its young body cannot bear it at present. In fact, the little monkey's potential is no worse than that of the buffalo. Why is the dead cow back? The little monkey still looked confused and had no idea what was going on. Take it away from that chestnut tree, Zhao Yin ordered. Bang! Zhao Yin fired another shot, blocking the buffalo for a moment, then turned around and continued to flee. Fortunately, the little monkey is more flexible than the buffalo. Although its movement speed is not as fast as the buffalo, every time it is about to be hit, it can twist its red but to avoid it perfectly. Poor Song Xiao Dao was shaken so hard that he opened his mouth and vomited, and the little monkey was covered in bitter bile. 10 minutes later, the collapsed villa and chestnut tree were no longer visible. Zhao Yin fired several shots to repel the buffalo and communicated with the little monkey in his mind. Monkey, I'll hold it back. You take the knife and run first. Remember to take a detour back to the chestnut tree. I'll get rid of the buffalo and collect the chestnut leaves. Master, you have to be careful. After the little monkey communicated with Zhao Yin, he grabbed Song Xiao Dao and turned away without waiting for Zhao Yin to speak. At this moment, roar, roar, roar. The deafening roars of corpses came in dense waves. Zhao Yin turned around suddenly and saw a huge zombie over 2 meters tall running towards him from 1,000 meters away, with more than 20 ordinary-sized zombies following far behind. Male zombie, E-level, evolution degree 100/79, strength 61, agility 36, defense 72, spirit 7. Male zombie, F-level, evolution degree 100/5, strength 23, agility 15, spirit 2.7. Female zombie, F-level, evolution degree 100/71, strength 26, agility 17, spirit 3.3. Male zombie, F-level, evolution degree 119, strength 25, agility 16, spirit 2.8. Male zombie, F-level. There are 27 zombies in total, and the lowest one is F-level. The tall zombie rushing in the front has even reached level E. Master, it's that zombie. The little monkey pointed at the tall zombie, his hair standing on end. He no longer cared about his own escape, but quickly blocked Zhao Yin behind him. Even the buffalo behind him stopped chasing Zhao Yin and the little monkey. His single eye was bloodshot, and he let out a loud roar and suddenly rushed towards the tall zombie. Zhao Yin understood instantly that this was the zombie that fought with Buffalo last night. The last time he had seen such a huge zombie force in his previous life was half a year after the apocalypse. He had never heard of such a terrifying group of zombies appearing in Guangzhou City so early. If the abilities of mutant beasts happened to correspond to the superpowers among the survivors, then the abilities of zombies correspond to the evolvers. This tall zombie was clearly stronger than ordinary evolvers and could even crush mutant beasts of the same level. So, there was only one possibility. In Zhao Yin's mind, the name that everyone was afraid of in his previous life appeared. Zombie King. A zombie king who devoured several star crystals at the beginning of the apocalypse. Zhao Yin didn't have time to think about it. He raised his sniper rifle and tried to fire a shot in that direction. The armor-piercing bullet hit the zombie king's chest, but only scratched the skin before being bounced away. The terrifying 72 points of defense are difficult to match even for the higher-level D-level zombies. This is the terrifying thing about the zombie king. Every zombie king can almost crush anyone of the same level, not to mention that it is one level higher than Zhao Yin, so there is no way to defeat it. Zhao Yin immediately put away the sniper rifle and shouted to the monkey, "Follow me to collect the leaves, and then leave Guangzhou." A buffalo that shouldn't have appeared was already difficult for him to deal with, and now a stronger zombie king appeared. The only thing Zhao Yin can do now is to avoid the attack. The contracted soul is of little help to him now. After all, Zhao Yin is just an F-level evolver. Even if the little monkey is added, it's just serving as food for the zombie. A zombie king has more than 60 points of strength and more than 70 points of defense. It is very likely that he has some abilities that cannot be detected by the eye of true vision. Zhao Yin would not stay unless he was crazy. While the buffalo was entangled with the group of zombies, Zhao Yin took the little monkey and Zhao Xiaodao back to the chestnut tree, handed the tang sword directly to the little monkey, and asked it to cut down all the leaves and twigs. The little monkey chopped with a grunt, and large pieces of branches fell off. Song Xiaodao collected the leaves together, and Zhao Yin used a space ring to put them into it. When Zhao Yin had collected most of the leaves, the space ring could no longer hold them. He simply took out all his clothes and bedding and threw them away and continued to collect leaves. But the space ring was only 10 cubic meters, and even after it contained more than 3,000 kilograms of chestnuts, hundreds of kilograms of thorny ball shells, as well as weapons, food, and other supplies, it still could not hold nearly 2,000 kilograms of leaves. Finally, Zhao Yin threw away all the remaining food and toiletries that had gone bad before the end of the world, anything that was not of high value. This included 10 buckets of well water. Zhao Yin, you threw away all the food. What are we going to eat in the future? Song Xiaodao hurried to pick up the food. We'll eat chestnuts from now on. The remaining water will be enough for us to drink for more than 10 days. Zhao Yin said. But what if all the chestnuts are eaten up in the future? What use will you have for these leaves? Song Xiaodao still couldn't bear to throw away the most precious food in the apocalypse. His hands were filled with sour ham and salt-baked chicken that had turned white and rotten. I won't let you go hungry. Zhao Yin didn't explain too much. After putting away all the leaves, there was very little space left in the ring. He looked up at the bare tree trunks. Chestnut tree, F-level mutant plant. A simple introduction. Other than that, no useful information. This was also one of the reasons why Zhao Yin did not check the leaves carefully last night. The main trunk does not have any special function, so Zhao Yin does not plan to cut it down. He wants to leave it here and wait until he gets life space in the future. Then he can dig up this precious chestnut tree. Just then, there was a noise behind me. The buffalo's injuries were even more serious. Its scales were torn and bleeding, and one of its horns was broken in half. It was panting as it ran towards this side. The zombie king, with the remaining 12 F-class zombies, was chasing after them from a distance. Chapter 30, Battle with the Corpse King. Run! Zhao Yin shouted at the top of his voice and ran away. The little monkey quickly activated his ability to grow huge, picked up Song Xiaodao, and started walking quickly. Now, the little monkey has become accustomed to the rule that his owner will run away immediately whenever he encounters danger. My food! Song Xiaodao screamed. The little monkey used too much force, causing most of the food in her hands to fly out. But she also knew that she couldn't let the little monkey stop at this time, so she could only look at the food with a distressed face as it moved farther and farther away from her. After running several hundred meters, Zhao Yin looked back. The zombie king had chased the buffalo into the village, and the buffalo ran under the chestnut tree, staring at the bare trunk in a daze. Zhao Yin understood that the dead cow was indeed thinking about his chestnut leaves again. It's over now, right? Zhao Yin sneered in his heart. Zhao Yin, that cow is so powerful. Look, the big zombie is injured by it. Song Xiaodao suddenly shouted. Zhao Yin looked over when he heard that, and saw that half of a bull's horn was stuck on the zombie king's right shoulder, with black blood flowing out. One of his arms was hanging limply, with only the fascia still stuck to his shoulder, swaying back and forth as he ran. There was also a large, transparent hole on the zombie king's waist, and even his running speed was a bit slower than before. Zhao Yin suddenly became alert. Monkey, follow me and take a detour. Master, shall we kill that zombie and that dead cow? The little monkey asked in his mind. What are you doing? The injured zombie king is not something we can deal with right now. We're going to pick up star crystals, Zhao Yin said. Now that the zombie king's strength has greatly decreased, Zhao Yin's sense of security has increased a bit, and his mind has become active. He remembered clearly that there were a total of 26 F-level zombies that had followed the zombie king. Now there are only 12 left, which means the remaining 14 have been killed by the buffalo. The place where Buffalo and the zombie king fought just now was not far from here, and Zhao Yin only needed 1 or 2 minutes to get there. He ran all the way with his head down and soon arrived at the place. The farmland that was previously bumpy was now in a mess, with freshly turned soil everywhere, as if it had experienced a magnitude 10 earthquake. A dozen F-class zombies were lying there, their bodies crushed by the buffalo's iron hooves. Some of them had most of their bodies torn into pieces, with only their heads intact left. When they saw Zhao Yin coming, they opened their mouths and made noises. If Zhao Yin hadn't come, it would only take a day or 2 for their broken bodies to be repaired by the unknown energy. But obviously, these zombies don't have that chance. Without Zhao Yin's order, the little monkey immediately let go of Song Xiaodao, and the 2 men and the beast began to bang on the zombie's head. Soon, 14 star crystals and corpse crystals appeared in Zhao Yin's hands. He put it away immediately and shouted to the little monkey, "Go!" But before he could take a step, he heard hurried footsteps behind him. There was blood flowing from the buffalo's mouth and nose, and there was a big hole in its stomach with its intestines spilling out. It was several hundred meters away and rushed over in the blink of an eye, followed by the zombie king, but the 12 F-level zombies were not seen. The buffalo stared at Zhao Yin with red eyes and resentment on its face, as if it had figured out that the leaves that could have healed its injuries in time had been taken away by the human in front of it. It was this human who harmed it. So since it can't kill the zombie king, it has to kill Zhao Yin before it dies. It was too late for Zhao Yin to leave. The buffalo was unleashing its last potential of life at too fast a speed. Zhao Yin took out the sniper rifle without any hesitation. Bang. The bullet hit the buffalo's head where the scales were broken and went straight into the head. With a loud bang, the buffalo and Zhao Yin passed each other and then fell to the ground. If Zhao Yin was even 0.1 second slower, he would have been hit to death by the buffalo. Before Zhao Yin could breathe a sigh of relief, the zombie king arrived. Without the attraction of the buffalo, it roared and rushed towards Zhao Yin. Ban! 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 Zhao Yin fired several shots in succession, all hitting the zombie king's broken arm. The fascia that was already sticking to it was instantly broken, and the broken arm fell down. The zombie king also staggered. Run, run, run! Zhao Yin yelled, put away his sniper rifle, and ran away. However, the zombie king was completely enraged, and the thing he was most worried about happened. The zombie king's already extremely burly figure suddenly swelled a bit more, and his running speed suddenly increased. Neither Zhao Yin nor the little monkey had ever seen this ability of the zombie king before. Its speed even exceeded that of Zhao Yin, who was wearing fishnet stockings. The big hand with black nails, over 10 centimeters long, suddenly grabbed Zhao Yin's back. Zhao Yin broke out in a cold sweat in an instant. It was the first time since the end of the world that he felt such a strong life-and-death crisis. Bang! Zhao Yin was slapped away and dived forward rapidly. At the same time, the F-class military uniform on his back was torn by the zombie king's claws. He fell into the mud more than 20 meters away and rolled over a dozen times before he finally stopped. Zhao Yin opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His internal organs seemed to be displaced, and his face turned pale in an instant. If it weren't for the extraordinary equipment that blocked the attack for him, his body would have been pierced by the zombie king. He gritted his teeth, endured the severe pain, and continued shooting with his gun. Bang! 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 The armor-piercing bullets hit the zombie king, splashing sparks, but they could only slow down its forward movement. Soon, the zombie king, under the huge impact of the armor-piercing bullet, took a few steps to Zhao Yin and stepped directly on his head. Zhao Yun had anticipated this and rolled to avoid it, while shooting to slow down the Zombie King and moving his body quickly to try to create distance. But the gap in strength between the two sides was too big. The fishnet stockings only increased Zhao Yun's movement speed. In terms of agility, the Zombie King had 36 points, which was more than twice that of Zhao Yun. It turned around and grabbed Zhao Yun's collar and lifted him up. Roar! The Zombie King glared at Zhao Yun and roared, as if accusing this little ant of daring to break his arm. Zhao Yun was suspended in the air. He had never thought that one day he would be held in the air by a Zombie King like a chick. The bloody mouth in front of him exuded a foul stench, and he could see its rotten teeth from a close distance. Roar! A roar was heard from behind the Zombie King. The little monkey had already reacted, but the Zombie King was too fast and only rushed over at this time. The little monkey used his gigantic ability to its full potential and smashed the Zombie King's head with the iron stick in his hand. With a loud bang, the threaded steel rod twisted and deformed and got stuck on the Zombie King's head. The Zombie King didn't care and slowly turned to look at the little monkey. Maybe to it, the humans and monkeys in front of it are just a joke. Bang! The next moment, the little monkey was kicked away, and its huge body fell like a meteorite. Zhao Yun remained extremely calm. The Zombie King in front of him had almost no weaknesses. He possessed extreme speed, terrifying power, and impenetrable defense. Its only weakness was the damage previously inflicted upon it by the buffalo. Yes, its weakness is the damage caused by buffalo. Zhao Yun directly stabbed the sniper rifle in his hand into the big hole in the Zombie King's abdomen and pulled the trigger violently at close range. Chapter 31: D-Class Weapons. Bang! 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 The armor-piercing bullet wreaked havoc in the Zombie King's body, tearing its internal organs madly. At this moment, the Zombie King began to tremble all over, and large amounts of black blood mixed with internal organ fragments flowed out of the big hole in his abdomen. Despite this, the Zombie King still did not die. He grabbed Zhao Yun's one arm and exerted force suddenly, throwing Zhao Yun out directly. Zhao Yun felt as if his chest was hit by a heavy hammer. He spurted out blood again while still in the air and rolled several times before falling heavily to the ground. He wanted to get up as soon as possible, but found that all his strength seemed to be drained from his body. With every breath, there was a sharp pain in my chest. Click! The sniper rifle in the Zombie King's abdomen finally slipped to the ground. Roar! It rushed towards Zhao Yun angrily, as if it wanted to completely get rid of this little ant that had hurt it. At this time, there was no time to rescue the little monkey. Zhao Yun, get up quickly! Song Xiaodao's young face was full of fear. He hugged the Zombie King's legs and stabbed hard with the butterfly knife in his hand. Clang! Even though it was an extraordinary weapon, it only cut a little skin on the Zombie King's leg. Song Xiaodao's strength is too weak. Under the Zombie King's powerful defense, he couldn't even get truly hurt. At this time, the Zombie King was enraged by the weaker ant and turned around and kicked it out. Zhao Yun! Song Xiaodao's petite body spun in the air and flew 20 or 30 meters away, falling into the mud in the distance and never moved again. It was unknown whether he was alive or dead. It was because of Song Xiaodao's obstruction that the little monkey rushed over again, and the steel stick in its hand had already fallen away to who knows where. The gigantic little monkey suddenly jumped onto the Zombie King's head, squatted on its shoulders, and dug its long nails into the Zombie King's eye sockets. Bang! The Zombie King swung out his one arm and slapped the little monkey on the head. Half of the little monkey's cheek was immediately deformed, but he still held the Zombie King's head tightly and dug out his eyeballs desperately. Bang! 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 The Zombie King smashed the little monkey again and again, and blood splattered with every blow. The thick monkey skin could not bear it at all and was torn apart, revealing the meridians and bones. Master, get up and run! The little monkey's heart was trembling, and his bloody face showed an expression of pain, and his eyes were dim. 2 puffs. The Zombie King's eyes were finally dug out by it. Roar! The Zombie King's voice became shrill, and his sharp claws suddenly pierced into the little monkey's abdomen, grabbed its belly from the inside, and pulled it forward violently. The little monkey, who was already exhausted, suddenly had convulsions all over his body as if he was dying. He was thrown out by the Zombie King, rolled in the mud, twitched a few times, and then stopped moving. At this time, Zhao Yun stood up shakily and stuffed a handful of chestnut leaves into his mouth, which made him feel better. He looked at the little monkey and Song Xiaodao, whose lives were unknown, and his heart remained extremely calm, wondering where the way out was. The E-level zombie king was like an insurmountable mountain to him, unshakable and irresistible. The weakness of human physique was fully exposed. Zhao Yin only withstood 2 attacks and could hardly lift even the Tang's sword. The little monkey fell down. The sniper rifle was at the feet of the zombie king. He lost his 2 greatest supports. What else can he use to fight this zombie king? At this time, the zombie king had lost 2 eyeballs and his huge body was shaking. Zhao Yin suddenly discovered that this zombie king had evolved vision and was actually relying on his eyes to see things. The zombie king without eyeballs was like a blind man among the survivors, stumbling toward Zhao Yin. Even if the zombie king was blind, even if he stood there motionless, he had no ability to kill him at this moment. Thousands of thoughts flashed through Zhao Yin's mind in an instant, thinking of all the possible outcomes. In the end, all he could think of were those 14 star crystals. Although the chance is slim, it is Zhao Yin's only hope at this time. If powerful equipment is unveiled, he may have a chance to survive. Zhao Yin took out 14 star crystals without hesitation and crushed them all at once. Nong Fu Spring, Grade F, extraordinary beverage, replenishes 24 hours of water consumption after consumption. Sandwich bread, Grade F, extraordinary food, replenishes 24 hours of energy consumption after consumption, and has the added effect of healing injuries. Nong Fu Spring, compressed biscuits, Grade F, extraordinary food, replenishes 24 hours of energy consumption after consumption, with the added benefit of vigorous energy, which lasts for 24 hours. Instant noodles, Grade F, extraordinary food, replenishes 24 hours of energy consumption after consumption, and has the added benefit of resisting severe cold, which lasts for 24 hours. Canned tuna, Grade F, extraordinary food, replenishes 24 hours of energy consumption after consumption, and has the added benefit of immunity to viruses below Grade B, which lasts for 24 hours. Iced black tea, Grade F, an extraordinary beverage. After consumption, it replenishes the water consumed in the past 24 hours. It also has the effect of doubling physical attributes, which last for 1 hour. Mace, Grade D, type of extraordinary weapon, durability 54, attack 52, additional effect, strength plus 20. Women's suit, Grade E, defensive equipment, sturdiness 31, agility 28, with additional effect of charm plus 5. Nong Fu Spring, sandwich bread. All the white light dissipated, and items fell to the ground from Zhao Yin's hands. When he saw the mace clearly, he became very excited. There actually was life-saving equipment. D-level extraordinary weapon, with a total of 52 points of attack and an additional strength of 20. If combined with Zhao Yin's own 15 points of strength, killing the E-level zombie king in front of him is not a problem at all. Zhao Yin stuffed another handful of chestnut leaves into his mouth, and then tore open a piece of healing bread without hesitation, chewing and swallowing it directly. This was not the end yet. He opened another bottle of iced black tea and drank it in one gulp. When the sandwich fell into his stomach, its healing effect was several times stronger than that of the chestnut leaves, and a warm feeling instantly spread throughout his body. The numbness and severe pain in the limbs were rapidly subsiding at this time. At the same time, the doubling effect of the attributes brought by the iced black tea exploded, and a tremendous force spread throughout Zhao Yin's body. At this moment, Zhao Yin smiled, his eyes bloodshot. He bent down, grabbed the mace, and lifted it up. The zombie king is amazing. Today, I'm going to kill a zombie king and see for myself. I almost died. Just that little bit, go to hell. At this time, the zombie king strode over, clenched his fist with one arm, and smashed toward Zhao Yin hard. This time, Zhao Yin no longer dodged. His body suddenly flew into the air, and the mace in his hand smashed towards the zombie king with the same fierce momentum. Bang! The fist and the mace collided, and a sonic boom sounded in the air. Immediately afterwards, the sound of bones breaking was heard. The zombie king's fist was directly deformed by the smash. There was no expression on its terrifying face, but it was obviously stunned. Zhao Yin landed on the ground with both feet. His body bounced up again, and he hit down heavily. Snap! The zombie king instinctively raised his one arm to block, and his forearm bone was broken. The zombie king roared and instinctively wanted to raise his hand to kill Zhao Yin, but his one arm was limp, and he couldn't swing it at all. At this time, the mace came again, aiming at the zombie king's head. The zombie king dodged quickly, and the stick hit its neck directly. Boom! The Zombie King's mountain-like figure fell to the ground. What a stinky bastard! Zhao Yun stepped on the Zombie King's chest and smashed it down with the stick. Again and again, until the Zombie King's head was smashed into pieces and he could no longer move. Zhao Yun stopped only after he was sure that it was dead. Zhao Yun was gasping for breath as if he was exhausted. The mace in his hand, weighing 300 or 400 pounds, fell to the ground. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked up at the little monkey and Zhao Xiaodao. In the mud, two small figures stood like clay figures, motionless. Chapter 32. That puff. Xiaodao monkey, Zhao Yun shouted. Neither guy responded. Zhao Yun recalled the scene where they risked their lives to save him, and his hard heart felt a sharp pain. Are you dead? Zhao Yun didn't care about being exhausted and walked over with difficulty. The little monkey's skull was cracked, revealing its brain. The Zombie King had torn off so many pieces of its fur. The hole in its stomach was similar to the one on the buffalo, and its intestines were leaking out. Song Xiaodao's chest collapsed completely. Blood was still spurting out from his mouth and nose, and he was unconscious. Fortunately, both guys were still alive. Zhao Yun quickly took out a handful of chestnut leaves and stuffed them into the little monkey's mouth, but found that it had no strength to chew. Zhao Yun thought about it, stuffed the chestnut leaves into his mouth, and chewed them into pieces. After they became crumbs, he pried open the little monkey's mouth. Puff! Zhao Yun spit directly into the little monkey's mouth, and then poured clean water into it. After getting the little monkey drunk, Zhao Yun used the same method to get Song Xiaodao drunk. After the two guys ate the chestnut leaves, the wounds on their bodies stopped bleeding quickly, healed slowly, and their life force gradually increased. But after all, the injury was too severe, and a handful of chestnut leaves was not enough. Zhao Yun directly took out 10 kilograms, chewed them hard, and fed them to him. In fact, there was still a piece of the sandwich that Zhao Yun had just opened, but that thing recovered from injuries faster and was more useful than chestnut leaves in battle, so Zhao Yun did not use it. His jawbone was cramped from chewing so much, and the little monkey's skull and belly finally healed, and golden hair slowly grew on them. Song Xiaodao's collapsed chest slowly swelled up, and the blood from his mouth and nose stopped flowing. Zhao Yun chewed a few more mouthfuls of chestnut leaves, and the little monkey woke up first. Master, where is the big zombie? As soon as it opened its eyes, it jumped up from the ground in an instant. When it saw the corpse of the Zombie King clearly, it was stunned. Dead? How did he die? Zhao Yun was still chewing leaves in his mouth. He pried open Song Xiaodao's mouth and puffed. After skillfully spitting it into Song Xiaodao's mouth and filling her with water, Zhao Yun said calmly, "Of course I killed him at the cost of my life in order to save you." The little monkey's eyes widened, and then he jumped to Zhao Yun's feet and hugged his legs. Master is so good to Xiaodao and me. Master is the best master in the world, the most powerful master, so powerful, so powerful. Zhao Yun enjoyed the little monkey's flattery and stuffed a handful of leaves into his mouth, chewing and saying, "In order to treat your injuries, I spent 10 kilograms of precious chestnut leaves, and my teeth were chewed up." The little monkey was so moved that his eyes were filled with tears. He didn't mind Zhao Yun's way of treatment. He put his face on Zhao Yun's thigh and rubbed it affectionately. His voice sounded full of guilt. "Master, it's all my fault that I can't protect you." Zhao Yun rubbed the little monkey's head and said, "Your performance today was not very good, but it was passable, so I decided to reward you." The little monkey suddenly raised his head and looked at Zhao Yun eagerly. "Is it extraordinary food?" Zhao Yun took out the last bottle of iced black tea and handed it to the little monkey. "This is an extraordinary drink. It can double your attributes within an hour. You can't drink it now. You are allowed to drink it next time when you encounter the same danger." The little monkey took it excitedly and stroked the extraordinary food he had been longing for. In fact, Zhao Yun had already thought about it just now. He had to find a way to equip the little monkey and Song Xiaodao as soon as possible. A crisis like today's must never happen again. The habits he developed in his previous life made him think about his own safety all the time, so much so that he ignored the overall combat effectiveness. Now that he is the master of the contract, he should hide and let his subordinates fight to the death. If Little Monkey and Song Xiaodao had been vulnerable, he would have become the lone commander he is today. Go! There are 12 F-level zombies over there under the chestnut tree. They should have been killed by the buffalo. Cut off their heads and bring them here. Zhao Yun handed the Tang sword to the little monkey. "I understand, master." "Thank you, master." The little monkey was still thanking for the iced tea. After taking the Tang sword, it jumped away, Zhao Yun was about to clean up the battlefield when Song Xiaodao suddenly opened his eyes. Zhao Yun, are we dead? Once you're dead, this is the underworld, Zhao Yun said. Song Xiaodao was not as panicked as expected. Instead, he looked relieved and closed his eyes. Oh, what's that taste in my mouth? Chestnut leaves are used to treat your injuries. Zhao Yun, I'm already dead. Why are you healing me? Song Xiaodao seemed to suddenly understand something. He sat up abruptly, opened his eyes and looked around, and soon saw the dead zombie king. I'm not dead. Did you kill the big zombie? Zhao Yun said calmly, since everything is fine, get up and work. Go and dissect the dead cow. We will eat beef tonight. Song Xiaodao was still confused, but did not dare to ask more questions. He picked up the butterfly knife that fell into the mud, wiped it simply, and walked towards the buffalo. Zhao Yun also stood up and walked forward, picking up his sniper rifle. I found that it was not damaged and directly put it into the space ring. Although this sniper rifle did not play much of a role today, it will definitely have no problem dealing with ordinary zombies and survivors. Unfortunately, he shot down half of the armor-piercing bullets today. Zhao Yun. Suddenly, Song Xiaodao's scream was heard from behind. What's wrong? Zhao Yun turned around and asked. Don't you want to eat beef? No, Zhao Yun, come and see. This cow is still alive. Song Xiaodao stepped back with a butterfly knife in his hand, looking at the corpse of the buffalo in horror. She was still in fear of the buffalo's strength. Zhao Yun was shocked and walked over in disbelief. Sure enough, he saw that the buffalo's eyelids were slightly open and it was staring at him with hatred. You didn't even breathe. How come you're alive again? Zhao Yun was surprised that it was not dead, yet despite being so badly injured. This cow has an unprecedented vitality. Or we can just kill it from a distance, said Song Xiaodao. Zhao Yun quickly took out some chestnut leaves and piled them in front of the buffalo. Zhao Yun, what are you going to do? Waste chestnut leaves to treat it? Song Xiaodao asked in shock. If it weren't for the bull's revenge, they wouldn't have fought the zombie king so hard and almost died. Zhao Yun didn't say anything. Of course he needed treatment. The strength of this buffalo was absolutely beyond reproach. He was currently in need of such a powerful contracted beast. I can't eat beef anymore? Song Xiaodao was disappointed and whispered. What's the point of curing it? Aren't you afraid that it will take revenge on you? In her opinion, although Zhao Yun was not a bad person, he was definitely not an overly kind person. Zhao Yun had cold sweat on his forehead. The buffalo could die at any time, so he grabbed a handful of leaves and started chewing them. Then he pried open the buffalo's mouth, and puff. Zhao Yun vomited it directly into his mouth. Song Xiaodao on the side widened his eyes and stared at Zhao Yun. He had already opened a bucket of water and poured it into the buffalo's mouth, then continued to chew chestnut leaves. Green juice flowed down the corners of Zhao Yun's mouth. She felt her stomach churning, and she bent over and vomited. Then, Song Xiaodao saw that what she vomited out was nothing but clean water mixed with chewed chestnut leaves, so she vomited even more vigorously. Zhao Yun, how could you do this? Ugh! Song Xiaodao asked with red eyes. Zhao Yun seemed not to hear and continued chewing the leaves. After chewing about 2 kilograms of leaves, the buffalo's vitality finally became much stronger. Its eyes slowly widened and stared at Zhao Yun with hatred. Chapter 33, The Second Contracted Beast. Bang! Zhao Yun kicked the buffalo decisively, and the buffalo's head was kicked to one side. I saved your life, and you still dare to glare at me? Zhao Yun cursed. Cuckoo. Shuanyo made a weak sound in his throat, still glaring at Zhao Yun, not appreciating it at all. Zhao Yun raised his foot again, but ultimately did not kick again. There is no point in arguing with a stubborn bull. Just make a contract with it, and the soul of the contract will naturally change its mind. He did not continue feeding leaves, fearing that the buffalo would kill him. He placed one hand on the buffalo's head and directly mobilized the soul of the contract in his mind, activating the power of the contract. A faint golden light slowly formed into a chain shape, which sank from Zhao Yun's palm into the buffalo's eyebrows. Immediately afterwards, the buffalo began to tremble violently all over, and then, as if it understood something, it struggled violently. Unlike the little monkey at the beginning, the buffalo is an E-level mutant beast, 1 level higher than Zhao Yun himself. Its spiritual power frantically collides with the chains transformed by the soul of the contract. But everything was in vain. Zhao Yun rode on the buffalo's head and pressed it to the ground with his butt. Facing the soul of contract, all of Buffalo's resistance was of no use. The chains instantly disappeared from its mind, and then its huge body collapsed and slowly closed its eyes. Zhao Yun stood up and looked back at Song Xiaodao. Are you sick? If I hadn't chewed leaves to feed you, you wouldn't be alive to vomit here now. Who are you trying to disgust? Song Xiaodao was already very afraid of Zhao Yun, and he understood that what he said made sense. So he wiped his tears and did not dare to refute. But the emotions in her heart could not be calmed down no matter what. No one would feel good if they were filled with other people's saliva. Come over. Zhao Yun hooked his finger at her, and Song Xiaodao slowly moved his feet and came in front of him. What? Bang! Zhao Yun slapped Song Xiaodao on the head with a slap. Do you want to climb up the roof and tear off the tiles? Song Xiaodao covered his head with his hands, looked up at Zhao Yun, and tears of grievance fell down. Did you brush your teeth this morning? Brush teeth? Clean water in the apocalypse is extremely precious. If Zhao Yun hadn't come here, he wouldn't even have taken a bath last night. He didn't even bring a toothbrush when he went out. So what should he use to brush his teeth? He remembered that the last time he brushed his teeth, it was raining meteorites outside. Since then, he has never brushed his teeth again. You didn't brush your mouth either, didn't you? I brushed it last week. It's cleaner than your mouth, right? Zhao Yun argued. Song Xiaodao was speechless for a moment. She hadn't brushed her teeth for more than a month. She had difficulty even drinking a sip of water and had completely forgotten about it. Why do you look down on others? Any questions? Zhao Yun said, if you have no problem, chew the leaves with me. These leaves have a bactericidal effect, just like brushing your teeth. Oh, and you can rinse your mouth with clean water and feed the mouthwash to the dead cow. Is chewing leaves really the same as brushing teeth? Song Xiaodao asked naively. Why don't you try and find out? After Zhao Yun finished speaking, he turned around, grabbed a handful of leaves, and chewed them in his mouth. Then, Song Xiaodao saw him skillfully pry open the buffalo's mouth. Puff! Song Xiaodao hurried forward and also grabbed a handful of leaves and stuffed them in her mouth. Her cheeks bulged and her brows furrowed in bitterness. After chewing for a while, Song Xiaodao also. Poof! When the two of them had chewed about 5 kilograms of leaves, the little monkey came back. It found a straw rope from somewhere with 12 zombie heads strung on it. So the two men and the monkey began to chew the leaves. Puff! 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 Monkey, be careful. You're spraying all over me. Squeak! Ha hee hee! The dead cow, lying on the ground, was being fed with water, and its breath of life became stronger and stronger. It was not until over 100 pounds of leaves and 3 buckets of water were all poured down that the wounds on its body were finally healed. Only the blind eye and the broken horn have not been restored. If you want to regenerate severed limbs, you need star crystal to prescribe more advanced medicines. This is the only way for now. Soon, the buffalo opened its one eye, turned over, and climbed up from the ground. The little monkey looked calm, but Song Xiaodao was startled. He quickly dropped the leaves in his hand and stepped back. Zhao Yun, what should we do now? Zhao Yun bent down and picked up the scattered leaves one by one and said calmly, It's okay. It will be our partner from now on. At this moment, a voice rang out in Zhao Yun's heart. Master. The buffalo came to Zhao Yun, knelt on its humanized front legs, and lowered its head to him. Song Xiaodao looked at the scene in shock, staring at Xuanyo and Zhao Yun, and then looked at the little monkey. In an instant, she seemed to understand something. Zhao Yun, the little monkey. Is this also how it came about? She saw Zhao Yun signing the contract just now. Finally, I understand what he was doing at that time. In Song Xiaodao's eyes, the man in front of him became more and more mysterious. There must be countless secrets hidden in him. Zhao Yun nodded, without further explanation, and simply said, It's different. I rescued the little monkey, and I have never had any unpleasant experiences with it. Squeak! The little monkey next to him immediately followed suit. It's a pity that Song Xiaodao couldn't understand what it was saying. Zhao Yun kicked the buffalo and said, Go find some grass to eat. Don't move without my order, or I'll break your legs. Yes, master. The buffalo's inner voice was not as lively as the monkey's, and sounded a little silly. It got up and walked to the side, nibbling on the green shoots that had just grown in the field. Zhao Yun put all the things back into the space ring, walked over to pick up the mace, pointed at the 14 heads brought back by the little monkey, and told Song Xiaodao, Go and clean them up. Song Xiaodao responded and walked over skillfully to start cutting the watermelon. Zhao Yun finally came to the corpse of the zombie king. At this time, the zombie king's head had already been smashed to pieces, and Zhao Yun used the mace to beat around in his brain. Soon, 3-star crystals, and 1 E-level corpse crystal rolled out. Zhao Yun was a little shocked when he saw that there were 3-star crystals. No wonder this E-level zombie was so powerful. It was indeed a zombie king. In his previous life, he had only heard of the zombie king. Whenever he got wind of it, he would immediately lead Lin Tianfeng and the others to flee, but he had never actually encountered one. If this zombie king had not met Zhao Yun, he would have quickly grown to level D, quickly dominated Guangzhou City, controlled all the zombies in the territory, and then even occupied Jiangnan, becoming invincible. It's a pity that there is no such possibility. Zhao Yun didn't understand whether it was because he changed the timeline that led to the appearance of this zombie king that he had never heard of in his previous life, or because it existed in his previous life and later went to other places, causing him to not know the existence of this zombie king. But now is not the time to think about these things. Zhao Yun stared at the E-level corpse crystal even more eagerly than when he saw the star crystal. Chapter 34, A-level props, Invisible Tent. Zhao Yun directly crushed the E-level corpse crystal, and a stream of pure energy instantly poured into his body, and the familiar feeling of evolution spread throughout his body again. Human male, awaken superpower, E-level evolver, evolution degree 100 to 0.16. Strength 31, agility 35, stamina 25, spirit 48, talent below shooting, life countdown. 59,963 days. All attributes doubled, and even the lifespan increased by 30,000 days. In other words, if nothing unexpected happens, Zhao Yun can live another 160 years. At this moment, Zhao Yun's aura changed, becoming more energetic and vigorous. Zhao Xiaodao held a pile of corpse crystals and star crystals in his hands and stared at Zhao Yun blankly. "What's wrong with me?" Zhao Yun asked, turning around. Nothing. Song Xiaodao came back to his senses and shook his head quickly. She just felt that Zhao Yun had become different, but she couldn't tell what was different. "Here, the corpse crystal and star crystal are here." Zhao Yun took the corpse crystal and put it into the space ring, then piled all the star crystals in front of him. Among them, 3 pieces were from the zombie king, and 12 pieces were from 12 F-level zombies. There were 15 pieces in total, piled up into a small hill. At this time, Zhao Yun's vision and hearing could reach a radius of 2 kilometers. Except for a few scattered zombies, there was no trace of any other life forms. Zhao Yun sat in the mud and opened the star crystals piece by piece. Nongfu Spring, Grade F, extraordinary beverage, replenishes 24 hours of water consumption after consumption. Sure enough, it starts with Nongfu Spring again. Sandwich bread, Grade F, extraordinary food, replenishes 24 hours of energy consumption after consumption, and has the added effect of healing injuries. Compressed biscuits, Grade F, extraordinary food, replenishes 24 hours of energy consumption after consumption, with the added benefit of vigorous energy, which lasts for 24 hours. Nongfu Spring, Astalnun. Zhao Yun opened 11 star crystals in a row and got 3 bottles of Nongfu Spring, 2 sandwich breads, 3 compressed biscuits, 1 bottle of iced black tea, 1 instant noodle, and 1 military jacket. Only 1 piece of F-level equipment was produced, and the rest were disposable extraordinary food and drinks. It just so happened that Zhao Yun's military uniform was torn to pieces by the zombie king, so he just happened to need this new one. There were still 4 star crystals left in front of Zhao Yun. Except for the last one, which exploded from an F-level zombie, the remaining 3 were all exploded from the zombie king. He remembered a rumor in his previous life that the star crystals that exploded from the zombie king had a much higher chance of producing top-quality items. Regardless of whether the rumor was true or not, Zhao Yun still kept the 3 star crystals until last, as he also wanted to give himself a surprise. Picking up the last star crystal exploded by the F-level zombie, Zhao Yun exerted a little force with his fingers, and with a click, the star crystal immediately turned into white light. Soon the white light dissipated, and a small bottle appeared in the palm of his hand. Evolution Potion, Grade F, Primary Potion. After taking it, it will activate the human evolution gene and turn you into a new human. The Evolution Potion is a potion that unlocks the potential of the Evolver. Zhao Yun no longer needs to use the F-level one. Now only the E-level Evolution Potion can enhance Zhao Yun's E-level evolution potential again. Of course, if Zhao Yun could never get the E-level Evolution Potion, he could also use the Corpse Crystal to enter the D-level. However, if the potential of the E-level is not developed, the evolutionary attributes will be reduced by half. Zhao Yun subconsciously looked at Song Xiaodao beside him. As a mutant beast, the little monkey could only be taken care of by this little girl. At this moment, Song Xiaodao felt Zhao Yin's gaze and looked blankly at the small bottle in his hand. Although Zhao Yin had never explained the knowledge about the post-apocalypse to Song Xiaodao, she had seen all of Zhao Yin's actions over the past 2 days and vaguely knew that star crystals could produce very precious supplies and equipment. Space rings could store items, corpse crystals could make Zhao Yin stronger, and Zhao Yin had the ability to contract with mutant beasts. Zhao Yin, what is this? Is it for me? Song Xiaodao asked expectantly. Zhao Yin raised his hand and threw the evolution potion to her. Take it, and you can use it only when I allow you to use it. Song Xiaodao took the medicine bottle with surprise and held it in his palm as if it were a treasure. Thank you, Zhao Yin. Although she didn't know what was in the medicine bottle, it must be something very valuable if it could make Zhao Yin show such an expression. In fact, Song Xiaodao didn't know that a bottle of evolution potion was enough to exchange for the lives of hundreds or even thousands of people in the end times. Zhao Yin no longer paid attention to Song Xiaodao. He held the 3-star crystals opened by the Zombie King, took a few deep breaths, and then squeezed them all open at once. Machete, Grade D, type of extraordinary weapon, durability 50, attack 54, additional effect of swinging knife speed plus 15. Heavy armor, Grade D, type extraordinary defensive equipment, durability 60, attack 39, additional effect stamina plus 20. Invisibility tent, Grade A, type extraordinary mobile shelter, sturdiness 430, attack 0, additional effect invisibility. The 3 balls of white light dissipated, and Zhao Yin's breathing became rapid. 3-star crystals all yielded good stuff. 2 D-level weapons and defensive equipment, and an A-level mobile shelter. The rumors from the previous life were indeed true. It was the star crystal that gave birth to the Zombie King. And then the star crystal was nurtured by the unknown energy in the Zombie King's body, which improved the quality of the items in the star crystal. An E-level Zombie King can produce an A-level item. So what can the star crystals bred by a higher-level Zombie King produce? S-level? SS-level? Soon, Zhao Yin waved away this thought. Meeting a Zombie King almost cost him his life. Who knows what abilities a more powerful Zombie King might have? As long as he is alive, Zhao Yin firmly believes that with the memories of a reborn person and the SS-level supernatural powers he has already obtained, he will get everything he wants sooner or later. Next, Zhao Yin packed up everything and was about to leave when he suddenly caught a glimpse of the bull's horn flashing cold light in the mud not far away. Zhao Yin glanced at the buffalo, with only one horn left not far away, and quietly put away the broken horn. Although this bull horn is not an extraordinary weapon made from star crystal, it is as hard and sharp as the D-level weapon in Zhao Yin's hand. It can even make a big hole in the abdomen of the Zombie King. Zhao Yin can't use it now, but how can such a good thing be wasted here? Zhao Yin, where are we going next? The house is gone. Song Xiaodao pointed to the village in the distance. The small rural building where they lived last night had collapsed, and her eyes were full of reluctance. Don't worry, there's a place to stay, Zhao Yin said. He looked up at the sky. After this battle, it was already noon. He had just eaten a piece of sandwich and some iced tea, so he didn't feel hungry, but Song Xiaodao and the little monkey must be hungry. Zhao Yin did not light a fire to cook chestnuts on the spot. Instead, he took the little monkey, Song Xiaodao, and the buffalo and returned to the village. Snap! Zhao Yin took out the D-level weapon he had just obtained, the machete, and with one slash, the chestnut tree was cut off at the root. The bare tree trunks collapsed with a loud bang. Zhao Yin, why do you want to cut it off? Song Xiaodao asked in shock. Dig away the roots, Zhao Yin ordered. Monkey, use your supernatural powers to work. Previously, there was not enough space in the space ring, and Zhao Yin did not think of taking the chestnut tree away, but now he had contracted the buffalo, and its huge body was like a living truck. The little monkey immediately activated his ability to grow in size, and used his big hands to dig the ground quickly, with a speed comparable to that of an excavator before the end of the world. After a few minutes, he dug out a bunch of large tree roots with a diameter of more than 3 meters. The little monkey struggled to move the tree roots out of the pit. Zhao Yin snapped his fingers and said, "Old cow." The buffalo came running over quickly and looked at Zhao Yin's one eye with affection. From now on, you must carry this tree root wherever you go, and you are not allowed to put it down without my order, Zhao Yin said in a deep voice. The buffalo nodded honestly and said in a muffled voice, "I understand, master." Zhao Yin used a machete to cut off a useless chestnut tree trunk, carved out the outline of the buffalo's shoulder blade on one side, and carved the other side into a flat surface, which he then put on the buffalo's shoulder blade. Then take off the tattered clothes from the zombies, tear them into strips, and twist them into ropes, and fix the tree trunk to the buffalo's front elbows so that it becomes a stable support. Finally, Zhao asked the little monkey to move the tree roots onto the support and secure them with ropes. From now on, Zhao only needs to water the roots of the tree with a bottle of extraordinary Nongfu spring water every 2 or 3 days, and he can ensure that the roots will not die within half a year. Once he has living space, he can plant it. After finishing everything, Zhao found an open space and took out the stealth tent. Looking at this newly acquired A-level item, Zhao Yin's eyes showed a hint of anticipation, and he couldn't wait to try out its effects. The invisible tent in Zhao Yin's hand was like a palm-sized gauze cover. As soon as he thought about it, the tent quickly floated up and then rapidly expanded. Until it covered an area of 300 square meters, it slowly descended. In an instant, Zhao Yin, Song Xiaodao, and the 2 mutant beasts were enveloped. Chapter 35 Harvest. The 2 mutant beasts and Song Xiaodao looked at Zhao Yin's operation with shock on their faces. Zhao Yin felt like he was in a huge yurt at this moment, with exquisite fabrics, a blue ceiling embroidered with the sun, moon and stars, and circular fabric walls embroidered with mountains, rivers, flowers, birds, fish, and insects. Even the bumpy ruins were turned into a smooth wool carpet. Zhao Yin, is this something you just opened? Song Xiaodao couldn't help but ask. Zhao Yin nodded. This is called an invisible tent with more than 400 points of defense. Currently, nothing in this apocalypse can break through it. Our safety will be further guaranteed in the future. Zhao Yin was in a very good mood. After saying this, he walked out of the tent. Song Xiaodao hurriedly caught up, and the little monkey quickly followed behind him. Finally, the buffalo felt that it had to fit in, so it also moved its 4 hooves and followed. Zhao Yin came out of the tent, turned around, and looked back. It was still the ruins. Then, a small figure appeared out of nowhere. It was Song Xiaodao, who had just walked out of the tent, followed by the little monkey and the buffalo. If Zhao Yin had not set up the tent himself, his powerful mental power would not have been able to detect the existence of the invisible tent. Old cow, charge forward with all your might. Zhao Yin pointed at the tent and ordered. Buffalo was stunned, looking at the empty space in front of him. Although there were many things he didn't understand, he still activated his supernatural power. The buffalo rushed forward. If the owner tells him to use his greatest strength, then the dog will prove to his owner how strong he is. There was a loud bang. The buffalo seemed to have hit a wall of air and fell straight to the ground due to the recoil. Carrying several tons of weight, it took it a long time to slowly climb up. The little monkey looked at the buffalo with gloating eyes, and Song Xiaodao stared at the air wall in front of him with wide eyes. A smile appeared on Zhao Yin's lips. A machete appeared in his hand. He chopped forward with force. Bang! He attacked with all his strength, and his arms went numb from the shock, and he almost couldn't hold the machete. From what I could sense, there wasn't even a scratch on the invisible tent. The A-level props were indeed so powerful. After Zhao Yin tested the tent's defensive capabilities, he took Song Xiaodao and the 2 mutant beasts back into the tent. It's time for dinner, Zhao Yin said. The 2 beasts and Song Xiaodao immediately surrounded him, all looking at Zhao Yin eagerly. Zhao Yin took out 30 raw chestnuts, but was too lazy to roast them. He just threw 20 of them to the little monkey and only gave 10 to the buffalo. The difference between close and distant relatives is evident from this. Thank you, great, handsome, invincible, my most beloved master. The little monkey saw that there were half as many chestnuts in front of the buffalo as in front of itself, and happily jumped up and down around Zhao Yin. The monkey is the most vengeful one, and it has not forgotten that the buffalo almost killed its owner. The buffalo looked at the little monkey's chestnuts, then looked at his own, and the expression in his one eye immediately became depressed. Inner voice, the master is biased. The little calf is very unhappy. If you want to be like a monkey, you should work hard for me in the future. Zhao Yin scolded. Also, don't call yourself a little calf. You should take a piss to see how big you are. From now on, you should call yourself an old cow. Do you understand? The buffalo lowered its head and dared not say a word. Zhao Yin, where are my chestnuts? Song Xiaodao asked hurriedly. Why didn't you give me any chestnuts? Both mutant beasts had chestnuts, and it seemed that Zhao Yin had forgotten only her. Song Xiaodao subconsciously put her hand on her chest. There was a small piece of roasted chestnut hidden at the airport, which she had not finished eating last night. Zhao Yin reached out to her waist. The butterfly knife was tied to her waist by Song Xiaodao with a piece of rag. Zhao Yun snatched it away and sat down on the wool carpet. Zhao Yun took out a pile of chestnuts and placed them in front of him. The blade of the knife scratched the chestnut skin, leaving a cut. He rubbed it lightly with his fingers, and the chestnut skin fell off, revealing the golden chestnut flesh inside. A few minutes later, Zhao Yun peeled more than a dozen chestnuts, then looked up at Song Xiaodao. "These chestnuts are all yours." "Are all for me?" Song Xiaodao was suddenly shocked. What she cared about was not how many chestnuts Zhao Yun gave her, but that Zhao Yun actually peeled the chestnuts for her himself. After the end of the world, no one had ever been so kind to her except her brother. Zhao Yun didn't notice the look in the little girl's eyes and said calmly, "Before you eat the chestnuts, drink the potion I gave you." "Good." She was so happy that she didn't even ask what the medicine was. She just took it and poured it into her mouth. Gulp! Song Xiaodao smacked his lips and exclaimed, "Zhao Yun, it tastes great." "Yes, sweet and sour taste." Zhao Yun nodded. The next moment, Song Xiaodao's face flushed red, and he stared at Zhao Yun with wide eyes. "No, my stomach hurts, Zhao Yun. What kind of medicine is this?" "The F-level evolution potion can activate the evolutionary gene hidden in your body. If you can survive it, you will have the same power as me. If you can't survive it, you will die or become an idiot." Zhao Yun still spoke calmly. "Why didn't you tell me in advance?" Song Xiaodao complained. In just a few seconds, her face turned from red to white, and then from white to blue. Soon, sweat soaked her hair on her forehead, and the white t-shirt was also soaked, sticking tightly to her immature body. Song Xiaodao became visibly thinner. Zhao Yun understood the pain after taking the evolution potion and grabbed a chestnut. "Do you want me to feed you?" Song Xiaodao was about to nod in agreement when he suddenly remembered the scene of Zhao Yun feeding him leaves. He endured the pain, took the chestnuts, and began to eat them in big mouthfuls. Zhao Yun continued to peel chestnuts and ate one himself. It was crispy, sweet, and delicious. He looked at Song Xiaodao calmly. In her previous life, she was just an ordinary person until her death. In this life, Zhao Yun gave her this opportunity. In this life, Zhao Yun doesn't keep any idle people around him. Even if he is grateful that she sacrificed her life for him in the previous life, that's all. He gave her the best he could give. Whether she can grasp it depends on herself. She would either become a powerful helper to him, or die. Song Xiaodao was chewing chestnuts. Her small body was shaking more and more violently, and she let out a muffled groan from her nose from time to time. But she did not stop eating. If she couldn't bear the pain and stopped, even for a minute, she would starve to death. Zhao Yun took a look at the dozen or so chestnuts left in front of him and stopped peeling them. These were enough to sustain Song Xiaodao until the end of his evolution. He began to organize the extraordinary supplies in the space ring. "Today I killed 26 F-level zombies and 1 E-level zombie king, which is a lot of fat. 9 bottles of Nongfu Spring, 2 pieces of instant noodles to keep out the cold, 3 pieces of sandwich bread to heal wounds, 3 pieces of compressed biscuits to make people energetic, 2 cans of tuna to resist F-class virus, and only 1 bottle of iced black tea, whose properties can be doubled within an hour. The little monkey also has a bottle of iced black tea." The original military uniform jacket had been damaged, and a new one was sold today. In addition, there are new weapons, a mace and a machete, and an E-women's suit. Zhao Yun was not going to use the extraordinary food and water easily. Last time, if there was really no food to support his evolution, he would not have been willing to eat a single bite. After he put away all the extraordinary food, he began to organize his equipment. First of all, the mace that was used to kill the zombie king must have been given to the little monkey. This thing is too heavy. The reason why Zhao Yun was able to kill the zombie king with a hammer was because he drank iced black tea, which doubled his strength. Although the little monkey's strength is not as good as Zhao Yun's today, after activating his gigantic ability, his strength has doubled, so there is absolutely no problem in wielding it. The attributes of a D-level machete are not worse than those of a mace, but it is much lighter. Zhao Yun plans to keep it for his own use. In this way, Tang Dao was naturally eliminated by Zhao Yun and left to the evolved Song Xiaodao. The butterfly knife was also left to Song Xiaodao, allowing her to continue using it to cut watermelons. Zhao Yun himself did not like close combat. As for guns and bows and arrows, Zhao Yun chose the best-maintained pistol and equipped it with 100 rounds of bullets, which he also prepared for Song Xiaodao, and put away the rest. Next, D-level heavy armor, E-level women's suits, F-level military tops, and F-level dresses can be distributed. As for the fishnet stockings, Zhao Yun never even thought about distributing them. That was a necessary artifact for him to escape and save his life. How could he give it to others? Chapter 36: The Secret of Old Cow. The heavy armor looked like it was from the Qin and Han dynasties. It was made of a dark, extraordinary metal. Zhao Yun estimated that it weighed at least 1 or 200 kilograms. He could wear it himself, but it was very difficult and would reduce his combat effectiveness. So Zhao Yun also prepared to let the little monkey use it. One can imagine the scene where the little monkey, after activating his giant power, wears an indestructible armor, holds a mace in his hand, and walks among the zombies, invincible, killing powerful zombies one by one and collecting star crystals for himself. Zhao Yun wiped his saliva and finally remembered that it was time to give the dress to Song Xiaodao. He could only wear 2 shirts at most. If he wore more, it would be inconvenient for him to move. The military uniform jacket must be worn outside. The women's suit I just got is E grade, and its properties are completely incomparable to those of a dress. So the dress is prepared for Song Xiaodao, who has been coveting it for a long time. After Zhao Yun figured out how to distribute it, he turned around to look at Song Xiaodao. She had eaten all the freshly peeled chestnuts and had fallen into a coma. It would take at least 5 or 6 hours for her to wake up. He changed all his equipment that needed to be changed and divided the equipment prepared for Little Monkey and Song Xiaodao into 2 piles. Then Zhao Yun called the Little Monkey over. Monkey, this heavy armor and mace are both D-level, the best equipment I have. I was planning to keep them for myself to save my life. But now that I think of you and how much I raised you, I'm going to give them all to you. The little monkey widened his eyes and stared blankly at the heavy armor and mace that Zhao Yun was pointing at. It remembered clearly that the terrible zombie king was killed by its master with a mace. It had never expected that its usually stingy master would actually give it such a powerful weapon. This heavy armor is a good thing. Defensive equipment is more valuable than weapons. With a sturdiness of 60 points, it is only slightly inferior to that of the zombie king. When you wear it, even armor-piercing bullets can hardly hurt you. Zhao Yun added. The little monkey looked up at Zhao Yun, moved to tears. Master, you were so kind to me. You should wear this heavy armor yourself. It almost shed tears when it saw that its owner was only wearing a military uniform top and a pink women's suit underneath. I'll give it to you now. Put it on and go out and kill zombies. Don't come back before dark. A hint of majesty appeared on Zhao Yun's face, and he said righteously, Bring all the star crystals and corpse crystals back to me. How could he let the little monkey have some free time before Song Xiaodao woke up? With this set of D-level equipment, every minute and every second of the little monkey's life is corpse crystals and star crystals. When the little monkey was about to leave, Zhao Yun thought for a moment and gave it 30 chestnuts, a bottle of Nongfu Spring, and a piece of sandwich bread. Zhao Yun reminded him, You can eat chestnuts when you are hungry. This bottle of Nongfu Spring is enough for you to consume water for the day. You don't need to bring other supplies. The sandwich bread and the bottle of iced black tea are both good things to save your life. Don't use them casually unless it is a critical moment. The little monkey nodded repeatedly. Although it was very greedy for the extraordinary food, it was now influenced by Zhao Yun and knew how precious the extraordinary food was, so it tried to save as much as possible. Extraordinary defensive equipment can change size at will according to the wearer's body shape. After the little monkey put on the heavy armor, it seemed very tired as it had not yet activated its special powers, and it dragged the mace out of the tent with difficulty. The invisibility tent became quiet. Only Zhao Yun, the unconscious Song Xiaodao, and Lao Niu were left. Master, I also want to make a contribution, Lao Niu said in a muffled voice. As Zhao Yun's contracted beast, the little monkey has a mace, heavy armor, and even extraordinary food and water. Lao Niu was so jealous. You also want to earn star crystals and corpse crystals for me? Zhao Yun asked, turning around. The old cow looked down at its front hooves. It had no problem killing zombies, but even if it killed them, it had no hands to help dig out corpse crystals and star crystals. Master, Old Bull is willing to kill zombies for you, but Old Bull has a big secret to tell you, Buffalo said in his heart. Zhao Yun was slightly surprised. Big secret? There seems to be a real secret hidden in this buffalo. Just a few days after the large-scale animal mutation, it has evolved to level E, even faster than the little monkey that followed Zhao Yun. There is definitely something wrong. Old cow almost killed you, master, because of this secret. The story starts with how I became enemies with that group of zombies. This buffalo was not the plowing ox that Zhao Yun imagined, and it did not live in this village before the end of the world. It was just a beef cattle purchase from the Guangzhou slaughterhouse. It had been ripened using technology and hard work in a cattle farm, and was actually just 1 year old. In the slaughterhouse, it saw its companions being killed one after another. Before they died, their hides were cut open and water was injected into their muscles, and finally they were made into various beef products. That kind of scene made it live in fear every day. It hated humans in its heart, but it could do nothing about it. Finally, late at night more than a month ago, it was also led into the production workshop. It thought it was going to die, but I didn't expect that meteor shower would come. The production workshop collapsed, and the buffalo was crushed under the rubble. Fortunately, there was a slaughtering rack to support it, leaving it some living space. At the same time, there were several cows around that had been slaughtered and had their stomachs left behind, with a lot of grass residue and water remaining in them. The buffalo struggled to survive for a month, and finally a few days ago, it suddenly regained the strength to break open the roof of the workshop above its head. Entering this end of the world, the first thing the buffalo saw were the butchers from the past. They had all changed their appearance and were wandering in the ruins of the slaughterhouse. The buffalo had no idea what was going on, and in anger it rushed over, knocked them all over, and trampled them with its iron hooves until they were reduced to meat paste. It found that its strength was absurd, and it killed crazily along the way. Slowly, it finally understood that those humans seemed to have turned into another kind of monster, and their strength was gradually increasing. Gradually, the buffaloes started to get hurt as they slaughtered more zombies. When they encountered large groups of zombies, they could only avoid them. When they were thirsty, they looked for dirty water to drink, and when they were hungry, they ate newly grown grass sprouts. Until 2 days ago, Buffalo accidentally broke into the industrial park and found a bush with 2 bright red fruits on it. The buffalo could smell the fragrance from a long distance. The buffaloes are still fascinated by that unique fragrance. It only ate 1 pill and felt severe pain all over its body. Finally, it fell to the ground and fainted. When it woke up, it found that it had become much stronger and had an additional armor ability. The buffalo became confident again and prepared to eat the remaining fruit, but he didn't expect that the zombie king, the overlord of the industrial park, suddenly appeared. So a fierce battle started between the buffalo and the corpse, and finally the buffalo was injured and fled to the suburbs, which is when it met Zhao Yin last night. At that time, the buffalo came here because it smelled the leaves of the chestnut tree from afar. It just felt that the chestnut leaves were similar to the shrub in some ways. So it started eating them and found that they could actually heal its injuries. The buffalo knew that the leaf was taken down by Zhao Yin, so it did not choose to kill Zhao Yin in the end. After its wounds healed, it left and prepared to return to the industrial park to grab the remaining fruit. The little monkey saw what happened later and told Zhao Yin, "Does that shrub have needle-shaped leaves, colorful branches, a layer of golden fuzz all over, and bright red fruits with faint golden threads?" Zhao Yin asked. The old cow looked surprised. "Master, how did you know?" Zhao Yin's breathing became slightly heavy, and he understood in an instant. Chapter 37 Golden Silk Fruit. He was very familiar with that kind of fruit, having picked it for Lin Tianfeng in his previous life. However, that was 3 years after the end of the world. The fact that Lin Tianfeng was able to rise in the end times and crush other SSS-level psychics with his strength was closely related to those 3 fruits. When Zhao Yin first obtained this kind of fruit in his previous life, Lin Tianfeng gratefully asked him to name the fruit, and Zhao Yin called it Golden Silk Fruit. The Golden Silk Fruit can allow mutant beasts below level D to be directly promoted to a higher level. But its greatest function is that it can directly stimulate a certain supernatural power of the mutant beast. You should know that most mutant beasts only have 1 superpower. The reason why Zhao Yin had such a deep memory of the little monkey was because it had 2 superpowers. Moreover, the superpowers of all mutant beasts are innate, and very few of them can be changed. Every additional superpower can double the strength of mutant beasts of the same level, or even crush them. In the 7 years of his previous life, Zhao Yin had only seen the Golden Silk Fruit, which could increase the superpowers of mutant beasts. Unfortunately, the number of such rare creatures is too small to be cultivated. A fruit tree can produce 2 fruits at most, and most of the time it only produces 1, and the fruit will wither and die when it is ripe. Zhao Yin couldn't have imagined that in the small city of Guangzhou, there was not only a zombie king, but also a golden silk fruit. Bang! Zhao Yin slapped the old cow on the head. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" This slap was like a tickle to the old cow, but it pretended to be in pain. I'm sorry, master, my memory is not very good. In fact, it had been less than 3 hours since the old cow became Zhao Yin's mutant beast. Zhao Yin had been busy all the time, and it had no chance to tell him at all. Zhao Yin changed the subject and said, "If you are wrong, you must admit it. I will not erase your contribution. If you get the golden silk fruit, you can choose 3 kinds of extraordinary food, and I will also reward you with 100 chestnuts." The old cow immediately thanked the little monkey profusely. It had never eaten any extraordinary food, but seeing how eager the little monkey was before, it thought it must taste delicious. At this time, Song Xiaodao had not yet woken up, and Zhao Yin could not take her with him to look for the golden silk fruit, as the journey was too unsafe. It was impossible for Zhao Yin to disperse the manpower in his hands into 2 places. His principle in the end times was always to put safety first. So Zhao Yin planned to wait for Song Xiaodao to wake up before picking the golden fruit. That is an industrial park, the place with the highest density of zombies in the entire Guangzhou city. It is unlikely that other people or mutant beasts would pick the golden silk fruits in advance. Zhao Yin walked out of the invisible tent, and Lao Niu quickly followed, like his most loyal bodyguard. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Yin used the space ring to clean up the old site of the small Western-style building. The old cow standing by didn't know what Zhao Yin was going to do. It was so scared that it didn't dare to breathe. It still remembered that it was it that caused the small Western-style building to collapse. Finally, Zhao Yin found a deformed tent in the ruins, and then continued to search, and soon he found a deformed hanging pot with a few half-ripe chestnuts in it. This morning when the old cow hit the small Western-style building, Zhao Yin asked the little monkey to pick up Song Xiaodao and run away. These things were buried here. Zhao Yin knocked the deformed hanging pot casually, making it look less ugly, and then put it into the space ring. Next, he came to the place where food and daily necessities had been discarded previously. After most of the day, the discarded food lost the protection of the space ring and deteriorated even more seriously. Self-heating rice and instant noodles were covered with a layer of green hair, and meat dishes such as salt-baked chicken, cooked beef, braised eggs, and ham were also rotten and smelly. Zhao Yin took a look and ignored it. He packed up all the daily necessities and the 10 buckets of well water that he had thrown away earlier. Then Zhao Yin made a wooden frame and secured all the recovered supplies on the old cow's back. With this beef truck, how could Zhao Yin not use it? The old cow was panting heavily, with a huge tree root on its back, and with all these supplies it felt like it was carrying a small mountain. Zhao Yin nodded with satisfaction. "Work hard. I will never forget your contribution. When there is a chance in the future, I will make you a more powerful mutant beast." "Thank you, master." "Come on." Zhao Yin patted Lao Niu's head. At this moment, he was like a pyramid scheme leader. He casually threw the half-ripe chestnuts covered in mud and sand to the old cow. The old cow did not despise it. He chewed and swallowed it in a few bites, then followed Zhao Yin into the tent with a refreshed mind. 3 hours later, as the sun was setting, the little monkey came back. Its armor jingled, and in one hand it held a blood-stained mace, and in the other hand it held a package made of rags. Master, I got 3-star crystals, 3 F-grade quartz crystals, and 536 non-grade quartz crystals," said the little monkey as if asking for credit. "Which group of zombies did you kill?" Zhao Yin asked in surprise. He didn't expect the little monkey to be so brave. At least 500 or 600 zombies were killed, including 3 F-level ones. The little monkey proudly communicated in his mind. "It was that school. Yesterday, the zombies there dared to scratch my butt. Today, I killed most of them." Zhao Yin suddenly remembered the school where he met the female zombie. "I remember that I asked the little monkey to lead the zombies away, and its butt was indeed injured when it came back." After a day, the little monkey was now able to kill half of the zombies by himself. "Are you hurt? Eat some chestnuts and have a good rest." Zhao Yin took out 10 chestnuts and took the package handed over by the little monkey. When the little monkey left, he had eaten all the chestnuts he brought with him and drank the bottle of Nongfu Spring. He was wearing heavy armor and dragging a mace weighing several hundred kilograms, which consumed a lot of his energy. The little monkey continued to take credit. "Master, if I hadn't been reluctant to drink the iced black tea, I would have been able to wipe out the entire group of zombies. It's not worth wasting extraordinary food for ordinary zombies. Monkey, you did a good job." Zhao Yin continued to brainwash. No, it was a compliment. Then he looked back at Lao Niu and said, "Did you see that? Learn from this next time." The old cow looked at the little monkey enviously and nodded repeatedly. It couldn't wait to think that its master would reward it with more after picking the golden silk fruits. Zhao Yin sent the little monkey away, provoked the old cow, and opened the package. The energy contained in more than 500 non-grade quartz crystals is equivalent to that of about 5 F-grade quartz crystals. With the addition of 3 F-level quartz crystals, Zhao Yin's evolution degree increased to 100/0.26. This growth rate may seem slow, but it is the fastest way for an evolver to increase his strength. In fact, if Zhao Yin in his previous life had acquired this kind of quartz crystal, he would have been extremely shocked. If you want to quickly increase the speed of evolution, you only have to kill zombies of the same level or above. But how can they be killed so easily? After Zhao Yin used the quartz crystal, he took out 3-star crystals and opened them directly. Nongfu Spring. Let's start with the most useless Nongfu Spring again. Zhao Yin was already used to it, and then pinched open the second piece of star crystal. Canned beef. Grade E, extraordinary food, replenishes 24 hours of energy consumption after consumption, with the added benefit of permanent strength +1. Finally, it was no longer an F-level disposable food, and Zhao Yin was delighted. Although it only added 1 point of strength, Zhao Yin understood that there was no upper limit. In his previous life, Lin Tianfeng had eaten more than 1,000 cans of this kind of canned food, and he could crush the same level of evolvers with strength alone. Zhao Yin planned to eat it when he was alone. He always portrayed himself as frugal and set an example in front of his younger brothers, so he would never let those foodies see it. Zhao Yin pinched open the 3rd star crystal. Chapter 38. Sweeping. Glutinous rice wine. Grade F. A special alcoholic beverage. Strength +80 within 10 minutes after drinking, with the additional effect of causing confusion within 3 hours. Zhao Yin looked at the transparent glass bottle in his hand with a complicated expression. The wine inside is an attractive amber color. Within 10 minutes, his strength increased by a full 80 points. Combined with Zhao Yin's own strength attribute and the attack bonus of his equipment, Zhao Yin was confident that he could kill a D-level zombie. But the side effects are too great. My mind was in a mess for 3 hours. It wouldn't be a big deal before the end of the world. But in this apocalypse, let alone 3 hours, even 3 minutes could cost him his life. Zhao Yin hadn't figured out how to use this thing in the future, so he put it into his space ring. At this time, Song Xiaodao on the side finally opened his eyes. Zhao Yin. The little girl was still a little confused and called his name as soon as she opened her mouth. Zhao Yin looked back and his eye of true vision opened. Human female, F-class evolver, evolution degree 100/0, strength 16, agility 17, stamina 12, spirit 11, life countdown, 31,057 days. Her attributes are not much different from Zhao Yin's at level F, except that she has not activated her supernatural powers and her mental strength is greatly reduced. Zhao Yin, I'm hungry. Seeing Zhao Yin distracted, Song Xiaodao spoke again to remind him. She got up from the ground, came to Zhao Yin and squatted down, hugged her shoulders and said coquettishly, "Is there anything else to eat?" Zhao Yin took out 3 chestnuts and handed them to her, pointing to the dress, Tang's sword, butterfly knife, pistol, and 100 rounds of bullets piled beside him. "These equipment are yours. From today on, you will also kill zombies with me." After saying that, Zhao Yin stared closely at Song Xiaodao's expression. When she heard that she also had to kill zombies, she immediately shook her head like a rattle and didn't even dare to take the chestnut that Zhao Yin handed over to her. "Zhao Yin, I'd better help you cut off your head. You need someone to clean up the star crystals and corpse crystals anyway. Don't you still need the little monkey to deal with all the fighting and killing? In the end times, killing is the basis for survival. If I die in the future, how will you survive?" Zhao Yin interrupted Song Xiaodao and said righteously, "Young man, you should learn more. Relying on others is inferior after all. Only what you have learned is your own, and only then can you deal with all crises." Only then did Song Xiaodao realize that Zhao Yin was actually thinking about her. It turns out that this guy cares about me so much. At this moment, Song Xiaodao felt that Zhao Yin's figure was getting taller and taller, and seemed to be gradually overlapping with the figure of his brother in his heart. Her eyes warmed up. She took the chestnut from Zhao Yin's hand and whispered, "I understand, Zhao Yin." Zhao Yin sighed, turned around, and walked out of the stealth tent silently, his voice slightly hoarse. "Xiaodao, I will try my best to do the head cutting myself in the future. Everything must be trained up first before we can talk about other things." After he finished speaking, Zhao Yin's tall figure disappeared outside the tent, but the voice continued to be heard. "I've given you the dress you like. Put it on. Girls should look pretty." He is the master of the contract, so he should hide behind the scenes and let his younger brothers do the fighting. If you walk along the riverside for a long time, how can you not get your feet wet? Today's zombie king reminded Zhao Yin that he should try to avoid fighting personally in the future. Song Xiaodao's eyes were moist, and he was unable to recover for a long time. She clenched the chestnuts in her hands so tightly that the knuckles of her little hands turned white. Mom, Dad, and brother, you know what? I met a good person. Song Xiaodao changed into a dress and followed Zhao Yin's example, tying a butterfly knife to her arm. She hung the Tang sword and pistol on her waist, one on each side. She wrapped the extra bullets in rags and stuffed them against her chest. She quickly finished eating 3 chestnuts with a crunch, and suddenly the light in front of her eyes brightened. It was Zhao Yin who put away the invisible tent. Zhao Yin, where are we going next? At this moment, Song Xiaodao felt that as long as the man in front of her was there, anywhere in this doomsday would be her home. Return to Guangzhou and kill zombies. At some point, the wind blew in this desolate world, making Zhao Yin's short hair even more messy. He was also looking at Song Xiaodao. The little girl seemed to have grown a little taller after her evolution. The dress showed off her curvaceous figure, but she was still standing in the mud with bare feet. Zhao Yin lowered his head and looked at the sneakers with exposed toes on his feet. He sighed in his heart. He had obtained quite a lot of equipment from the star crystals, but why were there no pants and shoes? Monkey, old cow, are you full? If you are full, it's time to work. After Zhao Yin finished speaking, he raised his hand and pointed towards Guangzhou City. Target Industrial Park. Monkey will lead the way. Xiaodao will be responsible for the cover, and Laonia will stay beside me to protect me. Squeak! Huff! The little monkey and the old cow were both excited. Even Song Xiaodao had a solemn look on his face. Immediately afterwards, the little monkey dragged the mace and rushed forward first. Song Xiaodao followed hurriedly, and Zhao Yin walked at the end with the old cow. 2 people and 2 beasts, walking further and further away. The wind howled, the stars and the moon rose, and the world was dark. Zhao Yin suddenly remembered his previous life. An old survivor in his camp said this before he died. In this world, daytime belongs to humans and nighttime belongs to other animals. But humans occupied the night and the day, so the world was punished. People have turned into zombies and can only wander around without stopping. Now that he is no longer bound by the social framework and no longer has the difficulties of survival in his previous life, Zhao Yin suddenly feels that the end of the world is actually pretty good. At least Song Xiaodao no longer has to worry about academic involution, with endless memorizing, doing homework, looking up information, and taking extra classes. Ordinary people no longer have to work hard to pay off their mortgages and car loans. Without competition in the workplace, there is no need to smile hypocritically to anyone, nor do you have to cry for anyone. Baby monkeys no longer need to be kept in zoos and left to die. Old cows will no longer be made into beef products. While Zhao Yin was thinking, he soon arrived at the city of Guangzhou. All you see are collapsed ruins, dilapidated roads, car wreckage, and zombies wandering aimlessly. This time, Zhao Yin did not choose to use the ruins as cover to travel, but directly let the little monkey lead the way on the dilapidated road. Roar! A zombie immediately discovered Zhao Yin and his group and staggered towards the little monkey in front. In the blink of an eye, dozens of corpse roars were heard nearby, and zombies from all directions rushed over. Squeak, squeak, roar! The little monkey activated his special power, and his thin body swelled rapidly. The monkey's face also became ferocious, rapidly growing larger, and the squeaking sounds from its mouth turned into terrifying roars. In an instant, the little monkey turned into a 2-meter-tall beast, and the mace in his hand danced wildly. Bang, bang, bang! The 3 zombies that rushed towards him had their heads smashed immediately. Then, the little monkey rushed directly into the zombie group, and several zombies fell to the ground with every hit of the stick. The zombie grabbed the heavy armor on the little monkey, but it could not shake it at all. At this moment, it was like a meat grinder, and black blood flowed wherever it passed. The old cow also breathed heavily. Master, I want to go too. Go ahead and compete with the monkey to see who can kill more faster. Zhao Yin stood on tiptoe and patted the old cow's butt. The old cow was shocked. After all, it was an E-level mutant beast. How could it be defeated by a monkey? It immediately activated both of its supernatural powers, and its 2-meter-tall body swelled a little more. Its muscles bulged with explosive power, and then a layer of fish scale-like armor covered its entire body, and it suddenly rushed out. The next moment, the place on the right side of the little monkey where the most zombies gathered was hit by the terrifying figure of the old cow, and all the zombies were smashed into pieces. Among them, there was a broken arm of an unknown zombie, which fell to Zhao Yin's feet with a plop. Zhao Yin looked down and wiped a drop of black blood from his face. In terms of combat awareness, the old cow is stronger than the little monkey. After all, after the mutation, it has been wandering around the industrial park and has killed countless zombies. At this time, before the zombies had time to form groups, most of them were killed by the two mutant beasts. Song Xiaodao thought it would be a life and death battle, but she didn't expect that no zombie could come to her. She looked at the two majestic mutant beasts and was stunned for a moment. Go and help. If you don't kill 10 zombies today, you are not allowed to eat supper at night. Zhao Yin's voice came from behind. Chapter 39. Horror Industrial Park. 10. Song Xiaodao looked back at Zhao Yin and pouted. I'm still a child. Can you kill less? She was hesitating there, thinking about how to kill a zombie and report to Zhao Yin so that she could be done with it. There are no children in the apocalypse, only life and death. If you don't have the ability, you will die. Those who can survive are the strong ones. Zhao Yin said loudly. You are now an evolver, which means you are stronger than most survivors. I'll give you 1 minute to kill the first zombie. If you fail to do so, I'll let you replace the monkey as the vanguard tonight. Song Xiaodao's legs went weak. Let her be the pioneer? Wouldn't that mean you're dead? She drew out her tang sword, plucked up her short legs, and bravely stepped closer to the group of zombies fighting with the little monkey. Song Xiaodao was planning to launch a sneak attack when a zombie wasn't paying attention, but she didn't expect that as soon as she got close, the zombie gave up attacking the little monkey and pounced directly on her. She was so frightened that she waved her tang sword in panic. Puff! The zombie's shoulder was cut off at the root by the tang sword, but the zombie seemed to feel nothing at all and continued to hug her with one arm. At this moment, it was too late for Song Xiaodao to react, and he fell to the ground. Zhao Yin, help me. Zhao Yin had anticipated this. He stepped forward and kicked the armless zombie to the ground, chopped off its head with a knife, and then pulled her up from the ground. To kill zombies, you must chop off their heads. Remember to swing your knife hard. You can't let the skull get stuck in your knife. You can't get scratched or bitten, otherwise you will become a zombie like them. Zhao Yin taught seriously. Song Xiaodao was still in shock. His shaking body clung tightly to Zhao Yin, and he cried, Can you please not let me kill the zombies? I can work for you. You have to work and kill zombies. I told you at the beginning that since you followed me, your life belongs to me. If you want to leave again, I will kill you. Zhao Yin pushed Song Xiaodao away and pointed at the zombies not far away. Go and kill them again. This is your only way out. He himself had experienced all of this in his past life. When killing zombies for the first time, many people couldn't even lift their weapons and ended up being torn to pieces by the zombies while peeing their pants. Song Xiaodao is still a child. At least he hasn't wet his pants yet. Her tears fell down, and she glared at Zhao Yin fiercely. The good impression she had felt earlier disappeared at this moment. At this time, dozens of zombies nearby had been killed by the little monkey and the old cow, and only a few were left. Song Xiaodao did not dare to disobey Zhao Yin's order and quickly rushed forward with his tang sword. A zombie roared and rushed towards Song Xiaodao, and she swung her knife on the zombie's head. The strength of an F-level evolver is simply not something an ordinary zombie can stop. Because she used too much force, the zombie was split in half, and its black and green internal organs flowed all over the ground, accompanied by a foul smell. At this time, all the zombies nearby were killed by Lao Niu and the little monkey. Song Xiaodao stared blankly at the corpses he had killed. Since the zombie outbreak, in her opinion, zombies are the most terrifying species in the world. Later, she was amazed when she saw Zhao Yin could kill zombies easily. I didn't expect that I have achieved it now. Did he really kill this zombie himself? Song Xiaodao felt like he was dreaming. Suddenly, a warm hand gently stroked her head, and Zhao Yin's voice came to her ears. Well done. Song Xiaodao felt an inexplicable warmth in her heart. After all, she was just a child and would not bear grudges. Zhao Yin, shouldn't you think I'm useless? Those words I said before were a little hurtful, but I have to make it clear to you. People always need to grow. Sometimes, if we don't push ourselves, how can we know how much potential we have? Zhao Yin rubbed Song Xiaodao's hair with one hand and put the other hand behind his back. He raised his head at a 45-degree angle and looked up at the night sky. His jawline, covered with stubble, had a clear outline. At this moment, Song Xiaodao looked at him with sparkling eyes. I'm sorry, Zhao Yin, it's all because I'm too timid. I'll let you down. Zhao Yun didn't respond, but ordered, go to work, dig up all the corpse crystals for me. After saying that, he personally bent down and dug up the head of a corpse in front of him, and quickly took out a gradeless star crystal. He was too lazy to wipe it, and directly crushed it and absorbed it. Song Xiaodao quickly put away his Tang sword, took out his butterfly knife, and went back to his old job. Old cow, go and crush all the heads that are not broken. Monkey, go and dig out the corpse crystals too. Zhao Yun raised his head and ordered. He, the master, is working personally, but the two mutant beasts are just watching. Is there any respect or hierarchy? The two mutant beasts had just finished fighting, and upon hearing this, they immediately put away their superpowers. The little monkey smashed a head next to him with a stick and then reached in to take out the corpse crystal. The old cow had no hands, but that didn't stop it from helping Song Xiaodao crush the head. Song Xiaodao only needed to take out the star crystal. In just a few minutes, 157 grade-less corpse crystals were absorbed by Zhao Yun, increasing the degree of evolution by 0.0157 percentage points. Next, the two men and two beasts continued to walk towards the industrial park, leaving corpses everywhere they passed. All the F-level zombies in Guangzhou City were summoned by the Zombie King and were killed by Zhao Yun outside the southern suburbs this morning. Therefore, we didn't encounter any zombies with any grades along the way. The group gradually approached the industrial park. Dozens of zombies appeared again among the ruins ahead, but the difference was that they all lay on the ground, motionless. The bodies of these zombies are in tatters. Zhao Yun, are those zombies sleeping? Song Xiaodao asked. Zombies don't need to sleep. Zhao Yun frowned. It was obvious that these zombies had been killed by someone. Just wondering who dared to come here to kill zombies? The little monkey said in his heart. Master, it was the old cow who did it last night. Zhao Yun suddenly realized what was going on and ordered the two beasts and Song Xiaodao to open the skull and take out the corpse crystal. Next, we encountered several waves of corpses killed by Lao Niu and finally found an F level among them, with both the star crystal and the corpse crystal still there. Zhao Yun opened the star crystal directly. No Fu spring. He smacked his lips and put it into his space ring. At this time, the degree of evolution rose to 100 to 0.3215. The zombies ahead gradually became more and more dense, and occasionally large groups of thousands of zombies would appear. After several hours of intense fighting, the little monkey and the old cow were both exhausted and out of breath. Zhao Yun had to let them stop to rest and recover their energy before continuing to move forward. However, Zhao Yun never let them actively kill zombies again. If they were surrounded by a large number of zombies here, the old cow and the little monkey would die even with their strength. As they went deeper into the industrial park, the zombies became more and more dense, to the point where it was almost impossible to move. Zhao Yun no longer dared to make any noise. I asked Lao Niu and was told that since the appearance of the Zombie King, there have been more and more zombies here, and it has not been deep here for a long time. The industrial park is not big, but the Zombie King summoned nearly 100,000 zombies. Even if a D-level mutant beast is surrounded, it would probably be difficult to get out. The mutant beasts are just flesh and blood. Once their supernatural powers are exhausted, they will be piled up and killed by the corpses. Going deeper into the industrial park, there were zombies wandering everywhere. There was no end in sight, and they were so densely packed that it seemed like a temple fair before the end of the world. Zhao Yun and a few guys stopped under a tattered insulation tile. Old cow, how far is it? Zhao Yun didn't dare to speak out loud and asked in his heart. We'll get there just by climbing over the pile of concrete in front. Lao Niu responded in his mind. Chapter 40 Accident. At this time, Zhao Yun could see clearly where the golden silk fruit existed. That area was not the most densely populated by zombies, and there was a lot of vegetation growing nearby. Many of the post-apocalyptic weeds and shrubs took root directly in the concrete. With Zhao Yun's size and skills, it was not difficult for him to go alone and pick the golden silk fruit with the help of the gaps between the ruins and the cover of vegetation. I'm going to pick the golden silk fruits. You guys stay here and wait for me, Zhao Yun said in a low voice. Zhao Yun. Song Xiaodao grabbed the corner of Zhao Yun's clothes, his little face full of worry, and pouted his lips and said, I'll go with you. No, if you alarm the zombies here, I won't be able to protect you, Zhao Yun said sternly. He could escape if he was discovered by zombies alone, but taking Song Xiaodao with him would be tantamount to committing suicide. Old cow, monkey, if there is any danger, I will escape alone first. You and Xiaodao will hide here and wait for the zombies to calm down before returning the same way. After we get out, we will meet up in the previous village. Zhao Yin prepared for a rainy day. After saying this, he took out all the compressed biscuits that could replenish his energy, a total of 3 pieces. He spent a lot of money to get that golden fruit. 2 pieces for the little monkey and 1 piece for the old cow. If you are discovered by the zombies and your energy is exhausted, eat 1 piece. It can replenish the energy you have consumed. Remember, you must protect the knife. The 2 mutant beasts nodded. They could feel that this was an order from Zhao Yin, and there was no room for negotiation. After Zhao Yin explained everything, he turned and walked forward. In fact, all these arrangements were made out of Zhao Yin's cautious character, just in case. He was confident that he could easily pick the golden silk fruit, and it would not be difficult to cross this distance. What's more, there is vegetation covering it. Zhao Yin walked through the gaps between concrete without making any sound. When there was no shelter, he leaned over and crawled through the vegetation. 10 minutes later, Zhao Yin successfully crossed the concrete pile that Lao Niu mentioned. A large open space appeared in front of us, and at a glance, we saw a short shrub growing 30 meters away, swaying in the night wind. There's a fruit hanging on it. The bright red skin has faint golden threads. Golden thread fruit. Zhao Yin paused for a moment. The zombies nearby didn't seem to be interested in the golden fruit. Even when they wandered to the tree, they ignored it. Zhao Yin got into the bushes and crawled forward cautiously. 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters. Suddenly, a zombie slowly wandered toward Zhao Yin. In the bushes, Zhao Yin could see clearly that it was a young man in his previous life. He was wearing tattered clothes, and the logo of a tire factory could be vaguely seen. The body of this zombie has recovered completely, and it won't be long before it can evolve to level F. The blood vessels beneath the pale skin were a disgusting black-purple color, crawling all over the face like earthworms, and turbid, sticky liquid dripped from its mouth. Tick, tick. As the zombies approached, a drop of saliva fell on Zhao Yin's eyelids, and he dared not move. Fortunately, he had taken a shower last night, so the smell of sweat on his body was not too strong. In addition, the strong wind diluted the smell, so the zombie did not notice him. The zombies slowly passed by Zhao Yin and gradually walked away. Zhao Yin wiped the saliva from his eyelids, continued to crawl forward, and soon arrived under the golden silk fruit tree. He did not pick the fruit immediately, but continued to hide in the grass and observed his surroundings vigilantly. Until they were within 10 meters, all the zombies turned their backs. At this moment, Zhao Yin suddenly jumped up. He grabbed the golden silk fruit accurately, and then as his body fell, he pulled the fruit off the tree. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Yin's body fell into the grass again. It took Zhao Yin no more than 2 seconds to do all this. No zombies noticed. Zhao Yin looked at the golden fruit in his hand, but before he could feel happy, a loud shout suddenly came from not far away. "There's someone there, help! Nest!" Zhao Yin cursed inwardly and saw clearly that it was a middle-aged bald man in a dirty suit. He was holding a little boy of 5 or 6 years old in his arms. He was crawling out of a crack that could be vaguely identified as the sewer manhole. "Finally someone has come. Help save my son!" The man shouted and ran toward Zhao Yin quickly. Roar, roar, roar. The zombies nearby suddenly became excited. If you look down from a high altitude at this time, you will find that the dead industrial park is like a surging ant nest. Countless zombies gathered madly around the man and Zhao Yin. At this moment, Zhao Yin didn't hesitate at all. He stood up and ran away. If he were surrounded, even if his current strength increased several times, he would probably be finished. Once the zombies surrounded him, the bushes could no longer hide his figure. It will be difficult to leave then. At that time, the only thing Zhao Yin could do was to release the invisible tent to hide. These ordinary zombies cannot break through the defenses of the tent, but doing so will only cause more and more zombies outside the tent to gather, and they will eventually be trapped and die here. Brother, you're the first person I have met in more than a month. Please don't run. Please save my son." The man shouted behind him, his voice gradually trembling. Zhao Yin wanted to curse so much that he never expected that in this industrial park with no living space, there were actually people who could survive until now. This father and son were able to escape his perception, and they must have used the same method to escape the zombie's perception. Zhao Yin didn't have time to figure out how they did it. The man behind him screamed louder and louder, and the zombies were quickly surrounding him. At this time, Zhao Yin also became a target to attract the zombies. He directly took out the last bottle of ice black tea from the space ring and gulped it down. Zhao Yin said nothing, and his speed increased a lot instantly. At the same time, he chose the direction where the zombies were the weakest and ran as fast as he could, almost losing his pants. Asshole, how could you just stand there and watch me die? I can die. Why don't you save my son? The swarm of corpses had surrounded the man and the little boy. Countless hands reached out to the father and son, and the little boy cried loudly. The next moment, the swarm of zombies instantly engulfed the father and son, grabbing their hands and feet and scrambling to bite them. The man tried desperately to protect the little boy in his arms. Suddenly, with a click, the little boy's head was torn off by a zombie. As blood gushed out, the zombies nearby became more and more excited. Son, son, the man screamed heartbreakingly. In the end, the man was pinned to the ground by the zombies. In an instant, his flesh and blood were bitten off by the zombies. In the pool of blood, he still tightly guarded the headless corpse in his arms. Son, we're out of food and water, and Dad doesn't know how to save you. Soon, the man was torn into pieces by the zombies, and not even a bone was left. Until the very end, he didn't see the guy look back. From beginning to end, Zhao Yin didn't say a word, didn't look at anything, and was only concerned about escaping for his own life. Zhao Yin was still surrounded by the zombies. Although he tried his best to escape, he only managed to escape to the edge of the industrial park. But the zombies in front have formed a zombie wall, without even a trace of gap left. Puff! Zhao Yin directly pulled out his machete and chopped down 4 or 5 zombies in front of him with one blow. Before the zombies could gather around him, he quickly stepped forward, swung his machete again, and stepped forward. This high-intensity killing allowed him to slowly move out of the industrial park. Countless zombies' sharp nails scratched his body. Although ordinary zombies could not break through the defense of the military uniform and fishnet stockings, Zhao Ying's exposed skin had already appeared in countless scars. He killed the zombies beside him with a few slashes, quickly took out a can of tuna to resist the virus, opened the lid, grabbed it, and stuffed it into his mouth. After this delay, his arms, thighs, and chest were bitten by several zombies. Although they couldn't tear the defense of his clothes, the bites were very painful. If he hadn't dodged in time, his neck would have been bitten through by a zombie. Zhao Yin was furious and swung his machete to chop. The bloody smell left by the bald man and his son lingered in the air. Even though they had been devoured without even a bone left, countless zombies were still desperately rushing over there, one after another. Normally, the zombies just wandered around aimlessly, turning around and bypassing obstacles when they encountered them. But at this moment, the attraction of flesh and blood made the zombie group go completely crazy. As a result, several of them fell into the gap where Song Xiaodao and the 2 beasts were hiding when they were climbing the broken wall. Bang, bang, bang! The little monkey waved his mace and killed the zombies in a few strokes, thus attracting the attention of other zombies nearby. Roar, roar, roar! In an instant, a chain reaction occurred and countless zombies rushed into the gap. Song Xiaodao's face turned pale, and his hands holding the Tang sword began to tremble. Chapter 41, Siege. The little monkey remembered Zhao Yin's instructions before he left and immediately ate a piece of compressed biscuit. Energy is quickly restored. Squeak, squeak, roar. It activated its ability to grow larger, threw Song Xiaodao onto its shoulder, and stood up and jumped out of the gap. The zombies in front of him at this moment were endless. The word wall of corpses was not enough to describe it. It should be called mountain of zombies. The little monkey rushed into the zombie group, and countless zombies instantly overwhelmed it. The zombies' sharp nails scratched the heavy armor, leaving sparks. The mace was swung tightly, and every time it fell, several zombies were smashed to pieces. Boom! There was a loud noise beside him. It was the old cow rushing over and knocking away the bunch of zombies beside the little monkey, instantly relieving the pressure on the little monkey. For a moment, the 2 beasts looked extremely powerful, and countless zombies were turned into meat paste with their cooperation. In just over 10 minutes, the 2 beasts killed thousands of zombies. But there were so many corpses that the 2 beasts did not move more than a few meters from beginning to end. As time passed, their physical strength was rapidly depleting. First came the little monkey, whose swing of the mace slowed down. Puff! A zombie with a broken leg crawled to the little monkey's feet and bit its calf, where there was no heavy armor protection. At this time, the little monkey was swinging a mace, smashing to death several zombies in front of him. His reaction was a little slow, and a large piece of flesh on his leg was torn off by the zombie. Blood gushed out instantly, and soon all the zombies around followed the smell of blood and pounced on the little monkey's legs. They just followed their instinct to bite, but happened to find the weak point of the heavy armor defense. In the blink of an eye, the little monkey's legs were covered with zombies, blood was dripping, and the flesh in many places had been eaten raw, revealing the white bones. He couldn't even stand steadily. Roar! Pain appeared on the little monkey's ferocious face, but more of it was anger. It swung its stick violently, smashing all the zombies under its feet. The next moment, it no longer cared and took out the iced black tea, sandwich bread, and the second compressed biscuit that Zhao Yin had given it earlier from its arms. "Little monkey, let me help you," said Song Xiaodao, who was riding on the little monkey's neck. The little monkey immediately handed the supplies in his hand to her and continued to beat the zombies that were rushing towards him. Song Xiaodao quickly tore open the sandwich and stuffed it into the little monkey's big mouth. Next came compressed biscuits and iced black tea. The little monkey swallowed all the food in one gulp without having time to taste it. The next moment, the wound on its leg visibly stopped bleeding, healed, and sprouted. Its energy quickly recovered, and then tremendous power emerged from its body, and its attributes doubled directly. At this moment, its strength directly surpassed that of Lao Niu, the E-level mutant beast. The monkey's face became distorted, and then its body swelled up again, with its muscles bulging rapidly. Roar, roar! It seemed to be in severe pain. After roaring several times, its body had grown more than 3 meters taller, and one of its arms was as thick as a bucket. Its body was covered with golden hair that grew wildly, soon reaching half a foot in length, dancing wildly in the night wind. Superpower, madness. Finally, this monkey activated his second superpower for the first time in his life. Even in this life, Zhao Yin had never seen the little monkey's second appearance. It should have been turned on only when it reached E-level. However, as the little monkey's strength increased dramatically, the rage in his heart became more and more intense. Boom! The terrifying figure swung the mace suddenly, causing a terrifying sonic boom. A large part of the wall of corpses in front of him was blown away in an instant, and the flying corpses knocked down another large part, and many zombies' bones were broken. The terrifying monkey, wearing heavy armor, stepped forward and crossed 30 or 40 meters in the blink of an eye, smashing his mace forward continuously. Broken bodies flew everywhere, leaving a trail of blood. The old cow behind him was also excited. He didn't expect that this monkey actually had a second superpower, and it seemed to be even stronger than his second superpower, the armor. Then the old cow reacted and quickly caught up with the monkey. Zhao Yin was lying in the crevice between the ruins. His face was covered in blood, and his facial features were blurred. The white bones on the back of his left hand were exposed, and there was a big hole on his neck with blood gushing out. He gasped heavily, took out a piece of sandwich with difficulty, swallowed it, and closed his eyes. After more than 10 minutes, Zhao Yin's injuries finally healed, but due to excessive blood loss, his face was still pale. He opened a bottle of Nongfu Spring, drank most of it, stuffed a handful of chestnut leaves into his mouth, chewed them, and crawled out of the crevice between the ruins. Zhao Yin climbed up the highest broken wall nearby and looked towards the industrial park. There, a tide of zombies was surging wildly, and it was guessed that the little monkeys were already surrounded. The monkey still has a bottle of iced black tea, and both it and the old cow have compressed biscuits, so they should be able to make it out. The old bull's horn is more like a D-class weapon. Its overall strength is stronger than mine, who is also an E-class weapon. After drinking the iced tea, the little monkeys have surpassed my strength. If they can't even get out, I'll just be sacrificing one more life if I go to save them, who will be safe forever in the end times. If you want to survive, you often have to fight for your life. They do this, and so do I. Zhao Yin could only comfort himself in this way. Therefore, he quickly put aside the self-blame in his heart. After identifying the direction, he found that he had deviated from the direction he came from, so he picked up the machete and headed south. At dawn, Zhao Yin finally returned to the old site of the village in the southern suburbs. He did not put up the invisible tent. Instead, he lit a bonfire among the ruins, set up a hanging pot, cut some chestnuts, and threw them into the pot to cook. He threw 70 or 80 chestnuts into the fire at once. Gradually, the aroma of food wafted away, and the ripe chestnuts tasted very tempting. But Zhao Yin didn't move a single bit. He himself didn't know whether he should wait for Xiao Dao and the two beasts to come back. Suddenly, Zhao Yin felt a sense of emptiness and loneliness. For the first time after his rebirth, he regretted that he should not have been greedy for the golden fruit and took them to the industrial park for adventure. An hour later, the little monkeys did not come back. 2 hours later, they still hadn't returned. The firelight shone on Zhao Yin's face, flickering. The wind blew away the sparks, which floated past the corners of his clothes. There was no expression on his pale face. They haven't come back yet? Are they dead? He told himself in his heart that he had tried his best for Song Xiaodao, and it would be her bad luck if she died. On the other hand, the monkey and the cow, two mutant beasts with dual superpowers, are very rare. Without them, he, the lord of the contract, would be left alone. Zhao Ying has already started thinking about where to find his next contracted beast. At this moment, footsteps suddenly came from the distance. The old ox was still carrying the supplies that Zhao Ying had tied to it. Its hide was covered with wounds and blood was flowing out. A dwarf was following beside it. Song Xiaodao's hair was like a chicken coop, messy in the wind, but he was not seriously injured, and there were still traces of tears on his face. "I'm back. Are you okay?" Zhao Ying stood up and smiled. Looking behind Lao Niu and Song Xiaodao, he asked, "Where's the monkey?" "Woo-woo." Before Zhao Ying finished speaking, Song Xiaodao pouted and started crying. The little monkey is dead." Whoa. The old cow standing by also had a sad face, and even his mind was dead. Chapter 42. Time, stand still. "You are not dead. How could the monkey die?" Zhao Ying asked loudly. These words were very cruel, but they were his truest thoughts at the moment. "Whoa, little monkey is trying to protect me. Whoa." When Song Xiaodao saw Zhao Ying, he seemed to have found support and cried out of breath. "Master, there were too many zombies. We almost couldn't get back. It was the monkey that activated its frenzy ability and led us to the edge of the industrial park, but it was also exhausted and led the zombies away for us." Lao Niu felt very depressed. Zhao Ying did not expect that the monkey would have such a spirit of sacrifice. "Did you see it die?" "No, I didn't see it." Song Xiaodao quickly shook his head. "Master, although I didn't see it either, the monkey had no more supplies. It would have been hard for it to survive if it was alone and tried to stop the zombies." Zhao Ying calmed down, suddenly thought of something, closed his eyes, and sensed the soul of the contract in his mind. After a while, Zhao Ying opened his eyes and said with certainty, "The monkey is not dead yet. In my mind, the breath belonging to the little monkey is still there." In his previous life, Lin Tianfeng mentioned to Zhao Ying that the contract master and the contract beast could sense each other's life and death. It's just that the time was too long ago, and Zhao Ying almost couldn't remember it, and he hasn't paid any attention to this matter recently. "Really?" Song Xiaodao stopped crying immediately and raised her tearful face. Lao Niu was also startled and looked up at Zhao Ying. Although they only spent a short time with the little monkey, they experienced life and death together. Nothing can enhance friendship better than living and dying together. "Come and eat something. Once the old cow's wounds are healed, we'll go find the monkey," Zhao Ying said. A few hours passed, and since the little monkey was not dead, he should have left the group of corpses. Now the only strong fighting force around Zhao Ying is the old cow. It has not recovered from its injuries yet, and it is very dangerous for it to approach the group of zombies rashly. Zhao Ying took out the chestnut leaves and piled them in front of the old cow, which immediately lowered its head and started eating. The chestnuts in the pot had been cooked into a paste. Zhao Ying found 2 large bowls from the old cow's back and filled one for Song Xiaodao. "Eat it." Song Xiaodao wiped his tears and took the bowl of rice, but stared at the fire with dull eyes without eating a single bite. Zhao Ying also filled a bowl for himself and left the rest of the chestnut porridge to Lao Niu. 70 or 80 roasted chestnuts were already ripe. Zhao Ying gave 3 to Song Xiaodao, kept 5 for himself, and divided the rest into 2, half for Lao Niu and half he kept for the little monkey. E-level mutant beasts have a huge appetite. I don't know if the monkey is hungry, Zhao Ying muttered to himself. Shaking his head, he lowered his head and started eating. "Zhao Ying, I can't eat," Song Xiaodao said after a while. "If you can't eat, don't eat. If you are surrounded by zombies again and don't have the strength to run away, don't expect me to save you," Zhao Ying said incoherently while drinking chestnut paste. "If we encounter danger again, will you still abandon us and run away alone?" Song Xiaodao asked with a complaint. "Do you want me to die with you?" Zhao Ying said. Song Xiaodao remained silent and lowered his head to drink the chestnut paste. After the meal, the old cow's injuries had almost healed. Although the chestnut leaves were not as effective as sandwiches, the cow's injuries were not fatal. Zhao Ying did have another piece of sandwich, but he planned to save it for the little monkey. "Let's go back to the industrial park." Zhao Ying didn't plan to rest either. "Even though I haven't slept for 2 days and 1 night. 3 hours ago, in the endless tide of corpses, The little monkey watched the back of the old cow carrying Song Xiaodao away, and a human sadness appeared on the monkey's face. A zombie bit the little monkey's neck and immediately tore off a large piece of flesh. It roared towards the sky in pain, squeezing out the last bit of its potential to maintain its frenzy, and swung its stick to smash all the zombies around it. In the black blood rain all over the sky, the huge monkey was trembling all over. After it took a brief respite, the swarm of zombies surrounded it again. As the bloody smell of the monkey spread, all the zombies became more and more crazy. At this point, the remaining energy in the little monkey's body can only support swinging the mace a few times at most. Boom! The corpses beside it were knocked away again, and the little monkey was shaking even more violently. At this point, it no longer hoped to be able to leave, it just hoped to hold on for a few more minutes. It was just an F-class mutant beast, and its berserk ability that exceeded its limit was devouring its internal organs and causing them to shrink, constantly consuming its vitality. Just when the little monkey thought he was going to die, suddenly, all the zombies around him fell silent. At this moment, the whole world seemed to stand still. All the zombies stood still, as if they had turned into stone sculptures. The little monkey didn't know what was going on. At this moment, a hoarse and unpleasant voice came to his ears. "Are you still not leaving?" The little monkey looked back and saw zombies everywhere. Where were the human figures? At this moment, the voice became urgent. "Go quickly." The little monkey dared not hesitate. He stretched out his long legs, leaped 7 or 8 meters in one step, and rushed out of the industrial park desperately. Without the obstruction of zombies, the little monkey rushed out of the industrial park in less than a minute. At this moment, its last potential was finally exhausted, and the next moment, its huge body shrank rapidly. The originally thin body became even thinner due to the forced activation of the second superpower. From a distance, it looked like a child's skeleton stained with blood. The little monkey couldn't even lift the mace. The heavy armor pressed down on him like a mountain. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, the group of zombies behind him suddenly moved again. It was as if they had just taken a nap. For a moment, every breath of air was filled with a terrifying and oppressive atmosphere. The little monkey looked back and saw the zombies rushing towards him like a swarm of ants. It forced itself to cheer up, immediately dropped its mace, took off its heavy armor, and ran forward desperately with its short legs. It was so flustered that it didn't figure out the direction. The zombies were already quite a distance away from the little monkey. The slow-running zombies gradually lost the little monkey's scent. In addition, the little monkey was too small, so it would slip into the gaps between the ruins from time to time. As the little monkey fled forward, the zombies chasing behind him gradually fell behind. In the end, there were only a dozen zombies left hanging behind him. The little monkey didn't know how long it had been running. It squinted its eyes listlessly and wanted to continue walking, but suddenly its eyes went dark. With a plop, the little monkey fell to the ground. It was already light in the sky, but its vision was blurry. In this desolate world, it doesn't know where the only human being who can depend on it is at this moment. It lay on the ground, still bleeding, vaguely knowing that it was about to die. The little monkey turned his head to the side, wanting to take another look at the world, but a meteorite on the ground blocked all his view. It suddenly missed Zhao a little. Somehow, the little monkey could feel that his master was still alive. It's great that he is still alive. The little monkey slowly closed his eyes. Look, what is that in front? At some point, a few people came not far from the little monkey. There were 4 men and 1 woman. They were all dressed in rags, and the black and gray on their faces made it almost impossible to tell their age and appearance. It's a child. No, it's a monkey. What a monkey. How did it survive that meteor shower? Don't worry about how it survived. Just take it back. That's great. We haven't eaten meat for more than a month. Even though this monkey is skinny, 1 or 2 pieces of meat is enough for everyone. Can monkeys be eaten? Why do they feel like they are similar to humans? Said the woman. One of the middle-aged men stepped forward, grabbed the monkey's tail, held it in his hand, and said, "If you don't dare to eat it, we will give you an extra portion. It's the end of the world. Let alone a monkey. Even if it was a real child, I would dare to eat it." The woman suddenly laughed. When Zhao Yin arrived outside the industrial park, the swarm of zombies had thinned out a lot, and they were back to wandering aimlessly. "Old cow, was this where you and the monkey separated?" Zhao Yin asked in his heart. "Master, it's in the industrial park in front." Lao Nyo responded in his heart. Chapter 43 Tracking. Zhao Yin did not go deep into the industrial park immediately. He took Lao Nyo and Song Xiaodao to hide among the ruins, looking up at the movements of the nearby zombies. If the little monkey has left the industrial park, it will definitely leave traces. After a while, his eyes narrowed, and he actually saw 3 F-level zombies wandering deep in the industrial park. I remember that all the previous F-level zombies were taken to the southern suburbs by the Zombie King, so these ones should have just evolved. Apparently, it was the flesh and blood of the bald man and his son that catalyzed them. Zhao Ying quickly withdrew his gaze and continued observing. A few minutes later, he finally discovered that from inside the industrial park, all the way to the north, the swarm of zombies was particularly dense. It must have been the little monkey that was attracted to it when it was leaving. Let's go to the northernmost part of the industrial park. Zhao Ying immediately led the way, walking hurriedly. Zhao Ying, why are you going to the north? We separated in the southeast direction. Song Xiaodao said in a low voice. I didn't tell you to speak, so don't open your mouth. Zhao Ying seemed very angry at this time. After circling the industrial park for a while, Zhao Ying finally arrived at the north side of the industrial park. At this time, the density of zombies within 500 meters outside the industrial park was almost as high as that inside the industrial park. The shape of the entire corpse group was like a tail growing out of the industrial park. Zhao Ying, with Song Xiaodao and Lao Nyo, used the ruins to cover their bodies and walked towards the tip of the tail. Half an hour later, the swarm of corpses finally began to thin out. Zhao Ying took out a machete, walked out of the ruins where he was hiding, and rushed directly towards the group of zombies. Puff! Before a zombie could react, Zhao Ying chopped it in half with a single vertical blow of his sword. When the nearby zombies just reacted, Zhao Ying swung his sword continuously, killing 7 or 8 zombies in an instant. He held up a machete stained with black blood and strode forward to kill. Lao Nyo and Song Xiaodao both widened their eyes. They rarely saw Zhao Ying so brave. He didn't even let Lao Nyo clear the way, nor did he let Song Xiaodao cut the watermelon. At this moment, it seemed that in Zhao Yin's eyes, the corpse crystals were worthless. Dark brown blood covered his head, face, military jacket, pants, shoes, and socks. He looked sticky all over like a killing machine. When Lao Nyo and Song Xiaodao caught up, Zhao Yin had already slaughtered all the zombies at the tail end. He stood there in the strong wind, leaning on his knife, with a smile on his dirty face. Monkey, the zombies beat you up, and I beat them back for you. At this time, Song Xiaodao and Lao Nyo realized that he just wanted to help the little monkey vent his anger. Song Xiaodao stared at Zhao Yin blankly. This guy was really hard to understand sometimes. Zhao Yin, take a rest. I'll go get the corpse crystal for you, Song Xiaodao said, looking at the corpses all over the ground. Zhao Yin waved his hand. The monkey is more important. He hadn't slept for 2 days and 1 night. He was exhausted from the continuous fighting and walked in front with a machete in his hand. Suddenly, Zhao Yin quickened his pace and came to a pile of sticky things. Song Xiaodao also hurriedly followed and found that it was a heavy armor and a mace. It's being chased by zombies, and these things are just a burden. Zhao Yin understood something and quickly put the 2 pieces of equipment into the space ring, becoming even more gloomy. The little monkey even lost his heavy armor and mace. You can imagine his situation at that time. Starting from here, a colorful blood trail appeared, spreading northward and far away. The blood trail was dark red and was left by normal life a few hours ago. Zhao Yin took Lao Nyo and Song Xiaodao and walked along the direction of the bloodstains. This was a pre-apocalyptic highway. On both sides of the road were collapsed ruins. Soon, Zhao Yin found a small pool of blood among the ruins. The previously scattered drops of blood stopped abruptly here. Where's the monkey? Where did it go? Zhao Yin asked Song Xiaodao beside him angrily. Song Xiaodao looked at the bloodshot in Zhao Yin's eyes, and suddenly a fear rose in his heart. He stammered, "No, I don't know. It must have collapsed here. No one is trying to save it. Where else can it go?" Zhao Yin glared at her and shouted, "Hurry up and find it for me." Okay, I'll look for it." Song Xiaodao didn't dare to refute and quickly started searching nearby. Zhao Yin himself stood there without moving. In fact, with his powerful perception, if the little monkey was still nearby, he would have already sensed it. The little monkey is not here. There is a possibility that he was taken away by zombies, mutant beasts, or someone. The possibility of being eaten by zombies is the smallest. It is impossible that not even a bit of fur is left, so only mutant beasts and humans are left. Zhao Yin, come and see. At this time, Song Xiaodao suddenly shouted. Zhao Yin hurried over and saw Song Xiaodao holding something familiar to Zhao Yin. A corn husk. Fresh corn can only be produced by mutated plants after the apocalypse. The mutant beast only eats corn, but cannot carry it. Therefore, only humans can bring this corn husk here. Someone, the monkey was taken away. Zhao Yin clenched his fists. That's great, someone actually saved the little monkey. Song Xiaodao showed a happy smile on his face. Zhao Yin glared at her as if she was an idiot, and Song Xiaodao immediately covered her mouth. She also vaguely understood that she had said the wrong thing. Zhao Yin slowly closed his eyes and opened his hearing to the fullest. Within a 2-kilometer radius, the whistling wind was mixed with the sounds of many footsteps. Most of them sounded weak and must be zombies. There was no heartbeat, no breathing. They took the monkey away. Zhao Yin calmed down at this time, frowned and said, they should still be within 10 kilometers now. It's impossible for them to go too far. Now in the apocalypse, evolvers have appeared, and perhaps people with superpowers are also rising. But the meteorite shower had just stopped for a few days, and Zhao Yin didn't believe that besides himself, there was another person who had reached E-level strength. Even if they really exist, they are extremely rare, and it is almost impossible for the little monkey to encounter one. As long as the opponent's strength has not reached E-level, it is impossible for him to go too far within a few hours in this world full of zombies. Zhao Yin jumped into the gap and carefully identified any clues left. A strong wind blew last night, and the desolate world was filled with sand, and all footprints disappeared. But as long as someone passes by, some traces will be left behind. Soon, Zhao Yin found a drop of blood, which fell on a broken wall not far from the crevice. Because the broken wall was vertical, the drop of blood was not covered by wind and sand. They went north. Zhao Yin raised his head and looked towards the north with murderous intent in his eyes. It is conceivable that someone put the little monkey into a sack or some other container, isolating the blood from the monkey's body from dripping, but one drop of blood seeped out. The other party didn't care about the life or death of the little monkey at all. Obviously, in their eyes, it was just food. How do you know? Song Xiaodao asked. Zhao Yin pointed at the drop of blood and said, now the survivors are all starving. After getting a wounded monkey, they first think of eating meat. It is not safe to make a fire and cook outside, so they will definitely go back to the previous shelter. Zhao Yin continued. The corn husks are where they rested before. It's about 10 meters away from here. There were drops of blood on the way back. That must be the direction they left. Song Xiaodao was a little confused and was about to ask again when Zhao Yin suddenly picked her up. Zhao Yin, what are you going to do? Song Xiaodao was startled. Zhao Yin threw her directly onto the old cow's back and said, sit still and shut your mouth. After saying this, he strode northward. 50 meters to the north, Zhao Yin indeed found another drop of blood, confirming his guess. Along the way, there were traces of blood every few meters. Sometimes there is a drop every 20 or 30 meters, and sometimes it is hundreds of meters. Not every drop of blood can be preserved. The other party was obviously very familiar with the surrounding environment and chose roads that avoided all zombies. So Zhao Yin and his party had no problems. Half an hour later, Zhao Yin closed his eyes and listened, then opened his eyes with murderous intent in his eyes. Zhao Yin, have you found the little monkey? Song Xiaodao couldn't help but ask. I heard a group of people. It should be them. Zhao Yin said coldly. What if they really hurt the little monkey? What will you do? Song Xiaodao asked. If the monkey loses a hair because of them, I will kill them all. Zhao Yin said. Although Song Xiaodao already knew Zhao Yin's character, he still couldn't help but feel a chill all over his body after hearing what she said. Chapter 44 Survivors in the Tunnel. This is a low mountain. When the meteorite shower came, the entire mountain was smashed into pits and the trees on the mountain caught fire, burning the surface soil into a layer of hard soil residue. Just a few days after the meteorite shower ended, half-human-high weeds grew again. The vitality of post-apocalyptic plants is amazing, and some of them take root in the rocks. At the foot of the low mountain, there is an unfinished road with a tunnel that goes straight into the mountain. Now most of it has collapsed, but there is still a lot of space left. I'm finally back. The 4 men and 1 woman returned to the tunnel. A man carrying a cement bag smiled and said, it's safe. The tunnel in front of them made them feel safe, and their voices became louder. I am hungry. When will you skin the monkey? Another man asked anxiously. Who wouldn't be hungry? Only 1 corn cob is ripe. And the soup we've been cooking with rotten flour is stinky, said the woman. The man carrying the cement bag said, Let's boil some water first, scald the monkey, and then pluck its hair. The monkey skin can be eaten, and it's a waste to just skin it. Just scald it to death alive. It will bleed, and you can eat the blood. A man who had not spoken said with a smile. Yes, we must save food, the woman agreed. The four men were senior executives of a tunnel construction unit. On the night when the meteorite shower struck, the workers all took a day off and went to a rest area 1 kilometer away. In pursuit of excitement, the four men drove a car and brought a woman from the KTV into the tunnel to play. Thus, they escaped an unprecedented disaster. At this time, several people walked into the tunnel, and a thin figure immediately walked out. Did you find something to eat? You bastard, all you do is eat. Can't you even ask if we're in danger? The man carrying a cement bag scolded the woman who came up to him. This woman was also covered in dirt. After the apocalypse, everyone was drinking water sparingly, but she still washed her legs very white and wore torn stockings. But at this time, none of the four men paid attention to her. They were all waiting to eat meat. Someone went to fetch some wood and lit it. Someone took out a rice cooker in her pot and came to a puddle not far away, which was the source of their drinking water. Water dripped from the top of the tunnel from time to time, accumulating into about 7 or 8 liters of water. The man carefully filled a small half pot with it and returned to the fire to burn it. The man carrying the cement bag finally put it down. With a plop, a bloody little monkey fell to the ground, motionless. The woman in stockings immediately widened her eyes. What kind of animal is this? Is there meat to eat? The men remained silent. The woman who had gone out with them to look for supplies said, although you didn't contribute much, you still won't lose your share. Here's the monkey tail for you to eat. Where is the meat in a monkey's tail? The woman in stockings was immediately dissatisfied and said, why didn't I contribute? Didn't I stay to look after Lao Chin for you? It was Manager Wei who said that someone must stay. I'm going to the zombie pile to find food. Why should you enjoy yourself here? The woman who was looking for supplies shouted. The two women worked in the same KTV before the apocalypse, but after the apocalypse, they were often jealous of each other. They both understood that they could only survive by following a few men. But if they want to take advantage of them, they can only rely on their beauty, so the two women regard each other as competitors. Old Chin didn't run away, did he? At this time, the man who had carried the monkey back earlier, whom the two women called Manager Wei, interrupted the quarrel between the two women. The woman in stockings immediately put on a smile and said, I'm not running away. I will do my best to complete the tasks you have asked me to do, Brother Wei. Bring him out and let him pull out the monkey's hair together. Manager Wei ordered. Soon, a thin man was pulled out by the woman in stockings, holding a rope. He was probably in his 40s with his hands tied behind his back, and he walked very weakly. What's the point of keeping this trash? Complained the woman in stockings. It doesn't cost much to raise him. He just needs to drink some urine every day and eat maggots from rotten meat. He can also do some work for us and entertain us when we have nothing to do. Manager Wei smiled and said, if zombies come over someday, we can use him to attract their attention. The other men all laughed. The man called Lao Chin had a numb look on his face. When he saw that the little monkey on the ground was still breathing, a hint of pity flashed in his eyes. He and the monkey have the same fate. Both are fish on someone else's chopping board. Before the end of the world, Lao Chin was a cook on a construction site. Because he had to get up early every day to make breakfast for the workers, he lived in the tunnel. When a meteor shower strikes, the unfinished tunnel is the best shelter. He had a large amount of stored grain in his hands. So naturally, he was visited by Manager Wei and his colleagues, who usually ignored him. At first, everyone thought that this was just an ordinary natural disaster, and everything would be fine after it passed. Everyone was still talking and laughing at that time. Manager Wei promised Lao Chin that he would give him a raise after the rescue team arrived. For this reason, Lao Chin tried every possible way to make delicious food to please them all day long. Just a few days ago, the meteor shower stopped and things became different. All the stored food spoiled overnight. Only a few bags of flour were the most resistant to decay. Although they became moldy and smelly, they were still edible after being cooked. When the food supply shrank drastically, Manager Wei went out and discovered a zombie outbreak. So they imprisoned Lao Chin and only gave him urine to drink every day. Lao Chin knew that he, like the monkey, would die sooner or later if he fell into the hands of these beasts. Brother Wei, seeing how obedient I am, can you give me a monkey leg later? No, a monkey head is also fine. The woman in stockings took a few steps forward, came in front of Manager Wei, lifted up her dirty skirt, revealing that she was not even wearing any underwear underneath. She slowly raised one leg and rubbed the zipper of Manager Wei's pants with her thigh. Brother Wei, if a girl becomes thin due to hunger, she won't look good. Get lost. Manager Wei pushed the woman in stockings away. I haven't had a full meal in a few days. How can I have the energy? The smile on the woman in stockings froze, and there was a hint of hatred in her eyes. The other woman burst into laughter. Is the water ready? Manager Wei turned to the other man and asked. It's steaming. It'll be ready soon. The man stared at the pot in the fire and licked his cracked lips. The water used to scald monkey hair can be drunk after filtering. Don't waste it, Manager Wei instructed. This can also be regarded as a warning that men who boil water are not allowed to drink it secretly. After saying that, Manager Wei walked deeper into the tunnel and said, Leave Lao Qin and you Donghai here to pluck the monkey hairs. The others follow me in to take a look at the corn. Yu Donghai was the man who boiled the water. He nodded, and everyone else followed Manager Wei into the depths of the tunnel. Manager Wei held the highest position among the few people before the end of the world, and he was still able to win the support of the people after the end of the world, mainly because he was relatively fair in his work and never kept anything to himself. Taking everyone to see the corn is equivalent to telling everyone that he will not embezzle it, and everyone can supervise each other. 2 days ago, they wanted to find more water sources and went deep into the collapsed tunnel and accidentally discovered the corn that suddenly grew. The corn stalk was as tall as a 5-story building and produced 49 corn cobs. This morning, before they were about to go out to look for supplies, they found a ripe corn cob, so they broke it off and shared it on the way. It turned out that each person could feel half full after eating a few kernels of corn, and they all felt full of energy. Several people have realized that this is a mutated crop from after the apocalypse, and the nutrients it contains far exceed those before the apocalypse. So, after Manager Wei came back and arranged the monkey meat matter, he went to check the corn first. At this time, Zhao Yin had already seen the tunnel under the low mountain. Chapter 45 Meaty Smell. The water is boiling. Go get a big basin. The survivor named Yu Donghai stared at the splashing water in the pot and gave instructions to Lao Qin beside him. Old Qin walked to the side numbly, picked up the large iron basin he usually used to knead dough with his bound hands, and threw it next to the fire with a clang. Yu Donghai directly picked up the monkey's tail and threw it into the basin, then ordered, Go, pour the boiling water in the pot on the monkey. How can I move the pot with my hands? Lao Qin finally spoke, his voice dry and hoarse. Yu Donghai glanced at the rope on his wrist and sneered. You want me to untie you? Lao Qin looked at him without saying anything. Don't think I don't know. You're a veteran. You trained in Shaolin Temple for 7 years. After we untied you, several of us are not enough for you to do it alone. Yu Donghai said sarcastically. I've been hungry for 3 days. How can I have any strength left? You're overthinking it. Lao Qin said hoarsely. Don't even think about it once you've been untied. Maybe in the next life. After saying that, Yu Donghai walked over, picked up a rag, wrapped the rice cooker pot in it, and picked it up. He was about to pour the water on the little monkey when Lao Qin suddenly bumped into him. Bang! Oh, what the hell? The pot flipped over onto Yu Donghai, pouring scalding hot water all over him. He screamed heart-wrenchingly and tore his clothes. In just a moment, a layer of horrible blisters appeared on Yu Donghai's red face. Help! Lao Qin had no expression on his face. He looked at him coldly and did not try to escape. At this time, Manager Wei and others who had not yet had time to go deep into the tunnel heard the noise and quickly ran back. When they saw Yu Donghai, who looked like a ghost, and Lao Qin standing there with a smile on his face, they immediately understood what was going on. Old Yu is finished, said the woman in stockings with a smile. Many of the survivors after the apocalypse are somewhat neurotic. No one could save Yu Donghai with such severe burns in such a harsh environment. Once he died, there would be one less person to share the corn and monkey meat with. Everyone watched Yu Donghai rolling and howling in peace. Even Manager Wei only showed a hint of anger symbolically, but he had no intention of helping Yu Donghai. He shouted at Lao Qin, Did you do this? It's me, Lao Qin said numbly. Bang! A man stepped forward and slapped Lao Qin in the face. If anything happens to Brother Yu, I'll kill you. Old Qin was already weak, his body swayed, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Bang! Another man picked up a rolling pin and hit Lao Qin from behind, knocking him to the ground. I'm going to kill you. Immediately afterwards, the two men punched and kicked Lao Qin. At this time, Manager Wei suddenly said, Stop fighting. Yu Donghai cannot be saved. Old Qin will have to dig a hole to bury him later. His words were so calm that it didn't seem like he cared about his companion's life or death. Both men stopped and looked over. One of them said, "Manager Wei is right." Another person immediately agreed. "Yes, it will be useful if you keep it." Ha ha. Old Qin, who was lying on the ground with blood all over his head and face, suddenly laughed. "What are you laughing at?" Manager Wei said coldly. "Huh, I'm laughing at you for leaving me here. Sooner or later you will kill another one. Wouldn't that mean there will be one less person to share those corns?" Lao Qin said with a smile. Everyone knows what Manager Wei is planning. But shit doesn't stink unless you pick it up. After hearing what Lao Qin said, everyone looked at Manager Wei. "You're looking for death." Manager Wei was furious. He stepped forward and kicked Lao Qin, who was trying to get up, to the ground again. Then he pulled out a dagger from his waist and stabbed it into his thigh. Lao Qin was still laughing, as if that was not his thigh at all. "Brother Wei, kill him," said the woman in stockings. The other woman also agreed with the stockings woman's words and nodded. "Brother Wei, let Xiaoli go dig the pit later." It seems that Lao Qin can't stay. They knew in their hearts that facing Lao Qin, who was like a time bomb, the two women, were the most vulnerable. If someone had to be killed by Lao Qin, it would definitely be them. Manager Wei's thoughts were exposed, and in order to prove his innocence to everyone, he had no choice but to kill Lao Qin. This seems to be what Lao Qin himself wants to see. He would die sooner or later, so he wanted to die quickly. "Aha! Kill me, otherwise I will kill you if I have the chance," said Lao Qin. Manager Wei pulled out a dagger, his eyes flashing with ferocity, and stabbed it towards Lao Qin's neck. Just then, bang! A gunshot echoed through the tunnel. A little girl walked in from outside holding a pistol, with white smoke still coming out of the muzzle. Everyone looked at Song Xiaodao, their expressions filled with surprise. In the apocalypse, apart from them, are there any living people who can reach here? Soon, everyone relaxed. The other party was just a little girl of 11 or 12 years old. Even if she had a pistol, did she really have the courage to kill someone? Manager Wei put his right hand holding the dagger behind his back and smiled. "Little sister, the toy in your hand is not fun at all. Put it down quickly." Song Xiaodao really put down his pistol. At this time, everyone saw a tall man walking in from outside, followed by an extremely strong buffalo. "Did you see it?" Zhao Yin said. "I'm sorry, Zhao Yin. I will listen to you in the future," Song Xiaodao said in a low voice. She had previously thought that not everyone here deserved to die. So after Zhao Yin arrived, after making sure that the little monkey would not die for a while, he let her stay outside to take a look. Children always need to grow up. At this time, everyone in the tunnel was looking at Zhao Yin. Seeing that he had no weapons, everyone relaxed again. Then, everyone looked at the buffalo as if they were starving ghosts. "How many meals does such a big cow need?" "Brother, are you selling this cow?" Manager Wei asked subconsciously. Zhao Yin asked back, "Can you afford it?" "I can't afford it." Manager Wei really couldn't imagine what he could use to buy such a big cow from the other party in the apocalypse. Then he laughed and started to flirt with him. "Brother, you are planning to seek refuge here, right? Since you are here, you are one of us." Zhao Yin didn't even look at him and walked straight towards the little monkey. The smile on Manager Wei's face froze, and he secretly winked at the woman in stockings beside him. The woman in stockings immediately walked towards Song Xiaodao quietly. She was always keeping an eye on the gun in Song Xiaodao's hand out of the corner of her eye. "Little sister, can you show me your toy?" "Go away." Song Xiaodao looked up at her and said directly, "I don't talk to the dead. They want to kill the little monkey." Zhao Yin said they will kill everyone here. So in Song Xiaodao's view, they were all dead. Dead man. The woman in silk stockings was stunned for a moment. Then a flash of resentment flashed in her eyes, and she smiled. Little sister is really good at joking. As soon as she finished speaking, the woman in stockings quickly grabbed Song Xiaodao's hand, holding the gun, and quickly grabbed the gun. "I don't want your face." At this moment, Manager Wei and others all paused for a moment. Then the next moment, everyone was shocked to see that the little girl suddenly struggled, and her slender arms hit the chest of the woman in stockings. The latter screamed and flew out, and happened to fall into a pile of fire nearby. She should have rolled over and screamed, but at this moment, the woman in stockings lay motionless in the fire, letting the flames burn, as if she was sleeping in the softest bed before the end of the world. "She is dead. Die before you fall into the fire." Everyone was stunned, and the whole place was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Soon, the tunnel was filled with the aroma of burnt meat. Ugh! Song Xiaodao was the first one to bend down and vomit. Manager Wei and the others all felt a chill down their spines. They didn't understand how the little girl got so much strength. They didn't even see it clearly. Chapter 46 Kill them all. Brother, my woman is just curious about the gun, no? Nothing else. Manager Wei hurriedly explained to Zhao Yin, who was standing beside him, stuttering. At this time, Zhao Yin had already come in front of the little monkey, without even looking at Song Xiaodao. He bent down and carefully took the little monkey covered in blood out of the basin. He held it in his arms like that, looking at the little monkey's face with its eyes closed. At this moment, Zhao Yin's heart, which had already turned cold, suddenly felt a slight pain. In his previous life, he believed in Lin Tianfeng, Zhang Dongliang, and many so-called close friends and confidants. But in the end, he ended up with his camp destroyed and people killed. In this life, Zhao Yin has been with this little monkey since the meteorite rain stopped. It is not very smart and is greedy, but it is a truly trustworthy partner. This time, Zhao Yin generously took out a bottle of Nongfu Spring and the last piece of sandwich. He carefully tore the sandwich into pieces, soaked it in Nongfu Spring water, and fed it into the little monkey's mouth. Old Qin on the side stood up and looked at Zhao Yin, who was holding the monkey. He had a feeling that the man in front of him was definitely stronger than the little girl. Lao Qin could also feel that this man cared very much about the monkey they were just about to eat. Old Qin waited quietly, waiting for the fate of Manager Wei and his companions. Ah, brother, this monkey is yours, right? We rescued it. Manager Wei also realized something at this time, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Really? Zhao Yin finally spoke. Weren't you just preparing to boil water to pluck the hair? Manager Wei forced a smile and said, How can we do that? Monkeys are primates. How dare we eat them? He walked towards Zhao Yin quietly, came behind him, suddenly took out his right hand hidden behind his back, and stabbed Zhao Yin's neck with the dagger. At this moment, Manager Wei seemed to have seen that after kidnapping this man, the little girl with terrifying strength would immediately surrender and allow them to play with her. At this time, Zhao Yin was still squatting there holding the little monkey, seemingly unaware of everything. Only when the dagger fell on his neck did he slowly raise his head and look at Manager Wei calmly. You want to kill me? Zhao Yin asked. Don't move. Let that girl hand over the gun. Manager Wei's face was full of excitement, and he shouted loudly. Zhao Yin's eyes became colder and colder. The next moment, a knife flashed. Manager Wei and others didn't have time to see clearly how a knife appeared in his hand and how he drew it. Snap! Manager Wei's right hand fell to the ground at shoulder level, and the dagger rolled to his feet. Everything happened so fast. When the blood gushed out like a fountain, a scream came out of Manager Wei's mouth. Zhao Yin said 3 words indifferently. Kill them all. All the remaining people ran away. No one had ever seen someone like Zhao Yin. He was more frightening than those zombies. The next moment, the buffalo they were thinking about suddenly moved. Its huge body blocked the entrance of the tunnel, and its horns suddenly thrust out, piercing the abdomen of the man running in front. Help me! The man screamed, horns protruding from his back, and he was hanging upside down, helplessly reaching out to his companions. But where is anyone to save him? The old bull shook its head, and the sharp horns cut the man in half, and the 2 halves of his body were thrown out. The next moment, the old bull rushed towards the second man. Bang! Song Xiaodao shot and killed the man next to him. Zhao Yin immediately changed his state of panic and shouted with a painful look on his face. Save bullets! Save bullets! Their lives are not as valuable as my bullets. Oh! Song Xiaodao was originally planning to be a female warrior in a police and gangster movie, but this dream was instantly extinguished by Zhao Yin. He could only draw out his Tang sword and chop at the fleeing woman. 10 seconds later, 4 men and 2 women were all dead, including Yu Donghai, who was scalded by boiling water and had his head crushed by the old cow's hoof. Only Lao Qin was still standing there, his eyes bright with astonishing light. His eyes widened. After a while, he didn't see the cow and the little girl coming to kill him, so Lao Qin asked in confusion, You won't kill me? But no one paid any attention to him, and even Lao Huanyo looked at him with disdain, as if to say, Are you worthy of it? Earlier, when Yu Donghai was about to scald the little monkey with boiling water, it was Lao Qin who stopped him. Song Xiaodao and Lao Nyo both saw it. So Zhao Yin didn't say anything, and they didn't attack Lao Qin. At this time, Zhao Yin fed the whole piece of sandwich into the little monkey's mouth. Soon, countless wounds on the little monkey's body began to glow white, and the bleeding gradually stopped and healed. The little monkey opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was Zhao Yin's face. There was a hint of confusion in its dark eyes, and soon it turned into surprise. Squeak, Master, I thought I would never see you again. Squeak, squeak. It happily jumped down from Zhao Yin's arms, jumped around him, and then fell to the ground with a plop. Zhao Yin picked up the little monkey and said, "Your injury hasn't healed completely yet. Stay here." As he spoke, Zhao Yin held the little monkey in his arms, as if he were his son, with a smile on his face. He took out a few ripe chestnuts that he had left behind, peeled them himself, and fed them to the little monkey. The little monkey had never felt such warmth before. He chewed the chestnuts and was moved to tears. "Master, you are so kind to me. Look at how dead you look. It's bad enough that the zombies almost took your life, but even a few trash almost treated you as a snack," Zhao Yin said with disgust. "Garbage." The little monkey looked puzzled. Soon, it discovered several corpses in the tunnel and vaguely remembered that it seemed to hear human voices before it fell into a coma. At that time, I thought it was the person who froze the zombie and rescued it from the industrial park. So the little monkey told Zhao Yin everything that happened in the industrial park in his mind. "All the zombies are motionless?" Zhao Yin asked in surprise. The little monkey nodded and thought to himself, "Not only are the zombies still, but even the wind has stopped." However, the man's voice is very anxious, as if it is difficult for him to freeze the zombies. Zhao Yin frowned when he heard this. Not only can he freeze the zombies, but he can also freeze the wind? In his memory, there are only two kinds of people with special abilities who can do this. One is a space-powered person, the other is a time-powered person. Both kinds of superpowers are extremely rare. In Zhao Yin's previous life, 7 years after the end of the world, he had only seen a few people who possessed such rare superpowers. Although the superpowers they possess vary in strength, the lowest one is S-Level. Now, Zhao Yin has never even seen an evolver, but there is actually an S-Level or above psychic in Guangzhou City. Everything in that industrial park seems like a mystery, different from what I knew in my previous life. "Did you see clearly what the other party looks like?" Zhao Yin asked. The little monkey shook his head. "I didn't see any. There were zombies everywhere. I didn't have time to observe them at that time." "You should know whether it's a boy or a girl, right?" Zhao Yin said. The little monkey still shook his head. "I didn't hear it." Zhao Yin raised his hand to hit him, but after thinking for a moment, he withdrew his hand and cursed, "Idiot!" He didn't know why the man wanted to help the monkey. Was it a chance encounter, or was he doing it for the monkey? If it was the latter, what was the man's plan? There was an E-class buffalo in the industrial park, a zombie king that had devoured 3-star crystals, and a father and son who were eaten by zombies. Although they had no special abilities and were not even evolvers, they managed to escape Zhao Yin's hearing. Thinking about it now, everything is not simple. When I have the chance in the future, I will go back to that industrial park and take a look. Zhao Yin lowered his head and made up his mind. Soon, he fed the monkey all the chestnuts in his hand, and the monkey's wounds were almost healed after being treated with the sandwich. Zhao Yin turned and walked towards the body of Manager Wei. Old Qin on the side looked at Zhao Yin in confusion. He felt that Zhao Yin was talking to a monkey before, but the strange thing was that the monkey seemed to be able to communicate with him. The mystery surrounding this man made Lao Qin feel a little curious. Zhao Yin bent down and took off the sneakers on Manager Wei's feet and found that they were actually a pair of limited edition Jordan shoes, which were sold for 5,000 or 6,000 before the end of the world. "My grandson is so rich." Zhao Yin kicked the corpse. Then Lao Qin saw that Zhao Yin took off the shoes with holes on his feet, revealing his smelly feet covered with black dust, and put on the new shoes directly. Zhao Yin grinned and said, "It's a little tight, but it will grow bigger after a few days of wearing it." Song Xiaodao, who was standing by, followed suit and took off the sneakers from the feet of a female corpse. Song Xiaodao had always been barefoot before, and after walking for several days, his little feet were already covered with blisters. After she put on her shoes, a happy smile appeared on her face, just like Zhao Yin. "Go, take off all their pants." Zhao Yin commanded the little monkey, who had finished eating chestnuts. The little monkey immediately stuck out his red butt, completely ignorant of shame, and started to dig hard. Soon, the lower bodies of several men were found naked. Chapter 47 Corn Tree. Lao Qin standing by was stunned. Who is this guy? Even the dead person's pants are not spared? When Lao Qin looked at the little girl again, he saw that she had also stripped the bodies of the 2 women naked. Old Qin, who was standing by, dropped his eyes to the ground. Bandit. This is definitely a gang of bandits. This was Lao Qin's first thought. At this time, Song Xiaodao was holding two bras in his hands, frowning and saying to Zhao Yinxiao, "They are too big. I can't wear them now. Why do they have to grow so big? It's not that they are big. It's that you are too small." Zhao Yin glanced at the airport. "Oh, that's right. I'm too young. When I grow up, I can wear such a beautiful bra." Song Xiaodao completely misunderstood Zhao Yin's words and then shouted at Zhao Yin, Zhao Yin, help me put these clothes into your space ring." None of the recent star crystals have produced pants, just like Zhao Yin was born without pants. Zhao Yin's pants and shoes were damaged every day, and there were only a few left. He looked at the pile of pants, shoes, and socks on the ground, collected them all with satisfaction, and then said to Song Xiaodao, "Go find Lao Niu and let him carry all your things." "No, Lao Niu has to fight zombies. What if they get damaged?" Song Xiaodao held the two bras and the pair of torn stockings that he cared about most. The rest of the clothes were piled on the floor. "You want this thing?" Zhao Yin glanced at the airport on her chest. "What's the use?" Song Xiaodao's face immediately turned red, and he said unhappily, "I'm going to be 12 soon, and I'll grow up soon. Can you help me put it away?" The little girl was not going to compromise with Zhao Yin on this matter. Zhao Yin shook his head and was too lazy to talk to her anymore. He still walked over and helped her put away all the things. Then, Zhao Yin's gaze fell on the large iron basin on the ground, and he took it. It's just right for giving the little monkey and Song Xiaodao a bath. He saw the rice cooker pot again, picked it up, and put it on his head, thinking it would make a nice helmet. But when he put it on, it would cover his eyes. So he took out a machete, carved out the space for the face on the pot, and put it directly on his head. "Not bad, right?" Zhao Yin asked Song Xiaodao. Song Xiaodao nodded immediately. "Very handsome. He's handsome, and he'll look good in any helmet." Zhao Yin nodded. The little monkey and the old cow also nodded to show their agreement. This potgut helmet can definitely block the attacks of ordinary zombies. If Zhao Yin had had this helmet last night, he wouldn't have been injured so badly. There was nothing else Zhao Yin needed in the tunnel. Zhao Yin looked around and finally set his eyes on Lao Qin's face. His face immediately darkened. "Where is the corn?" "What?" Lao Qin was unable to react to the sudden question for a moment. "Corn, the food you usually eat," Zhao Yin asked. "They only gave me urine to drink, and they ate the maggots on the rotten meat." "Oh, there are indeed corns in the tunnel." "Corn trees." Lao Qin sputei. He was not even afraid of death, but for some reason, he felt a little nervous when facing this man. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yin turned around and walked deeper into the tunnel. The little monkey and the old cow hurriedly followed. "Zhao Yin, wait for me." Song Xiaodao also followed. Lao Qin was the only one left. He stood there in a daze, hesitating whether he should follow. But he was not familiar with the other person, and the man looked difficult to approach. What if the other party thinks you have bad intentions? But if I don't follow, where can I go? Zhao Yin quickly found the corn, or to be more precise, the corn tree. The main pole is thicker than a bucket and as tall as a 5-story building. The branches and leaves are dense, like a towering tree, reaching all the way to the top of the tunnel. Zhao Yin counted and found that there were a total of 48 corn cobs on the tree. There were traces of picking, and Zhao Yin guessed that it was related to the corn husk discarded by Manager Wei and others. He used his true vision to examine the corn tree from top to bottom. Corn, F-level mutant crop, rich in nutrients, 52 hours left to maturity. Corn, F-level mutant crop, rich in nutrients, 61 hours left until maturity. Corn, 49 hours left until maturity. Corn seedlings, F-level mutant plants. This corn tree does not grow crops with 2 functions like the chestnut tree. But this is normal. Zhao Yin has been a human for 2 lifetimes and has only seen chestnut trees as being relatively peculiar. At this time, the little monkey raised his head excitedly, stared at the corn cobs above his head, drooling and ready to climb up, etc. Zhao Yin tried to stop him, saying, "The corns are not yet ripe. We need to wait a few more days." The little monkey could only climb down in disappointment, looking up from time to time, staring at the corn cob above his head. "Zhao Yin, do we have to wait here for a few days?" Song Xiaodao asked. The latest corn cobs take 3 days to mature. During these 3 days, the chestnuts consumed by the 2 mutant beasts definitely exceed the value of 48 corn cobs. Corn is not for eating. It becomes seeds when it matures. Zhao Yin explained. He is not short of food now, but what he lacks is the variety of food. Wait 3 days and rest here. After saying that, Zhao Yin led everyone out of the tunnel, preparing to find a spacious place to set up the invisible tent. When passing by the tunnel entrance, Zhao Yun saw Lao Qin still standing there. "You haven't left yet?" Zhao Yun asked in surprise. Lao Qin was a little reserved in front of Zhao Yun and subconsciously bent slightly like before the end of the world. "Little brother, I don't know where else I can go. Can you let me follow? In the future." "Cannot." Zhao Yun refused without waiting for Lao Qin to finish speaking. He had seen many people like this in his previous life, and there were countless survivors who couldn't survive. Often when they see a strong person, they will cling to him like a servile slave, hoping to find a place to shelter from the wind and rain. Once they encounter a crisis, they will run away faster than anyone else. When Lao Qin heard this, his face turned ashen for a moment. After a while, he nodded. "I understand." After saying this, he turned around and left without any further ado. "Are you planning to leave just like that?" Zhao Yun was slightly surprised. Lao Qin turned around and asked, "Little brother, do you have any other instructions?" "The pants and shoes are both fine. Take them off," Zhao Yun ordered directly. A layer of cold sweat broke out on Lao Qin's head. Then, Lao Qin smiled bitterly, not understanding why such a strong man was so obsessed with his pants, but he could only take off his pants and shoes as ordered. After Zhao Yun took it, he waved his hand and said, "Let's go." This is a pair of old liberation shoes, and the size seems to be suitable for Zhao Yun. In the end times, this kind of wear-resistant shoes is more practical than ordinary sneakers. Zhao Yun killed Manager Wei and others and occupied the tunnel. According to the rules, Lao Qin was his prisoner, including the clothes on his body. Lao Qin slowly walked out of the tunnel. He did not feel much gratitude toward Zhao Yun, but he did not hate him either. A pair of pants and shoes in exchange for a life that Lao Qin himself didn't even think was valuable. Of course, Zhao Yun didn't save him out of kindness. He just happened to kill his enemy. When Lao Qin reached the tunnel entrance, he saw the place where he used to cook and pointed at a kitchen knife. "Can I take this with me?" Zhao Yun didn't say anything either, just nodded. Lao Qin grabbed the kitchen knife and walked slowly out of the tunnel. In the dim sunlight, he was only wearing a pair of briefs and his legs looked very white. "Squeak, master, he's a good man. I want to share some of my chestnuts with him." At this time, the little monkey suddenly tugged at the corner of Zhao Yun's clothes. "You don't even have enough chestnuts for yourself, and you still want to give them to him?" Zhao Yun asked with a frown. "Give it to him. He helped me," the little monkey said with certainty. When Lao Qin helped it earlier, although the little monkey fell into a coma, the mutant beast's powerful perception still allowed it to feel something. In fact, Zhao Yun did not want to occupy the tunnel, nor did he have to drive Lao Qin away. He was mainly worried that an outsider would steal his corn. After thinking for a while, Zhao Yun took out 5 chestnuts, a pistol, and 50 bullets and handed them to Song Xiaodao, saying, "Give it to him and tell him that the gun is used to deal with survivors. Shooting randomly will attract zombies." Song Xiaodao took the things and chased after him. Zhao Yun chose a flat place at the entrance of the tunnel and released the invisible tent with a raised hand. Then he took out the golden fruit and said, "Monkey, you have done a great job in protecting Lao Niu and Xiaodao this time. This is a reward for you." Chapter 48, Dawei Mountains. The little monkey remembered clearly that his master went deep into the industrial park for this fruit and almost lost his life. It held the golden silk fruit that Zhao Yun gave it and asked in disbelief, "Master, is this really for me?" "Of course, I will never treat meritorious officials unfairly," Zhao Yun said. The old cow on the side immediately looked over, his eyes full of envy. It has been thinking about this golden fruit for a long time. Now it has fallen into the hands of that monkey. However, remembering that the little monkey had risked his life to save him, the old cow didn't feel comfortable arguing with it. Each mutant beast can only eat 1 golden silk fruit in its lifetime. Eating more is useless. Zhao Yun spoke, directly dispelling Lao Niu's extravagant hopes. The little monkey wanted to flatter his master and express his gratitude to him, but Zhao Yun glared at him and interrupted him. "Are you still not eating?" The little monkey didn't dare to hesitate any longer, for fear that the duck in his mouth would fly away. It immediately stuffed the golden fruit into its mouth and chewed it with its cheeks puffed up. After a moment, the little monkey suddenly fell to the ground and started twitching. The old cow on the side showed a gloating look, as it had experience in eating golden silk fruit. Last time, he also suffered tremendous pain until he passed out. Luckily, the zombie king was not there at that time. However, if we really talk about experience, Zhao Yun knows more about golden silk fruit than anyone else. The golden silk fruit can directly upgrade the mutant beast to a higher level and add a superpower. How can the pain that needs to be endured for such a perverted effect be small? But the monkey would definitely be fine. So Zhao Yin simply took out a quilt, spread it on the carpet, lit a cigarette, and slowly fell asleep. When I woke up, it was already 5 hours later, and the sky had already darkened. Song Xiaodao came back at some point and slept curled up next to Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin was badly injured last night. Although he recovered from his injuries by eating sandwiches, his body had not fully recovered from the bleeding, so he slept too soundly. The little monkey and the old cow on the side were staring at each other in a daze. Zhao Yin opened the eye of true vision to the little monkey. Growth stage macaque. E-level mutant beast. Strength 40, agility 42, stamina 48, defense 32, spirit 15, bloodline talent. Gigantic frenzy, fire control. Mutated beasts, like zombies, will gain an additional defense attribute after evolving to level E. What Zhao Yin really cared about was that the little monkey's evolved supernatural power this time was actually fire control. The fire-based ability is definitely at the top of all combat abilities. Zhao Yin was previously worried that the little monkey would evolve a useless ability. I didn't expect it to be a fire type. Monkey, try to activate your fire control ability. Wait, let's leave the tent before activating it again. Zhao Yin said, fearing that the little monkey would burn the tent. The little monkey was also very excited to see Zhao Yin wake up and communicated with his mind like offering a treasure. Master, I feel very strong now. Nonsense, it has evolved to E level, of course it is stronger than before. Zhao Yin took the little monkey out of the tent, sat down on a plastic chair, lit a cigarette, and waited quietly for the monkey's performance. His heart was full of anticipation. The little monkey was also afraid of burning his owner, so he stood about 20 meters away from Zhao Yin. His eyes suddenly became sharp, and he slowly raised his hand towards a pile of wood not far away. Puff! A flame ignited between its fingers, not much bigger than a soybean, and it went out within less than a second. The little monkey's eyes widened, and he stood there. Zhao Yin was also confused. Is this its fire-related ability? Master, I didn't eat enough, and I don't have the energy to activate my supernatural powers. The little monkey said awkwardly. Zhao Yin frowned. In his previous life, when he found the golden fruit for Lin Tianfeng, the little monkey had already died. Mutated beasts with dual superpowers are extremely rare. Even Lin Tianfeng only activated the second superpower for the contracted beast at that time. As for the third superpower, it only exists in theory. First, we need to find a mutant beast with dual superpowers, and then use the effect of the golden silk fruit to make it possible. In fact, Zhao Yin himself had never seen it. Is it possible that the limit of mutant beasts is dual superpowers? Zhao Yin had no way of knowing the truth. He stared at the little monkey with a calm expression, but in his heart, he secretly felt sorry for the golden fruit. Master, can you give me extraordinary food? After I'm full, I can release fire for you to see. The little monkey said in his heart. No, I don't want to see it. Zhao Yin stood up and walked into the invisible tent. His heart was bleeding, a golden fruit. Master, chestnuts are fine too. Let me eat my fill, and then I'll let you see. The little monkey followed closely behind Zhao Yin, pulling at the corner of his clothes. Wait for Xiaodao to wake up, and then have dinner together. Zhao Yin said. For the next 2 days, Zhao Yin took Song Xiaodao and the two beasts to rest in the tunnel. Until the morning of the third day, he came to the depths of the tunnel alone. The corn trees have gradually withered, and their branches and leaves have begun to turn yellow. Zhao Yin broke off the last corn cob, put it into the space ring, then called Song Xiaodao and the two beasts, and prepared to pack up and set off. Next, he did not plan to return to Guangzhou City, and his destination was the Dawei Mountains. In his previous life, in the second year of the apocalypse, Zhao Yin helped Lin Tianfeng set a trap in the Dawei Mountains and captured the flying white tiger, which was only a sea-level mutant beast at the time. Later, the mutant beast grew to the emperor level. In this life, he wants to live a better life. Not only does he need to increase his strength, but he also needs to constantly collect supplies. What Zhao Yin lacks most at the moment is a living space. Zhao Yin vaguely remembered that in the fourth year of the apocalypse, a life space appeared in the Dawei Mountains, and it was obtained by a powerful psychic at that time. When this incident reached Zhao Yin's ears, it was the 5th year of the apocalypse. The most popular rumor was that the powerful supernatural being at that time joined forces with a dozen A-level evolvers to kill a zombie king. In the end, only the powerful man with supernatural power survived, and after obtaining the star crystal, he opened an SS-level treasure. SS-level treasure. It was enough to make anyone in the end times fight for it. So much so that a bloody storm was set off at that time, and even SSS-level supernatural beings took action. The one who got the life space ended up bleeding in the mountains. Zhao Yin packed up the stealth tent and walked out of the tunnel with Song Xiaodao and the two beasts. Zhao Yin, look, what is that? Suddenly, Song Xiaodao pointed in a certain direction and said, Huff! Lao Qin ran wildly all the way, the air in his lungs pumping like a bellows, and a dozen zombies behind him were chasing him relentlessly. As he panicked, more and more zombies were attracted to him, and soon there were hundreds of them chasing after him. Oh God, since you let me live, why do you treat me like this? Lao Qin sighed in his heart. He knew that if he continued like this, he would die soon. At this moment, Lao Qin remembered a lot of things, those old friends, those stories, everything was gone. In the desolate world, he was the only one left, struggling to survive. Actually, it's quite boring. In fact, it is better to die. He has been an orphan since childhood and has no idea what his parents look like. He was adopted by a veteran of the War of Resistance against Japanese aggression. When he grew up, Lao Qin also responded to the call and joined the army and spent 10 years in the army. Once when he went home to visit his relatives, someone blinded one of his adoptive father's eyes. The man had a strong background, so his adoptive father could only swallow his anger. In a rage, Lao Qin picked up a knife and killed the man. In this way, his future in the army was ruined, and he was sent to labor reform for another 15 years. When he was released, all that was left of his adoptive father was a desolate grave. He wasted half his life like this and didn't even get married. Now in middle age, with the charge of being a labor camp prisoner, no decent job wanted him, so he could only work as a cook at this construction site. I didn't expect the end of the world to come. Chapter 49, Who is Apologizing? Lao Qin held the kitchen knife tightly and ran wildly with his long white legs. Suddenly, more than a dozen zombies appeared on the only road ahead, completely blocking the way. Lao Qin looked back and saw a large group of zombies. They were all attracted by his panic. He didn't know how many of them there were. He fell to the ground, gasping for breath. At this moment, the panic in his eyes slowly faded away, gradually turning into despair and then calm. He didn't have the strength to kill even one more zombie. It's impossible to do that among a swarm of zombies. Then die quietly. It would be best if he was eaten by zombies without even a bone left, because he didn't want to become a zombie after death, nor did he want to be left alone in the wilderness. Bang! Lao Qin simply dropped the kitchen knife and watched the group of zombies approaching. Come on, eat me. If you don't eat me cleanly, you're a grandson. Old Qin laughed and cursed. Then he struggled to get up and took the initiative to greet the group of zombies opposite. He limped and was instantly surrounded by the swarm of corpses. The air was filled with the stench of corpses and countless hands reached out to him. The nearest zombie opened its mouth and started to bite his neck. At this moment, Lao Qin closed his eyes and his expression became nervous again. He tried his best to make his death not so ugly, but he couldn't help feeling terrified. It turns out that I am still afraid of death. However, Lao Qin did not feel any pain in his neck. Then, he opened his eyes. Then I saw all the zombies frozen there. As if in an instant, they all turned into wooden sculptures. At this moment, the wind stopped. Lao Qin saw the fine sand blown by the wind and staying in the air in front of him, as if time had stopped and years had frozen. Wah! A cold little hand grabbed Lao Qin's wrist and pulled him out of the pile of corpses. When Lao Qin came to his senses, he saw a short woman, wearing only a bra on the upper body and a pair of dirty jeans on the lower body, pulling him in front of her, leaving him with only a thin back. Lao Qin's body seemed to have strength in an instant, and his long, white legs stretched out. In the wind and sand, the man with naked lower body and the woman with naked upper body were running for their lives. Only when they were completely away from the group of zombies did the woman let go of her hand, turn back to look at Lao Qin, and sizing him up with sharp eyes. Thank you, said Lao Qin. Only then did I realize that although the woman in front of me had a dirty face, she was very pretty. She was probably in her early 20s, a bit like the pre-apocalyptic star Lai Ying. At this time, the woman put a fist-sized copper lamp in her other hand into her trouser pocket, licked her cracked lips, and said hoarsely, "Don't thank me. You should thank him." Him? Lao Qin asked in confusion. "He didn't kill you, but gave you food and guns, which means you are worth saving," said the woman. When old Qin heard this, he thought of Zhao Yin. Was it because of that man that she saved herself? The woman continued, "I lack a partner who can do things for me. He told me with his actions that you are the right person. Are you interested? Lao Qin nodded immediately. No matter what, you are my savior. You can ask me to do anything. Lao Qin saw the woman's ability just now. She was able to freeze those scary zombies. By following this kind of person, not only can he repay his gratitude, but he can also live longer. He has nowhere to go anyway, so why can't he work for her? The woman's body suddenly shook. Then she staggered and almost fell. Lao Qin quickly supported her and asked, "Are you hurt?" I've fine." The woman stood up and shook her head. She found a large meteorite, sat down on it, took out a handful of red berries from her pocket, gave half to Lao Qin, and slowly ate the remaining half. But her other hand was always tightly holding the copper lamp in her pocket. Lao Qin didn't see that her hand only had 4 fingers, and drops of blood were slowly flowing into the lampshade. Zhao Yin looked in the direction Song Xiaodao was pointing. In the dim sunlight, a bottle of medicine was placed steadily on a meteorite. Healing potion, grade D, effective in healing injuries. Any life below grade D will have its limbs regenerated immediately after taking it. Zhao Yin was stunned for a moment. How could there be a bottle of D-grade healing potion here? Since the end of the world, Zhao Yin has never opened such a truly life-saving treasure. In the past, any potion that could regenerate severed limbs would be sold at a sky-high price, even comparable to evolutionary potions of the same level. Zhao Yin was puzzled. Nowadays, not many people knew the secret of Star Crystal. Even if they found a treasure, they would keep it for themselves. Who would just throw it here casually? Could it be that a certain zombie lost its nature and chose not to devour the Star Crystal anymore, but used it as a marble to play with, accidentally breaking the Star Crystal and opening this bottle of evolution potion? How is that possible? Zhao Yin himself found the idea funny. Zhao Yin, look, there are words here, Song Xiaodao said, pointing to a certain place on the meteorite. Zhao Yin's attention was always on the therapeutic potion, so he didn't notice it before. There, I saw 3 words written crookedly in charcoal ash. Sorry. It was written by a person. What shameful thing did that person do? Zhao Yin whispered. Who knows? Maybe there are other survivors here, Song Xiaodao said doubtfully. Zhao Yin was picking corn before and was not paying attention to the noise outside. Now he opened his ears fully and found that the wind was louder today. So much so that he could not distinguish whether there was any breathing or footsteps of any living creature within 2 kilometers. Since he couldn't find a reason, Zhao Yin simply stopped thinking about it. Even if there are survivors, it is impossible to take out the things that have entered their space rings. Let's go, Zhao Yin said. After saying this, he left quickly, like a thief. Song Xiaodao and the 2 beasts hurriedly followed. Zhao Yin didn't slow down until he ran 2 kilometers. Song Xiaodao followed him with his short legs, already panting from exhaustion. Zhao Yin, is someone apologizing to you? Impossible. I don't know any other survivor except you, Zhao Yin said. Seeing that Zhao Yin was determined, Song Xiaodao stopped talking. Zhao Yin saw that the vegetation on both sides of the broken road was more lush than it was 2 days ago. Although these ordinary vegetation cannot be considered mutated plants, they have stronger vitality than the vegetation before the apocalypse. Many ruins were overgrown with weeds and vines that took root directly in the concrete, causing cracks to appear in countless concrete blocks. Zhao Yin knew that it wouldn't be long before these ruins would disappear and be completely decomposed by vegetation. After several years, people may no longer remember what their homes once looked like. The world at that time was like a restart, entering a cycle and returning to the primitive age. Zhao Yin once read a news article in which someone boldly hypothesized that before humans ruled the world, there had been countless destructions and restarts of civilization. No one knows why civilization is destroyed and when it is reborn. Maybe that news is not a hypothesis, but a fact. In today's apocalypse, what we are experiencing is the destruction of technological civilization and the rise of extraordinary civilization. Zhao Yin just didn't know what role the last human would play in the end. Will all zombies evolve intelligence and replace human rule? Or will humans eventually eliminate all zombies? But all this has nothing to do with him, Zhao Yin. What he is doing now is to collect as many supplies as possible to strengthen himself. He would not create any more camps, nor would he lose himself in power again. He just wants to have enough supplies and be strong enough, and then he can live well with the people and animals he cares about most. At this time, a strong wind blew towards us, howling and whistling. The wind blew Song Xiaodao's long hair into disarray and made her dress stick tightly to her body, outlining her childish figure. Guangzhou City is about 500 kilometers away from the Dawei Mountains and requires heading north. Zhao Yin chose a shortcut and gradually walked into the former forest. As we moved away from Guangzhou City, the zombies wandering on the road gradually disappeared. After the end of the world, all the mountains and forests were destroyed. Only a few mutated trees grew up overnight, and most places were still covered with weeds. It hasn't rained since the end of the world, and the wind and sand are very strong. Zhao Yin took out 2 gas masks, and he and Song Xiaodao put one on each. As for the old cow and the little monkey, just blow. 3 days later, Zhao Yin and his party had gradually entered the Dawei Mountains. Zhao Yin, we can't go around the road ahead. There are zombies blocking the road, Song Xiaodao said, pointing ahead. This was once a tourist area, and zombies finally appeared in sight. Monkey, go kill them, Zhao Yin ordered directly. At this time, on the road ahead, there was an overturned minibus with 20 zombies wandering around it. 3 of the zombies were actually F-level. Chapter 50, F-level Ordinary Zombies. When the monkey heard Zhao Yin's instructions, excitement immediately lit up his eyes. Now it is no longer the timid level 0 mutant beast it once was. It hasn't killed many zombies recently, and it's worried about losing its presence in front of its master. The little monkey rushed towards more than 20 zombies with a mace. Roar, roar, roar. The zombies immediately spotted the little monkey and swarmed towards it. The 2 F-level zombies were the fastest and left the ordinary zombies behind them in an instant. It's just a pity that what they encountered was an E-level mutant beast. Roar! As the little monkey ran, he also let out a loud roar, and his body expanded rapidly. His heavy armor made a clanging sound, and his speed suddenly doubled. His huge figure turned into a whirlwind. Bang! An F-class zombie was hit in the head with a stick before it could get close to the little monkey. The broken body splashed dark brown blood and flew out rapidly. The second F-class zombie had already arrived in front of the little monkey and opened its mouth to bite it, but the little monkey quickly turned around. Bang! The corner of the heavy armor hit the zombie in the face, and while it was still dazed, the little monkey hit it hard with a mace. 3 seconds to get rid of 2 F-level zombies. The next thing was simple. The remaining dozen or so ordinary zombies couldn't even get close to the little monkey and were quickly slaughtered. The little monkey put away the mace and quickly shrank back to normal size. He ran back to Zhao Yin and hugged his knees. Master, we're done. Well done. Zhao Yin patted the little monkey on the head and gave it a chestnut as a reward. Recalling a few days ago when Zhao Yin first arrived in Nanjiao village, it took him a lot of effort to kill those 2 F-level zombies, and he even used a pistol. Zhao Yin, I'll go cut the watermelon, Song Xiaodao said proactively. In fact, even if she didn't say it, Zhao Yin would have given the order. It was just a small job, so did he have to do it himself? She took out a butterfly knife, walked to the nearest F-level zombie's body, reached out and fiddled with the smelly and black brain matter, and soon found an F-level corpse crystal. Song Xiaodao wiped it clean skillfully, then lowered his head to continue looking for Zhao Yin's favorite star crystal. But after searching for a long time, almost every drop of brain matter and every piece of skull was cut open by Song Xiaodao for examination. There wasn't even a trace of star crystal. Zhao Yin, it's bad. The star crystal of this zombie has been stolen. Song Xiaodao shouted anxiously. Zhao Yin walked over and asked, What's going on? I can't find the star crystal. Song Xiaodao felt useless as he couldn't even do such a small thing. Zhao Yin took out a machete, hacked at it a few times, and then walked to the body of another F-class zombie. Like Song Xiaodao before, he searched every place carefully, but in the end, there were still only 2 F-level corpse crystals. No star crystals. Little monkey, is it because you were too strong that the star crystal flew away? Song Xiaodao complained to the little monkey. The little monkey was also confused. This was how it killed zombies before. Why did it fly away? Song Xiaodao and the little monkey started searching nearby. No need to look for it, Zhao Yin said, putting away the machete. Don't you want a star crystal anymore? Song Xiaodao asked anxiously. This is just an ordinary F-class zombie. It has never swallowed star crystals. Zhao Yin. Calculating the time, nearly half a month has passed since the zombie outbreak. Ordinary zombies evolved to F-level and should have appeared a few days ago. It's just that Zhao Yin and his group were walking in the forest and didn't encounter them. Nowadays, most of the zombies that devoured the star crystals should have evolved to E-level, and there may even be D-level zombies among them. Can zombies that have never swallowed star crystals also evolve? Song Xiaodao's face changed. Zhao Yin said, Not only can it evolve, but it will continue to evolve. Although Song Xiaodao didn't know how Zhao Yin knew it, he believed in his words without a doubt. Now, although she has become an evolver following Zhao Yin, Song Xiaodao is still a little scared if she is asked to deal with F-level zombies alone. One can imagine how difficult the current situation is for those ordinary survivors. She couldn't imagine what she would be like if she hadn't met Zhao Yin. Was he eaten by zombies directly, or was he sold to someone by Wang Quan and ended up living like that Lao Qin? Song Xiaodao didn't dare to think about it anymore. Suddenly, she threw herself into Zhao Yin's arms, hugged his waist tightly, and her little body trembled constantly. Zhao Yin was stunned. "What's wrong with you again?" I've seen it," Song Xiaodao said with a pale face. "I just want to hug you, Zhao Yin. Can I hug you for a while?" Zhao Yin stood there, feeling the warm little body pressed tightly against him, and he actually had a damn physiological reaction. He thought about it, but still couldn't push her away. "Zhao Yin." Song Xiaodao buried his face in front of Zhao Yin. If one day we encounter danger again, will you still abandon me and the little monkeys? I will try my best to protect you. If I encounter a crisis that I cannot handle, I will go alone." Zhao Yin hesitated slightly and said seriously, "So, you have to become stronger." Song Xiaodao slowly raised his head, pouted, looked at Zhao Yin and said, "Can't you say something nicer, or just lie to me? Do you like being deceived?" Zhao Yin lowered his head and stared at the little girl's eyes, which were clear but a little confused. Song Xiaodao buried his face in Zhao Yin's again. "Actually, I still prefer the honest you. Didn't you say that I will be your woman in 7 years? I will marry you when I grow up. So, Zhao Yin, you must do your best to protect your fiancé." Zhao Yin couldn't imagine that this girl could say such words. He raised his hand to push her away from his arms and shouted, "Go to work." Song Xiaodao still stood in front of him, opened his eyes wide and asked, "Zhao Yin, will you marry me in the future?" Zhao Yin turned around and said, "Monkey, go take off her equipment and let her see clearly how much she weighs." "You bastard!" Song Xiaodao screamed and put his hands in front of him. "Can I go to work?" After saying that, she went to cut the watermelon with a wronged look on her face. After Zhao Yin collected all the corpse crystals, he set off on his journey. Along the way, Song Xiaodao kept his head down and no longer spoke. At some point, the dim sun in the sky disappeared and was slowly covered by dark clouds. Soon, thunder was heard and bean-sized raindrops fell. The wind got stronger, carrying raindrops that fell on Zhao Yin's face with a crackling sound. Cold. The Evolver is not unaware of cold and heat. Song Xiaodao was shivering from the cold, but still did not speak to Zhao Yin. The two mutant beasts didn't care. The little monkey was having fun in the rain, running for a distance and then running back, then running forward again and running back again. It seemed that it found this very interesting. The old cow followed Zhao Yin diligently, taking the opportunity to nibble at the grass by the roadside from time to time, chewing slowly in its mouth all the time. "Let's rest here tonight," Zhao Yin said. He found an open space and threw out an invisible tent. Song Xiaodao quickly got in and took the initiative to make a fire and cook. Zhao Yin sat by the fire, recalling his past life. After the first rain after the apocalypse, plants all over the world would grow explosively, and the variety of mutated crops would increase. Many survivors who have struggled to survive for a month and a half will also find relief from this rain. At the same time, the surviving animals are gradually becoming active, and the jungle is a paradise for animals. They kill zombies and eat star crystals, or capture living creatures and eat their flesh. Their strength increases rapidly, and many pseudo-mutated beasts will appear. In short, this rain injected nutrients into this broken and ruined world. All life, except zombies, finally has the possibility of survival. Zhao Yin thought of a lot of things, and before he knew it, it was already late at night. Suddenly, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps approaching rapidly amidst the sound of rain. Chapitre 51, Pseudo-mutant Haswam. Zhao Yin immediately recognized that it was the sound of human footsteps and looked back. Song Xiaodao was already asleep. The little monkey and the old cow had opened their eyes, all with alert looks. "Old cow, you stay in the tent. Monkey, come with me to take a look." After Zhao Yin finished communicating with his mind, he took the little monkey out of the invisible tent. Boom! Thunder rumbled in the sky, followed by heavy rain, which soaked Zhao Yin in an instant. The little monkey's armor was shining from the water. Zhao Yin narrowed his eyes and looked forward. In the dark night, Four figures were running wildly, about 300 or 400 meters away from Zhao Yin. There were two men and two women, all of whom looked young. The two women were empty-handed, while the two men, one was holding a shovel and the other was holding a crowbar. They looked panic-stricken, and from time to time someone would be tripped by the vines, only to be immediately helped up by their companions. The direction they were running towards was exactly where Zhao Yin was. There are zombies ahead. As several people approached, a girl with disheveled hair and black-framed glasses pointed at Zhao Yin and the little monkey and shouted, "Take a detour," another short-haired girl said in panic. "No, the road is too slippery. Only this section of the road is flat. Otherwise, Captain Wang and his men will not be able to hold on. There's no way we can outrun those damn rats." After a tall young man finished speaking, he anxiously said to another young man with a flat head, "Xiao Hong, let's go kill these two zombies." Kill the zombies?" asked the young man with a trembling voice. "It's too late, hurry up," the girl with glasses urged. "Hong Xiaotian, are you still a man? Didn't you say you would protect us?" Upon hearing this, the flat-headed young man gritted his teeth, and his expression no longer showed hesitation. He followed the tall young man with a shovel in his hand, and they both ran quickly toward Zhao Yin. As the two men approached, Zhao Yin gradually saw clearly that the faces of the two young men were gradually turning pale. Their clothes were all tattered, but were washed clean by the rain and stuck to their bodies wetly. Squeak! The little monkey seemed to feel threatened and suddenly became manic. Zhao Yin raised his hand and patted its head. "Don't be impatient." The two young men were stunned and stopped. Are you a human?" asked the young man with a flat head. In the dark and rainy night, they couldn't see Zhao Yin's face clearly. "What scares you so much?" "Zombies?" Zhao Yin asked. They were sure that Zhao Yin was not a zombie, and they all seemed to be relieved. Hong Xiaotian put down the shovel in his hand and said anxiously, "Brother, run quickly. There is a group of rats chasing us." "Ah!" Zhao Yin's eyes lit up. "Brother, that's not an ordinary mouse. It's bigger than a dog." Before Hong Xiaotian finished speaking, there was a roar behind him, which even covered the sound of rain, like thousands of troops galloping. "Xiao Hong, stop talking and run." The tall young man at the side pulled Hong Xiaotian. The two girls behind him had already passed them and ran to the front. The few people did not notice Zhao Yin's invisible tent. After running more than 10 meters, Hong Xiaotian looked back and saw that the man was still standing there, with the child in strange clothes behind him. At this time, Zhao Yin used all his eyesight to see the group of rats clearly. There were about 300 or 400 of them, each the size of a medium-sized dog. They flattened all the weeds and vines as they passed. "Brother, run quickly. Why are you standing there like an idiot?" Hong Xiaotian had already run several hundred meters away and turned back to shout loudly to Zhao Yin. "Who cares what he does? Who can he blame if he wants to die?" said the girl with glasses. "Captain Wang and the others are probably already dead. If no one is here to hold back the rats for us, we won't be able to escape back to the shelter. It would be better if he could delay them for a while," said the tall young man. The short-haired girl at the side frowned and said nothing, but quickened her pace to follow the three people. Soon, the four disappeared in the rain. Rat, Grade F, Strength 25, Agility 36, Stamina 12, Spirit 2, mutated after being infected by the zombie virus. Rat, Grade F, Strength 24, Agility 35, Stamina 13, Spirit 1, mutated after being infected by the zombie virus. Rat, Grade F. Zhao Yin opened his eyes of true vision and discovered that they were indeed a group of pseudo-mutant beasts. The difference between pseudo-mutant beasts and mutant beasts is that mutant beasts are natural mutations and have superpowers, while pseudo-mutant beasts mutate from the zombie virus and have no superpowers. Pseudo-mutant beasts are also living beings, and Zhao Yin can also contract with them. Zhao Yin immediately rushed into the invisible tent and picked up the sleeping Song Xiaodao. "Zhao Yin, what are you doing?" Song Xiaodao asked. The next moment, Zhao Yin rushed out of the invisible tent, and the rain instantly woke Song Xiaodao up. Old Cow also followed out and looked up at the group of rats opposite. At this time, the rat group was less than 300 meters away from Zhao Yin. Song Xiaodao and Lao Niu were both shocked. "Master, do you want to run?" The old cow was actually feeling timid in his heart. These are hundreds of F-class pseudo-mutant beasts, not hundreds of zombies. Apart from the fact that they have no special powers, they are not much different from mutant beasts. Zhao Yin said nothing, and directly took out all the chestnut thorn balls in the space ring, and ordered loudly, "Work together and spread the thorn balls." Song Xiaodao immediately understood Zhao Yin's idea. Set a trap? Quick! A machete appeared in Zhao Yin's hand. He swung it with force, and the blade pushed through the pile of thorn balls. Countless thorn balls flew out immediately and landed on the path that the rats had to pass. When the little monkey was picking chestnuts, he accidentally touched the thorn ball and was pricked by it. This shows the power of this mutated plant. Otherwise, Zhao Yin would not have allowed them to occupy his space. Song Xiaodao also took out his Tang sword and imitated Zhao Yin to hit the thorn ball beside him. But the fastest one is the little monkey. After it activates its ability to grow in size, every time it swings its mace, hundreds of kilograms of thorn balls are spread out. The old cow used its horns and hooves, and the thorn ball pierced its hide, causing it to gasp in pain. 10 seconds later, Zhao Yin shouted, "Retreat!" All the thorn balls have been deployed, and the rats have arrived. Zhao Yin led Song Xiaodao and the two beasts to retreat to the invisible tent. 300 or 400 dog-sized rats were everywhere in the mountains, all with bloodshot eyes. They rushed over with madness, their sharp claws trampling the mud. Chirp! The first mouse rushing in the front instantly stepped on the thorn ball set up by Zhao Yin. It screamed in pain and subconsciously jumped high to avoid it. But the next moment, its body fell on several other thorn balls and its whole body began to twitch. Then, all the mice in the front stepped on the thorn ball, and the scene just now was repeated. For a while, the chirping sound was endless, which hurt Zhao Yin's eardrums. Get ready. After the rats rush through the trap, try to knock them out. If that doesn't work, kill them. Zhao Yin stood in the heavy rain and ordered loudly. Thousands of pounds of thorn balls are enough to hang a few on almost every mouse. Although not fatal, their agility was greatly reduced and their speed gradually slowed down. Finally, the first mouse rushed out of the trap with a dozen thorn balls all over its body, blood flowing, and rushed toward Zhao Yin's team with red eyes. Then the second one, the third one. It seemed that they also knew that those thorn balls were set up by the guys in front of them. Those blood-red eyes were filled with hatred. Zhao Yin took out the compound bow and shot an arrow. Puff! The closest mouse was immediately pierced through one of its hind legs by an arrow. Its body tilted and it continued to limp towards this side, only to be met with Zhao Yin's second arrow. The other hind leg of the mouse was instantly pierced by the arrow, and it no longer posed a threat to Zhao Yin's team. Zhao Yin ignored it and aimed at another mouse. Whoosh, 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 arrows shot out like a string of beads. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 mice were crawling on the ground with difficulty on their 2 front legs. Chapter 52, Giant Rat. Whoosh! The old cow snorted, and this time, it activated its special powers before the little monkey. Its muscles bulged high, and fish scale-like scales quickly covered its entire body of cowhide. The old cow trampled the mud and rushed directly into the rat group, knocking a rat away by it. After landing, the mouse's internal organs flowed out of its fart. Be gentler. I told you not to kill him. Zhao Yin cursed. Those are the foundation of his contracted beast army. The death of one is a huge loss. Lao Niu hasn't done anything recently and wanted to show himself. Master, I have already restrained my strength, but I didn't expect to kill one anyway. An embarrassed expression appeared on the cow's face. The little monkey at the side saw this and immediately gloated over it. He bared his teeth and shouted, Master, watch me. It swung its mace and, with a bang, smashed it down. A mouse was knocked to the ground in an instant. His head was broken into pieces, his brains were pouring out, and he fell to the ground with his limbs twitching constantly. I look at it, it's a big cunt. Zhao Yin jumped up and down and cursed. Did these 2 bastards do this on purpose? The little monkey was also confused. Is he so weak? Now that it has evolved to E-level, it has completely forgotten about doubling its basic strength. Zhao Yin's heart was bleeding, and he turned around to look at Song Xiaodao. She had knocked out 2 mice with her sheathed Tang sword. Zhao Yin finally felt better. Take a good look at this and learn from Song Xiaodao. If you continue to act recklessly, you will have nothing to eat tomorrow morning. At this time, more than 100 mice had rushed out of the trap. Zhao Yin didn't care about the 2 animals and continued to draw his bow and shoot arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Yin shot through the legs of 15 or 16 mice and also hit a large part of the little monkey, but finally avoided shooting it in the head. As for life or death, God knows. The old cow still used a rough method. It knocked the mice over with its head and then trampled them with its iron hooves. Many mice had their limbs broken by it. Soon even Song Xiaodao knocked over the 5th mouse. At this time, The 100 that rushed out were almost wiped out, and not even one of them could get close to Zhao Yin and Song Xiaodao. Suddenly, Zhao Yin yelled, "Oh no! They're trying to escape!" At this moment, all the rats in the trap, including those that had already rushed out of the trap and could not be controlled, turned around and ran back the way they came. "Hurry, Song Xiaodao, go back to the tent. Monkey and Laonyo follow me to chase them," Zhao Yin ordered directly. These are all his contracted beasts, forming the power of the contracted beast army. A few days ago, Zhao Yin dreamed that one day he would meet such a group of mutant beasts whose strength was not too strong, but were numerous, even if it's a group of pseudo-mutant beasts. Now the traps have been dug and the thorn balls have stuck in their bodies. They're just one step away from success. How can they escape like this? Zhao Yin immediately put away his compound bow, took out his machete, and quickly chased after him. Roar! The little monkey finally went berserk. Its huge body rose a few inches higher again. It stretched out its long legs, and its speed actually surpassed Zhao Yin. It created a gust of wind and chased forward. "Master, I, Monkey, will always be your most capable general and your vanguard. Don't shoot him in the head," Zhao Yin shouted hurriedly behind him. The old cow's eyes were also red, but neither of its two superpowers could increase agility, so it could only lag far behind. Soon, Zhao Yin and the two beasts disappeared from Song Xiaodao's sight. Song Xiaodao knew that his speed was far inferior to those rats, and he would only be a burden if he went. Back in the tent, she clenched her fists. "I want to evolve to E-level. I want to evolve to E-level." At this moment, the two men and two women who had escaped earlier suddenly stopped. 70 meters in front of them, a giant rat that was several times larger than the previous rats stood quietly in the rain. The green eyes stared at the four people, full of mockery. Facing this giant rat, the four men's legs went weak, and they began to tremble all over. So big. I'm out of strength. I can't escape. It's over." The four of them looked pale. The giant rat didn't seem to be in a hurry to kill them. It shook its 2-meter-long tail and approached slowly with a condescending look. Chirp! A piercing scream came out of its mouth, piercing the eardrums, and the four people's tense nerves collapsed in an instant. The two girls fell to the ground with one thud. "Wow, I don't want to die." "Wu Hao, Hong Xiaodian, didn't you say you would protect me?" The girl with glasses started crying. "Shut up," the tall young man Wu Hao shouted. "It's the end of the world. We're all going to die. What can we use to protect you?" At this time, Hong Xiaodian, who was always the most timid among the four, suddenly gritted his teeth and said, "Wu Hao, you take Tang Ting and Peng Jinjin away first. I will hold this rat back." The girl with glasses stopped crying immediately. The short-haired girl also looked at Hong Xiaodian. Wu Hao asked in disbelief, "Xiao Hong, are you sure? You will die. Let it die." Hong Xiaodian trembled all over and said, "If no one holds it back, no one will be able to escape in the end. It's better for one person to die than for all of us to die." He suddenly looked at the girl with glasses. His eyes gradually softened. "Jinjin, you know, I fell in love with you when I was in high school, but I knew I was not your type. I am from the countryside. My parents divorced when I was young. I'm not as well off as most of my classmates. I am introverted and my grades are not good. I am destined not to be worthy of you. Originally, I planned to keep this secret forever, but now I am about to die. I want to know, in all these years, have you ever liked me? No. Have you ever considered me a friend?" The girl with glasses wiped her tears, stood up immediately, and said without thinking, "Xiao Hong, how could you be so stupid? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Actually, before I dated those 6 ex-boyfriends, I liked you." "Really? On s'est. We have been classmates for so many years, from elementary school to university, and even for internship. You and I went to the same company. Would I lie to you?" said the girl with glasses. Upon hearing this, Hong Xiaodian smiled even more brightly, as if he had heard the happiest thing in the world. In the rainy night, he showed his white teeth. "Thank you." He turned around contentedly and calmly walked towards the giant rat, taking one step at a time, steadily and calmly. It was as if he had never been the timid Hong Xiaodian. He is a hero. He died for the girl he loved and his best friend. "Go!" The girl with glasses pulled up the girl with short hair, turned around and ran. Wu Hao, who was standing aside, took a last look at Hong Xiaodian's back. "Xiao Hong, take care of yourself." After saying this, Wu Hao turned around and ran away. Hong Xiaodian slowly opened his arms with a smile on his face, but the water stains in the corners of his eyes made it hard to tell whether they were rain or tears. "Jinjin, thank you. Thank you for being willing to lie to me in the end," he muttered in a low voice. The next moment, Hong Xiaotian faced the giant rat and shouted, "Come on, come and eat me." The sound echoed in the rain. Peng Jinjin heard it from a distance, but did not look back. Human-like anger suddenly flashed in the giant rat's green eyes, as if it was annoyed that this human had broken its game. It suddenly increased its speed, bit Hong Xiaotian on the shoulder, and shook its head. Hong Xiaotian's body flew out like a kite with a broken string. The giant rat did not turn back to eat Hong Xiaotian as imagined. Instead, it suddenly increased its speed, turning into a black lightning and instantly chasing after the three people who had escaped. A few seconds later, from a nearby valley, there were cries of a woman and screams of a man. At this time, two black shadows quickly walked out from the bushes not far away and approached where Hong Xiaotian was. In the darkness of the night, only two figures could be seen, one tall and one short. The tall man bent down and felt Hong Xiaotian's vital breath. Still breathing, it was the voice of a middle-aged man. "Carry him on your back and go." The voice was spoken by a young female. The man bent down and carried Hong Xiaotian on his back, and the three of them quickly disappeared in the rain. A moment later, the giant rat came back with a bulging belly. It was obvious that Wu Hao, Peng Jinjin, and the other two had become its meals. Chirp! After the giant rat discovered that Hong Xiaotian had disappeared, it let out an angry roar towards the sky, then sniffed and instantly locked onto the direction in which two black shadows, one tall and one short, had left. But it didn't have time to chase it. Grumble! Suddenly, a louder rat cry was heard from the distance. The giant rat suddenly stopped rushing forward, turned around, and ran back at lightning speed. At this time, there were only more than 200 rats left in the group in front of Zhao Yin. Together with the nearly 100 killed or injured by the traps set earlier, nearly half of them have been wiped out. At this moment, behind Zhao Yin and the two beasts, there were 100 or 200 injured rats left behind. The remaining rats were all less seriously injured and were moving faster. At this time, a large bush appeared in front of them. The rats seemed to have seen their savior and quickly drilled in, disappearing from Zhao Yin's sight in the blink of an eye. Monkey, old cow, split up and surround them, and catch as many as you can. Chapter 53, White Rat King. After Zhao Yin communicated with the two beasts through his mind, he quickly went into the bush. The two beasts immediately took action and drilled in from two other directions. Bang, bang, bang! Soon, another dozen mice were knocked unconscious by Zhao Yin. Just then, chirp! A rat cry was heard, and before Zhao Yin could react, his vision suddenly went dark and he fell out. He tumbled out of the bushes, feeling dizzy and having a dull pain in his chest, as if he had been hit by a train. The bushes shook, and then a giant rat as big as a calf walked out. All the mice before had gray hair, but this giant mouse was completely black and shiny, and not even the rain could leave any trace. Its blood-red eyes stared at Zhao Yin, with bloodthirstiness and cruelty in them. As the giant rat roared, two fangs that were more than 10 inches long were exposed, and drops of liquid dripped out. This was not enough to make Zhao Yin panic, but then, Zhao Yin's face changed completely. The bushes shook more violently, and then another giant black rat came out, followed by the second, third, and fourth. 12 giant black rats walked out in one breath. Rat. Grade E, Strength 36, Agility 44, Stamina 27, Spirit 9, mutated after being infected by the zombie virus. Rat. Grade E, Strength 39, Agility 43, Stamina 31, Spirit 8, mutated after being infected by the zombie virus. Mouse! All 12 are E-level pseudo-mutant beasts. The giant rat that just knocked Zhao Yin over had an agility of 44 points. Even the old cow was not as fast as them. Monkey, old cow, come and save me. Zhao Yin didn't even think about it, and called for the bodyguard in his mind. Boom! The old cow was closer to Zhao Yin and was the first to rush out of the bushes, suddenly knocking over a giant rat that was approaching Zhao Yin. The bull's horn tore a large hole in the giant rat's abdomen. After all, it was an E-level pseudo-mutant beast. After being injured, it not only did not retreat, but was aroused into ferocity and bit the old cow's front hoof. Unfortunately, the old cow had already activated its iron armor ability, and the rat's teeth rubbed against its scales, producing sparks, but did not hurt the skin at all. With the added power of its giant strength ability, the old bull swung its hoof, and the injured giant rat flew out immediately with one of its fangs knocked out. Chirp, chirp, chirp. All the giant rats were enraged and surrounded the old cow in an instant. The intelligence of the giant rats seemed to have caught up with that of humans. They had seen the old cow's armor ability before. Now none of the giant rats dared to attack rashly. They all surrounded the old cow, relying on their speed to avoid its attacks while looking for its weak points. The old cow rushed around, but couldn't even touch a single mouse hair, and was panting anxiously. With a crackling sound, a giant rat took advantage of the old cow's distraction and reached out its sharp claws to grab the old cow's one eye. The next moment, the old cow closed his eyes, and the scales on his eyelids blocked the rat's claws, causing sparks to fly again. The giant rat retreated after one strike, and when the old bull attacked angrily, it had already circled behind the old bull. Immediately afterwards, another giant rat took the opportunity to grab the chrysanthemum under the old cow's tail. The old cow had only one eye, which greatly affected its perception. At this moment, it was unaware of anything and was still charging towards the other giant rat. "Old cow, be careful!" Zhao Yin quickly transmitted his message through his mind, and at the same time, jumped up and rushed forward. Everything happened in a flash, but unfortunately, Zhao Yin was still a step too late. Suddenly blood splattered, and in an instant, blood was dripping behind Lao Niu. Zhao Yin felt his heart twitch. Without time to mourn for Lao Niu, he endured the dull pain in his chest and chopped down with a machete. Snap! The rat claw that stretched out towards Lao Niu's chrysanthemum actually wanted to make a second attack, but was cut off by Zhao Yin's knife. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Yin was also besieged by the rats. He could only wield the machete tightly. Compared to Lao Niu, who has the special ability of iron armor, Zhao Yin is more dangerous than it. At this time, the little monkey 100 meters away finally rushed back and saw his master, who was in a tough fight at a glance. Roar! The little monkey's eyes suddenly turned red. "Master, here I come. Where the hell have you been? How dare you come back?" Zhao Yin cursed. The little monkey didn't dare to explain too much. In fact, from the time Zhao Yin was knocked away by the giant rat and asked for help, to the time the old cow rushed out and got injured, only a dozen seconds had passed. The little monkey is different from the old cow. Both of its superpowers have speed bonuses. It caught up with a giant rat in just a few steps, and with anger, it shot it in the head with a stick. Zhao Yin finally breathed a sigh of relief, and deliberately used his body to block the old cow's anus. He was about to tell the little monkey to be gentle. The next moment, boom, the little monkey's huge body flew out suddenly. Grumble. The sound of a rat's cry is enough to break the eardrums of ordinary people. The entire forest was shaking, and the roar echoed in Zhao Yin's ears. A larger snow-white giant rat, nearly 2 meters tall and 7 or 8 meters long including head and tail, was standing in position to knock the little monkey away. At the same time, the remaining 11 black giant rats all stopped their attacks and quickly formed a guard team around the snow-white giant rat. The expression on the giant snow-white rat's face at this moment was like that of an ancient emperor on tour. Arrogant, contemptuous, cold, and insolent. Rat King, D-level mutant beast, strength 74, agility 89, stamina 57, defense 82, spirit 12, bloodline talent. Haste. When Zhao Yin saw the Rat King's nature clearly, his face turned pale instantly. Is this guy gonna let people live? This Rat King is not a fake mutant beast, but a genuine D-level mutant beast with superpowers. Even without mentioning its special abilities, with only 82 points of defense, Zhao Yin could only barely cut a little skin with the machete. After the little monkey fell out, he immediately got up, shook off his heavy armor, and his eyes were filled with anger. "Master, it's a sneak attack." The little monkey complained to Zhao Yin in his mind. "I'm going to beat it to death." "Don't be impulsive. This is a D-level Rat King." Zhao Yin warned quickly. With Zhao Yin and Lao Niu's speed, they probably can't even hurt a hair of the Rat King and can only eat farts behind them. Now, the only one who can fight the Rat King is the little monkey with all his powers turned on. But this is only the premise that the Rat King does not turn on his haste power. Zhao Yin guessed how fast the Rat King could reach once he activated his superpowers. Even the little monkey who activated dual superpowers would have to suffer. What to do now? Zhao Yin was thinking rapidly in his mind. If only he had a bottle of iced tea, the little monkey would be able to rival the Rat King. It's a pity that the iced tea had been consumed a long time ago, and I haven't obtained any star crystals recently. Among the remaining extraordinary food and drinks in his space ring, only a bottle of glutinous rice wine was something that could increase strength. But it is a double-edged sword. It can increase strength by 80 points in 10 minutes, but it will also cause confusion within 3 hours after use. What's more, what the two beasts lack now when dealing with the Rat King is not strength, but speed. He has lived his life again. Is he going to die today? At this time, the Rat King looked in the direction where Zhao Yin came from. When it saw clearly that those rats were knocked unconscious or had their limbs broken by Zhao Yin and the two beasts, it immediately let out an angry roar. Grumble. The 11 giant black rats beside the Rat King rushed out instantly. Bang, bang, bang. The dozen or so gray rats that Zhao Yin had just knocked unconscious were immediately smashed to pieces by their sharp claws. Instead of rescuing them, they killed them. It was as if an emperor was dealing with a defeated general. At this time, Zhao Yin no longer cared about the contracted beast army. He only thought about how to survive. Now the only hope is in that invisible tent. As long as Zhao Yin can hide in it, he will be temporarily safe. The invisible tent has several hundred points of defense, and the Rat King cannot break through it at this stage. But the problem was that they had chased the rats for nearly 2 kilometers. How could it be easy to go back under the watchful eyes of the Rat King? Boom! At this time, the Rat King suddenly rushed toward Zhao Yin. It had already seen that the human in front of it was the leader of this team. Master, be careful. Chapter 54, Battle Rat King. At this time, the old cow turned around quickly and blocked Zhao Yin with its huge body and hit the oncoming Rat King with its horn. With a loud bang, the old cow's body shook, but the Rat King fell out directly. This confrontation was just a test by the Rat King. It actually discovered that this old bull was only an E-level bull and was not on the same level as it in terms of strength. The white Rat King's body spun awkwardly in the air. After staggering to the ground, he shook his head and looked at the buffalo with a hint of vigilance. It had previously underestimated the two mutant beasts in front of Zhao Yin and did not expect that they both had dual superpowers. The next moment, the Rat King rushed over again, directly activating his supernatural powers. His figure was so fast that it was almost invisible, like a flash of white lightning. Retreat! Go back to the tent! Zhao Yin immediately transmitted his message through his mind. He shrank his body behind the two mutant beasts and slowly retreated. The old bull had no time to retreat and could only assume a charging posture again. Boom! Snap! This time, the old bull hit nothing with its head, and the Rat King dodged it by flexibly rotating his body when it approached and swung out its sharp claws, directly tearing the scales on the old bull's neck. If it weren't for Lao Nyo's iron armor ability, his head would have been cut off by this D-level Rat King. The little monkey at the side wanted to help, but missed and chased forward angrily. The Rat King went behind the little monkey the next second, swung out with his sharp claws, and with a swish sound, a big hole was torn in the heavy armor on the back of the little monkey, and blood gushed out in an instant. The little monkey struck back with the stick without even looking back, and the Rat King disappeared again. The next moment he appeared in front of Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin even saw a hint of mockery in the Rat King's eyes and quickly raised his machete. The machete had a built-in bonus to its swinging speed, so Zhao Yin was able to barely catch the Rat King's sharp claws. Bang! The Rat King's sharp claws hit the blade. Sparks flew. At this time, the little monkey and the old cow turned around and pounced, and the Rat King instantly disappeared from Zhao Yin's sight. It did not continue to attack, but stood on a huge rock not far away. He looked down at Zhao Yin and the two beasts from a high vantage point, as if he was playing with his prey. Zhao Yin's hands were numb from the shock. He looked at the torn heavy armor on the little monkey, then at the machete with a crack in his hand, and his face became even gloomier. The Rat King's claws definitely surpassed the D-level equipment and reached C-level or higher. It has such a unique weapon, with a strength of up to 74 points. Zhao Yin discovered that the strength he had worked so hard to build up for more than half a month was pitifully weak. Form a triangle formation and move quickly towards the tent. Monkey's dual abilities are both to increase strength. He will be responsible for the rear. Old cow will be on my right. Hurry! Zhao Yin transmitted his thoughts. The two contracted beasts were in tune with his thoughts and immediately understood Zhao Yin's thoughts and responded quickly. In an instant, a triangular battle formation was formed. The Rat King on the boulder was stunned. He obviously had not expected Zhao Yin to have this trick. He suddenly felt unable to attack. No matter where it attacks from, it has to face a mutant beast or Zhao Yin directly, and it is impossible to attack from behind. Then, its eyes were replaced by sharpness, and its figure flashed and appeared in front of the battle formation again. The monkey's mace suddenly smashed towards the approaching Rat King. Bang! Grumble. The sharp claws and the mace collided with each other, and the Rat King retreated violently, his left forelimb trembling, obviously suffering a great loss. Zhao Yun took the two contracted beasts and moved quickly towards the invisible tent in the distance. The next moment, the Rat King quickly went around to the other side of the triangular formation and swung his claws towards Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun could only raise his machete and meet the Rat King's attack again. Boom! After a loud bang, Zhao Yun's body fell out directly. The little monkey behind him caught him. Zhao Yun stood firm. His chest felt like it was about to explode with pain. Damn it! Zhao Yun cursed. The next moment, he took out the bottle of glutinous rice wine, tilted his head back, and drank it down. 10 minutes. I only have 10 minutes. I must return to the stealth tent, Zhao Yun said with a red face. Monkey, I will be confused later. Remember to tie me up. I won't beat you later. The little monkey nodded repeatedly, and Zhao Yun picked up the machete again. The next moment, he felt the pain in his chest quickly disappear, replaced by a burning sensation like a flame, and the machete in his hand seemed to become as light as a feather. At this time, the Rat King had just succeeded in one attack and tasted the sweetness. He rushed toward Zhao Yun again, and his sharp claws quickly grabbed his chest. Zhao Yun shouted loudly and swung the machete in his hand forward. Bang! After the violent collision, the Rat King's body rolled and flew out. Zhao Yun was finally able to defeat the Rat King with his strength. But with Zhao Yun's eyesight, he could see that it was not seriously injured. Go! Zhao Yun shouted. The triangular formation immediately moved forward, with Lao Niu and Zhao Yun leading the way on the left and right, while the little monkey retreated backwards to protect the two men. The blood of the old cow and the little monkey dripped all the way and was quickly washed away by the rain. It took the Rat King a long while to get up from the ground. His snow-white fur was covered in mud, and his front limbs were shaking even more violently. But it remained calm, looking at Zhao Yun in confusion, as if it didn't understand why this human's power suddenly increased. The Rat King quickly made a decision and quickly chased after the triangle formation again. This time, the breakthrough point was chosen from the slowest old cow. The flexibility of cattle is far inferior to that of primates, and their movement is restricted by the formation. When the Rat King swung its claws, the old bull still head-on hit the Rat King as it did in the past few times. However, the Rat King easily avoided its horns. With a swish sound, the sharp claws cut through the scales on the old cow's head. A large piece of flesh and blood was taken away directly by the Rat King's sharp claws. The old cow groaned in pain, and blood flowed from its scalp into its one eye. Finally, the Rat King found the weakness of this triangular formation. Zhao Yun looked back and saw the Rat King stuffing the piece of beef with skin into his mouth. His cheeks moved rapidly, and then he swallowed it with a gulp. Zhao Yun didn't even have the mood to curse. He just felt a ball of rage in his heart and felt sorry for his contracted beast. Monkey, try to help Lao Niu defend, but the premise is that the formation cannot be messed up. Zhao Yun shouted, Speed up. Both the man and the two animals understood that the longer the delay, the greater the danger the old cow would be in. Once the old bull falls, there will be one less side of defense, and the formation will be broken. In the pouring rain, the triangle formation struggled to move forward. The Rat King kept attacking the old cow. Sometimes the little monkey and Zhao Yun were able to help resist in time, and sometimes the beef of the old cow was directly cut off, and in front of them, the beef became the Rat King's meal. Soon, white bones appeared on the old cow's head and neck, and even its steps slowed down. If it were not a mutant beast, it would have died countless times. 5 minutes later, they were less than 500 meters away from the invisible tent. Hold on a little longer, we'll be there soon, Zhao Yun said with red eyes. The next moment, the Rat King rushed over again. Zhao Yun chopped with the machete, but it just brushed past the Rat King's fur and passed through the air. The little monkey also waved his mace, intending to stop the Rat King's attack on the old cow. But who knew? With a bang! This time, the Rat King did not dodge or evade. Instead, he used one of his front paws to directly withstand the attack from the little monkey. He quickly stretched out his other front paw, and the sharp tip of his claws pierced into the old cow's single eye. Hook out the eyeballs directly. After the Rat King succeeded in his attack, he retreated violently and stood 30 meters away from the triangular formation. Grumble. The Rat King stood up on its hind legs and roared as if in defiance. Ignoring that its right forelimb was bleeding from being hit by the little monkey, it used its left sharp claw to put the old cow's eyeball into its mouth and its cheeks moved slowly as if it was tasting it carefully. Chapter 55, Killing the Rat King. The old cow lost its one eye and just let out a muffled groan. It had long been numbed by the pain and gasped weakly, conveying its message to Zhao Yinshin. Master, the old cow may not be able to follow you anymore. It is completely blind, and the triangle formation can no longer be defended. Just when Zhao Yin thought he was at a dead end, he suddenly heard a scream. It was Song Xiaodao, who was more than 400 meters away. Ah, help, there's such a big rat. Zhao Yin, where are you? He looked back and vaguely saw a giant black rat the same size as the white-haired Rat King, standing in front of the invisible tent in the rain, attacking the invisible tent frantically. The gray rats that Zhao Yin had previously controlled had all their heads crushed. 11 smaller giant rats, guarding the big black rat, were also attacking the invisible tent. Rat King, D-level mutant beast, strength 75, agility 87, stamina 58, defense 84, spirit 10, bloodline talent. Earth escape. Another Rat King. Zhao Yin's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. I couldn't handle one white Rat King. And now here comes a D-level one. The only thing to be thankful for is that the Black Rat King's ability is not of the combat type. If you face a little monkey, you can completely crush it by relying on your dual combat abilities. However, with the White Rat King around, Zhao Yin could only think about it. The current situation is making the situation even worse, and our retreat has been cut off. At this point, there is no way to resolve the current crisis. Zhao Yin thought that he would die in the end times, but he never thought it would happen so soon. These two Rat Kings were supplied by countless subordinates, which is why they were able to reach level D in just half a month. Even the resources Zhao Yin provided for the two beasts could not compare to them. Zhao Yin didn't expect that he would meet them at this point in time. Fuck you. Zhao Yin was desperate, and his ferocity was aroused. He shouted at the little monkey, "Stop setting up the formation. Go kill the Black Rat King for me. Since the White Rat King wants us to die, I will kill his husband before I die." After saying that, Zhao Yin picked up the machete and rushed towards the White Rat King. There was determination in the little monkey's eyes. He glanced at the seriously injured and dying old cow beside him and took off his tattered heavy armor. Its dual superpowers were activated to the extreme, and it rushed towards the Black Rat King rapidly. When the White Rat King saw Zhao Yin rushing towards him, he was stunned. Is this human seeking death? Suddenly, it saw the little monkey's actions and immediately understood something. Panic flashed in its eyes. It had just experienced the strength of this E-level monkey. The other party had dual combat abilities and was definitely better than the Black Rat King. Grumble. The White Rat King immediately warned the Black Rat King, then made a quick decision, gave up on Zhao Yin, and quickly chased after the little monkey. Fuck you. Why are you running? Zhao Yin threw the machete with all his might. Whoosh! The machete made a sound of breaking through the air, but unfortunately, it could not catch up with the speed of the White Rat King, and flew nearly 100 meters and hit a huge rock. The White Rat King appeared behind the little monkey in an instant without even turning his head and grabbed its back with his sharp claws. The little monkey knew that he couldn't avoid the attack, so he just let the sharp claws fall on his body. The heavy armor was torn off along with a piece of monkey skin. The little monkey's body also rushed forward rapidly with the help of the force of the collision. In the blink of an eye, it crossed 300 meters and was not far from the Black Rat King. Zhao Yin hesitated slightly, then turned around immediately, gave up the little monkey again, and ran away. If he leaves here, he can survive on his own. How would the little monkey die? Would Song Xiaodao in the tent eventually be surrounded? Zhao Yin didn't want to think about it. In the end times, everyone has only one goal, and that is to survive. Along the way, thousands of thoughts flashed through Zhao Yin's mind. He felt guilty and reluctant, but he quickly put them behind him. The most important thing is to survive. But is it really meaningful to live like this? Zhao Yin slowed down his pace, but soon he gave his answer. Of course it makes sense. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. He will have more contracted beasts and more women in the future. He is the master of the contract, and he will definitely come to avenge the Rat King for the little monkeys in the future. Little did he know that 8 minutes had already passed, and the side effects of the glutinous rice wine were gradually appearing, affecting Zhao Yin's confused thoughts. His head gradually became dizzy, and the belief he had just formed in his heart began to waver. Zhao Yin thought of the little monkey in his previous life, who died in battle for Lin Tianfeng. The little monkey in this life died for him again. Isn't that too unlucky? He thought of Song Xiaodao again. He failed to protect her in his previous life and let her die in this life. And there was the old cow, which had received no training from him from the beginning to the end, and even before its death it felt guilty for not protecting its master well. Zhao Yin's eyes slowly turned red, and something that had long been lost, seemingly called conscience, slowly revived in his heart. His murderous intent gradually boiled over, and the alcohol filled his chest. At this moment, Zhao Yin seemed to be afraid of nothing. Yusti, Zhao Yin roared. If you die, the bird's nest will be in your sky. If you don't die, you will live for thousands of years. He turned suddenly and rushed back the way he came. The previous group of ordinary gray mice had already removed the thorn balls on their bodies and gathered outside the bushes waiting for the order from the Rat King. When they saw Zhao Yin rushing over, all the gray mice started chirping. The two Rat Kings were concentrating on dealing with the little monkey and completely forgot about the gray rats. A sniper rifle appeared in Zhao Yin's hand. With red eyes, he shot frantically, reloaded, and shot again. A gray rat was killed with every shot. The gray rat's discipline is beyond imagination. Even if they see their companions being killed, they will still stay where they are stupidly without the order of the Rat King. Soon, Zhao Yin had used up all his sniper bullets, and only 30 or 40 gray rats were left, chirping restlessly there. I told you to go to hell. All of you go to hell. At this time, the little monkey's skin was completely shattered and his left arm was broken, but he still waved the mace tenaciously, forcing the Black Rat King not to get close at all. Only the White Rat King could rely on his speed, and every attack would cause the little monkey to lose large pieces of flesh and blood. In fact, the White Rat King could have killed the little monkey earlier, but it just has to kill them bit by bit because of the cruel and vicious nature of rats. Finally, the White Rat King discovered Zhao Yin. At that time, he was holding a cow horn and killing all the gray rats until there were only a few left. Grumble. The White Rat King then instantly became furious. Those gray rats are the source of resources for the two Rat Kings. There are only a few dead left. It also gave up the little monkey and rushed toward Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin's actions several times had made it completely furious, and it had completely lost its mind at this time. At this time, Zhao Yin still had no idea that the effect of the glutinous rice wine only lasted for 1 minute, and his mind was already in a mess. The murderous intent took over the whole body. Puff! He stabbed the horn in his hand into the head of the last gray mouse, and when he pulled it out, the brain came out. Zhao Yin continued to search for the next gray mouse like a machine, but found that there was not a single one left. The White Rat King was about to approach Zhao Yin, but before he could extend his sharp claws, Zhao Yin suddenly turned around and stared at the White Rat King with bloodshot eyes. The White Rat King was stunned. This human was not afraid when he saw it. Instead, his eyes looked like he was staring at his prey. For some reason, the White Rat King suddenly felt frightened, and so he slowed down the speed of swinging his claws. It tore a large piece of flesh from Zhao Yin's shoulder, but Zhao Yin took the opportunity to grab its front legs. The White Rat King subconsciously wanted to pull back his claws, but he felt that Zhao Yin was incredibly strong. The horn in his right hand suddenly stabbed out, and the powerful force immediately pierced through the Rat King's forelimbs. Chirp! This was the first time that the White Rat King had suffered such a serious injury after the end of the world. The pain made it scream like an ordinary rat, and in a rage, it pierced Zhao Yin's chest with one claw. Zhao Yin's sternum was cut open, and his heart was exposed, beating loudly. But he felt nothing at all. The horn in his hand was still stuck in the White Rat King's forelimb, tightly controlling its body. With his other hand, he grabbed the White Rat King's scalp and pressed it under his crotch. The next moment, he pulled out the horn and stabbed it again. Puff! The White Rat King's neck was pierced by the bull's horn. Chapter 56 survived. At this time, the Black Rat King was not far away from Zhao Yin. When he saw that the White Rat King was so badly injured by Zhao Yin, he immediately let out a cry of grief. Its figure turned into a black lightning and instantly appeared behind Zhao Yin and the White Rat King. However, at this time, the White Rat King completely lost his mind. When he felt that Zhao Yin had threatened his life, he suddenly activated his rapid ability and rushed forward. The White Rat King tried to shake Zhao Yin off, but Zhao Yin took the opportunity to hug its neck and rode directly on it. Puff! The bull's horn stabbed down again. A second bloody hole was pierced in the White Rat King's neck. The blood gushed out like a spring, and it flowed even faster as it was in pain. Howdy! Zhao Yin laughed crazily. The poor Black Rat King roared anxiously, but could only follow behind and eat fart. It wanted to help the White Rat King, but the White Rat King was asking for his own death, and it could do nothing. At this time, the little monkey also followed and saw the brave side of his master again. Squeak! Master is awesome! It dragged the mace, and even though it only had one arm left, it still screamed excitedly. Master is so awesome! Master is the most awesome master in the world. Then, the little monkey forcibly increased his energy, activated his dual superpowers to the extreme, and quickly chased after the Black Rat King. The Black Rat King's agility is 87 points, and the little monkey's basic agility is 40 points. But the gigantic ability doubles the basic agility, and the berserk ability doubles it again, which is enough to surpass the Black Rat King, a D-level mutant beast. In terms of strength, the Black Rat King is even inferior to the little monkey. This is the power of the dual-power mutant beast. If Zhao Yin and his party hadn't encountered the White Rat King, whose special power just happened to restrain the little monkey, they would never have been in such an embarrassing situation. When the Black Rat King saw the little monkey chasing him, fear suddenly appeared in his eyes. If he used his Earth escape ability to escape at this time, no one would be able to stop him. But it was concerned about the White Rat King and did not burrow underground. It completely ignored the little monkey that was approaching and chased the White Rat King desperately. At this time, Zhao Yin stabilized his body on the White Rat King, pulled out the horns from the Black Rat King's neck again, and stabbed it blindly. Puff, puff, puff. One after another. In his mind, there was only killing. When the sound of flesh and bones breaking came for the last time, Zhao Yin directly stabbed the bull's horn into the White Rat King's brain. The White Rat King was still rushing forward rapidly, but his body had become stiff. Then it rolled and flew, knocking down a large area of bushes. Boom! At the same time, Zhao Yin was thrown out and fell into the bushes. Ha! There was still a lot of blood flowing from Zhao Yin's chest, but he lay on the ground and laughed. His confused thoughts made him lose track of what year it was, or where he was. I don't know why I'm laughing, but I'm just very happy. As Zhao Yin grinned foolishly, the Black Rat King suddenly stopped and looked at the body of the White Rat King. He could feel that his wife had lost her life. The Black Rat King was stunned for a moment, and the next moment, bang! A mace fell on the Black Rat King's head, and its eyes went dark and it lost consciousness. After the little monkey knocked down the Black Rat King, he wanted to check on his master's injuries, but then he paused. The battle ahead is not over yet. The remaining 11 giant rats in the distance, after sensing that the White Rat King's life breath had disappeared, all gave up attacking the invisible tent and rushed towards this side frantically. Roar! The little monkey was covered in blood. He roared to the sky, venting the pent-up anger in his chest. He dragged the mace with one arm, and his body turned into a whirlwind as he rushed towards the group of giant rats. At this moment, the one-armed little monkey looked like a god of death. The 11 giant rats moved at different speeds. Due to the death of the Rat King, they all went crazy and didn't even use their usual combined attacks. They were instantly dispersed by the little monkey. Bang! 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 The little monkeys were hit one by one with the stick, and soon they were all knocked to the ground. At this time, the little monkey also fell down, gasping for breath, and looked back with difficulty. Zhao Yin was still grinning. Ha! The little monkey grinned and imitated a silly smile. In the pouring rain, the little monkey gasped for a long time. It was hard to tell whether the liquid dripping from its fur was blood or rain. It struggled to stand up slowly with the help of the mace, and its body was shrinking rapidly and uncontrollably. After relaxing, its supernatural power could no longer hold up. Soon, it turned into that skinny little monkey again. But at this moment, its body was covered in blood, and the wound on its missing left arm revealed its white bones. He walked towards Zhao Yin with difficulty. Woo-woo! At this time, Song Xiaodao's crying voice came from behind. Zhao Yin, there are so many big rats, Zhao Yin, where are you? I'm so scared. Woo-woo! The next moment, Song Xiaodao stopped crying. She saw the little monkey with a broken arm and the dead rats all over the ground. Even the cold air was mixed with the smell of blood. Song Xiaodao caught up with the little monkey and was about to say something when he saw the dying old cow on the ground. Nyonya, what's wrong with you? Where is Zhao? Zhao Yin's Song Xiaodao's face turned pale instantly, and he grabbed the little monkey's one arm. The little monkey pointed to the bushes in the distance. Only then did Song Xiaodao hear Zhao Yin's laughter amidst the sound of rain. Ha! Ha ha! Zhao Yin was still smiling, the rain washing over his face, washing away all the blood on his body. His chest was filled with rainwater, but the evolver's tenacious vitality still kept him alive. But Zhao Yin's laughter became much weaker. Song Xiaodao rushed over, and when she saw the fatal wound on Zhao Yin's chest, she pouted and cried, "Oh, Zhao Yin, you can't die. What's wrong with you? Why don't you treat your wounds?" At this moment, Zhao Yin seemed to be able to only smile foolishly. Squeak! The little monkey staggered over and pointed at the space ring in Zhao Yin's hand. It couldn't communicate with Song Xiaodao through voice and could only make gestures. All healing items are in the space ring. Normally, Zhao Yin wouldn't even let Song Xiaodao touch his space ring. But Song Xiaodao couldn't care less at this time. She already felt that there was something wrong with Zhao Yin's brain, and only the things in the space ring could save his life. She took the space ring from Zhao Yin's hand, but she had no idea how to use it. "Little monkey, do you know how to use it?" Song Xiaodao asked. Squeak! The little monkey shook his head. In fact, all the space equipment opened by Star Crystal can only be used by humans. Song Xiaodao had no choice but to imitate Zhao Yin and put the ring on his hand. The next moment, he immediately felt all the items inside. Lots of chestnuts, chestnut leaves, 48 corns, a pile of corpse crystals. There are only 3 bottles of Nongfu Spring left. I have consumed 1 bottle every day for the past 7 days to protect the roots of the chestnut tree. There is 1 can of beef left, 2 pieces of instant noodles, and 2 cans of tuna. What was left was the pile of guns, ammunition, bows and arrows, as well as the ordinary supplies that Zhao Yin valued more. Finally, Song Xiaodao found the bottle of D-level healing potion. She took it out and was about to pour it into Zhao Yin's mouth. Squeak! Suddenly, the little monkey grabbed Song Xiaodao and gestured with its one arm. Song Xiaodao understood that it was asking her to feed Zhao Yin chestnut leaves. Then the little monkey pointed at the old cow in the distance, rolled its eyes, and stuck out its tongue. Song Xiaodao understood again that the old cow was dying and needed this bottle of the only D-level healing potion to survive. Zhao Yin is so badly injured, and this bottle of medicine originally belonged to him. What if the chestnut leaves can't cure his injury? Song Xiaodao's face darkened. In Song Xiaodao's eyes, nothing is more important than Zhao Yin's life. We can't let him take even the slightest risk that he shouldn't take. The little monkey once again made the old cow's expression of death, imitating Zhao Yin's sad look. Song Xiaodao thought about it and did not dare to delay too much. He finally agreed to feed Zhao Yin chestnut leaves, but he had to wait until his injuries stabilized before he could use the healing potion to treat the old cow. Song Xiaodao took out a pile of chestnut leaves, and he and the little monkey each grabbed a handful and stuffed them into their mouths. The little monkey chewed it up first, then pried open Zhao Yin's mouth and was about to spit it out. Song Xiaodao grabbed it and rolled his eyes. "You treat your own wounds. Let me take care of Zhao Yin's." The little monkey doesn't understand why humans are so taboo about this. But after thinking about it, it still poofed and spit it into Zhao Yin's mouth. Chapter 57: The Black Rat King is not dead. It was too late for Song Xiaodao to stop it. Zhao Yin smacked his lips a few times and swallowed the rainwater. "Little monkey, you bastard, wait. Zhao Yin will punish you." The little monkey didn't take it seriously. He grinned and laughed at Song Xiaodao for making a fuss. As if to prove something, he chewed a mouthful of leaves and spit it into Zhao Yin's mouth. Gulp! Zhao Yin swallowed it directly. His eyes were blurred, and he let out a silly laugh. Song Xiaodao glared at the little monkey. Seeing that its broken arm was still bleeding, he thought of how it had saved his life several times. It should have been eating leaves to heal its wound, but it was enduring the pain and feeding it to Zhao Yin. In the end, Song Xiaodao said nothing more. He chewed the leaves in his mouth and pried open Zhao Yin's mouth. Puff! She also vomited directly into it. Zhao Yin smacked his lips and seemed to still be savoring the taste after swallowing it. Soon the big hole in his chest slowly stopped bleeding and healed. Although the injury was not completely healed, it had stabilized. It only takes a while for everything to be fine. The little monkey then ate the leaves to heal his injuries. Song Xiaodao walked towards the old cow with a healing potion. She saw that the old cow's bones were exposed in many parts of its body, and its 2 eyes were blind. She suddenly felt guilty. "Nunyo, I'm sorry. I was only thinking about Zhao Yin before and almost wasted this bottle of potion." The efficacy of chestnut leaves is already difficult to treat old cattle. The old cow was panting, with only its ears moving. Song Xiaodao bent down, pried open the old cow's mouth, and poured the healing potion into it. The next moment, dots of white light appeared all over the old cow's body, flesh sprouted from its bones, and then cowhide grew out, and even its blind eyes began to rapidly grow eyeballs and eyelids. Finally, even the eyelashes on the eyelids grew out. A bump appeared on the old cow's head, and then a shiny black horn grew out. Regeneration of broken limbs. Song Xiaodao covered his mouth in surprise. Zhao Yin only said that this was a bottle of healing potion, but he did not say that it could actually regenerate severed limbs. Soon, the old cow turned over and got up from the ground, and all its old illnesses were cured. It nodded to Song Xiaodao in thanks, then quickly walked towards Zhao Yin. "Master, it's all my fault," Lao Niu said in his mind. Unfortunately, Zhao Yin couldn't hear it at this time. The old cow did not look excited about recovering from his old illness. Instead, he looked extremely depressed. Only today did it realize that it was the most useless one. It was beaten from beginning to end, and it was still its owner and the little monkey who protected it. As Zhao Yin's body recovered, his spirits also improved. "Mom and Dad, are you back?" Zhao Yin suddenly sat up and spoke to the air. In his mind, he seemed to see his parents who died in a car accident when he was 15. He saw the prosperity before the end of the world, the busy traffic, the tall buildings, the various delicacies, and the various beauties. "I thought I could never go back. I didn't expect that the end of the world was just my illusion," Zhao Yin said with a silly smile, and suddenly shouted, "Boss, another dozen beers, 10 skewers of grilled kidneys, 50 skewers of meat, a grilled fish, and a grilled eggplant with more chili." Then he grabbed a handful of soil from the ground, put it in his mouth, and started chewing it. "It smells so good." Zhao Yin's thoughts were jumping around wildly, as if reality lay in the chaos. Those unfulfilled wishes, those unrepaired regrets, all appeared before my eyes. "Mom and Dad, I don't want any compensation. I just want you to come back. Dad, Mom." Whoa, whoa. Zhao Yin suddenly hugged his head and started crying. Tears mixed with rain fell down in a rush. Some obsessions are difficult to erase even after 2 lifetimes. Then he smiled again. "Now that you are back, I will definitely be a good kid in the future. I will not go to nightclubs or buy lottery tickets anymore. I will go to school well. Su Huan, I fell in love with you when I was 16. Why did you go with that foreigner? He's as black as a pile of dog shit. Did you go to Africa with him to feed mosquitoes? Or did you like his big cucumber? From now on, I will never love again. I am Zhao Yin, rich and pretty. Ha! The only thing in life is happiness. I'm going to sleep with all the women in all the nightclubs in Jiangzhou. Ha ha!" Zhao Yin laughed loudly, suddenly jumped up from the ground, and tore off his tattered women's suit and military uniform jacket. Then he took off his pants as well. Zhao Yin, wearing only a pair of fishnet stockings, ran and jumped in the storm. Soon he stopped, twisted his hips, and danced gracefully in the mud. At this moment, Song Xiaodao opened his mouth wide. At this moment, even Lao Niu was stunned. At this moment, the little monkey finally remembered what Zhao Yin had said before. "When my mind becomes confused, remember to tie me up." The little monkey ran forward wildly, grabbed a handful of vines, then quickly came behind Zhao Yin and tied up his hands and feet. But Zhao Yin is an E-level evolver after all. Even without the power bonus of glutinous rice wine, he cannot be bound by vines. Bang! As soon as the little monkey let go, Zhao Yin broke the vines and punched the little monkey. "Boy, do you want to snatch my woman from me?" Zhao Yin scolded with a squint. The little monkey's thin body was knocked over and fell out. Then, Song Xiaodao and Lao Niu also rushed up and pressed Zhao Yin to the ground together. Bang! A sheathed tang sword hit Zhao Yin's back of the head accurately. Zhao Yin fainted immediately. "Zhao Yin, I did this for your reputation. You didn't even have pants on. What if someone saw you naked?" "I'm sorry, Zhao Yin." After Song Xiaodao finished speaking, he chewed a handful of chestnut leaves, chewed them into pieces, and fed them into Zhao Yin's mouth. He was afraid that the previous attack would hurt Zhao Yin. Next, Song Xiaodao carried Zhao Yin into the invisible tent, put on the clothes and the space ring for him, and then began to clean up the battlefield with the 2 beasts. Zhao Yin's machete was still stuck in the mud. After Song Xiaodao picked it up, he found dozens of gaps on the blade, densely covering the entire blade. You can imagine how brutal the battle just now was. The little monkey's heavy armor was also destroyed, and his mace was somewhat deformed, covered with scars left by the Rat King's claws. However, it can still be used. Of the equipment of the man and the beast, only the horn was still intact. Song Xiaodao glanced at the old cow that had grown new horns, and was not prepared to return them to it for Zhao Yin. Suddenly, Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of the Black Rat King not far away. Then Song Xiaodao pointed at the Black Rat King and shouted, It's still alive! The little monkey was sorting out his heavy armor with a look of distress on his face. He immediately raised his head when he heard this. At this time, the Black Rat King was covered in shiny black hair and covered in mud, lying there motionless. But its lower abdomen was bulging slightly, and it was breathing weakly. Chapter 58 7 Contracted Beasts. In fact, when the little monkey attacked earlier, he had deliberately held back a little, but he was not sure whether the Black Rat King was dead or not. It immediately went to check on those E-level giant rats and found that there were still 6 of them with weak breath of life. The little monkey was instantly excited and thought to himself, Squeak, when the master wakes up and finds out that I have made such a great contribution, he will probably reward me. Song Xiaodao was also very excited. Great, when Zhaoyin wakes up, he will definitely reward us. The little monkey was stunned. What does it have to do with her? I caught the mice myself. This girl is just a crybaby. How come she got a reward? Take them back and wait for Zhaoyin to wake up and contract them all into contracted beasts. Song Xiaodao said loudly and excitedly. The little monkey immediately carried the Black Rat King and strode towards the invisible tent. Song Xiaodao tied the tails of 6 giant rats with vines and let the old cow drag them towards the tent. Soon, a Black Rat King and 6 giant rats were all taken outside the tent. Song Xiaodao took out a bucket, collected rainwater, and washed all 7 mice clean. And then he and the 2 animals stayed there. If the life breath of any mouse becomes weak, the little monkey will immediately add a few chestnut leaves. When the life breath becomes too strong, the little monkey will immediately step forward and hit it with a stick. Zhaoyin had a very long dream. In his dream, his parents were back. He could eat hot meals cooked by his mother every day and hear his father say goodnight at night. It turned out that he could also enjoy the love of his parents like those people. When it was cold, someone would nag him to get dressed, and when he was lonely, someone would put down their work to accompany him. He was no longer alone and was forced to cut off ties with his relatives one by one, including his grandparents, as they coveted his property. It is no longer the case that I become a child without any discipline from the age of 15. He is no longer the playboy who, in loneliness and lack of love, gradually let himself go, became unruly and unrestrained, and was called a playboy by others. I am no longer the man who hangs out in nightclubs every day. When I wake up in the morning, there will always be a strange woman next to me, and I will never know their names. Zhaoyin dreamed that he was 22 years old, but the end of the world did not come. He married a woman named Su Huan, and after marriage, Su Huan gave birth to a pair of children for him. I dreamed of him again. He was in his prime, successful in his career, and a well-known entrepreneur in Guangzhou. Like most successful people, he had 3 female secretaries in his office, Jiang Xiner, Ningyu, and Song Xiaodao. He once bought a monkey from a zoo and a buffalo from a slaughterhouse. The 2 animals are Mr. Zhao's favorite pets. Ha ha. 3 hours later, Zhaoyin finally woke up with a silly smile. When I opened my eyes, I saw the familiar blue ceiling and a look of confusion appeared in my eyes. There was a pain in the back of my head. It turns out it was just a dream. Zhaoyin smiled bitterly, and in an instant he accepted the reality and sat up. Zhaoyin vaguely remembered the scene after the side effects of glutinous rice wine took effect. He looked down and saw that there was still a scar on his chest that had not completely disappeared. He is not dead. The ones who save him must be Monkey and Song Xiaodao. When Zhaoyin walked out of the tent, he saw the old cow standing in the heavy rain, with Song Xiaodao and the little monkey squatting under the old cow's belly. Use the old cow's huge body to shelter from wind and rain. A row of giant rats lay there quietly. Squeak! The little monkey was the most perceptive. He spotted Zhaoyin in an instant and immediately jumped in front of him. Master, master, you are finally awake. Zhaoyin Wu. Song Xiaodao also crawled out from under the old cow's belly and suddenly threw himself into Zhaoyin's arms. Damn, Zhaoyin, why did you make yourself like this? Do you know that you scared me to death just now? Woo woo. She raised her little fist and hit Zhaoyin's chest. Perhaps she just wanted to act coquettishly, or perhaps she only realized the fear at this moment. Zhaoyin hugged Song Xiaodao and asked, Why didn't you go in to avoid the rain? It was rare for Song Xiaodao to hear Zhaoyin speak so normally. He looked up at him and was stunned. Master, these mice are still alive. I caught them. The little monkey pointed at the 7 mice and said in his heart. Song Xiaodao let go of Zhaoyin, smoothed the wet hair on his forehead, wiped the tears from his face, and said, I was worried about accidents, so I didn't bring the mice into the tent. I watched over them with the little monkey and the cow. Zhao Yin then looked around carefully and saw dead rats everywhere. These included the corpses of 6 E-level giant rats and the White Rat King. The little monkey was left with only one arm. Zhao Yin raised his hand and touched the little monkey's head. I will prescribe a healing potion next time and treat you again. The little monkey jumped around Zhao Yin, flattering him happily. Master will definitely be able to prescribe a healing potion. Master is the best. Zhao Yin's gaze fell on the old cow. Seeing that his eyes and horn had recovered, he realized that his D-level potion was probably gone. But he said nothing. The cow's survival was more important than the bottle of healing potion. He came to the Black Rat King, slowly squatted down, raised his hand, and pressed the Black Rat King's head, and directly activated the contract. After a while, Zhao Yin sensed the weak life breath of the Black Rat King in his mind. The contract was successful. This Rat King possesses the ability to burrow into the earth. Although his combat power is far inferior to that of the dead White Rat King, it can allow Zhao Yin to live longer. It can be said that the value of this Black Rat King to Zhao Yin is even higher than that of the White Rat King. If the Black Rat King had not been concerned about the life and death of the White Rat King, even 100 little monkeys would not have been able to catch it. Next, Zhao Yin planned to treat the Black Rat King's injuries. He reached out to touch the ring, only to find that his fingers were empty. Zhao Yin, this is your space ring. Song Xiaodao took the ring off his hand, handed it to Zhao Yin, and explained, You were unconscious earlier, and the little monkeys were too badly injured. I could only... Zhao Yin waved his hand and interrupted. You did a good job. When I open the next space ring, I will give it to you as a reward. Song Xiaodao immediately hugged her arm excitedly. Really? Then you should get out earlier. This kind of thing depends on fate. Maybe you should pray to the Buddha sooner or later. Zhao Yin changed the subject. Song Xiaodao immediately let go of Zhao Yin's arm, clasped his hands together, knelt on the ground, and closed his eyes. No one knew how she prayed. Zhao Yin smiled and ordered, Monkey, go and drag the body of the White Rat King to me. The effect of high-level mutant beast meat on low-level mutant beasts is like the effect of human evolutionists using evolution potions, which can activate potential genes in the body and increase strength based on their level. The only shortcoming is that it needs to be consumed in large quantities over a long period of time, and it cannot develop human potential as fast as evolutionary potions. Zhao Yin remembered that the Black Rat King had a deep affection for the White Rat King. Now that it had become his contracted beast, it would be better not to skin and bone it in front of it. The little monkey squeaked twice and ran over there. Soon, the White Rat King, which weighed nearly 2 tons, was dragged back by the little monkey by its tail. Zhao Yin quickly took out a machete and performed the autopsy on the spot. He first cut off the 4 sharp claws of the White Rat King along the joints. The Rat King's claws were so sharp that they could directly tear apart D-level heavy armor, and even almost destroyed Zhao Yin's machete. At least as good as C-level weapons. Zhao Yin solemnly put it into the space ring, and then began to skin it. The White Rat King's defense is as high as 82 points, all on this rat skin. You should know that the little monkey's heavy armor defense was only 60 points, which is completely on a different level. Zhao Yin peeled it very carefully and peeled off the entire mouse skin completely. The pure white mouse skin was nearly 8 meters long, nearly 5 meters at its widest point, and the narrowest part was the fur of the tail, which was more than a foot wide. The most useful torso fur is 4 meters long and 3 meters wide, like a huge sheet. It is completely enough for Zhao Yin and Song Xiaodao to make 2 or 3 sets of leather armor each. And there is still a lot left over. After Zhao Yin collected the rat skin, he cut off the rat meat piece by piece and disassembled the bones and put them into the space ring. Even the internal organs were processed by Zhao Yin and thrown into the invisible tent, ready to be cooked into awful soup at dawn. The White Rat King was dismembered, and the space that had just been vacated by the space ring was filled up again. Zhao Yin then took out the chestnut leaves and asked Song Xiaodao to help feed them to the Black Rat King. He walked up to the 6 E-level giant rats and signed contracts with them one by one. Soon, 6 weak auras appeared in his mind. Zhao Yin took out a pile of chestnut leaves, chopped them up with a machete, and used the rainwater to pour into the mouths of the 6 giant rats. Half an hour later, it was already dawn. The Black Rat King and 6 pseudo-mutant giant rats all woke up. Owner, master, 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 voices rang out in Zhao Yin's mind. Zhao Yun finally couldn't help but smile. His dream of Legion is one big step closer. All the losses are worth it. Shout out Monkey Laonyo, take them to clean up the battlefield and bring back all my rat meat. Zhao Yun gave an order. Chapter 59. Cows can eat meat. It was dawn, and the heavy rain that had been falling all night finally stopped. The weeds all over the field became thicker, and many short saplings grew half a foot taller overnight. Zhao Yun stood in front of the tent, looking at the mountain of dead rats. There are a total of 396 gray rats, each of which is the size of a medium-sized dog. It is estimated that 20 kilograms of fresh meat can be dismembered, about 8,000 kilograms. From the 6 dead giant rats, one can be dismembered to yield about 300 kilograms of rat meat, totaling 1,800 kilograms. In total, we can get nearly 10,000 kilograms of rat meat. It's a pity that these are the meat of pseudo-mutant beasts and cannot increase the strength of the mutant beasts. However, even if it is pseudo-mutated beast meat, its taste is incomparable to any meat before the apocalypse. Black Rat King. Zhao Yun just opened his mouth and quickly stopped, changing the subject, and sternly said, Wang Nim is Wang. From now on I'll call you Lao Hei. Lao Hei, take 6 E-level giant rats and peel off the skins of these rats for me, and take out the bones and internal organs. Monkey, you are responsible for cutting off all the rat claws, collecting them together, and sending them to the tent. Song Xiaodao and Laonyo go collect firewood. I want 50,000 kilograms of firewood to arrive before dark. Zhao Yun directly issued a series of orders. It is worth mentioning that after the Black Rat King woke up, he went to the place where the White Rat King died. Unfortunately, he did not see even a single rat hair and seemed very unhappy. When the Black Rat King received Zhao Yun's order, hesitation immediately appeared in his eyes. Those gray rats were all his former subordinates, and the giant rats were the offspring of him and the White Rat King. Bang! Zhao Yun kicked the Black Rat King on the butt, causing it to stagger. Are you fucking awake? The Black Rat King was startled and quickly crawled at Zhao Yun's feet, trembling all over. After becoming Zhao Yun's contracted beast, although it still retained its memories, its feelings for its master even exceeded those it once had for the White Rat King. From now on, I will deprive you of your rat status. You are not allowed to think of your fellow tribesmen anymore. You only have one identity, my contracted beast and slave. As soon as Zhao Yun finished speaking, the Black Rat King and the 6 giant rats all screamed and rolled on the ground. The collar formed by the soul of contract in their minds slowly tightened their souls, burst into flames, and burned fiercely. At this moment, the recognition of race slowly fades away in memory. To them, Zhao Yun's words were a punishment from heaven. After a while, when the racial recognition faded away, the soul of the contract returned to normal. 7 rodents were crawling on the ground. Master, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. Please forgive me, great master. The little monkey and the old cow nearby were all trembling when they saw this scene, secretly thanking their lucky stars that they had not resisted their master. In fact, it is difficult for a contracted beast signed by a contracted soul to have the mentality of going against its master. Only a creature like the Black Rat King, whose obsession is too deep, would be able to reluctantly question the orders of his master. But Zhao Yun only needs a thought to deprive it of everything. The other 6 giant rats simply suffered the same misfortune as the Black Rat King. Be obedient and follow me to work hard. In the future, you will definitely become the most powerful mutant. Zhao Yun paused as he was about to paint a rosy picture for the Black Rat King. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of the little monkey and the old cow beside him, and remembered that he seemed to have said the same thing to them before. He changed the subject and said, You will become the most awesome mouse. As a contracted beast, the Black Rat King did not doubt his master's words at all, and immediately became excited. Master, Lao Hei will work hard, and now go cut the rat meat. Zhao Yun nodded with satisfaction. Go. The claws of the Black Rat King and the 6 giant rats were extremely sharp. With just a few moves, they ripped open the belly of a gray rat, pulled out the internal organs, and then scraped out the bones with a few more strokes. Finally, after tearing off the skin, a whole piece of rat meat was revealed. The little monkey didn't even have to cut the rat's sharp claws. He just tore them off and threw them aside. His skills are totally incomparable to the previous Zhao Yun. Seeing this, Zhao Yun was completely relieved and simply ordered the little monkey to follow Lao Nyo and Song Xiaodao to chop firewood. Zhao Yun returned to the tent. He was not idle either. He lit the wood and set up a hanging pot. Then he chopped up the White Rat King's internal organs, threw them into the pot, and added water and salt. Often high-end ingredients only require the simplest cooking methods. Soon, the rich aroma of meat wafted. Outside the tent, the morning light had already appeared, and soon the wet ground began to dry up. Many meteorite craters have been filled with mud, washed by rain. The world is still very desolate, but it has become much flatter. At least it no longer looks riddled with holes. Song Xiaodao came back bouncing, followed by the transformed little monkey and old cow. Both animals were dragging thousands of kilograms of freshly cut wood. "Hey, what smells so good?" Song Xiaodao sniffed. Zhao Yin did not close the invisible tent, and a fragrance spread out. Squeak! The little monkey swallowed his saliva and pointed at the tent to remind Song Xiaodao. She immediately ran towards the tent, and the little monkey put down the wood and hurried to follow. Only the old cow remained indifferent, but after thinking about it, no one was helping it load firewood on its back. It simply shook off the wood on its body and followed into the invisible tent. At this time, Zhao Yin was holding a machete, cutting a huge wooden stake into a short wooden table. Next to him, in the large iron basin where Song Xiaodao was usually bathed, there was a full basin of awful soup, and there was still a pot of cooking in the hanging pot, sizzling with steam. "Zhao Yin, what is that?" Song Xiaodao's eyes widened, and he swallowed his saliva. "How's the firewood going?" Zhao Yin asked. "It's probably about 3,000 to 4,000 kilograms. Song Xiaodao said. "Let's go after we finish eating the awful soup." Zhao Yin slowly placed the shaved dining table next to the fire and placed 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks and 2 wash basins on it. "I'll serve the rice." Song Xiaodao quickly picked up the wooden spoon in the iron basin, filled a large bowl with it, placed it in front of Zhao Yin first, and then filled a large basin each for the old cow and the little monkey. Finally, she filled a large bowl for herself. The wooden spoon was also just made by Zhao Yin, and it was very rough. "Come and have dinner," Zhao Yin said. He didn't have such a particular idea before, but maybe because of the dream last night, Zhao Yin's thoughts have changed a little. Song Xiaodao and the little monkey walked forward, immediately picked up the bowls, and started to wolf down the food. They haven't eaten fresh meat for a long time. Including Zhao Yin, they all wish they could eat their tongue. Zhao Yin suddenly caught sight of the old cow still standing there, and then he remembered that it was a vegetarian. "Old cow, let's eat meat from now on," Zhao Yin said casually. The old cow looked confused. How could he let a cow eat meat? But it still didn't dare to disobey Zhao Yin's order. It walked over slowly, lowered its head, and took a sip of the awful soup. The next moment, the old cow instinctively wanted to retch, but then its eyes widened. Zhao Yin laughed in silence. "Who said herbivores can't eat meat?" Before the end of the world, many unscrupulous farmers fed swill to their cattle and sheep. In fact, you just lack the ability to adapt. Besides, you are a mutant beast. How can your stomach and intestines be compared with those of cattle and sheep? This is your best tonic. "I understand, master." The old cow seemed to finally understand something. "Eat!" Zhao Yin waved his hand. Soon, the old cow also started to wolf down the food like the little monkey. Upon seeing this, Song Xiaodao hurriedly fought with the 2 beasts for food, but unfortunately she ate too slowly, and the large iron basin of awful soup was soon empty, and Song Xiaodao only managed to grab 2 bowls. "Zhao Yin, they are bullying people." Song Xiaodao pointed at the 2 beasts and said dissatisfiedly, "This girl is protecting her food again." In fact, Zhao Yin was only half full, and the 2 mutant beasts were too powerful. He added more firewood to the fire and handed the machete to Song Xiaodao. "If you want to eat, go cook it yourself. The ingredients are all there." After the Rat King's internal organs were processed, there were 200 to 300 kilograms, and Zhao Yin had only cooked less than 30 kilograms before. Since the space ring couldn't hold all the food, Zhao Yin planned to eat it all in the next few days. Song Xiaodao placed a large iron basin directly on the fire, added water, and cut nearly 30 kilograms of offal. Together with the meat and soup, it was more than 100 kilograms of awful soup. Zhao Yin added salt, and the 2 men and 2 beasts started eating again. Soon, Zhao Yin and Song Xiaodao could not eat anymore, but the 2 beasts were still eating. Even after they finished all the awful soup, the little monkey was still looking at Zhao Yin with an unsatisfied look. "Okay, take a break and then go back to work. We'll continue eating in the evening. Even if we are rich now, there are no mines, so how can we continue to produce them?" The old cow immediately looked away, prostrated itself on the ground, and took a rest. Even the usually lively little monkey seemed to suddenly feel sleepy and closed its eyes to take a nap. 10 minutes later, their stomachs, which had just been full, deflated visibly. Zhao Yin they? Song Xiaodao pointed at the two beasts in surprise. Zhao Yin raised his hand slightly to stop Song Xiaodao from continuing speaking and opened the eye of true vision. Chapter 60 Dealing with the Spoils. Growth Stage Macaque, E-level mutant beast, strength 42, agility 47, stamina 48, defense 35, spirit 15, bloodline talent. Gigantic, frenzied, fire control. Adult buffalo, E-level mutant beast, strength 45, agility 44, stamina 50, defense 66, spirit 8, bloodline talent. Huge strength, iron armor. A meal of high-quality mutant beast offal soup increased the agility of both beasts by 5 points, strength by 2 points, and defense by 3 points respectively. Sure enough, the fastest way for mutant beasts to grow is to eat high-quality mutant beast meat. If the entire Rat King's meat is consumed in the future, it is estimated that it will be enough for their E-level potential to be developed to its peak. Zhao Yin used the eye of true vision to look at Song Xiaodao again, and her attributes did not change at all. Everything remains the same as in the previous life. Humans cannot quickly increase their attributes by eating mutant beast meat. Half an hour later, both beasts woke up. Get to work, Zhao Yin ordered. He quickly got up and followed Song Xiaodao to continue chopping wood. Zhao Yin was the only one left in the tent. He suddenly remembered that he still had a can of beef. So Zhao Yin took it out. Now that there is no shortage of meat, there is no need to keep this can of beef. After he opened it and finished eating, he checked his attributes and found that his strength had indeed increased a little. Next, Zhao Yin packed up the dishes and took out the skin of the White Rat King. He cut it into pieces and hung them in the tent to dry, preparing to process them and make leather armor. In just one morning, the corpses of 400 gray rats and 6 giant rats were cleaned up by a few rats. Lao He came into the invisible tent and said in his mind, "Master, the work is done." Zhao Yin hummed and was cutting rat skin. When Lao He saw clearly what was in his hand, it was exactly his wife's skin. He was stunned for a moment, but his emotions did not fluctuate much. Now, the obsession that once belonged to him has been completely taken away by Zhao Yin. "Take me to see it," Zhao Yin said, and walked out of the invisible tent. Nearly 10,000 pounds of rat meat was piled up into a small hill, with banana leaves washed by rain underneath. Next to it was a larger pile of rat bones, as well as a pile of rat skins and claws. "Master, the meat, skin, and claws of the 6 giant rats are all here." Lao He motioned Zhao Yin to walk through the mountain of rat meat. Behind it was a pile of disassembled items from the corpses of E-class giant rats. "Well done," Zhao Yin praised, took out 30 chestnuts from the space ring, threw them to Lao He, and said, "Take them and share them with them." Lao He suddenly became excited. There was no food after the end of the world. Even though he was the Rat King, the supplies he usually enjoyed were mostly zombie rotten flesh and corpse crystals. "Haven't had this kind of food in a long time." Lao He picked up a chestnut and stuffed it into his mouth with the skin. He chewed it a few times and swallowed it, squinting his eyes in enjoyment. It ate 6 in one go, and the remaining 24 were divided among the 6 giant rats. All the mice expressed their gratitude to Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin waited for them to finish eating, then gave the order, "After you finish eating, get back to work. Cut all the squirrel meat into slices and hang them in the higher woods. Make sure they are not contaminated. Wash the internal organs, slice them, and hang them separately from the rat meat. Hang the rat skin in the bushes on the other side. Remember to dry it in a cool place, not in the sun." There is not enough salt for pickling nowadays, so Zhao Yin plans to smoke the rat meat and internal organs into jerky so that it will be easier to store. Rat skin is also an important material. Even if Zhao Yin cannot use it for the time being, he can use it to exchange for necessary materials with others in the future. He can even cook it as food for the contracted beast at a critical moment. After giving the order, Zhao Yin turned and went to the other side. After a morning, Song Xiaodao and the two beasts had chopped nearly 30,000 kilograms of firewood. Zhao Yin ordered them all to move to the tall woods and disperse according to the directions indicated. Once this wet wood is ignited, the entire forest will be filled with thick smoke and the temperature will rise. The smoke and baking will quickly sterilize and dehydrate the rat meat. By dark, 50,000 kilograms of wood had been placed. It's just that there are nearly 10,000 pounds of rat meat. If you want to cut it all into slices and hang it up, it's still a big task at the speed of 7 rats. According to Zhao Yin's request, the meat of each gray rat had to be cut into hundreds of slices. In addition, how to hang it is also a troublesome matter. You need to climb the tree first to cut off the small branches, and then thread the rat meat piece by piece on the broken branches. If you can't finish it in the afternoon, do it overnight. That night, Zhao slept alone in the tent. He sent everyone, including Song Xiaodao, to help hang the rat meat. The next morning, when Zhao got up, he found that Gao Linzi's house had been set on fire and thick smoke covered the sky. In order to prevent the fire from getting too big and setting the entire forest on fire, Zhao called Lao He and 6 giant rats and ordered them, "Go and watch the fire. If the forest burns and destroys my dried meat, I will use your meat to fill it." Upon hearing this, the 7 big rats all trembled and quickly ran into the woods. Smoking jerky is a long process, and Zhao saw the pile of rat bones. There are still residual meat scraps, fascia, bone marrow, and cartilage on the bones. It's impossible to eat all of this before it spoils. But if it is smoked like jerky, the dehydrated bones are not worth chewing. Although I'm no longer short of food, I can't just watch it rot. There are so many people who have nothing to eat in the apocalypse. Zhao still called Song Xiaodao little monkey and old cow. Since you have nothing to do, just move all the bones to Jiamulan and smoke them together. By the 3rd morning, the rat skin was dried in the shade and the jerky was almost smoked. Zhao asked all the contracted beasts to collect rat skins and meat. He sat in the tent with Song Xiaodao and took off the skin of the white rat king. Zhao cut out 2 sets of leather armor parts, one large and one small, then cut off a small piece of tail leather and cut it into leather thread. Song Xiaodao used the rat king claw to poke small holes in the leather armor parts and then connected them with leather thread, tightened and fixed them, and they became a complete set of leather armor. Although it looks a bit rough, its defensive strength is definitely better than that of ordinary D-level defensive equipment. After the 2 sets of leather armor were made, only 1/3 of the entire rat king skin was used. Zhao thought about it, called the little monkey over again, let it activate its dual superpowers, and then tailored a huge set of leather armor for it. In the end, only some scraps of the rat king skin were left. Zhao simply asked Song Xiaodao to piece the pieces together and made a big pocket on the chest of the little monkey's leather armor, making a backpack for Song Xiaodao. It will be much easier for them to collect corpse crystals and star crystals in the future, and it will also be convenient for them to carry supplies when going into battle. Next, he took out all of the Rat King's claws and studied them. He found that although the 2 hind claws were also very hard, they were not sharp enough. He hasn't figured out how to use it yet, but the 2 front paws are definitely powerful weapons. Each of the 8 claw knives was 2 feet long, flashing with cold light, just like 8 daggers. Zhao directly disassembled the 8 claw knives of the 2 front paws and gave one to Song Xiaodao and the little monkey each to be used as close combat weapons in the future. He also found 2 front leg bones of the Rat King and spliced them onto the other 2 claw knives. It transformed into a long sword, and Zhao gave one to little monkey and Song Xiaodao each. The mace and the broken Tang sword were confiscated directly. Immediately afterwards, Zhao made himself 2 long swords as backup and used the remaining 2 Rat King claw knives as short swords. Okay, let's all go and help collect the rat meat. Zhao waved his hand. After the little monkey shrunk its body, it took off its new leather armor, carefully packed it into a bundle with a leather rope, and carried it on its back as if it were a treasure. It inserted the short rat claw into the belt around its waist and held the long rat claw in its hand. Then he jumped and followed Song Xiaodao out. Zhao had been busy all morning and was just about to take a break when suddenly Song Xiaodao came running back. Zhao, Lao He, and the others caught some thieves. Chapter 61 Interrogation. Who dares to steal my things? Is it a human or an animal? Zhao asked. It's a few people, said Song Xiaodao. Zhao quickly put away the Rat King claw and followed Song Xiaodao out of the invisible tent. From a distance, I saw 3 men squatting next to the tall woods with their hands on their heads. A group of contracted beasts surrounded them, and they were all trembling with fear. Zhao walked over slowly. Master, they just ate a lot of dried meat and are going to pack it up to take away. When Lao Niu saw Zhao coming, he immediately transmitted his message through his mind. Zhao kicked a man to the ground, bang. Then there was another slap on the face. Fuck you. I killed those rats with my life. Is it for you to eat my meat? Zhao cursed. In his 2 lives, what he hated most, besides his daily life and his brother-in-law, were thieves. The man covered half of his swollen face and looked up at Zhao. Seeing that he was a human, the fear on his face eased a little. Sorry, brother. We really didn't know that this jerky was yours. You don't know? Just because you don't know, You can eat it casually? Can the tree grow dried meat by itself? Zhao Ying kicked over. Click. Several of the man's ribs were broken by the kick. Tell me, how did you get here? Zhao Ying scolded. His cruelty was not an act, but a habit he developed in the 7 years of his previous life. Humans in the end times are sometimes more terrifying than most zombies. Nearly 10,000 pounds of fresh meat baked into jerky is enough to make anyone or any force do whatever it takes to kill them. We live in a cave 1 kilometer away. The boss saw thick smoke rising from here and asked us to come and take a look. Don't hit me. We didn't mean to steal. We're just too hungry. The man spoke quickly, enduring the pain. Is there anyone else? Zhao Ying asked. And there are some more people. The man seemed to be hiding something. How many are there? Zhao Ying bent down and grabbed his ear. He applied a little force with his hand, and the man's ear was torn apart immediately. He screamed in pain. Don't hit me, please, brother, grandpa. I will tell you everything, grandpa. Zhao Ying released his hand and ordered Song Xiaodao. Take the other 2 away and interrogate them separately. Whoever says something wrong will be made into jerky and fed to the rats. The 3 men turned around and looked at Lao He and the others, shaking even more violently. After Song Xiaodao asked the little monkey to help take the 2 men away, Zhao Ying found a rock to sit down, took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a puff. Speak. The man no longer dared to play tricks and told everything. Before the end of the world, they were employees of a loan company. On the day of the end of the world, they were traveling to Delway Mountain for team building. When the meteorite shower broke out, the hotel they were staying in happened to be not far from a natural cave. In the end, most of the people in the entire company were killed by the meteorite shower. Only 45 young people were left who ran fast and finally entered the cave and escaped. There was a small pond in the cave with a lot of ornamental fish in it, so the group of young people survived. All the ornamental fish have been eaten recently, and they dare not go too far because there are zombies everywhere. It happened that this morning, their boss saw the smoke rising from this side and guessed that it had rained heavily a few days ago, so there would not be a wildfire. So there is a 90% chance that it is human, so he sent a few of them to check it out. So the theft happened. We're just too hungry, brother. Please spare us this time and let us go. The man knelt on the ground, holding his ribs with a twisted face in pain. Zhao Ying sneered in his heart and said, If you were not caught by me, would you have gone back to report the news? Then your boss would have brought people to visit me and my dried meat. When the man saw the truth was revealed, his face suddenly changed, and he immediately cried out, Brother, you misunderstood. We are just trying to get some money. How dare we be so greedy? Zhao Ying just smiled and turned to walk towards the invisible tent. At this time, Song Xiaodao had already interrogated the other 2 men, and what they confessed was basically consistent with what Zhao Ying knew. Zhao Ying, what should we do with these 3 people? Make them into jerky and feed them to Dahe. Song Xiaodao asked. They still have more than 40 people. I'm afraid they have already found out about the jerky. Leaving them here will be a problem. Zhao Ying narrowed his eyes and said, Let Monkey and Lao He pack all the dried meat, internal organs, and bones with rat skins and carry them on their backs. We will go to their cave to rest tonight. Hasn't the message been sent back yet? Song Xiaodao asked. Do you really believe everything these 3 people say? Zhao Ying asked back. Song Xiaodao immediately understood something. Perhaps they had already prepared for being caught before they were arrested. They had someone pass the news back in advance and had agreed on a consistent confession. She smiled and said, Zhao Ying, do you think there are girls in that cave? Do they have beautiful clothes on? They just said that all 45 of them were men, but we can't believe all of that. I'll have all the contracted beasts pack up the supplies now. After Song Xiaodao finished speaking, he ran out. After the fresh meat shrinks, about 4,000 kilograms of dried meat is baked, and the dried meat made from the internal organs also accounts for 300 to 400 kilograms. Worth mentioning is the pile of bones. When it is fresh, there is still some meat and fascia on it, but after drying, the edible part shrinks significantly and looks almost the same as bare bones. Zhao Ying found a leg bone and cracked it open. The bone marrow inside had turned into a thin layer of oily skin. Sure enough, everything was as expected. Cook it for a while longer. The meat and fascia should be able to swell, and the bone marrow can still be eaten. My future contracted beast army will need food. Zhao Ying asked the contracted beast to pack up all the garbage with rat skins. Rat skin, rat bones, dried rat meat, dried viscera, and all the rat claws weighed a total of more than 8,000 kilograms. Zhao Ying directly asked Lao He to carry 2,000 kilograms, and the 6 giant rats each carried 800 kilograms. At this time, each mouse was surrounded by a mountain of supplies, and its neck and head were pressed with packages made of mouse skin. Even Lao Hei's tail was tied with 200 kilograms of rat bones. If Zhao Yin hadn't been worried that it would pee, the black charcoal stick below would have been in trouble as well. In the end, only more than 1,300 kilograms of rat bones of the lowest value were left. Zhao Yin looked at the old cow and directly asked the little monkey to load onto its back. The old cow kept complaining, "Master, I have already carried several thousand kilograms of supplies. If I carry more, it will affect my movement. Lao Niu, you have to know that when my contracted beast army is built in the future, you will be the biggest contributor. Not only will all the contracted beasts thank you, call you big brother, and recognize you as their godfather, but I will directly appoint you as the commander of the army." Zhao Yin made a big promise. The old cow believed it without a doubt and stared at him with his eyes wide open. "I'll try my best, master. I can still carry more." Only after adding another 500 kilograms of weight to the old cow and tying another 300 kilograms of weight to its tail did Zhao Yin let the monkey stop. At this time, there were about 500 kilograms of rat bones left. Finally, Zhao Yin called the 3 men who had just been captured and ordered them to carry 100 kilograms each and Song Xiaodao to carry 150 kilograms. There were still 50 kilograms left. It was impossible for Zhao Yin to carry it himself. As the first fighting force, the little monkey cannot transform all the time, and it cannot carry too much given its size. So, the last 50 kilograms should be carried by a monkey that is not much taller than the knees. After packing up everything, Zhao Yin asked the 3 men to lead the way and headed in the direction they came from. Chapter 62 Yangshan. At this time, 1 kilometer away, a man dressed relatively cleanly, with one hand on the holster at his waist, and the other holding a lighter, stood guard in front of the cave. He held a half-smoked cigarette in his mouth and was reluctant to light it for a long time. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps was heard. The man immediately became alert, quickly put his cigarette and lighter into his shirt pocket, pulled out the pistol from his waist, and aimed at the muddy road that was the only way leading to the cave. At this moment, a thin figure appeared in sight. "Monkey, why are you running so fast? You scared me." The man breathed a sigh of relief, put away his pistol, and said with a smile, "Huff, Yangshan? Huff, where's the boss?" The young man called Monkey was breathing heavily. "Boss and the others just went to the big cave. What did you and Huang Si and the others find? Are there really people there? Is there anything to eat?" Yangshan asked. "Huff, there are a lot of dried meat hanging in the woods. Someone is smoking meat there. Huang Si and the others went to investigate. They asked me to come back and report first." "Oh, stop talking nonsense. When will the boss be back?" asked the monkey. "Don't you know that our boss has been worried about the group of people in the cave for a long time? I heard that the soldier who led them took all the young and strong men out to look for supplies a few days ago. They haven't come back for a few days. I guess something happened." "Great. If that soldier dies, the people in the cave will become a mess. We can just kill all the men. I remember there are many female students living there. Some of them are even school beauties." Before the monkey could finish his words, Yangshan interrupted and said with a smile, "Even if we conquer the cave, the female students will be enjoyed by the boss first, and then it will be the turn of the leaders. Don't even think about it, because by the time it's your turn, they will have been ruined." The monkey's breathing gradually stabilized, and he also smiled and said, "Yeah, we are only worthy of drinking the water used by the boss to wash the pot. We should pay more attention to the dried meat we just found. Let's wait until the boss and the others come back before we discuss anything else. Zhao Yin, can't you help me carry it a little?" Song Xiaodao is now also an F-level evolver, and his strength is completely comparable to that of 2 strong men. But at this moment she pouted and acted as if she was struggling. "If I help you carry it, I have to help the old cows and the others as well. How can I show favoritism? Otherwise, I will be crushed to death, right?" Zhao Yin walked at the end of the team, chewing a piece of dried meat. "I'm your future wife. How can you compare me with Lao Niu and the others?" Song Xiaodao said dissatisfiedly. "Future wife?" I agreed. Zhao Yin rolled his eyes. "Do you dislike me?" Song Xiaodao threw down the package behind him, tightly grasped the long-handled rat king claw in one hand, and stared at Zhao Yin with his other hand on his waist. Zhao Yin stepped forward, carried the package back for her, raised his hand, and patted her breasts. "Look, any man would dislike it." Song Xiaodao's face instantly turned red, and he gritted his teeth. "Zhao Yin, when I become stronger in the future, I will definitely beat you, but until it blooms. Zhao Yin was too lazy to pay attention to the girl who was becoming more and more presumptuous in front of him. He quickened his pace and walked to the front of the team, kicking the man who had broken his ribs and was carrying more than 100 kilograms of weight on his back. Hurry up, what are you hesitating about? The man staggered, but did not dare to resist, with a hint of hatred hidden in his eyes. I don't know what he was thinking about. He turned around quietly to glance at Song Xiaodao at the back of the team, with a cruel smile on his face. The team walked forward for more than 10 minutes, and suddenly, 3 men neatly dropped the packages on their backs and quickly ran towards a muddy path on the side. As they ran, someone shouted, boss, help us, we brought your dried meat. Zhao Yin, they're lying to us. Song Xiaodao hurriedly chased after them, pointing at their backs, and said angrily, they're just doing what everyone would do in the doomsday. To be more precise, they are trying to trick us. Zhao Yin's face remained calm. After saying that, Zhao Yin turned around, took the package from the little monkey, and narrowed his eyes. Kill them. Squeak. The little monkey instantly activated his ability to grow huge and stretched out his long legs to chase after it. Zhao Yin, if you kill them, who will lead the way for us? Song Xiaodao asked. Zhao Yin stretched out 2 fingers, slightly bent them, and tapped them on Song Xiaodao's head, making a crisp sound. Idiot. Didn't you hear them calling for the boss? The cave they live in is over there. Song Xiaodao covered his head, as if he finally understood something. The man with broken ribs was running the slowest. Suddenly, he heard footsteps behind him. He turned around abruptly. Then he felt a chill down his spine, his legs went weak, and he fell to the ground. It was a gigantic monkey, 2 meters tall, covered with long hair, holding the Rat King's claw that the man had seen before in one arm, and running towards them at a speed of 5 or 6 meters per step. Is this what the little monkey just turned into? Although this idea was too outrageous, the appearance of the little monkey at this time was no different from the little skinny monkey, except that its body was too huge and its fur color was different. I won't run away. Please don't kill me. The man knelt on the ground and kowtowed hard. If I had known that this monkey could transform, I would never have dared to run away like this. I had always thought that Zhao Yin ran a circus troupe before the end of the world, and these animals were actors he raised. I didn't expect to see such an unimaginable scene. Bang! The little monkey swung his mace and hit him on the head. Then a gust of wind blew, and he caught up with the other 2 men. Bang! Bang! With almost no effort, the 2 men and the body of the kneeling man fell to the ground at the same time. At this time, Zhao Yin led the team and walked slowly over. He kicked the body of the kneeling man away and said, don't block the way. 100 meters away, Yangshan had just lit up the half-smoked cigarette, but his lips trembled and the cigarette fell onto his trousers. Until the fireworks burned through his underwear and there was a burning smell, he raised his hands and clapped his hands. Fuck. Why are you dreaming in broad daylight? Your dream has just begun. Zhao Yin stepped forward. The terrible monkey was following him, and then a little girl appeared at the corner of the road, followed by a buffalo as big as a hill. Then, a group of giant beasts that looked like mice appeared in Yangshan's sight. Bang! Yangshan slapped himself hard on the face. Why hasn't Ming woken up yet? Tell your leader to come out. Zhao Yin finally came in front of Yangshan, paused, and looked at him calmly. Fuck you. Yangshan cursed and pulled out the pistol from his waist. But the next moment, his hands suddenly felt empty. Before he could see how Zhao Yin made his move, the gun had already appeared in the other's hand. Zhao Yin glanced at the gun in his hand, a rubbish homemade gun that could only fire a single shot of iron sand. Any gun in the space ring is better than this one. He turned the gun and slowly pointed it at Yangshan's head. I'll just say it again. Tell your leader to come out. Plop! Yangshan knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Zhao Yin. His forehead was broken and bleeding. Brother, please don't kill me. I didn't mean to offend you before. Our boss is really not at home. Yangshan, can you have some backbone? At this time, the people in the cave heard the noise, and more than a dozen people rushed out at once. All of them were young and strong men in their 20s. Some were carrying steel pipes, some were holding shovels, but no one had a gun. The leader was dressed the cleanest, in a half-worn suit. He didn't even have time to see clearly before he shouted, "Who dares to act wild here? Let them know who I am," Zhao Yin said in a low voice. After he finished speaking, he took out a cigarette, put it in his mouth, and took out a lighter to light it. Song Xiaodao put down the package and rushed towards the crowd opposite with the little monkey. The people on the other side finally saw clearly that the 8 terrifying beasts beside Zhao Yin all had pale faces. The young man in the lead shouted in panic, "Don't wait! The next moment, the little monkey rushed into the crowd and slapped the leading young man, sending him flying. It didn't even use its mace. It just rushed forward recklessly, killing most of the people in the blink of an eye. Some fell with their chests collapsed, and some had half of their bodies smashed to pieces. Finally, there were 5 people left. The little monkey sensed Zhao Yin's intention and stopped killing them. After a few slaps, some had their hands broken, some had their feet broken. By the time Song Xiaodao rushed over, everyone had already fallen to the ground. She pouted and said dissatisfiedly, "I rushed out. Can't you leave one for me?" The little monkey shrank his body, scratched his head embarrassedly, and squeaked a few times. Zhao Yin held a cigarette in his mouth and grabbed Yangshan, who was kneeling on the ground, and said, "You should know what I want to hear." Yangshan's pants were wet, with a yellowish liquid dripping down his pants. He was shaking like a sieve. Big brother, which side are you from? How many more parties are there?" Zhao Yin was slightly stunned. Soon, with Yangshan's explanation, he understood everything. Chapter 63, Big Cave. There are several smaller caves near this cave, where survivors took refuge after the apocalypse. After the meteorite shower stopped, Yangshan and his group killed all the men in several caves in order to search for supplies, and captured the women and tortured them. They were all strong young men, and their humanity was gone. The women could not withstand the torture, and most of them died soon. But a few women also escaped to a large cave 5 kilometers away. After discovering the place, Luo Chang, the boss of Yangshan, prepared to occupy it. But before he could get close, he was beaten back by a retired soldier led by hundreds of young and strong men. It was then that the boss of Yangshan realized that there were actually 700 or 800 survivors gathered in the big cave. The 2 veterans in the lead knew how to make their own guns. The gun in Yangshan's hand was picked up from a corpse on the opposite side during the battle. Luo Chang has always been thinking about the supplies in the cave. Being able to feed 700 or 800 people is so tempting, but it's a pity that there has never been a chance. Just last night, when a few brothers were out looking for supplies, they captured a survivor in a large cave. After some interrogation, they learned that 3 days ago, the leading veteran took all the young and strong people out, saying that he wanted to bring back a batch of meat for everyone to replenish their bodies, but he never came back. This morning, when Luo Chang was about to lead people to the big cave, he discovered that smoke was coming out of the forest where Zhao Yin was, so he ordered Monkey and his men to go check it out. Then Zhao Yin came. "Brother, those things in the past were all done by the boss. No, it was Luo Chang and the others who did it. I'm just a janitor. It really has nothing to do with me. Please." Whoa. After Yangshan finished speaking, he began to cry. "I don't care what you did, but your people ate my dried meat, so you have to compensate," Zhao Yin said. Yangshan looked at Zhao Yin in astonishment, only to see that there was no regret or anger on the other person's face. He was as calm as if he had heard someone finish a meal or go to the toilet. The man in front of him was different from most people he had met, and seemed even more inhumane than them. Yangshan's mind began to tremble. Big brother, just ask for what you want. If it's available here, just take it." At this moment, he just wanted to survive. As for what Luo Chang would do to him when he came back and found that the supplies were lost, he could no longer care about that. "That depends on what you can take." Zhao Yin exhaled lightly. Upon hearing this, Yangshan stayed there immediately. There was no food in the cave in the past few days. Only the tattered daily necessities and some clothes looted by Luo Chang and his men were left. He glanced at the dried meat and roasted bones on the backs of the 7 rats behind Zhao Yin, then looked at the white animal skins worn by Zhao Yin and Song Xiaodao, and the mountain of supplies on the back of the old cow. How can anyone look down on those junks? "Brother, there is water. There is a small pool in the cave. You can take it as you like." Yangshan could only say stiffly, "It just rained 3 days ago. Do you think I'm short of water?" Zhao Yin finally lost his patience and shouted, "Whoever can provide me with supplies that satisfy me will be able to survive today." Among the group of people who fell to the ground, the few who were not killed by the little monkey were wailing, but they all quieted down after hearing what was said. "Brother, please spare us. There are still a lot of clothes in the cave. Brother, I know Luo Chang has hidden 2 more fish. Although they're a little tasteless, they are still edible. Brother, there are 2 ounces of salt and half a barrel of vegetable oil in the kitchen." Several people spoke one after another, as if they were playing a quiz game, but none of them satisfied Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin turned to look at Song Xiaodao. "These people are worthless. Kill them." Song Xiaodao understood, and walked towards the people at the end with the Rat King Claw. He gently waved the Rat King Claw, and a human head was immediately cut off. The Rat King's claws are so sharp that an ordinary knife can't cut tofu that fast. Song Xiaodao immediately narrowed her eyes with joy, feeling that it was much more useful than that broken Tang sword. Then she swung it continuously, and several people were quickly cut into pieces by her. Zhao Yin was very pleased to see this. The child had finally grown up. Killing people has become much more efficient. Finally, Song Xiaodao walked towards Yangshan and said to Zhao Yin, "Please move aside, or I'll spray you with blood." Zhao Yin took a step back and shook off the dust on the white rat skin on his body. Although they will get dirty sooner or later, new clothes can be kept clean for longer. Wait, I remembered, there's one more thing. Yangshan suddenly shouted. Song Xiaodao's Rat King claw had already swung down. The next moment, Zhao Yin's eyes blurred, and he grabbed her slender wrist. He said to Yangshan in a cold voice, "You'd better not lie to me." Yangshan felt like he was looking into the eyes of death. This group is a group of perverted monsters and perverted little girls. The man in front of them is the boss of all the perverts, an old pervert. He was nervous and actually had no idea whether the other party would like that thing. Big brother, please follow me." After saying that, Yangshan stood up, tremblingly stepped on the steaming blood, and walked into the cave. Zhao Yin did not follow him in, and told Song Xiaodao, "You and the little monkey go in." Song Xiaodao rolled his eyes. He was an E-level evolver and could easily kill everyone here. Was there any need to be so cautious? Zhao Yin stood there, watching Song Xiaodao and the little monkey walk into the cave. There was only a butt left of the cigarette in his hand, which he threw on the ground and crushed with the sole of his shoe. Soon, Yangshan came out with a rag package in his hand, and the little monkey and Song Xiaodao followed closely behind him. "Brother, the things are here." Yangshan forced a smile and handed the package to Zhao Yin. "Open it," Zhao Yin said in a low voice. Yangshan immediately realized that the other party was worried that he had set a trap, so he quickly put the package on the ground and opened it layer by layer. As they opened layer after layer, the package, which was the size of a human head, became smaller and smaller. In the end, only a walnut-sized piece was left, wrapped in a layer of toilet paper. Zhao Yin slowly frowned, and Yangshan's legs began to shake. In the end, he didn't even dare to peel off the toilet paper. Big brother, this is the only thing I can offer." "Open it," Zhao Yin urged. Yangshan could only bite the bullet and open the toilet paper, revealing a blood-red crystal in the sunlight. Zhao Yin's eyes narrowed. "A star crystal. I found this in front of the cave when the meteor shower came. It was sandwiched between those meteorites." Yangshan was afraid that Zhao Yin would not believe him, so he said sincerely, "I saw it fall from the sky with my own eyes. It is definitely not a work of art. Don't you know what this is?" Zhao Yin asked, and directly grabbed the star crystal in his hand. "Brother, although I don't know the function of this thing," Luo Chong said, "it must be an incredible treasure. Maybe the end of the world is related to this thing." Yangshan said with all his might. Zhao Yin nodded slightly when he heard this. They don't know the secret of the star crystal yet. After thinking for a while, Zhao Yin asked again, "Do you know where the cave is?" The man named Luo Chong was able to control a group of people at the beginning of the end of the world, and he was cruel and vicious in his dealings. Zhao Yin would not feel at ease if he didn't kill him. Yangshan nodded quickly. "I know, if you want to go, I will lead the way for you." "Lead the way." Zhao Yin led the team directly towards the big cave. On the way, he pinched open the star crystal. A bottle of ice black tea came out. If Zhao Yin had given the little monkey a bottle of ice black tea, with doubled attributes when dealing with the rat swarm the day before yesterday, he might have had an extra white rat king, contracted beast. It's a pity that time cannot be reversed. At this time, 5 kilometers away, outside a huge natural cave, CLS-On was lying on a wall made of rocks, shouting to more than 30 men with weapons below. "Boss Luo, last time you knelt down and begged, our Captain Wang let you go. How dare you come here to die now?" Chapter 64, The Farmer and the Snake. Luo Chong is 1.9 meters tall and looks very burly compared to the skinny men around him. At this time, Luo Chong stood in the middle of the crowd and said with a smile, "Thank you, brother. I came here specifically to thank Captain Wang for not killing me last time. Where is Captain Wang? Why don't you let him come out to see me? Our Captain Wang doesn't have time to see you, so hurry up and leave. Otherwise, even if Captain Wang has a good temper, if you piss him off, I'm afraid you, Boss Luo, won't be able to leave this time." Luo Chong laughed loudly, and the group of people around him all laughed along. At this time, Luo Chong was already confident in his heart. He waved his hand, and two of his younger brothers immediately brought a man in his 50s to the front of the team. "Thank you, brother. Is this your man?" "He Jinping? What happened? How did they catch you?" Xie Leshen's face suddenly changed. "Deputy Captain Xie, I don't want to betray the cave, but they beat me to death and I can't bear it." He Jinping was covered in blood, and both of his arms were broken and hung limply. At this moment, Xie Leshan understood that the news of Captain Wang and all the young and strong men's disappearance could no longer be hidden. Luo Chang, even without that group of young and strong men, there are still 500 or 600 people in the cave. You only have 30 or so subordinates. Do you want to take over the cave? Xie Leshan scolded. "Haha, 500 or 600 people?" Luo Chang smiled nonchalantly and said, 500 or 600 women, children, old and young, have lost their leader. They should be panicking. I'm afraid they no longer trust you, right?" Xie Leshan was silent, as Luo Chang hit the nail on the head. Ever since Captain Wang and that group of young and strong men disappeared, many voices opposing him have emerged in the cave, and many people are doubting his and Captain Wang's abilities. Even if you still have appeal, those women and children have been spoiled by you and Captain Wang. What kind of humanity are you talking about with them? It is precisely because of this that they have no idea of the dangers of the end of the world. A group of old men and women who were given seats on the bus before the end of the world, a group of female students who were pursued by men, and a group of children who are still breastfeeding. How many of them have the courage to take up arms? After Luo Chang finished speaking, Xie Jinshan's face had turned pale. "Xie brother, how about this? You open the door and let us in, and then you can follow me and enjoy the good life. It's better than you trying hard to please a bunch of losers, only to be blamed in the end." Luo Chang said loudly. "Don't even think about it." Xie Leshen's eyes were red. "Unless I die." He used to be a soldier and served in the same unit as Captain Wang. After retiring, they started a pharmaceutical business together because they were from the same hometown. The company made money this year, and Xie Leshan and Captain Wang led several senior executives of the company to the Dawei Mountains for team building. Unexpectedly, they encountered the meteorite shower, and then the whole world changed. That day, he and Captain Wang led their team to hide in this cave, where hundreds of refugees had already gathered, and many of them were injured to varying degrees. It happened that Xie Jinshan's team brought a lot of medicine. The spirit of a soldier is to protect the people. He and Captain Wang discussed and decided that saving people was the most important thing. The meteorite shower lasted for a month. Hundreds of strangers gathered together for a long time and naturally encountered many problems. They could only elect a person in charge. Because of the actions of Xie Jinshan and Captain Wang to save people, they were voted by many people and naturally became the leaders in the cave. After the meteorite shower stopped, several more groups of survivors fled into the cave. They learned from their mouths that in a cave 5 kilometers away, there lived a group of ruffians from a mortgage company. Their leader was called Luo Chang. They had killed many people in order to rob and plunder supplies. After Captain Wang and Xie Jinshan received the news, they immediately summoned all the young and strong men to form a cave guard team, with Captain Wang as the captain and Xie Jinshan as the deputy captain. Xie Jinshan was also good at making weapons. He accidentally discovered that someone in the cave was carrying materials for making gunpowder, so he melted iron in the cave and made the simplest single-shot pistol. Luo Chang arrived soon and was beaten to a pulp by them. Xie Jinshan and Captain Wang's prestige in the cave became even higher. 5 days ago, several young men went out to look for supplies and brought back a huge dead rat. According to them, when they found the rat, it was still alive, but it was bitten by something and there were many traces of rats nearby. Captain Wang ordered his men to cook the dead rat meat in several large pots of broth. Everyone tasted the pseudo-mutant beast meat for the first time, and they all scrambled for it. Unfortunately, there was too little rat meat, and each person could only have a sip of soup. Then someone encouraged the guard team to catch mice, and the calls became louder and louder. Captain Wang and Xie Jinshan saw that the children in the cave were pale and thin, so they agreed. Xie Jinshan wanted to stay in the cave to continue making guns. Except for him, all the young and strong men followed Captain Wang out. Now, Xie Jinshan thinks that this was a fatal mistake. At least some young and strong ones should have been left. Then go to hell. Luo Chang suddenly raised a homemade iron bow, aimed at Xie Jinshan, and shot. Xie Jinshan quickly lowered his head, and the arrow stuck in the crack of the stone in front of him. At this time, inside the wall, behind Xie Jinshan, there were more than 100 men over the age of 60 gathered. The group of uncles all looked nervous. These are the people in the cave who can still be considered capable of fighting. Get on the wall. Defend yourself. Xie Jinshan gave an order, then pulled out the pistol from his waist and fired a shot at Luo Chang. The effective range of the homemade pistol was less than 50 meters, and the barrel was uneven. In addition, Xie Jinshan had not practiced shooting for many years, so the shot naturally missed the target, but hit the thigh of a man next to Luo Chang. "Aw, fuck you." The man screamed, fell to the ground, hugged his thigh, which was bleeding, and started crying. "Disperse, retreat quickly." Luo Chang gave the order immediately, completely ignoring the life or death of the injured man. More than 30 people quickly dispersed within 100 meters, all staring at the wall cautiously, fearing that Xie Jinshan would shoot them from behind. "If I had known earlier, I would have brought Yangshan's gun as well," Luo Chang said regretfully. "Boss, they have guns. It's going to be difficult today," said a younger brother. "There's nothing to be afraid of. There can't be too many materials in the cave for making guns and ammunition. Most of them should have been taken out by Captain Wang. Xie Jinshan doesn't have many guns in his hands, so don't worry," Luo Chang said confidently. In fact, as he said, Captain Wang mobilized all the power of the cave for rat meat. In the past few days, Xie Jinshan only made one gun and collected enough gunpowder for 3 rounds of firing. Xie Jinshan had just fired a shot and had 2 more chances to fire. At this time, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he looked back. The old men behind him were still standing there, and no one went up the wall to help with defense. "What are you all doing?" Xie Jinshan scolded. "Thank you, Captain. It's not that we don't want to help, but we are just too old. This wall is more than 2 meters high, and we can't climb up. Do you have any guns? Can you lend them to us?" said an old man with acne scars all over his face. Captain Wang and his men took all the guns away. "Where can they be found?" Xie Jinshan gritted his teeth and said, "If you don't come up, I can't defend it alone. If we let them rush in, everyone in the cave will be in trouble." Everyone remained unmoved, thinking that even if the sky fell, there were still tall people to hold it up. It's so dangerous to let them, their old age, fight against young people. "Thank you, Captain. My legs and feet are not good. I really can't go up. I will defend for you here." "Old Lu, you just turned 60. You are in great spirits. Go ahead." "Bullshit. I just had prostate surgery half a year ago. How can my physical condition compare to yours?" A group of people were arguing. "Anyway, even if someone had to die, it should be someone else who went first. Your own life is more important than anything else." At this time, Zhao Yin's mutant beast team had arrived 1 kilometer away. He listened attentively for a while and couldn't help but reveal a hint of sarcasm on his face. Chapter 65 Faith. "Zhao Yin, what did you hear?" Song Xiaodao asked curiously. "I heard a stupid pig raising a pack of wolves, just like someone before." Zhao Yin sighed. People, once they are in a high position, they're easily blinded by power. All they hear every day is flattery, and it is difficult to distinguish between truth and falsehood when they see it. "Someone? Is he your friend?" Song Xiaodao asked. Zhao Yin hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "I guess so." "You actually made friends with such a fool," Song Xiaodao said disdainfully. "Humph. Fool." Zhao Yin frowned and said, "It's very stupid." At this time, outside the wall, "Boss, they really started a fight among themselves. What should we do next?" asked the younger brother. Everything that was happening inside the wall was heard by Luo Chang and others. Luo Chang smiled and shouted loudly to the people inside the wall. "Listen, everyone inside the wall, I have more than 300 brothers who will come soon. We have guns and cannons. The cave will definitely not be able to be defended. Xie Jinshan will die, and all of you will die too. The men will be made into jerky, and the women will be played with first and then killed." The group of people inside the wall were instantly frightened when they heard this, and many old men were trembling all over. Having lived in a peaceful society for most of their lives, and having been protected by a guard team after the apocalypse, they never imagined that this day would come. "What? There are still 300 people. It's over. There are also cannons. How can we old guys defend it?" "It's over, Xie Jinshan. You're the one who ruined us?" If Captain Wang hadn't injured Wang Chang, would he have been so cruel to us? For a moment, all the uncles pointed their spearheads at Xie Jinshan. Xie Jinshan's face flushed red, and he shouted, "Bullshit, don't listen to him. It's all bluffing. As long as we work together, we can still defend the cave like last time." But no one listened to him. The old men were still spitting, drowning out Xie Jinshan's voice. At this time, Luo Chang was shouting outside the wall again. Listen, everyone inside, I only want to kill Xie Jinshan. If anyone dares to join him in the resistance, and the wall is breached later, don't blame me, Luo Chang, for being cruel and ruthless. I'll give you a chance. Whoever can bring Xie Jinshan's head will be rewarded with 30 kilograms of food and allowed to join my team. Inside the wall, the old men started making noise again. 30 kilograms of food? Join his team? Captain Wang and his men can't come back. Even if we can stop the attack this time, what about the next time? How long can we old men hold out in the apocalypse? Joining Luo Chang's team and following that group of young people is the way to survive. Captain Xie, you pushed Brother Luo too hard. It's not that you didn't leave him any room, it's that you didn't leave any room for us. Zhao Yin was already 300 meters away and heard everything clearly, but he did not choose to appear immediately, as if he was watching a good show. This is human nature. Once faced with a crisis, many people will choose to sacrifice others in exchange for their own interests. He confuses right and wrong, is ungrateful, and could do anything and say anything. In despair, these old men can no longer distinguish right from wrong and are only willing to think of things in an idealistic way. Someone took advantage of Xie Jinshan's unpreparedness, picked up a stone from the ground, and smashed it on his head from behind. Bang! Xie Jinshan felt a black screen before his eyes, staggered forward, touched his head, and his hands were covered in blood. He turned around in disbelief and looked at the old man who hit him. You really want to kill me? He thought that he had protected this group of people with all his strength, creating better living conditions for them, even giving them the same food as them, can exchange sincerity for sincerity. He believed that a soldier's mission was to protect the country and the people in times of crisis, which would bring him glory and respect. But why is this so? Don't these people have brains? Xie Jinshan slowly fell down in the middle of the crowd that was protecting him. He stared up at the sky with wide eyes. At this moment, it seemed as if an invisible voice broke in his heart. That's faith. It's not that he didn't have the strength to stand up, but that he was heartbroken. Zhao Yin sighed. Never underestimate the greed and ignorance of human nature. Wasn't Zhao Yin the same as Xie Jinshan in his previous life? At this moment, Luo Chang heard the internal strife inside, and with a sneer on his face, he shouted loudly, "Why don't you open the door?" The thick wooden door was slowly opened by several old men working together. Many old men took the initiative to greet Luo Chang, all with flattering looks on their faces. Welcome, Luye. Brother Luo, you will be our leader from now on. Please take care of me. Please invite Brother Luo in. Luo Chang took big strides and walked forward with a smile on his face. Bang! He suddenly swung the homemade iron bow in his hand and instantly knocked the first old man who came towards him to the ground. Abba! Luo Chang spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm and ordered loudly, "Kill them all. These old guys can't even do any work. Keeping them around is just a waste of food. Kill!" Although there were only 30 or so younger brothers behind him, each of them was armed, and facing a group of selfish old men was as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. The key point is that when the uncles saw that Luo Chang suddenly turned hostile, they immediately scattered. Many people fled into the cave as soon as possible. They were basically a group of scattered sand. Zhao Yin walked out of the forest with a cigarette in his mouth, squinting his eyes to look outside the wall in front of the cave. There, it was already a hell on earth. Lao Nyo, you stay here to guard the supplies. Song Xiaodao, Monkey, Lao Hei Shu, Yishuer, put down the supplies where they are and go move around. After Zhao Yin finished speaking, he spat out the cigarette but in his mouth and took out a machete. Puff! He chopped off Yangshan's head with one knife. Blood gushed out, and before the headless corpse fell, Zhao Yin rushed forward. He hasn't done anything himself in a long time. It was a rare opportunity to face a group of ordinary survivors, so Zhao Yin had to stretch his old arms and legs. Puff! A flash of knife light appeared, and one of Luo Chang's brothers was split into two halves by Zhao Yin. The blood rain rose into the sky, and before it could touch Zhao Yin's white rat skin armor, his figure flashed past and rushed to the next person. And then, puff! Another person's head was chopped off. At this time, the little monkey and 7 giant rats also rushed into the crowd, followed by Song Xiaodao. In the blink of an eye, most of the crowd were slaughtered. No matter whether it is that group of uncles or Luo Chang's men, whoever encounters the contracted beast will die, without any power to resist. Luo Chang looked back and his face turned pale instantly. He had never seen such a big monkey before. It was even more terrifying than the gorilla. I've never seen a rat that big, and such a scary little girl. The last time Luo Chang looked, he saw a tall young man walking towards him, the weapon in his hand dripping with blood. He quickly said, "Brother, don't." Puff. Zhao Ying swung the knife and chopped off Luo Chang's head directly. "I'm too lazy to listen to the other party's nonsense. I'm going to kill them anyway. Didn't I run so far just for the thrill of this knife?" After Zhao Ying killed Luo Chang, he looked back and saw that outside the wall, the ground was covered with steaming corpses. Except for a few contracted beasts and Song Xiaodao, dozens of old men all died at the hands of the contracted beasts. Monkey Xiaodao helped Laohe and the others carry their supplies and go into the cave. After Zhao Ying gave the order, he walked into the wall alone. Suddenly, a weak voice came. Brother, wait." Zhao Ying looked in the direction of the sound and saw Xie Jinshan lying on the ground. At this time, there was a big hole on the back of his head, with blood gushing out. A sharpened wooden stick was inserted into his waist. He was leaning against the wall, with one leg curled up, looking at Zhao Ying weakly. Zhao Ying frowned. He once admired such soldiers with a spirit of sacrifice. But now is the end of the world, and it would be stupid to sacrifice for others. However, although Zhao Ying did not think that he was a good person, he also did not think that he should kill indiscriminately. Just like he would take a shower whenever he had the chance, and like to keep his clothes clean for a few more days, he wanted to remind himself that he was still a human being. Even at the end of the world, he will always be alone. "Don't expect me to save you. I can't do anything," Zhao Ying said. Hearing this, Xie Jinshan smiled bitterly. "No, I'm not. I'm not asking you to save me." Zhao Ying was stunned when he heard this. Please don't kill those people in the cave. If you want anything, you can go to Old Wu. He is in charge of keeping all the supplies. You tried your best to protect them, but they wanted you dead. And now you want me to stop killing people? It's not easy for anyone. They just want to survive. It's not them who are wrong. It's this damn apocalypse." Xie Jinshan slowly raised his head, looking at the dim sunlight, his lips trembling. If there was no meteor shower, how good would it be? Zhao Ying didn't know what was going on in this person's brain. So he said calmly, "People like you should have been killed by a meteorite." "Then do you promise me?" Xie Jinshan asked. "Why should I agree to you?" Zhao Ying was too lazy to pay attention to him and walked forward. Soon, Song Xiaodao, carrying the supplies with his contracted beasts, caught up with Zhao Ying and walked into the cave together. Chapter 66, Controlling the Cave. A huge space appeared before my eyes, covering an area of about 30,000 to 40,000 square meters, with the highest point being 200 to 300 meters. Stalactites hang overhead, and water drips from time to time into a pool in the center of the cave. Fish can be vaguely seen in the water. There was not a single person to be seen in the entire cave hall. Zhao Ying looked around and immediately found a narrow entrance at the deepest part of the cave. They escaped from there? There must be no exit. Otherwise, Xie Jinshan would not have ended up like that. "Go in," Zhao Ying said. "Zhao Ying, there are fish here." Song Xiaodao pointed at the pond. "We're going to have fish soup tonight, but let's find the people inside first." After Zhao Ying finished speaking, he ordered the little monkey to lead the way. This place was developed into a tourist area by businessmen before the end of the world. Many places have been repaired and polished by humans, and the roads are very smooth. There was just garbage littered everywhere, and human feces everywhere, dry, liquid, and in various shapes along with urine. There was a foul odor in the air. "Oh my, what is that?" It's poop. So disgusting." Song Xiaodao suddenly stepped on a pile of fresh feces and showed a disgusted expression. She stood on one foot and jumped in front of Zhao Ying, grabbing the corner of his clothes. "Zhao Ying, I stepped on it." Zhao Ying shook her hand away. "Go rub it yourself. Don't dirty my leather armor." Song Xiaodao wiped the soles of his shoes clean on the stones and quickly caught up with Zhao Ying. "This is disgusting. Can't they build a few toilets?" "It's normal that the leader didn't manage well," Zhao Ying said expressionlessly. In the end times, many people only think about how to survive every day and no longer care about the quality of life. The evil side of human nature can be seen everywhere. The narrow entrance leads all the way down to a railing and stone steps. There are just signs of human destruction everywhere. After a while, the stone steps continued to extend downwards. "Will it go underground?" Song Xiaodao said again. Zhao Ying shook his head. He had never been here in his previous life, so how would he know? Soon, the steep stone steps gradually became flat, and the passage became wider. It was not until a hall larger than the previous one appeared that Zhao Ying finally saw the group of people. There were about 500 or 600 people, all old, young and women, all in tattered clothes, with unkempt hair and dirty faces, and they were all crowded in a corner deep in the cave. There is no shortage of water in the cave, but these people live in such an environment that most of them are too lazy to even wash their faces. Even the most beautiful woman before the end of the world would be so dirty that even her facial features could not be seen clearly. In fact, there is another reason. Women in the apocalypse cannot be too good-looking. Sometimes, ugliness is also a kind of protection. Everyone showed expressions of horror when they saw Zhao Ying and the mutant beast behind him. They had never seen rats that big before, and one of them was bigger than a cow. No, there really is a cow there, like a mountain of meat. And that skinny monkey, holding a sharp claw knife that was taller than it. At the front of this terrifying team stood a young man, wearing white leather armor stained with fresh blood. It's him. He and Luo Chong killed Captain Xie together. Let's fight him. A gray-haired old man pointed at Zhao Ying. I saw Captain Xie being killed by him with my own eyes. This man is a devil, another old man shouted. Everyone, come together and kill this demon. Otherwise we will all die. The gentleman had done something wrong and felt guilty, so they didn't think Zhao Ying would let them go. The only way to survive at this time is to encourage others to stop Zhao Ying and then escape in the chaos. So before Zhao Ying arrived, the bosses had already started inciting. Bang! A gunshot was heard, and a bloody hole appeared between the eyebrows of the old man who spoke last. His eyes were wide open, as if he still refused to believe that he was dead, and then he fell straight down with a thud. Suddenly, from the crowd, there were women screaming, children crying, and old women groaning. Guns are always the best deterrent to humans. No one among the uncles dared to stand up again. Zhao Ying put down the gun and shouted, "Stop arguing, or you'll be fed to the rats." For a moment, the cave was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Even the crying children had their mouths covered by the adults beside them. If Xie Jinshan were here, I wonder what he would think. Zhao Ying just killed one person, which was more useful than his 100 words. Now, I declare that everything in the cave is my spoils of war, including all of your lives. Before I leave, my words are the rules. Anyone who dares to break my rules will suffer the same fate as that person just now. Do you understand everything? Zhao Yin's voice echoed in the cave. Everyone was trembling and staring at Zhao Ying in horror, but no one dared to speak. Should he obey Zhao Ying, or try desperately to find a chance to escape? This is a multiple-choice question, and they are all waiting for others around them to make a choice first. You're all talking? Do you understand? Zhao Ying asked again. Still no one spoke, and there seemed to be only Zhao Yin's voice in the cave. Bah! Another gunshot was heard, and Zhao Ying fired directly. In the crowd, the top of a bald old man's skull was blown off, and his brains splattered everywhere. The next moment, the crowd fell into chaos again. Oh, don't kill me. I don't want to die, woo-woo. Captain Wang, where is Captain Wang? Why don't you come back to protect us? Don't shoot, please. My child is only 3 years old and can't be without a mother. People near the periphery tried their best to squeeze in, and people inside were squeezed so hard that they couldn't breathe, so they pushed people out. Bang! No one expected that Zhao Ying would shoot again at this time. Another old man fell. You're all breaking my rules, aren't you? Zhao Ying cursed. The crowd finally quieted down again. Only then did they realize that wasting that person's words would result in death. It turns out that he really doesn't have to think twice before killing people. He just does it completely spontaneously. Soon, voices rang out from the crowd. I understand. I understand. I understand. I understand. More and more voices came. And in the end, everyone was scrambling to answer Zhao Yin's words, fearing that if they were a little slow, they would miss the opportunity to please the new leader. Zhao Yin raised his hand slightly, and the crowd became quiet again. He paced back and forth with a pistol in his hand, speaking loudly. Listen to me, all women over 50. Come here and stand in a row. Women under 50, bring children under 5. Stand in a separate row. Children over 5, stand in this direction. You men stand over there. Zhao Yin pointed in several directions with the gun barrel. The next moment, everyone immediately took action, and the footsteps of hundreds of people formed a roar in the cave. After 4 long lines were formed, there were still a few children under the age of 5 left, all crying loudly. Whose children are these, and why are no one taking them away? Zhao Yin looked towards the group of young and strong women. In fact, a group of young and strong women who had been in the cave before stayed behind to take care of their children. At this time, the woman standing at the front of the team whispered, "These children were rescued by Captain Wang and his team. Some of their parents were killed by the meteorite rain, and some of their parents died of illness in the cave. They are all orphans, so no one wants to take it away." It was Captain Xie who had been taking care of them. Now Captain Xie. The woman looked at Zhao Yin in fear and didn't dare to continue. Obviously, she still believed that it was Zhao Yin who killed Xie Jinshan. Zhao Yin did not explain. He raised his hand and pointed at the group of ants, picking out a few who looked energetic. You. Each of you take these children away. No matter what method you use, I can't hear their voices again." Several middle-aged women immediately walked over, picked up the orphans one by one, and covered their mouths. The basic composition of the crowd can finally be seen at a glance. There are 4 teams and more than 300 ants. There are still 74 people left. There were 49 children under 5 years old and 37 children between 5 and 12 years old. 42 young and strong women. There were 2 reasons why Zhao Yin separated them into teams. First, the target is that group of uncles. Separating them makes it easier to kill them. Although the old men are old, many of them still have some strength. In addition, based on their previous actions, and given Zhao Yin's character, it is unlikely that he will allow them to stay here and cause trouble. In addition, Zhao Yin plans to settle down in the cave. At least, this place is a good shelter until he finds the flying white tiger and the space pendant. So he has to have sufficient control over the cave. Chapter 67, Wu Xuegui. Where is Old Wu? Who is Old Wu? Zhao Yin thought of Old Wu, who was in charge of supplies mentioned by Xie Jinhai. Without Old Wu taking the initiative to step forward, everyone immediately looked at a bald man standing among the group of uncles. He was thin, wearing a tattered suit, and was one of the few people in the team who washed his face. "Hello, boss. My name is Wu Xuegui. When Captain Wang was still here, he asked me to manage the supplies here." Wu Xuegui bent slightly, revealing his shiny head. Zhao Yin nodded. "Come over to me." Wu Xuegui looked to be only in his 40s and had a limp. Perhaps for this reason, he was not taken out by Captain Wang and was not called by Xie Jinshan to help resist Luo Chang. Just as Wu Xuegui came in front of Zhao Yin suddenly grabbed his collar and lifted him up with one hand. "Boss!" Wu Xuegui was horrified. How could the other person be so strong? Is he still a human being? "I want all the supplies here. Do you know what to do?" Zhao Yin asked. All the supplies are in the warehouse. Every transaction is recorded in detail. This is the rule set by Captain Xie. I dare not hide it from the boss, and I cannot hide it." Wu Xuegui was sweating coldly, but he forced a smile. "I will take you to see it now, boss. Please let me go." Zhao Yin nodded, realizing that this man was still organized even in a crisis. No wonder Captain Wang and Xie Jinshan placed him in this important position. "How did your leg become lame?" Zhao Yin asked. "When I was a soldier, I was stationed on the border with India. I became disabled in a conflict. This is my prosthetic limb." Another veteran. Zhao Yin let go of his hand and followed Wu Xuegui to the other side of the cave, muttering as he walked. "It's still too noisy and not quiet enough." As soon as these words were spoken, all the contracted beasts immediately understood Zhao Yin's intention. Squeak! The little monkey was the first to rush towards the group of old men. As it took a step, it transformed into a giant. Everyone's eyes widened when they saw such a magical scene. Even the group of old men were looking at the monkey that suddenly grew bigger in shock. Immediately afterwards, Lao He and the 6 giant rats, still carrying mountains of supplies, rushed forward quickly, not to kill people, but to surround the team that the old man was in. The next moment, Lao Niu and Song Xiaodao also rushed over. In an instant, the sounds of impact, the sound of sharp blades entering flesh, screams, and the sound of broken bones were heard incessantly. The smell of blood quickly spread in the air. The head with white hair was rolling around. There was blood all over the ground. No one in the other 3 teams dared to speak. Everyone watched this scene trembling. At this time, the remaining uncles were all panicked. They knew that these contracted beasts all listened to Zhao Yin. Someone shouted at Zhao Yin loudly. "Little bastard, what on earth do you want to do?" Boss, please spare my life. I won't dare to do it again. Captain Xie was harmed by Lao Wan and his gang. It has nothing to do with me." Boss, you can't leave. Make these beasts stop." Wu Xuegui's lame legs were getting weak, and he didn't dare to look back. I can only try my best to make myself look more relaxed. However, I vaguely heard that Captain Xie was harmed by Lao Wan and his men, and it had nothing to do with Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin followed him slowly, and when he noticed something, he asked calmly, "Are you afraid of me?" "No, I dare not." "No, I'm not afraid, boss. Please don't misunderstand me." Wu Shuegui's lips were trembling. "Aren't you afraid of me?" Zhao Yin's voice turned cold. "Ah, I'm afraid, no, not afraid." Wu Shuge waved his hands repeatedly, spoke incoherently, and almost knelt down to Zhao Yin. "You should say that you only admire me and respect me, and there is no question of being afraid of me or not." After Zhao Yin finished speaking, he took a step forward. Wu Shuge limped along again and led the way, not daring to speak again. The fact that he was valued by Captain Wang and Xie Jinshan showed that he had a smart mind, but now he found that he couldn't see through the man in front of him. It's not that the other person's thoughts are so deep, but that they are too difficult to figure out. Soon, they arrived at a cave entrance, but were blocked by two iron doors. Wu Shuge stepped forward to remove the chain, opened the iron gate, and explained, "This is the warehouse in the cave. It used to be a storage room for the cleaners in the scenic area. Later, Captain Wang saw that this place was suitable for storing supplies, so he asked me to clean it up and move all the supplies here. Boss, please follow me in." The so-called warehouse is only about 20 square meters. The place was filled with junk, but arranged in an orderly manner, showing that Wu Shuegue, the warehouse keeper, was usually very attentive. The first thing I saw was a pile of scrap metal that was picked up from somewhere about 300 or 400 kilograms. Next to it was an earthen furnace and a dozen molds. Zhao Yin took a look and knew that someone had used these things to melt iron to make guns and daily necessities. In addition, there were more than a dozen large iron pots, several hundred kilograms of charcoal, a pile of clothes, and more than a dozen bundles of bamboo poles 5 or 6 meters long. These junk have no effect on Zhao Yin. On the day of the doomsday, there were hundreds of thousands of tourists in the scenic area, but only 1,000 or 2,000 people escaped into the cave. Many of them were seriously injured. Captain Wang asked us to do our best to rescue them, but only 700 or 800 people survived, and the clothes on the dead were not wasted. Xie Jinshan pointed to the pile of clothes, as if he remembered something, and sighed. "Where's the food? What have you been eating for the past month?" Zhao Yin asked directly. Wu Shuegue pointed at the pile of bamboo poles and said, "This was originally a bamboo forest planted by the scenic spot next to the pond. After the apocalypse, they withered and died. Captain Wang asked us to cut them down for fishing. In addition, tourists are used to carrying food. At that time, 1,000 or 2,000 people poured into the cave and brought in a lot of food. Captain Xie later melted these big pots and cooked bread, ham, and other things with the fish we caught every day. We managed to survive that month. Later, when the food ran out, Captain Wang found a newly grown vine in the cave. The leaves were edible, and he was able to pick 100 to 200 kilograms of them every day and mix them with fish to make soup. That saved a few people from starving to death." From Zhao Yin's perspective, Wu Shuegui's cheeks were sunken and his eyes were dull. Wu Shuege licked his lips and said, "Unfortunately, the fish in the pond cannot be endless. Captain Wang only allows catching 30 fish a day, saying that it is a long-term strategy." Zhao Yin breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. He had been afraid that Wu Shuegue would say something like cannibalism for a living. "There are indeed mutant crops here. Take me to see the vine," Zhao Yin said. He said it calmly, but he was a little excited inside. "I've been tired of eating chestnuts and rat meat lately, and I'm lacking other types of food to improve my diet. There are not only fish here, but also mutated vegetables that we haven't eaten for a long time." Wu Shuege pulled aside the pile of clothes and revealed a crack in the stone wall, which was formed naturally. "Boss, please follow me." Zhao Yin was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the mutant crop was hidden here. He followed Wu Shuegue into the crack, where there was a different world inside, a cave hall covering an area of nearly 1,000 square meters. This place has not been developed as a scenic spot, and there is no light source shining in. Only the stalactites above the head occasionally flash phosphorescence, like a sky full of stars in the night sky. A vine as thick as a thigh took root on a nearby stone wall and covered an area of about 70 or 80 square meters. Its round leaves were thick and tender. Crispy ear vegetable, E-level mutant plant, rich in nutrients. Effect: treats stubborn diseases. Special effect: regenerates 24 hours after picking. Zhao Yin paused for a moment. It turned out to be an E-level mutant crop. Evolved beings generally do not get sick, but once they do, it is difficult to cure. There is no medical care in the apocalypse, and the efficacy of this crisp ear vegetable can sometimes save lives. What Zhao Yin likes most is things that can save his life. Moreover, the special effect of this crisp ear vegetable is its cyclic rebirth. No wonder Wu Shuegue said that he can pick 2 to 300 kilograms of it every day. No wonder those old men and women, although skinny as sticks, few of them look sick. Apart from food, the most lacking thing in the apocalypse is medicine. Even if Zhao Yin doesn't need it, he can exchange it for the supplies he wants from other camps in the future. From now on, no one is allowed to come in without my permission, including you, Zhao Yin said, staring into Wu Shuegue's eyes. Wu Shuegue smiled and said, "Got it, boss. I'll lock the door of the warehouse and give you the key." After saying this, a sad look flashed across Wu Shuegue's eyes. Does this mean you own it? From now on, how will the 400 or 500 people in the cave survive? Chapter 68, Blood Red Stone. Zhao Yin and Wu Shuegue returned to the warehouse. Zhao Yin pointed at the dozen or so bundles of bamboo poles and said, "Distribute them immediately. For those who are still alive, find a few to pick crispy ear vegetables and the rest to go fishing, including children over 5 years old." Everyone going fishing? Wu Shuegue was surprised. "Are you trying to catch all the fish in the pond? Didn't you understand?" Zhao Yin narrowed his eyes. Wu Shuegue was startled and bowed quickly. "Okay, boss, I'll arrange it right away." After saying that, Wu Shuegue walked out and quickly brought with him a dozen strong middle-aged women who carried all the bamboo poles out of the warehouse. Zhao Yin didn't watch them distribute the bamboo poles and pointed at the big pots. "I'll ask Lao Hei to bring you some rat bones later. Those who catch fish today will have bone soup, and those who don't catch any fish will not." Zhao Yin understands that if you want the horse to run, you have to feed it grass. He took those rat bones, which he looked down upon, with him simply because he didn't want them to be wasted. Rat bones don't have much meat on them, but they are quite heavy, and now they have become a burden to Lao Hei and the others. If they encounter an accident, the contracted beasts, carrying the extremely heavy load, will not have much combat power at all. It's a good idea to use it here at this time. At least it's much better than wasting it. Zhao Yin didn't care about draining the pond to catch all the fish. What he wanted was to catch all the fish in the pond and take them away during the time he stayed there. Wu Shuegue was stunned again. Rat bone soup? They're the bones of big rats. They're similar to cow bones, but taste better, Zhao Yin said. Wu Shuegue suddenly became excited. Captain Wang and his men paid a heavy price because the big rat was too delicious. Now we have rat bone soup to drink. Boss, I will tell them what you said. There must be many people willing to work hard for you, Wu Shuegue said happily, then limped out. Zhao Yin did not expect that rat bones would be so attractive to these people. In fact, from his point of view, rat bones are not a good thing, even worse than the fish in the pond. But for the people in the cave, they haven't had a full meal for a long time, let alone the delicious food they have been thinking about. After Zhao Yin walked out of the warehouse, he went to where the queue was previously. Song Xiaodao and his contracted beasts had already dealt with all the old men, leaving a few old women to deal with the corpses. Not far away, hundreds of people were holding bamboo poles in their hands. Many of them had already removed the threads from old clothes and were preparing to twist them into hemp ropes. Next, they only need to bend the wire from the pile of scrap metal into an iron hook and tie a rope to it, and it will be a simple fishing rod. Boss, I left 10 elderly ladies to take care of children under 5 years old and 30 young and strong women to pick crispier vegetables. All the rest were equipped with fishing rods. Wu Shuegue reported. Did you use this to fish before? Zhao Yin asked with a frown. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, boss. This is the only condition we have. Although the equipment is simple, if dozens of people fish together, it is still no problem to catch 30 fish a day, said Wu Shuegue. Zhao Yin hesitated slightly and called out, Song Xiaodao. Zhao Yin. Song Xiaodao walked over. Give each of them a piece of dried meat as bait for fishing. Anyone who dares to steal, it will be killed, Zhao Yin said. Song Xiaodao agreed and went to find a little monkey to help distribute the dried meat. Soon, a group of people carrying fishing rods headed for the pond in the front hall. Zhao Yin followed the crowd and watched. Soon, the not-so-big pool of water was surrounded by 500 or 600 people. Someone couldn't wait to cast the rod, and a few minutes later, a fish took the hook, and then a black carp weighing more than a pound was pulled up. Wu Shuegue's eyes widened immediately. Boss, what kind of meat did you give them as bait? We fished for a long time before, but no fish took a bite. The fish here are much harder to bite than those outside. Why is this meat? It's the meat of big rats, Zhao Yin said casually. Wu Shuegue was stunned and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. The boss actually uses rat meat to fish? That kind of rat meat is a top-notch delicacy. Even before the end of the world, it wouldn't be wasted like this, right? Zhao Yin was quite happy at this time. She walked directly to the old lady who caught the fish, took the black carp off the hook, and looked at the bait on the hook. She just tore off a small piece of meat thread and put it on the iron hook. There was no waste. Zhao Yin nodded. Tonight, you can drink rat bone soup. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. The ant bowed excitedly. Zhao Yin held the fish and walked towards the passage. He soon returned to the hall in front of the warehouse and handed the fish to Song Xiaodao. Go cook fish soup. It's a snack for lunch today. Great, there's fish soup to drink. Song Xiaodao happily carried the fish and skipped away. But after avoiding Zhao Yin's sight, she took a walk from the old cow's back, then found the ants who were taking care of the children and asked coldly, "Who knows how to cook fish soup?" I can. So can I. Almost all Annies can cook fish soup. Before the end of the world, they were all retired elderly people. Those who could travel had almost no health problems. Their hobbies at home, apart from playing mahjong and square dancing, were that they had enough time to study recipes. Song Xiaodao threw the pot and the fish to an old lady who had washed her face. I'll give you a piece of dried meat secretly, and you help me cook the fish soup. Don't let Zhao Yin know. The ant nodded in surprise. Okay, boss. The woman who is in charge of picking crispy ear vegetables asked me to ask you if they also have rat bone soup in the evening? Wu Shuegue asked Zhao incautiously. Zhao Yin nodded. Go tell them that those who work hard will have food to eat. If anyone dares to hide it, even if it's just one person, I will kill them all and feed them to the rats. Today, in front of everyone, he slaughtered those old men in the most brutal way. I believe no one would dare to hide it. At least, they haven't had the courage to do anything in the past 2 days. However, Zhao Yin still used this method to let them supervise each other. Wu Shuegue shuddered. Got it, boss. After saying that, he did not leave immediately, and a look of hesitation appeared on his face. Do you have anything else to say? Zhao Yin asked. The corner of his eye fell on Song Xiaodao in the distance, and he saw all the lazy little movements of that girl. Boss, there are actually some things in the warehouse. I don't know whether I should give them to you, Wu Shuegue said hesitantly. Zhao Yin turned around and looked at him, his eyes gradually colder. Are you still hiding something from me? I was so anxious to see the crispy vegetables that I didn't have time to look at the bill. Wu Shuegue's face suddenly turned red, and he fell to his knees with a plop. Boss, listen to me. I'm not hiding anything on purpose. It's just that those things are useless. What's more, after giving them to you, they may bring you danger. What is it? Zhao Yin became interested. He stared at Wu Shuegue's evasive eyes and immediately understood that the other party was afraid that he would suspect him of having bad intentions. If the other party really wanted to hide something from him, he would not risk telling it now. Wu Shuegue took out a fist-sized rag bag from his pocket and handed it to Zhao Yin respectfully with both hands. Boss, you may not believe this, but inside the heads of those zombies, there are 2 kinds of stones, one transparent and the other blood red. The transparent stone has no effect, but if you crack the blood red stone, something will appear out of thin air. Sometimes it's food, sometimes it's water, and it's possible. It could be poison. Zhao Yin's heart shrank. Isn't the blood red stone that Wu Shuegue mentioned the star crystal? It turns out that they had discovered the secret of star crystals long ago. Chapter 69, Thunder Power. Zhao Yin took the rag bag and opened it directly. Inside were 2 bottles of medicine, a pink pill, and more than 100 corpse crystals. Boss, this is a transparent stone? Wu Shuegue pointed at the corpse crystal and said, at the beginning, Captain Wang and his team did an experiment and asked someone to crack open a piece. The result? The person turned into a zombie. When Zhao Yin heard this, he immediately remembered some things from his previous life. Once the corpse crystal is knocked open, it will release energy. People who have not used evolutionary potions to unlock their potential will not be able to withstand it. If the corpse crystal is opened blindly, most people will turn into zombies immediately. Only a very small number of people will retain some consciousness and become monsters that are neither human nor zombie. They have human wisdom, but have completely lost their humanity. It feeds on fresh flesh and blood, and can also rely on corpse crystals to grow. It is extremely powerful, and its growth rate even exceeds that of ordinary zombies. They were later given a terrible name by the survivors: corpse demons. However, the number of corpse demons is extremely small. So in his previous life, when Zhao Yin learned of their existence, it was already the 7th year of the apocalypse. He died before he could learn more. He opened the Eye of True Sight. Evolution Potion. Grade E. Primary Potion. After taking it, it can activate the E-level evolution gene of the evolver and gain more powerful strength. Zhao Yin's hands trembled. This was exactly what he needed most right now. In his previous life, Zhao Yin deliberately stayed at level E for more than half a year without advancing in order to find a level E evolution potion, but in the end he still had to step into level D regretfully. Once a survivor exceeds the level of a potion, no amount of taking can make up for it. He thought it would take a long time to find the E-level evolution potion, or it might be the same as in his previous life. But he didn't expect that by such a coincidence, he would get what he had always dreamed of. Zhao Yin forced himself to calm down and looked at the next bottle of potion. Innate Ability Potion. Grade A. Type of Advanced Thunder Potion. After taking it, it will open the hidden innate ability of the evolver's bloodline. Thunder Grade A. Zhao Yin suddenly felt a little short of breath, and the emotions that had just calmed down began to boil again. His face slowly turned red. At this moment, even with Zhao Yin's strong willpower, he was also in a trance. What kind of luck is this? In terms of preciousness, this bottle of supernatural potion is far more precious than the E-level evolution potion. It is a treasure that is truly hard to obtain. In the 7 years of his previous life, Zhao Yin had only obtained the B-level supernatural power of true vision. Even Lin Tianfeng only gained a second superpower after becoming the Lord of the Contract, but it was only a B-level power type. This shows how rare the supernatural potion is. It is not something that can be obtained by just having materials and power. It all depends on luck. No one who gets the supernatural potion will sell it. Zhao Yin never expected that he would obtain a third superpower in this life, and it was an A-level one. He quickly put the 2 bottles of potion into the space ring and then looked at the pill. Pink pill. Grade B. Intermediate auxiliary pill. After taking it, you will fall in love with the opposite sex you see at first sight. Isn't this an upgraded version of Miss Heason? Before the end of the world, it would definitely be a treasure that the lickers would praise to the sky. For Zhao Yin, it's useless, Zhao said darkly. He quickly put the contents into his space ring, almost as fast as collecting the supernatural potion. As for the remaining corpse crystals, they are all of no grade. From this, Zhao Yin guessed that the cave guards had gone out to kill the zombies as soon as they broke out. Relying on strength and numbers, Zhao Yin walked from 5 kilometers away and did not see a large number of corpses along the way. He thought it must be their doing. Otherwise, with the strength of the cave guard, without evolvers, it would be difficult to deal with zombies above level F, let alone obtain star crystals. At this time, Wu Shuigui saw that the thing in Zhao Yin's hand suddenly disappeared, and he was only slightly surprised and then returned to normal. There was mystery everywhere about this young man, and he was used to it. Boss, those drugs are very dangerous. You must be careful. We had a bottle of drugs before. Captain Wang had someone take it, and that person bled out of all 7 orifices on the spot. He died in the blink of an eye. Since then, Captain Wang has ordered that any drugs obtained should be stored in the warehouse, and no one is allowed to use them without permission. At this moment, Zhao Yin understood in his heart that the bottle was probably also an evolution potion, at least above grade E. That person is not even an evolver. It would be strange if he didn't die if he rashly took such an advanced potion. In fact, F-grade accounts for a large proportion of the evolution potions prescribed by Star Crystal. Otherwise, wouldn't those evolvers who don't have the Eye of True Vision have all died? When Zhao Yin felt sorry for the bottle of potion, he secretly sighed, not knowing whether to say that the guard team had bad luck or were too lucky. It is not an exaggeration to describe them as having incredible luck, but they have a treasure trove but don't know how to use it, which is a good thing for Zhao Yin. What about other things? Are there any? Zhao Yin asked, and then added, things from the blood-red stone. The records are all here. Wu Shuige handed an account book to Zhao Yin and said, not long after the meteor shower stopped, the food in the cave rotted and became smelly. Captain Wang organized people to go out and look for supplies. A total of 12 blood-red stones were obtained. The food and water were given as prizes to the survivors. Only these harmful transparent stones and medicine were left. Did you eat all that food? Zhao Yin asked with eyes wide open. Have eaten. Wu Shuige nodded nervously and then quickly said, they ate all of it. I didn't eat a single bite. At that time, The guard team had not yet been officially established. Captain Wang distributed all of it to them in order to make them work hard. It is said that it tastes very good. After saying this, Wu Shuige swallowed his saliva subconsciously. Zhao Yin felt a pang of pain in his flesh. These bastards actually ate extraordinary food as ordinary food. They deserve to be poisoned to death by the potion. The guy named Captain Wang should be thankful that he died outside. Otherwise, Zhao Yin would have skinned him alive. Extraordinary food? Wu Shuige was stunned. Zhao Yin was too lazy to explain to him and waved his hand. Go and see how the fish are doing. If they're over 100 kilograms, start organizing people to smoke them into jerky. Also, make all those crispy ear vegetables into jerky vegetables for me. After saying that, Zhao Yin turned and left. Crispy ear vegetables can be made into dried vegetables. This was Zhao Yin's original plan. During the time he stayed there, he would pick and dry as much as possible and finally dig up the roots and rhizomes before leaving. But Zhao Yin is currently lacking Nongfu Spring. In order to protect the life of the chestnut tree roots, the remaining Nongfu Spring has been used up these days. He planned to go out to look for the flying white tiger tomorrow after finishing the things at hand and kill zombies to get corpse crystals and star crystals. As for the space pendant, the only information Zhao Yin knew was that it was on a corpse king. Zhao Yin found a piece of open space, put out the invisible tent, ordered the contracted beast to guard outside, and walked straight in. Zhao Yin, the fish soup is ready. Look, it's all milky white. Come and taste your fiancé's cooking. Song Xiaodao held a pot of fragrant fish soup and swallowed his saliva. Hey, where is Zhao Yin? The little monkey pointed to an empty space. Song Xiaodao immediately realized that it was an invisible convertible and quickly groped for the door. The little monkey grabbed her clothes and shook his head vigorously. Song Xiaodao asked, "What is Zhao Yin doing?" The little monkey squeaked and gestured, meaning that it felt its master was getting stronger. He's evolving again? Song Xiaodao suddenly understood something and widened his eyes. Didn't he just evolve to E-level? 1 hour passed. 2 hours passed. It was not until dark that Zhao Yin's figure finally walked out of the invisible tent. Chapter 70 White Cat. Human male, awaken superpower, E-level evolver. Evolution degree 100 to 0.26. Strength 62, agility 69, stamina 50, spirit 95, talent B-level shooting, life countdown. 109,963 days. At this time, Zhao Yin had already unlocked his E-level potential, and all of his attributes had almost doubled. His 5 senses became more acute, and he could hear the smallest sound from 5 kilometers away. If there were no obstacles, he could even see a mosquito flying from 5 kilometers away. Moreover, Zhao Yin has already mastered the A-level lightning ability, but it cannot be detected with the eye of true vision. Monkey, come here and let me test your strength. Zhao Yin said loudly with a smile on his face. In fact, Zhao Yin has never had any combat abilities, and he is always hesitant in doing things. At this moment, he felt like he had completely stood up. Master, are you sure? The little monkey quickly asked in his mind. I'm afraid I won't be able to control my strength, and I might hurt my master. I have chestnut leaves that can be used for treatment. If you defeat me, you will be rewarded with 5 F-level corpse crystals, said Zhao Yin. Squeak! The little monkey was immediately excited. Now, the reward from his master was no longer material things, but recognition and love for him. Master, please make your move. Let the little monkey experience your powerful strength. Zhao Yin stopped talking nonsense and punched the little monkey on the shoulder, using 70% of his strength. Bang! The little monkey staggered, took a step back, and stared at Zhao Yin with wide eyes. It remembered that its master didn't have so much strength before. Activate your special abilities and attack me with all your strength, Zhao Yin shouted. The next moment, he punched the little monkey again. Roar! Master, be careful! The little monkey instantly activated his ability to grow huge and punched Zhao Yin. It is already understood that the master's strength has greatly improved after this evolution, and it cannot be underestimated by the master. Boom! 2 fists, one big and one small, created a sonic boom. Just when the little monkey thought that he could definitely defeat his master by activating his supernatural powers, suddenly, an arc of electricity burst out from Zhao Yin's fist. The little monkey suddenly felt a shock all over his body. Every pore was numb. The force on his fist was forcibly interrupted. And then, bang, the little monkey's huge body fell out. At this moment, all the contracted beasts and Song Xiaodao were shocked. They looked at Zhao Yin in disbelief. Activate your dual superpowers. Zhao Yin scolded the little monkey. Master, I was careless earlier and didn't dodge. Monkeys are stubborn by nature, and the recent failure has aroused the little monkey's competitive spirit. It must maintain its place in its owner's heart. Next, I will show my strength to the master. Very good, said Zhao Yin. The little monkey directly activated his second superpower, and with his huge body that was nearly 3 meters tall, he suddenly rushed toward Zhao Yin, creating a gust of wind. Zhao Yin understood that the little monkey had activated his dual superpowers, and his strength and speed were probably more than 2.5 times his own. He did not choose to confront the little monkey head-on, and an arc of electricity appeared on his fingertips again. The little monkey opened its mouth wide, as if laughing. Its speed far surpassed Zhao Yin's. Before the electric arc was shot out, its speed suddenly exploded to the extreme. His figure instantly flashed behind Zhao Yin, and his big hand grabbed his collar. Owner! However, before it had time to feel proud, an electric net suddenly appeared behind Zhao Yin. It instantly bounced along the little monkey's arm and onto it. The little monkey's body suddenly stiffened, and then he fell to the ground with his limbs twitching. Zhao Yin turned around and looked at it, and said calmly, Monkey, you lose. After the paralysis of the little monkey disappeared, he lowered his head and got up from the ground. His mood instantly became depressed. Master, I disappoint you. You are strong, Zhao Yin said sincerely. He took out 5 F-level corpse crystals and threw them to the little monkey, saying, This is your prize. Master, there are prizes? The little monkey immediately became happy again. Of course, you are my first contracted beast, and the position of Vanguard Officer will always be yours, Zhao Yin said. In fact, Zhao Yin just wanted to try out his new combat ability. The main reason he was able to defeat the little monkey was because he knew its strength very well, while it was the first time for the little monkey to encounter thunder-related supernatural powers. If it happened again, or if the little monkey really tried to fight, or if the little monkey used the Rat King's claw, the outcome might be different. Of course, Zhao Yin would not say this. He wanted to maintain the pressure in front of his contracted beast. Zhao Yin, when can I obtain such a powerful ability? Song Xiaodao pouted, pinched his fingers and whispered, I also want to be as good as you. Do you think superpowers are easy to come by? Zhao Yin asked. I'm the only one who's still at F level. Even Shui and the others are stronger than me, Song Xiaodao said aggrievedly. Zhao Yin said casually, I will go to hunt zombies tomorrow. You can go too. If you want superpowers, go kill zombies and get star crystals. If you can really get superpowers, they are yours and you don't have to hand them in. Really, I will never break my promise. Less than 1 in 10,000 survivors in the apocalypse can gain superpowers. Countless survivors spent their entire lives without ever seeing a single hair. He didn't believe that Song Xiaodao could really develop supernatural powers. He was just comforting her. Zhao Yin had already made plans for Song Xiaodao's strength improvement. Once she had collected enough corpse crystals to allow her to evolve to E level, she would allow her to evolve. As for superpowers, let's wait until Zhao Yin becomes stronger. While Song Xiaodao was waiting for Zhao Yin, he was secretly eating the fish soup, and now there was not a drop left in the pot. Zhao Yin, I'll go cook the fish soup for you again, said the little girl, and ran towards the pond like a thief. After most of the day, more than 1,000 kilograms of fresh fish had been caught. Some Annies were killing fish by the pond, while others built a fire to dry the fish. Lao He and 4 giant rats patrolled the shore to prevent anyone from stealing food. There are also 2 giant rats. One is supervising the picking of crispy ear vegetables, and the other is supervising the baking of crispy ear vegetables. At night, Wu Xuegui set up more than a dozen large pots and cooked the several hundred kilograms of rat bones that Zhao Yin gave him, mixed with fish scales, fish gills, internal organs, fish oil, and other things. All the survivors lined up in a long queue waiting for their meals. Everyone had a smile on their face. They hadn't eaten a full meal for a long time. At this time, Zhao Yin cooked a big pot of chestnut porridge, stir-fried a crispy ear vegetable with smoked rat meat, and roasted a large piece of rat king meat. Together with a big pot of fish soup cooked by Song Xiaodao and a steamed big-head carp, the simple square table was filled with food. There were also several iron pots on the ground filled with meat and fish soup. Then Zhao Yin called back all the contracted beasts and opened a bottle of Matai that he had been reluctant to drink. In an instant, the aroma of wine and meat wafted out of the tent. A little girl of about 11 or 12 was drooling with greed. Uncle Wu, is it true that Daddy won't come back? Asked the little girl. Wu Shuigue poured a large spoonful of bone soup and deliberately picked up a large piece of crispy bone and poured it into the little girl's bowl. He sighed, "Even if Captain Wang comes back, you still have to call that guy boss. Do you understand?" The girl was Captain Wang's biological daughter, and this was the only secret that Wu Shuigue dared not tell Zhao Yin. When she heard this, her eyes darkened. In fact, if Dad could be like the boss, Uncle Xie would not have died. "Uncle Wu, can you let me meet the boss alone? I have something to say to him." "You want to look for the boss?" Wu Shuigue was stunned. What important matter could a little girl have to go to see the boss about? He quickly warned, "The boss is not like your father. If things go wrong, someone will die. Get rid of this idea as soon as possible. Your father and Uncle Xie are not here, and I have the responsibility to take care of you. Don't mention this matter again in the future." "Uncle Wu, is it really not okay for me to just say a few words?" the girl begged. "How can I, your Uncle Wu, have such a big face? In fact, even I can't meet the boss casually," Wu Shuigue said perfunctorily. At this time, an old lady who was queuing for food behind her was urging her, so the girl had no choice but to leave with the bowl. She returned to a corner of the cave, where there was a simple shack made of a wooden frame with a few torn sheets hanging on it. It was where the girl Wang Xiaolei lived with her father. Meow. Just as the girl approached, a weak cat's cry was heard from the shack. "Xiaobai, there's food." The girl's voice was filled with excitement. Pulling aside the curtain, a rough wooden bed was revealed, and on the dirty bedding lay a kitten. It was snow white all over, lying there weakly, starving to the point of only bones left, but its pair of blue eyes were still alert. Seeing clearly that it was Wang Xiaolei, the kitten cooed and slowly crawled towards her. "Have a good meal tonight, and go to the West Mountain to look for the flying white tiger tomorrow morning. Kill zombies and look for star crystals on the way. Rat 1, Rat 2, Rat 3, Rat 4, you will stay in the cave tomorrow and be responsible for guarding the supplies and deterring the survivors. The other contracted beasts and Song Xiaodao, come with me. Now eat," Zhao Yin announced. After a night's rest, the sky was dim the next morning. Zhao Yin left all the supplies behind, asked Shu Yi and the others to guard them, and took the 5 contracted beasts and Song Xiaodao out of the cave. Chapter 71 Golden Saddle. After the rain 4 days ago, the nearby forests became much more lush overnight, and all traces of previous capital development disappeared. Instead, there's the grandeur of life, but for some reason, it always makes people feel desolate and sad. On the muddy road where Zhao Yin arrived yesterday, the weeds had grown taller, up to waist height. Zhao Yin directly ordered Lao He to lead the way. Lao He's huge body crushed all the weeds along the way, turning them into a green carpet. Zhao Yin stepped on it, feeling soft under his feet, and the air was filled with the fragrance of vegetation. It's rare to feel so comfortable, as if this is not the end of the world. The team was moving faster than when they came. 20 minutes later, Zhao Yin and his group went west for more than 10 kilometers, and zombies finally appeared on the road again. Roar! 7 or 8 zombies discovered Lao He, who was at the front of the team, and rushed towards him instantly. Their speed was several times faster than that of the unevolved zombies. Zhao Yin opened the eye of true vision. Male zombie, F-level, evolution degree 100 to 3, strength 21, agility 14, spirit 1.7. Female zombie, F-level, evolution degree 100 to 1, strength 20, agility 15, spirit 0.3. Male zombie, F-level. Zhao Yin was shocked to find that all the zombies were F-level. I remember the small group of zombies we encountered 4 days ago. Less than 1/10 of them evolved to F-level zombies. It was because of the rain that the surviving animals became active again, and their flesh and blood accelerated the evolution of the zombies. Zhao Yin murmured. At this time in his previous life, he was having a hard time even staying alive and didn't notice these things. At this time, Lao He seemed to be provoked, and he flashed and crashed into the group of zombies. There was a constant sound of crackling, and in less than 3 seconds, all the zombies fell to the ground. 4 of them were cut in half by Lao He's sharp claws, and the rest had their heads cut off. From beginning to end, Zhao Yin never stopped. "Get to work," he said. The remaining 2 giant rats rushed forward quickly and cut off the zombies' heads in a few strokes. Monkey and Song Xiaodao followed behind and picked up the quartz crystals. Zhao Yin and his party continued on their journey, delayed for less than a minute. Less than a kilometer ahead, another group of zombies appeared. This time there were 40 or 50 zombies. Zhao Yin saw the tallest zombie among them at a glance. Male zombie, E-level, Evolution degree 112, strength 51, agility 34, defense 48, spirit 9. Except for this E-level zombie, all the others are F-level. Everyone charge forward and end the battle as soon as possible. Monkey, do you see that tall zombie? We have star crystals. Go and pick off its head from me. Zhao Yin gave the order directly. The attributes of that E-level zombie are much higher than the ordinary evolved E-level, and it must have devoured star crystals. Roar! The little monkey immediately activated his ability to grow giant, quickly put on a huge rat skin armor, held up the Rat King claw with one arm, and started running. Every step he took made a roar. Moo! The old cow also became excited. Since the zombies recovered, it had not fought for a long time, except for killing those useless old men. With its huge body, it rushed forward earlier than the little monkey. Seeing that his master's two old subordinates were so fierce, Lao He didn't want to fall behind, so he also led the two giant rats to charge. In the blink of an eye, all the contracted beasts rushed out. Only then did Song Xiaodao put on his rat skin armor and hung it behind his butt. Zhao Yin lit a cigarette, sat down on a stone by the roadside, crossed his legs, and squinted at the battle ahead. At this time, all the mutant beasts had rushed into the group of zombies. Even if they were two pseudo-mutant giant rats, their strength was by no means comparable to these zombies, not to mention the three real mutants. It was as easy as chopping melons and vegetables for them. The E-level zombies were very excited to see living things, but the next moment, most of their subordinates died in the blink of an eye. It roared, and all the zombies around it immediately rushed forward to intercept the old cow that was rushing in front, and then the E-level zombie turned around and fled. The E-level zombies that have devoured corpse crystals have already gained a high level of intelligence. However, the next moment, the E-level zombie felt a gust of wind behind it and turned back in horror. A Rat King's claw, flashing with cold light, slashed towards its neck. With the speed of this E-level zombie, it is impossible to dodge. Puff! The head flew up and was grabbed by a jumping little monkey. Then the little monkey held the head with one arm, biting the Rat King's claw in his mouth, and rushed all the way, killing 7 or 8 zombies before returning to Zhao Yin. Master, your head is cut off. My head! Zhao Yin was speechless. This monkey still couldn't speak. He was too lazy to care, so he took out a short Rat King claw and gently cut the head open. With 2 clicks, an E-level corpse crystal and a star crystal rolled out with dark brown brain matter. Zhao Yin directly pinched the star crystal open, and white light flashed in his hand. Golden saddle, grade C, type of extraordinary mount equipment. Mount movement speed plus 80, load-bearing strength plus 100, additional effect mount movement speed plus 5%. Zhao Yin was already ready to welcome Nongfu Spring, but when he saw the heavy saddle in his hand, he was stunned. It turned out to be a rare mount type equipment, and it was C-level. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Yin felt a surge of joy in his heart. Is it that in this life, the chance of getting good things from star crystals has increased, or is it just that my luck is incredible? However, it is a good thing to be able to get good things, and there is no need to think too much about it. At this time, the mutant beasts and Song Xiaodao had already resolved the battle, and all 47 F-level zombies had turned into real corpses. In fact, it takes longer to dig out corpse crystals than to kill zombies. Zhao Yin, the corpse crystals are all here, but no star crystals are found. Song Xiaodao walked toward Zhao Yin holding a pile of corpse crystals, and then she found something shining with golden light in Zhao Yin's hand. What is this? Is it for me? This is a saddle. Do you want to equip it? Zhao Yin took the last puff of his cigarette, stamped out the cigarette butt, and then stood up. Song Xiaodao quickly shook his head. I don't want any equipment. Zhao Yin's gaze fell on a group of mutant beasts, and then his gaze was directly locked on Lao He. It is perfect as a mount. Lao He, come here. Zhao Yin hooked his finger. Lao He was immediately alerted and hurried to Zhao Yin. Master. Its eyes were full of excitement. In the past, every time the owner called the little monkey and the old cow like this, he would reward them. Zhao Yin put the saddle directly on Lao He's back, turned over, jumped up, and rode on. His feet were in the stirrups, and he felt that the horse was more stable and comfortable than he had imagined. This mount equipment will be given to you later. Zhao Yin said. Lao He was very happy. Master, I feel a lot lighter with this equipment. This piece of equipment adds 100 points of weight-bearing strength to you. Even if you carry another 1,000 kilograms, you will not feel more tired than usual. It also nearly doubles your movement speed. Zhao Yin patted Lao Hei's shoulder. Thank you, Master. From now on, Lao He will carry you to fight in this doomsday. Lao He said excitedly in his heart. The old cow and two giant rats nearby all looked envious. They all heard what Zhao Yin said. This piece of equipment was tailor-made for four-legged mutant beasts. Zhao Yin sensed the emotions of the three contracted beasts and comforted them. Don't worry, we'll open mount equipment later, and you'll all have them then. Zhao Yin, I also want to ride Lao He. Song Xiaodao held the corpse crystal and tilted his little head back. Zhao Yin bent down and pulled her onto the rat's back. Worried that she would fall, he simply held her in his arms and said to all the mutants, "Let's go. We're only 10 kilometers away from West Mountain." Along the way, we encountered several waves of zombies. All the zombies had evolved to level F, but we didn't encounter level E again. Zhao Yin easily harvested more than 200 F-level corpse crystals. At this moment, all the corpse crystals in his space ring added together could be converted into 4 E-level corpse crystals. Zhao Yin finally arrived at his destination, and a huge valley appeared in front of him. Chapter 72 Song Xiaodao Evolution. Xishan was once one of the most important attractions in the Dawei Mountain tourist area. There are more than 30 famous ancient temples on the mountain. The most famous Tianlong Temple is well known throughout the country. Countless tourists come here to burn incense and worship Buddha every day. The valley in front of us was originally a scenic spot with a variety of commercial gathering places, with hundreds of hotels, resorts, large shopping malls, and various luxury stores. Now all of that no longer exists. The ruins were overgrown with weeds and trees. Standing outside the valley, one could occasionally see zombies wandering in the wasteland. They were dressed in rags, had dead fish eyes, and veins bulged out from their pale skin. They were all F-class and moved quickly. Zhao Yin rode on Lao Hei's back, holding Song Xiaodao in his arms, closed his eyes and listened, and found that the deeper he went into the valley, the more frequent the footsteps of the zombies became. It is estimated that at least tens of thousands of zombies gathered here. Zhao Yin, there are zombies in there. Song Xiaodao also looked into the valley and lowered his voice and said, "It seems there are hundreds of them. Should we kill them?" "It's not just a few hundred. There are tens of thousands of them deep in the valley," Zhao Yin said. When Song Xiaodao heard this, he immediately thought of the industrial park and his face turned pale. "Let's go. This is the place I'm looking for," Zhao Yin said in a deep voice. It was here in his previous life that Zhao Yin captured the flying white tiger for Lin Huafeng. But by then, the flying white tiger had grown up and slaughtered all the zombies nearby. When Zhao Yin arrived, this place had evolved into a mountain forest, with only one flying white tiger entrenched there. "Don't worry. Even though there are many zombies, we are no longer as strong as before. Do you really want to kill all these zombies?" Song Xiaodao was still afraid. The scene in the industrial park has left a shadow in her heart. Zhao Yin took out the E-level corpse crystal and handed it to Song Xiaodao. "Evolve to E-level now, so you will have more strength in the battle later." Song Xiaodao took the corpse crystal and didn't dare to say anything more. She crushed it directly in Zhao Yin's arms. A faint white light spread in her palm and quickly penetrated into her body. Song Xiaodao's body trembled slightly. The evolvers use corpse crystals to increase their levels, unlike the first time they take the evolution potion. Soon, Song Xiaodao felt a powerful force emerging in her body, and her whole body became lighter, as if she had been carrying hundreds of pounds and suddenly put them down. The whole person feels comfortable and relaxed. After a long while, Song Xiaodao opened his eyes. "Zhao Yin, have I evolved to E-level now?" Zhao Yin opened the eye of true vision. Human female, E-level evolver, evolution degree 100 to 0, strength 29, agility 36, physical strength 23, spirit 19, life countdown, 60,102 days. "Okay, go down and prepare for the battle," Zhao Yin said, and threw Song Xiaodao off the rat's back. He ordered in his mind, "Monkey, you go and lead the zombies out. Remember, no more than 500 at a time. The other contracted beasts are ready to fight." Even though Zhao Yin's contracted beast group is now powerful and his own strength is no longer what it used to be, he still doesn't dare to rashly go deep into the valley. Even if tens of thousands of zombies stood still and let the contracted beasts kill them, it would be impossible to kill them all in one breath. Once their energy was exhausted, they would only be snacks for the zombies. The strategy he formulated was to lure the zombies out of the valley in waves and defeat them one by one. It is estimated that after obtaining the corpse crystals in the valley, he and his contracted beasts can be promoted to Class D. After receiving the order, the little monkey immediately activated his ability to grow huge and rushed into the valley at a rapid speed. Roar! Several zombies near the outermost edge of the valley immediately spotted the little monkey and pounced on it with roars. The little monkey didn't bother to pay attention to them at all. Its body turned into a gust of wind and rushed past several zombies in an instant. Then it ran 200 or 300 meters, and the roars of the zombies around it became more and more frequent, attracting at least 200 or 300 zombies. The little monkey turned and ran, followed by 200 or 300 zombies, including a tall E-level one. Prepare! Zhao took out the long-handled rat king claw and still sat upright on Lao Hei's back. The two giant rats, Lao Niu and Song Xiaodao beside him, quickly dispersed and prepared to hunt the corpses. The little monkey stopped after running to Zhao. Nearly 300 zombies gathered behind him, roaring and running towards him frantically. There were still a few zombies attracted from a distance. Keep quiet and kill them as soon as possible, Zhao said, squeezing his legs together and taking the initiative to face the group of zombies rushing out of the valley. Song Xiaodao and the contracted beast behind him immediately surrounded the group of corpses. Lao Hei approached the zombie in the front, and Zhao immediately swung the rat king claw to chop it off. But the next moment, the zombie was cut into 2 pieces by Lao Hei's claw. At this time, Lao Hei had already crashed into the group of zombies, waving his sharp claws, and all the zombies nearby were slaughtered before they could get close. Zhao suddenly realized that riding Lao Hei to show off was a mistake. It will only affect the speed at which he kills zombies. So Zhao jumped off the rat's back, took out a machete from the space ring, and replaced it with the Rat King's claw. The sharpness of the machete was enough to deal with these zombies, and the additional attribute of 15 points of sword swinging speed allowed Zhao to kill faster. As for the thunder-related abilities, they require the consumption of energy and are completely useless at this moment. At this time, a zombie approached Zhao with stiff steps at a very fast speed. He swung the machete he had just put on. Puff! A head flew up into the sky, and no one knew where it went. Then, before he could even look, 4 or 5 zombies had surrounded him. Zhao Yin's movement speed was 5 or 6 times faster than theirs. He moved to one side and broke out of the encirclement. Puff! Another zombie's head flew up. At this moment, all the contracted beasts behind him had already rushed into the group of corpses, and they started slaughtering them in an instant, with broken limbs and black blood flying everywhere. The most terrifying one is the old cow. Now that it has recovered its horns, it clamps its tail tightly to protect its anus. With every collision, more than a dozen zombies are smashed to pieces. The corpses fell down in groups and soon became sparse. Zhao Yin's gaze fell on the tall zombie 30 meters away, and then he swung his sword with all his strength. The 3 zombies in front of him were instantly cut in half. Zhao Yin stepped on the ground and quickly moved out, arriving in front of the tall zombie in the blink of an eye. At this time, this E-level zombie has not figured out what kind of people he will be facing. Zhao Yin slashed at it with a knife, and it instinctively raised its hand to block its snap. One arm was dismembered, and then Zhao Yin kicked it to the ground and chopped off its head with a knife. The difference in strength is too big. It's basically not much different from killing an F-level zombie, just 2 slashes and a kick. The zombies behind him had been killed by the contracted beasts, and only a few were left. Zhao Yin bent down and picked up the head of an E-level zombie. He went to a safe place and carefully cut it open, and found an E-level corpse crystal and a star crystal from the brain. Zhao Yin exerted force with his fingers, and the star crystal was opened. A white light flashed by, and it turned out to be a piece of sandwich bread. Yes, this kind of extraordinary food that can quickly recover from injuries is what we need right now. Zhao Yin smiled. It's good that it's not Nongfu Spring. He put it away directly. The last zombie behind him was chopped off by Song Xiaodao's Rat King claw. Its head and half of its shoulder were chopped off, and its dark heart hit Song Xiaodao. The little girl's white leather armor was covered with black blood, and her face was also dirty. Song Xiaodao didn't have time to feel distressed and heard Zhao Yindao say, "Collect all the corpse crystals within half an hour, and the little monkey will go and lure the zombies." Chapter 73 Crazy Harvest. Zhao Yin also joined the team to collect corpse crystals. Even with the speed of him, Song Xiaodao, and the contracted beasts, it still took 27 minutes to collect all the corpse crystals. There are 336 F-level corpse crystals in total. Immediately afterwards, the little monkey continued to lure the zombies, and after more than 10 minutes, he attracted more than 300 zombies again. Zhao Ying looked closely and saw that among the densely packed corpses, there was a particularly tall zombie. Another E-class. So the killing was repeated again. After more than 10 minutes, the zombies were killed, and it took another 20 minutes to collect the corpse crystals. After Zhao Ying collected all the corpse crystals, he frowned and calculated that including the time the little monkey took to lure the zombies, it would take about an hour to kill one wave. It's too slow. According to conservative estimates, there are more than 30,000 zombies in this valley. How long will it take to kill them all? It will take at least 4 or 5 days. Zhao Ying instructed Song Xiaodao. Go to the cave and ask Wu Shuigui to organize a group of people to help collect the corpse crystals. Select people who are quick and agile, and get here within 2 hours. Also, remember to bring some supplies and all the tools that can be used to open the skull in the cave. Tell Wu Shuigui that as long as he does a good job, I will leave all the rat bones to him when I leave. Monkey and Lao He are both faster. Shouldn't we let them go? Song Xiaodao said in a daze. Your strength is the weakest here. Zhao Ying said. Song Xiaodao pouted immediately and snorted. So I should run errands, serve tea and water, and I am not worthy of following you to kill zombies. She clenched her fists and ran back, muttering. Zhao Ying, you wait. Sooner or later, I will develop a power more powerful than yours. This place is less than 30 kilometers away from the cave. With Song Xiaodao's speed, he can get back in 20 minutes. The remaining hour or so is enough to organize people to get to Shishan. Zhao Ying turned around and said to the monkeys, attract more at a time and keep the number within 500. As long as they don't make too much noise, there won't be any problem. Understood, master? The little monkey went to attract the zombies again, and Zhao Ying directly pinched the star crystal he had just obtained in his hand. Compressed biscuits. It's still not Nongfu Spring, but a compressed biscuit for replenishing energy. The compressed biscuits in the past were not of much use to Zhao Ying himself, and he only gave them to the little monkey and the old cow. The thunder power he mastered now belongs to the elemental type and consumes the most energy. Eating compressed biscuits at critical moments can definitely greatly increase his fighting power. Zhao Ying put away the compressed biscuits. After a while, the little monkey came back, followed by 400 or 500 zombies. At this time, the area within a few hundred meters around Zhao Ying was filled with zombie corpses lying horizontally and vertically. He picked up the bloody machete and commanded in his mind, prepare for battle. All the contracted beasts around him immediately dispersed, preparing to welcome the arrival of the zombie horde. Zhao Ying looked carefully and saw that there were no E-level zombies in this batch of zombies, which made him feel a little regretful. 30 seconds later, the zombies poured out of the valley and the battle began again. Until the battlefield is cleaned up, 479 F-level corpse crystals were obtained. At this time, the old cow and the little monkey were already very tired after activating their combat abilities for a long time. Especially the little monkey, who had been responsible for attracting monsters, was breathing heavily. Zhao Ying found a clean open space, put out the invisible tent, and set up a big pot to cook rat king meat for the little monkey and the old cow. As for Lao He and the 2 E-level giant rats, they did not have combat abilities, so they did not consume much energy, so Zhao Ying still fed them chestnuts. After the 5 contracted beasts had eaten their fill, they all lay on the ground to rest. However, Zhao Ying was not idle. He took out all the corpse crystals in the space ring. He crushed dozens of them with one hand, not caring whether they were of grade free or grade F. He absorbed them crazily. Now that all the potential of Class E has been unlocked, Zhao Ying is preparing to be promoted to Class D as soon as possible. Half an hour later, Zhao Ying had absorbed all the corpse crystals. Human male, awaken superpower, E-level evolver, evolution degree 113.26, strength 62, agility 69, stamina 50, spirit 95, talent B-level shooting, life countdown, 109,963 days. He still needs more than 8,600 F-level corpse crystals, or 83 level ones, before he can evolve to D-level. At this time, outside the tent, a burst of dense footsteps was finally heard. They were all normal humans, about 100 people. Zhao Ying didn't need to guess. He knew that it was Song Xiaodao, who led Wu Shuigui and others. Have you recovered your energy? Zhao Ying asked in his heart. The 5 contracted beasts all said that they had recovered well. Zhao Ying led them out and directly put away the stealth tent. Wu Shuigui was leading more than 100 people, including 30 young women and more than 70 middle-aged women. When they saw the mountain of corpses beside Zhao Ying, all of them showed shock on their faces. Previously, in their minds, Zhao Yin was a murderous devil who could kill dozens of old men at will. Only then did I realize that he could not only kill people, but also kill zombies so crazily. Boss! Wu Shuege, who was limping on one leg, became more cautious, showed a flattering smile, and trotted toward Zhao Yin. Boss, I heard that you needed help, so I brought it for you. Zhao Yin's eyes fell on the group of women. Do you know why I called you here? The young women walking in front of the team all nodded immediately. Song Xiaomei told us to dig out the stone from the zombies' heads. Boss, these women are not afraid. They said as long as they have food, they will do anything, said Wu Shuegue. Zhao Yin nodded slightly. It would be best if they could have this awareness in the apocalypse. Food is fine. Just work hard for me, and I will never treat anyone unfairly. After saying that, Zhao Yin took out more than 100 chestnuts. Old Wu, share some with them. The nutritional value of these chestnuts is 10 times that of the ones before the apocalypse. If you eat them sparingly, they will not go hungry for 3 days. Wu Shuegue waved his hand, and all the women immediately came forward to get the chestnuts. They couldn't wait to eat them. Soon they found that even if eaten raw, the chestnuts were fresh and delicious, better than any fruit they had eaten before the end of the world. But they were just ordinary people, and each of them felt full after taking 2 bites. They originally thought that Zhao Yin was just trying to please everyone, but at this moment, when they looked at Zhao Yin, they were all shocked again. How does he have food that is so delicious and filling? If this end of the world is hell, then the man in front of me is the miracle in hell. In fact, they don't know that the crispy ear vegetables they usually eat are not less valuable than chestnuts. It's just that each person can only eat 1 or 2 boiled leaves every day, so they don't feel anything. 5 minutes later, everyone had received chestnuts. Zhao Yin ordered, everyone retreat 300 meters and come back to help when we need you. Song Xiaodao, you stay beside them and be responsible for killing the zombies running over. Next, the little monkey went again to attract the zombies. Soon, another 400 or 500 zombies chased it out of the valley. Zhao Yin took a look and saw that there were actually 2 E-level ones. 2 more star crystals were about to be obtained. Zhao Yin issued an order. Get ready, spread out, and hunt in 30 seconds. 30 seconds later, the zombies had entered a safe area. Zhao Yin was sure that killing them here would not attract zombies in the valley, so he was the first to rush into the zombie herd with a machete in hand. In an instant, the battle started again. Chapter 74 Let Song Xiaodao open the star crystal. Nongfu Spring. Grade F, extraordinary beverage. Replenishes 24 hours of water consumption after consumption. Sandwich bread. Grade F, extraordinary food. Replenishes 24 hours of energy consumption after consumption and has the added effect of healing injuries. After killing this wave of zombies, Zhao Yin personally went forward to find the bodies of 2 E-level zombies, took out 2 star crystals, and opened them directly. Nongfu Spring is finally out. The effect of sandwich bread can be replaced by chestnut leaves, which is not what Zhao Yin wants most at the moment. After he put away the things, he took the contracted beasts to rest aside. Song Xiaodao led the survivors in the cave to open the skull and take out the star crystal. 5 minutes later, all 493 corpse crystals were collected. Next, let Lao He lead the zombies. Zhao Yin stood up and ordered. After Lao He put on the saddle, his movement speed has surpassed that of the little monkey with dual superpowers. He can't let the little monkey waste energy all the time. 15 minutes later, Lao He led the zombies out of the valley. Song Xiaodao immediately led the survivors to retreat, while Zhao Yin and the contracted beasts continued to harvest. Everything is going on in an orderly manner. Until dark, Zhao Yin killed 9 waves of zombies and obtained 11 star crystals, 4,238 F-level corpse crystals, and 11 E-level corpse crystals. He ordered the survivors to cook on the spot, set up several large pots to boil dried fish, and left Rat 5 and Rat 6 to protect the survivors. Then Zhao Yin released the invisible tent and walked in with Song Xiaodao and the 3 contracted beasts. Zhao Yin, what are we having for dinner tonight? Song Xiaodao asked. Eat something casually, Zhao Yin said, and threw out a large piece of rat king meat and 200 kilograms of chestnuts. While Song Xiaodao went to cook, Zhao Yin took out the corpse crystal and began to absorb it. The contracted beasts were all resting aside. They were all exhausted today. Even Lao He, although he didn't consume much energy, was about to run out of physical strength. Half an hour later, Song Xiaodao had cooked the rat king meat soup, and Zhao Yin had absorbed all the corpse crystals obtained today. Human male, awaken superpower, E-level evolver, evolution degree 175.26, strength 62, agility 69, physical strength 50, spirit 95, talent below shooting, life countdown, 109,963 days. Only 25 E-level corpse crystals are needed to evolve to D-level. Zhao Yin, it's time for dinner. Song Xiaodao called. Zhao Yin put away the eye of true vision, took out the wooden table and bowls and chopsticks from the space ring, filled them with broth, and asked the little monkey to come to the table to eat together. Lao Niu and Lao He were still using the basin. This is also the class that Zhao Yin deliberately created. Only when the contracted beasts know that there are differences in closeness and distance around him will they feel a sense of urgency. While Zhao Yin was chewing a piece of fat and lean rat king meat, he took out 11 star crystals. Song Xiaodao, who was drinking the broth, immediately brightened up and asked, Zhao Yin, can you let me open one? Zhao Yin glanced at her. No! How could I let her do such an exciting thing? As he finished speaking, he pinched open a piece of star crystal, a white light flashed, and something fell on the table. A bottle of Nongfu Spring. It's that damn Nongfu Spring again. Zhao Yin cursed. It's like a curse, it's back again. This is what it starts with every time. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Yin pinched open the second star crystal. Nongfu Spring. Zhao Yin's face was gloomy. Could it be that all the good luck has run out recently? Song Xiaodao curled his lips. Who told you not to open it for me? Zhao Yin didn't believe it and immediately opened the third piece. A white light flashed. It was another bottle of Nongfu Spring. I don't believe it. He opened the fourth piece directly. Iced black tea. Grade F, an extraordinary beverage. After consumption, it replenishes the water consumed in the past 24 hours. It also has the effect of doubling physical attributes, which last for 1 hour. Finally, it was a bottle of the extraordinary drink that Zhao Yin wanted, and his expression looked better. Keep up the good work and come up with something good, Zhao Yin said. The fifth star crystal was opened. A white light flashed. Nongfu Spring. Puff! Song Xiaodao on the side laughed so hard that he spit out his food. Who told you not to open it for me? Zhao Yin blinked and looked at Song Xiaodao. Do you really want to open it? Zhao Yin, open a piece for me. Just one piece at a time. Song Xiaodao stretched out a finger and said in a low voice. I haven't opened a star crystal yet. Zhao Yin casually threw a piece of star crystal to her. Take it. Song Xiaodao was immediately surprised. He quickly grabbed the star crystal and gave Zhao Yin a cute smile. A mouthful of glutinous rice teeth is white and crystal clear. She said, if you can develop supernatural powers, can you give them to me? Zhao Yin nodded. Open it. Song Xiaodao held the star crystal in his hands, closed his eyes, prayed for a moment, then exerted force with both hands and there was a click. A white light flashed in her hands, and then something stretched her hands apart. A pair of pink big-toed leather shoes for girls. Zhao Yin's eyes widened instantly. He had driven so many star crystals, but had never seen pants and shoes before. Song Xiaodao just opened a piece, and a pair of shoes came out, and it seems to be tailor-made for her. Is there any justice in the world? Big-toe leather shoes, grade D, type extraordinary defensive equipment, sturdiness 45, movement speed 52, additional effect. Never have stinky feet. When Song Xiaodao saw that it was not a supernatural potion, disappointment flashed across his face, and he handed the shoes to Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin, this is the color you like. You can wear it. Zhao Yin was stunned, as if this girl had misunderstood something. This kind of thing cannot be left unexplained. I did all this before because I was poor and needed equipment to save my life. I don't have any special hobbies, understand? Since you don't like it, can you give me this pair of shoes? Song Xiaodao said coquettishly while holding the shoes. Zhao Yin raised his hand and tapped her on the head. Next time you want something, don't play tricks on me. Song Xiaodao grinned, took off his shoes immediately, and changed into big-toed leather shoes. She stood up and turned around in front of Zhao Yin. Her legs were straight and white under the mouse skin armor, giving her the look of a prairie girl. Then Song Xiaodao approached Zhao Yin with a happy smile on his face and asked, does it look good? If that's suitable, I'll lend it to you. You can pay it back by working later. Zhao Yin said. Now, the one in the team who needs to improve his strength the most is Song Xiaodao, and she opened the shoes herself, so Zhao Yin will naturally help her. In fact, Zhao Yin's previous explanations were all from his heart. He used to wear women's clothes because he was poor. Now, he has 9 contracted beasts and a lot of equipment, so his views are naturally different from before. Zhao Yin, this is your engagement gift to me. Song Xiaodao wanted to say something else, but Zhao Yin interrupted him and said, eat. The expression on her little face froze, and then she snorted coldly and walked over obediently to eat. I'll just consider it as an engagement gift from you, you stinky Zhaoyin. After the little monkey finished the broth, he ran to the side to take a nap. Zhaoyin and Song Xiaodao were both eating the broth in big mouthfuls. He took the opportunity to push all the remaining 5-star crystals in front of Song Xiaodao. Let you drive. Song Xiaodao was eating in anger, and when he heard this, he immediately became happy. Really? Really? Zhaoyin nodded. Song Xiaodao immediately put down his chopsticks and carefully pinched open a piece. A bottle of ice black tea came out. Her face immediately fell. Zhaoyin, I didn't get any equipment, and I don't have any superpowers. Not bad, Zhaoyin said. How can equipment and superpowers be obtained so easily? Ice black tea is already one of Zhao Yin's most desired F-level foods. There were 4-star crystals left, and Song Xiaodao carefully opened them one by one. Nongfu Spring, canned beef. Grade E, extraordinary food, replenishes 24 hours of energy consumption after consumption, with the added benefit of permanent strength +1. Healing potion, Grade D, effective in healing injuries. Any life below Grade D can regenerate broken limbs after taking it. Space teleport scroll, Grade B, one-time consumable item, effect. Random teleportation, note. After use, a space gate will appear, lasting for 1 minute. Chapter 75 Human Relationships. Except for a bottle of Nongfu Spring, the other 3 items are all good things. Canned beef can permanently increase strength attributes and is a long-term growth item. In theory, as long as you can get more, you can keep increasing the attributes without being restricted by level. This kind of item seemed to be of little use in the first few years of the apocalypse, but 3 years later, many evolvers had grown up, and it became more difficult to upgrade their levels, so this kind of item that could permanently increase attributes became extremely precious. In particular, some powerful people who have established forces often spend huge prices to purchase such items. D-level healing potion is currently most needed by the little monkey, who only has 1 arm left and its strength has been greatly reduced. Zhaoyin had obtained the B-level space teleportation scroll several times in his previous life, which could save his life at critical moments. All good stuff. Zhaoyin looked at Song Xiaodao in surprise, wondering in his heart, could it be that this girl was a girl of luck? Otherwise, how could her luck be so incredible the first time she opened a star crystal? Zhaoyin, why are you looking at me like that? Are these things good? Song Xiaodao blushed, then picked up the bottle of healing potion and asked, it feels the same as the bottle of potion I fed Nyo last time. This is the D-level healing potion, Zhaoyin said, and put all the things on the table into the space ring. After thinking for a while, he took out a can of tuna and a piece of sandwich to prevent the virus and pushed them in front of Song Xiaodao. If you get bitten by a zombie in the future, eat canned tuna to save your life. Take the sandwich too. Is it a reward for your fiancé? Song Xiaodao took it with surprise. I'm afraid that if you die, no one will open star crystals for me anymore, Zhaoyin said. Song Xiaodao wrinkled his nose. Humph, you clearly care about me, but you deliberately say such bad things about yourself. Zhaoyin picked up the healing potion and shouted, Monkey! The little monkey next to him had already woken up because when it was sleeping, it heard Zhaoyin mention the D-level healing potion. At this time, he was looking at Zhaoyin eagerly. It hurriedly communicated with its mind. Master, the little monkey will obey your orders at any time, even if it means stabbing you in the back. That's a bit too much flattery. As the monkey's strength increased, its wisdom also grew. It was no longer the silly little monkey it once was. Zhaoyin threw the healing potion over and said, use what I promised you tonight. Tomorrow morning, I want to see you killing zombies in peak condition. The little monkey happily jumped up and down while holding the healing potion and circled around Zhaoyin. The little monkey loves the master very much and is willing to sacrifice everything for the master, Pai Yinzi. Oh! Zhaoyin kicked the little monkey away and lowered his head to continue eating the broth. Tonight, let all humans and beasts rest. Tomorrow he plans to advance to D-level and collect more star crystals. Late at night, a dark red moon appeared in the sky. Compared to before the end of the world, it looked more than 10 times larger, like a blood-red eye, overlooking the earth. At this time, 5 kilometers east of the invisible tent on a low hill. In the moonlight, 3 figures stood under a big tree, hiding their bodies in the shadows. Boss, that guy is 5 kilometers to the west. He led that group of monsters to kill zombies all day long, at least 1,000. Lao Qin said. pointing in the direction where Zhao Yin was. In the darkness, the woman's eyes were as bright as stars, and a beautiful smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. Hong Xiaotian said, "Boss, what do you owe him?" Lao Qin almost lost his life for this fishing net. "Do you really want to give it to him? Hasn't everything been allocated?" The woman finally spoke, her voice as hoarse as ever. "You took the evolution potion, Lao Qin took the sandwich bread, and this fishing net should be mine. The fishing net can trap zombies. With it, you will be safer, boss. Why bother in this apocalyptic world?" "Okay, Xiaohong, I know my limits." The woman interrupted calmly. Hong Xiaotian and Lao Qin remained silent. Their lives were saved by women. The woman is the strongest among the three. She led them to kill zombies and grow up, and told them the secret of star crystals. Both of them regard women as their closest people and plan to protect them throughout their lives. "You two stay here, I'll be back soon," the woman said softly and walked forward, recalling her experiences over the past month in her mind. On the night before the zombie outbreak, after leaving the old zoo, she picked up a few star crystals and wanted to go back and give them to the man, but he had already left. She didn't know where he was. She was completely desperate at that time, and it was that man who saved her life. In this lonely apocalypse, she wanted to follow him for the rest of her life, but unfortunately, he didn't think highly of her at all. Thinking of the man's obsession with star crystals, she observed the blood-red stone and accidentally smashed a piece of it, which resulted in a copper lamp. So she opened all the remaining star crystals. A bottle of Nongfu Spring, a piece of sandwich bread, a piece of instant noodles, and a bottle of F-level evolution potion appeared. The woman had nothing at that time, and the evolution potion allowed her to complete her first evolution. "I still remember that I almost starved to death, but fortunately I finished all the extraordinary food and managed to survive." And just like that, she survived, become one of the first survivors to walk out of the shelter after the apocalypse. But later, the woman never met Xingjing again. She recalled the appearance of zombies and tried to kill them. Perhaps it was God's blessing. A few days later, she found that, as she had guessed, the star crystals were all devoured by zombies. Zombies that have swallowed star crystals are extremely powerful. She gradually discovered that Nongfu Spring could keep her from feeling thirsty for the whole day, and the sandwich healed all the injuries on her body. Instant noodles can keep her from being afraid of the cold at night. From then on, she completely understood that star crystal was the last hope of mankind. In fact, she did not obtain space or time-related supernatural powers as Zhao Yin imagined. The woman just tried to use the copper lamp, and found that as long as she used her own flesh and blood as lamp oil, she could freeze the space of 100 meters in radius. The more sacrifices you make, the longer you will stay there. From then on, she began to use the power of the bronze lamp to selectively kill powerful zombies and obtain star crystals. Later, she developed a piece of clothing that could conceal one's breath. The woman knew that in the entire Guangzhou city, the industrial park had the most zombies, so she simply used the cover of the clothes to hide inside. She didn't dare sacrifice too much blood at one time, fearing that her body wouldn't be able to bear it, so she used the bronze lamp to kill a few powerful zombies every other day. Later, she met a father and son who were hiding in the sewers. The zombies didn't know how to open the manhole cover, and the iron manhole cover was not something that the unevolved zombies could break through, so they survived. The woman thought of her dead child and planned to rescue them. She even took off her own clothes that concealed her breath and let the man wear them. She also wrapped the child in the clothes on her chest, so that both the father and the son could conceal their breath. However, after the man learned the function of the copper lamp, he stabbed the woman in the back. She escaped alone after being injured, and the father and son were trapped in the industrial park. She had already used the copper lamp 3 times that day. If she continued using it, she might lose too much blood and fall into a coma. She could only hide outside the industrial park to recuperate. It was not until later that Zhao Yin came to the industrial park and found out that the man had attracted the swarm of zombies. The violent movement startled the woman hiding in the ruins. She happened to see Zhao Yin's embarrassed figure, and also saw the father and son, along with the clothes that concealed their aura, being torn into pieces. When the woman arrived using the power of the bronze lamp, Zhao Yin had already escaped, and only the little monkey was trapped alone. She knew that the monkey must be related to him, so the woman cut off one of her fingers as a sacrifice to help the little monkey leave. Later, she followed the blood trail left by the little monkey and found the underground tunnel. By then, Zhao Yin had already arrived there. The woman felt guilty, wrote, "I'm sorry," and left behind the only thing she had on her body besides food, a bottle of medicine whose efficacy she didn't know. Chapter 76 Goodbye Granary. Later she discovered that the zombies were becoming more and more powerful, and it was no longer an easy task to enter the zombie group and look for advanced zombies. She saved Lao Qin, and the two joined forces. The woman was responsible for freezing the zombies, and Lao Qin killed them quickly, which saved her a lot of time using the copper lamp. 4 days ago, the two accidentally met Hong Xiaodian, who was almost killed by Lao He. So, there is one more person in the team, but nowadays zombies are becoming more and more difficult to kill. Even though the woman prescribed a second bottle of evolution potion, allowing Lao Qin to become an F-level evolver, he almost lost his life yesterday. Even though the zombie was immobilized, it was difficult for Lao Qin to break through its defense with a kitchen knife. Each time he could only cut a little bit of the zombie's skin. Until the lamp oil ran out, Lao Qin was seriously injured by the zombie. It was only when the woman cut off one of her fingers again that his life was saved. A fishing net appeared from the star crystal in the zombie's body. On the night of the rat tide, she saw with her own eyes Zhao Yin release the invisibility tent and knew that it was a treasure that came from the star crystal. At this time, outside Zhao Yin's stealth tent, a group of survivors gathered, letting the woman know that Zhao Yin was there. His hearing was extremely terrible. The woman held the copper lamp tightly, with only 3 fingers left on her left hand. Drops of blood flowed into the lamp along the blood groove. A faint light cast a shadow on the woman, and she seemed to be walking in another space. Now the woman has a better understanding of the copper lamp. As long as she drips blood slowly, the copper lamp will only emit a light shield and hide herself in another space. This will keep her going for a long time. Soon, she approached the mouth of the valley and saw the survivors sparsely gathered in a circle to rest, with a large open space in the middle. That should be the stealth tent. The woman showed up and took out a small octagonal fishing net the size of a palm. It looks like a children's toy. Inside the tent, Zhao Yin suddenly opened his eyes. In fact, he had heard human footsteps 4 kilometers away before, but they suddenly disappeared not long after. He became alert at that time. At this moment, in his hearing, among the 147 breathing sounds outside the tent, there was suddenly one more. Zhao Yin quickly walked out of the invisible tent, and at the same time, a machete appeared in his hand. Without even looking, he quickly approached the location of the breathing sound and suddenly slashed it with a knife. A sharp female voice broke the silence of the night. The woman didn't expect that Zhao Yin would discover her like this, and in her panic, she couldn't even use the copper lamp in time. Zhao Yin's reaction was so fast that she couldn't react at all. Her legs went limp and she fell to the ground. Zhao Yin's knife stayed in the air, staring at the vaguely familiar face in front of him. "Is it you, Granary?" Zhao Yin didn't expect that she actually survived. This woman whom he almost forgot about actually appeared again. "Don't kill me, I mean no harm," the woman explained quickly, then raised the fishing net in her hand. "I'm ready to give you this." Zhao Yin's heart shrank. Even without opening the eye of true vision, he was extremely familiar with what was in front of him. Isn't this the animal catching net that appeared in the previous life? Beast trapping net. Grade B. Type extraordinary auxiliary equipment. Toughness 280. Effective for capturing and imprisoning. Additional effects. Change size, camouflage. Zhao Yin narrowed his eyes and looked at her. "Why did you give it to me?" He sensed obvious changes in this woman. She seemed to have adapted to the end of the world. "I want to return your favor." The woman calmed down, patted her butt, and stood up. "I don't want to owe you anything." "Favor?" Zhao Yin frowned. He hadn't heard this word for a long time. In the end times, there are only farmers and snakes, only ungratefulness. What he hates most now is that others try to get closer to him for no reason. He snatched the trap from the woman's hand and said, "You have repaid the favor. You can leave now." "Oh," the woman responded. She knew that this guy was difficult to get along with, so she approached him stealthily both times. But he still found out, and he was still so heartless. She knew that only if Zhao Yin saw her leave with his own eyes would he feel at ease. So she turned around and left without hesitation. Zhao Yin stared at her back and opened his eyes of true vision. Human female, F-level evolver, evolution degree 100 to 0, strength 14, agility 18, physical strength 13, spirit 9, life countdown, 145 days. Zhao Yin's pupils shrank. This woman has become an evolver. But why does she only have 145 days left to live? "Wait," Zhao Yin said. The woman immediately turned around and smiled happily. "Do you believe me? Are you injured?" Zhao Yin asked. The woman subconsciously hid her left hand, which only had 3 fingers left, behind her back and smiled and shook her head. No, I'm fine, always fine. Zhao Yin had already seen the 2 missing fingers clearly. He looked down at the hunting net in his hand and instantly had a guess. You were the one who gave me that bottle of healing potion last time? I saved the 2 father and son in the industrial park, but they almost killed you. The potion is my compensation to you. However, I only know it is a healing potion after listening to you. The woman stared at Zhao Yin, her eyes never moving away. Did you survive by relying on the food prepared by the star crystals? Zhao Yin asked again. The woman nodded. Yes. Zhao Yin already had the answer in her mind. Her evolution degree was still F-level 0%, which meant that she didn't even know how to use the corpse crystals. It was impossible for her to get so many star crystals unless, in the previous life, someone was able to create an evil item. As long as one sacrificed their vitality, they could gain some kind of powerful power. Anyone who possesses this kind of item is like being cursed and will never have a good ending. But in the end times, they know that there will be no good ending, but they still flock to it. It is difficult to stop, and each of them is like a madman. The flesh and blood you sacrifice to that thing is actually your life force. Zhao Yin still reminded. Is it vitality? The woman's face changed. Then she let it go. So, what if she sacrificed her life force? If it weren't for that bronze lamp, she would have died countless times. Thank you, she said. It was not my original intention to save you. I just followed the situation. You also gave me star crystals as compensation for the food I gave you, so you don't owe me anything. Zhao Yin raised the hunting net in his hand and said, The hunting net is very useful to me. I have another message for you. Improve your evolver level as soon as possible. At least, you can live longer. Although Zhao Yin is not principled, he has his own rules. This woman has brought him nothing but benefits so far, so he doesn't mind letting her live longer. Do you know about corpse crystal? The woman reached into her bra and pulled out a piece of corpse crystal. She still likes to hide things there. The woman spread her palm for Zhao Yin to see. Is this it? This thing was not produced from the star crystal, but from the body of a zombie, so the woman was cautious and did not dare to try it. But she kept all the corpse crystals she obtained. Zhao Yin's eyes flickered slightly, and he looked at the woman in surprise. That corpse crystal was actually E-grade. He nodded. This is the corpse crystal. When you crush it, energy will overflow. Only evolvers can absorb it. When your strength increases, your vitality will also increase. The woman's eyes lit up when she heard that. Although she didn't know that her vitality was decreasing, she had already sensed that something was wrong with her body. Thank you. Can I come to see you again in the future? After saying this, she smiled. Chapter 77, Evolution D-Level. Next time I won't send you news for nothing. Of course, if I have star crystals or corpse crystals, I can tell you what you want to know. Zhao Yin said after a slight hesitation. Then how can I find you? She asked. It depends on fate. In the end times, everyone has no fixed place to live, there is no communication, and many people are separated forever. After saying that, Zhao Yin's face turned cold. You can go now. The smile on the woman's face slowly faded, and she nodded. Oh. She turned around slowly, and suddenly, she looked back and said, By the way, my name is Tang Tang. Can you tell me your name? Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin said with a frown. It's a cool name. Tang Tang smiled, turned around, and walked away, her back gradually disappearing into the night. Zhao Yin withdrew his gaze and turned back to the tent. He lay on the soft quilt, holding the hunting net in his hand and looking at it. Suddenly, he found a drop of her blood on it. He wiped it off with his finger in disgust and put it into the space. The next morning, it was still dark. Wu Shuige led people to prepare breakfast outside the tent. Zhao Yin got up and stretched, then turned around and saw that Song Xiao Dao had already cooked dried meat and chestnut porridge. After breakfast, all the contracted beasts recovered to their peak condition. Zhao Yin came out of the invisible tent and looked into the valley. In the dim light, the zombies were much more active than during the day, with shadowy figures appearing endlessly. We must find the flying white tiger as soon as possible. With one more powerful contracted beast, we will be able to kill zombies much faster. If we can form a contracted beast army. Zhao Yin didn't think any further, as there was still a long way to go. Get ready. Follow the same order as yesterday. Monkey and Lao He will take turns to lead the zombies. The other contracted beasts will be on standby. Song Xiao Dao will be responsible for killing any zombies that are missed and protecting the survivors who helped dig out the corpse crystals. Zhao Yin ordered loudly. Next, the same scene from yesterday was repeated. Lure the zombies, kill them, take the corpse crystals, lure the zombies, and kill them again. At the end of this day, since Zhao Yin had been killing from morning till dark, he obtained a total of 22 star crystals, 9,107 F-level corpse crystals, and 22 E-level corpse crystals. While resting at night, Zhao Yin took out the corpse crystal and absorbed it. When there were only 8,681 F-level corpse crystals left in his space ring, Zhao Yin's whole body shook, and then a familiar powerful energy boiled in his body. His already muscular muscles swelled again, and his vision and hearing increased again, reaching a radius of 10 kilometers. When everything calmed down, Zhao Yin felt light all over again. His mind felt clearer than ever before, and he felt extremely comfortable. Human male, awaken superpower, D-level evolver, evolution degree 100 to 0, strength 93, agility 101, physical strength 82, spirit 125, talent B-level shooting, life countdown 159,963 days. His temperament changed again, and he looked more energetic. If nothing unexpected happened, Zhao Yin could live for another 430 years. Zhao Yin retracted the eye of true vision and clenched his fists. His strength was now comparable to that of an ordinary D-class mutant beast. Because he has developed the peak potential of E-level, all his attributes are far superior to those of ordinary D-level survivors. Zhao Yin felt that as his energy increased, his lightning ability would last longer. Zhao Yin, have you evolved again? Song Xiaodao felt Zhao Yin's changes and asked. Zhao Yin nodded. When it reaches D-level, the remaining corpse crystals are not enough for one contracted beast to evolve. Let's upgrade the monkey to D-level tomorrow. I also want to evolve as soon as possible, so that I can fight alongside you, Song Xiaodao said with a pout. Zhao Yin was in a good mood tonight, so he patiently explained. If a human evolver cannot obtain the same level of evolutionary medicine to develop his potential, it will be difficult to make up for it after a rash upgrade. Monkeys are different. Mutant beasts can use high-level mutant beast meat to upgrade at any time. Don't you want to be a stronger evolver? Song Xiaodao quickly shook his head. Let the little monkey evolve first. I'll wait for you to prescribe the E-level evolution potion. Zhao Yin took out 22 star crystals and pushed them all in front of Song Xiaodao. Open it. If there are E-level evolution potions or superpowers, they are all yours. Song Xiaodao immediately smiled happily. His eyes narrowed into crescents. You said it, don't cheat. Zhao Yin stared at Song Xiaodao without blinking as he crushed the first star crystal. The white light dissipates, and another piece of compressed biscuit can replenish your energy. Good, a good start, said Zhao Yin. He sat on the carpet, took out a cigarette, lit it, and squinted at Song Xiaodao, opening the star crystal. The second star crystal opened a bottle of Nongfu Spring. Zhao Yin, my luck doesn't seem to be very good either, Song Xiaodao said disappointedly. Zhao Yin smiled and said, it doesn't matter. The chance of getting Nongfu Spring from star crystal is the highest. Keep opening it. The third star crystal still comes from Nongfu Spring. The fourth one is still Nongfu Spring. Zhao Yin's expression finally changed, and his smile froze. Just as Song Xiaodao was about to open the fifth piece, Zhao Yin quickly said, wait, I'll open it. He quickly snatched the star crystal from her hand. Zhao Yin, if you let me open another piece, I'm sure superpowers will appear, Song Xiaodao said in disbelief. Stinky hands, what are you still opening? Zhao Yin directly squeezed the star crystal in his hand. The white light dissipated, and a piece of sandwich appeared in his hand. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Yin opened another bottle of Nongfu Spring. A total of 6 star crystals were opened, and 4 bottles of Nongfu Spring were obtained. His face turned pale. Song Xiaodao didn't dare to offend him, and said cautiously, how about we open it again tomorrow? Let's finish them all tonight. If something that can improve our strength comes out, we'll be able to kill zombies even faster tomorrow. Luck is something you can't not believe in, but you can't trust it completely either. As Zhao Yin spoke, the star crystal in his hand was squeezed open. There was a flash of white light, and then something fell onto the table with a plop. Zhuge crossbow, grade C, type of extraordinary long-range weapon, fires 100 arrows in 10 seconds. Additional effect. Automatic reload, note. The power depends on the arrow. The higher the grade of the arrow below grade C, the greater the power. Zhao Yin suddenly held back the words in his mouth. What did he say come true? An extraordinary long-range weapon that he had longed for a long time, which could fire continuously and even had awesome special effects and automatic reloading. With his crossbow and his shooting talent, he can easily deal with even 100 E-level zombies within 10 seconds. As for arrows, there are 132 of them in Zhao Yin's space ring. If he replaces them with arrowheads made of Rat King's claws, they will definitely be able to catch up with D-level arrows. But he currently has no tools to cut the Rat King's claws. However, there are still the claws of the 6 E-level giant rats in the space ring, which can be cut with the Rat King's claws. There is absolutely no problem in making more than 100 E-level arrows. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Yin opened all the remaining star crystals. There were also 4 bottles of Nongfu Spring, 2 bottles of iced black tea, 2 blocks of instant noodles, 1 can of canned tuna, 3 blocks of sandwich bread, and 1 block of compressed biscuits. In addition, there is a yellow peach and a mount equipment. An unprecedented big harvest. All 22 star crystals were opened. Yellow peach, grade E, extraordinary food, replenishes 24 hours of energy consumption after consumption. Additional effect, permanent agility, +1. Mount helmet, grade D, type extraordinary mount equipment, mount movement speed 50, impact force 45, additional attributes, mental strength 20. Zhao Yin picked up the mount's helmet. The helmet was a beautiful silver-white color, made of extraordinary metal, covered with hollow patterns. And in the middle, there was a 3-foot-long horn, which looked hideous and terrifying. Zhao Yin has always wanted to get a piece of equipment for Lao Niu, but there are not many that are suitable for it. This mount helmet not only increases mental strength and impact force, but also increases the 50 points of movement speed that Lao Niu needs most. Its way of attacking is to move, accumulate power, and then charge. The demand for movement speed for other contracted beasts is not as great as that for Lao Niu. It's simply tailor-made for it. Chapter 78 Monkey Promotion. Zhao Yin immediately called Lao Niu to his side. Old bull, I once said that I would make you one of the most powerful mutant beasts after the apocalypse. Do you remember? Master, this old cow won't dare to forget it for a moment. The old cow knelt on the ground with its front legs and responded with a naive voice. Zhao Yin patted its head and said, very good. As long as you fight for me, I will never treat you unfairly. The old cow was so moved that he burst into tears and said in his heart, I am willing to die for my master. Zhao Yin personally put the mount helmet on the old cow and praised him. Very handsome and impressive. When the old cow heard this, its heart immediately jumped for joy, but it was not good at expressing itself, so it just looked at Zhao Yin with tears in its eyes. At this moment, in the old cow's eyes, there was only endless admiration and gratitude for his master. Zhao Yin patted the old cow on the head and said, tomorrow morning, show your strength and let everyone and the beasts see it. Yes, master. The old cow slowly stood up and walked aside to rest. Zhao Yin arranged the mount's helmet and immediately started working on making arrows. Now his strength is still very weak. Only by working hard can he make himself safer in the apocalypse. Zhao Yin directly took out the sharp claws left by the 6 giant rats and used a Rat King claw to cut them according to the proportions of the arrows. He didn't sleep that night. It was not until dawn that 100 arrows were finally made. After everyone finished breakfast, Zhao Yin called all the people and beasts and prepared to start the battle. Today, with the Zhuge crossbow and 100 arrows, the monkey's strength has returned to its peak, and new equipment has also been added to the old cow. Therefore, Zhao Yin prepared to increase the speed of killing zombies. He gave a direct order. Monkey, for the first wave of zombies today, let's try to lure out 700 first. Yes, master. The little monkey immediately turned around and ran towards the valley. 20 minutes later, the little monkey came out, running and jumping with its butt sticking out, very excited. Behind it, there was a huge group of corpses. Zhao Yin glanced over and estimated that there were about 700 or 800 of them. The little monkey was still very reliable now, and there were actually 3 E-level zombies among them. 3 E-level zombies mean that 3 more star crystals are about to be obtained. He was in a good mood and immediately took out the Zhuge crossbow and aimed at the group of zombies. After they came into range, Zhao Yin pulled the trigger continuously. Suddenly, whoosh, 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 arrows cut through the air and fell into the crowd of corpses like meteors. With the help of shooting talent, every arrow accurately pierced into a zombie's head. In the blink of an eye, 100 arrows were fired, and a large number of zombies fell to the ground. Old cow, Zhao Yin ordered loudly. Moo! The old cow suddenly let out a low roar, and its terrifying figure turned into an afterimage, and it rushed into the group of corpses impatiently. Boom! 40 or 50 zombies had their bodies smashed to pieces. The old bull rushed directly into the center of the zombie group. When the impact force was exhausted, it directly activated its armor ability. Then it shook its whole body suddenly, and its supernatural power was activated. A dozen zombies that had just approached it were immediately bounced away. The next moment, the old bull accelerated again and rushed out. With the help of the mount helmet, it was like a tiger with wings. In an instant, as the old cow's figure flashed by, broken limbs and arms flew everywhere. All the contracted beasts widened their eyes in disbelief. Just by having one more piece of equipment, Lao Nyo's strength increased so much. Zhao Yin was also stunned, and he was looking forward to more mount equipment being available in the future. Monkey, Zhao Yin ordered again. The little monkey immediately turned around, let out a low growl, and rushed back to attack the group of zombies. Its body grew rapidly, with its two superpowers of gigantism and frenzy fully activated. With one hand grasping a rat king claw, its body turned into a whirlwind, just like a meat grinder. Seeing that the zombies were completely dispersed, Zhao Yin gave an order. Kill all the contracted beasts. Lao He and two giant rats also rushed into the group of corpses. At this time, most of the corpses had been killed by the monkeys and the old cow, and there were less than 300 left. Zhao Yin didn't need to do it himself. With the addition of Lao He and the two giant rats, they were all wiped out quickly. Zhao Yin was excited and killed the enemy faster than he expected. Song Xiaodao and his men arrived quickly, commanding a group of middle-aged women. Quick, pull out the arrows first. If you can't collect all the corpse crystals within 20 minutes, you won't have lunch. When the group of middle-aged women heard that there was no food to eat, they all quickened their pace. The arrows were pulled out one by one, and they were quickly collected along with the 3-star crystals and the corpse crystal. It was handed over to Zhao Yin by Song Xiaodao. After Zhao Yin put away the corpse crystals and star crystals, he began to load and assemble a repeating crossbow. As soon as the arrow approached the crossbow, it was automatically loaded. A series of clicking sounds were heard, and soon all the arrows were loaded back into the quiver. This is the auto-reload effect. Theoretically, as long as Zhao Yin has enough arrows, he can keep firing. However, making arrows is a technical job that requires professional carpenters. Zhao Yin does not know how to make them, so he can only try and figure it out slowly in the future. Or he goes straight to a professional survivor. For the next wave, lead 1,000 zombies at a time. After loading the arrows, Zhao Yin gave orders without stopping. I understand, Master, Lao He said in his heart. It's its turn to attract monsters. A moment later, the second wave of zombies was lured by Lao He. There are about 1,000 of them, 2 of which are E-level. Roar! 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 Zhao Yin had never faced such a large group of zombies before, so he became serious, aimed at the zombies, and pulled the trigger. The same routine is played out again. After firing a wave of arrows and killing 100 zombies, the contracted beasts began to charge. But this time, because there were too many zombies, Zhao Yin also rushed forward personally holding the Rat King claw. All the contracted beasts were extremely excited when they saw their masters personally taking part in the battle. Soon, the morning passed. 7,529 F-class zombies were killed, including 19 E-class zombies. After Zhao Yin made sure that all the people and beasts had enough to eat and drink, he waved his hand and took out 10,000 F-level corpse crystals. Zhao Yin looked at the little monkey. Monkey, these corpse crystals are enough for you to be promoted to D-level. I want to increase the speed of killing zombies. The little monkey didn't expect that after his master had enough corpse crystals, the first person he thought of was him. It looked at the pile of corpse crystals in front of it excitedly. Master, the little monkey will do its best to kill the zombies for you, even if it's Pai Yinzi. Stop! Zhao Yin hurriedly asked it to stop. Get promoted quickly. Lao He and the 2 giant rats were looking at Lao Cow and the little monkey with envy. One of them received equipment as a reward from the master, and the other directly obtained corpse crystals to advance. Don't worry, come one by one, and it will be your turn soon. Zhao Yin keenly noticed the emotional fluctuations in the contracted beast and immediately comforted it. Thank you, Master. The 3 mice responded in unison. At this time, the little monkey had already grabbed the corpse crystal and started absorbing it. When there were only 100 or so left, its body shook violently. Then, the little monkey felt that the powerful force in his body could no longer be suppressed. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying aura rose from the little monkey and swept up. All the contracted beasts and Song Xiaodao felt something and looked shocked. Roar! At this time, The monkey grew to nearly 3 meters tall in the blink of an eye, with muscles bulging all over its body. Its eyes gradually turned golden again, and the fangs in its big mouth became sharper. Even the little monkey's size has become much bigger than when it was at level E. Zhao Yun was not surprised when he saw this. In the previous life, this monkey had grown to level B before his death, and his body size was even larger at that time. Roar! Then, the little monkey activated his second superpower, Frenzy. Its hair grew again and turned dark gold, and its height increased by half a meter to about 4 meters, which was almost the same size as the old cow. However, this is not the end yet. Immediately afterwards, the little monkey let out another painful roar. The next moment, a burst of burning flames suddenly burst out of its mouth. The table that Zhao Yun had worked so hard to make in front of him was instantly burned to ashes after being stained by a few sparks. Even the pots and bowls above were melted by the burn. Third power. Zhao Yun almost forgot that the little monkey also has a fire power. Only when it reaches level D can the power of the third superpower be unleashed. Chapter 79, Energy Ring. As soon as the thought came to Zhao Yun's mind, he immediately felt a burning breath coming towards him. After he collected the remaining corpse crystals of the little monkey, he pulled Song Xiaodao back and shouted, "Stop! Do you want to burn the house down?" The little monkey finally came to his senses and quickly put away his fire-related abilities. When it saw what it had burned, the monkey froze for a moment and anxiously explained, "I'm sorry, master. The energy in my body was too strong before, and I couldn't control it. Can I do some work to compensate you?" Zhao Yun breathed a sigh of relief, and his expression returned to calm. After all, the mutant beast's self-control is not as good as that of humans. The little monkey's previous evolution speed was too fast, and at the same time, it stimulated the third superpower in its body, causing a brief loss of consciousness. He looked around. Fortunately, the invisibility tent had a defense of 430 points and could not be ignited. Otherwise, Zhao Yun would have no place to cry. He opened the eye of true sight. Growth stage macaque. D-level mutant beast, strength 83, agility 87, stamina 72, defense 72, spirit 38, bloodline talent. Gigantic, frenzy, fire control. Zhao Yun, how did the little monkey become so strong? Song Xiaodao was still in shock and patted the airport on his chest. "Do you remember that golden fruit?" Zhao Yun asked. "Of course I remember. Could it be?" Song Xiaodao understood something instantly. How could she forget that golden fruit? At that time, she and Zhao Yun went to the industrial park together, and she almost died. The golden silk fruit can give the mutant beast an additional superpower. This is the monkey's third superpower, Zhao Yun said. At this time, the little monkey couldn't help but raise one hand and tried to release the third superpower again. Boom! A flame rose from its monkey paw, enveloping the entire palm and burning fiercely. The terrible temperature spread all around, but the monkey didn't seem to feel any discomfort, and his face was full of joy. But before it could last long, its body quickly shrank into a skinny little monkey covered with gray hair, and the flames disappeared. Master, I can't seem to use my third superpower again." The little monkey anxiously transmitted his voice to Zhao Yun. "You consumed too much energy when you sprayed flames before. The biggest disadvantage of elemental powers is that they consume energy too quickly. Before you evolve to level A, it's best not to spray flames easily," Zhao Yun said. Even he himself does not dare to use large-scale lightning abilities easily now. In the past 2 days, Zhao Yun had not even used his small-scale lightning ability to kill those ordinary zombies, for fear of accidents. However, when you meet a real opponent, you can try to attach the flame to your weapon, which will make it last longer. The little monkey waited until some energy was restored in his body, then immediately picked up the Rat King's claw to try. A thin layer of flame attached to the Rat King's claws, and indeed, the consumption of its energy was much slower, basically the same as the consumption when it activated its berserk ability. "Okay, eat some Rat King meat to recover your energy as soon as possible. The battle is about to begin," Zhao Yun said, taking out a piece of Rat King meat and throwing it to the little monkey. The little monkey grabbed it and started biting and eating the raw meat. After Zhao Yun rested for another half an hour, all the contracted beasts recovered their energy. Even the Annies outside the tent became full of energy after eating the chestnut porridge. Zhao Yun ordered to continue to lure the zombies. In the evening, Lao He went to lead the 6th wave of zombies. but it took a full hour to lead more than 1,000 zombies out of the valley. After Zhao Yin led the contracted beasts to kill the zombies, he found Lao He and asked, "Why did you take so long? What went wrong?" "Master, all the zombies in the valley have been killed. It took me a long time to find 1,000 of them." Lao He responded in his mind, "Is this the end of the killing?" Zhao Yin had noticed this morning that the deeper into the valley, the denser the zombies were. In the past 2 days, Zhao Yin has killed more than 30,000 zombies, but conservatively estimated there should still be at least 5,000 in the valley. "Impossible. Did you miss something?" Zhao Yin asked. Lao He shook his head. "Master, I didn't pay too much attention to it. I just came back after finding 1,000 zombies." Zhao Yin frowned. Unless he had heard wrong this morning, there simply weren't that many zombies. But he is already a D-level evolver, and the chance of making mistakes is almost zero. There is another possibility. Maybe there is a zombie king who summoned all the zombies away. Zombie king. When Song Xiaodao heard this, his face turned pale instantly. She will never forget the zombie king she encountered in the southern suburbs of Guangzhou last time. For ordinary evolvers, the zombie king is invincible and cannot be defeated at all. That time, everyone almost died there, including Lao Niu, who had reached level E. "Zhao Yin, let's go. We won't be able to leave if the corpse king finds us," Song Xiaodao said, grabbing Zhao Yin's sleeve. Zhao Yin's face showed surprise. He had always been thinking about the zombie king in the Dawei Mountains. The star crystal in the body can produce the Sss-Level life space pendant. This time we were originally looking for the flying white tiger, but unexpectedly, we met the zombie king first. "Don't be afraid." Zhao Yin raised his hand and rubbed Song Xiaodao's head, revealing a smile. "Now that I have obtained combat abilities, the little monkey has also been promoted to Class D. Today's star crystals are enough for the old cow to be promoted to Class D as well. A D-level triple combat mutant beast, a D-level dual combat mutant beast, plus a combat mutant like me, are enough to crush any zombie king of the same level, even if it has the potential to be an emperor. If all else fails, we still have Lao He. He can help us escape." If it was before coming to Xishan, Zhao Yin did not have such confidence, but now he is very confident. After the little monkey was promoted, there were still 6,110 F-level corpse crystals left in the space ring. I killed 6 waves of zombies in the afternoon and obtained 7,452 F-level corpse crystals and 11 E-level ones. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Yin took out 10,000 F-level corpse crystals and gave them to Lao Niu, allowing it to start upgrading immediately. He collected the remaining 3,562 F-level corpse crystals and 11 E-level corpse crystals. Then Zhao Yin walked into the invisible tent and took out the 30-star crystals he had obtained that day. He pinched it continuously, and bursts of white light flashed. 6 bottles of Nongfu Spring, 4 pieces of sandwich bread, 3 pieces of compressed biscuits, 3 bottles of iced black tea, 2 yellow peaches, 3 cans of canned beef, 1 can of canned tuna, 3 pieces of instant noodles. Military uniform, grade F. Butterfly knife, grade F. Healing potion, grade D. Effective in healing injuries. Any life below grade D will have its limbs regenerated immediately after taking it. Healing potion, grade C. Effective in healing injuries. Any life below grade C will immediately recover after taking it. Energy ring, grade B. Type extraordinary auxiliary equipment. Spirit 25, special effect. Can store spiritual energy, can be called up at any time during battle. Upper limit 200 points of spiritual energy, can be used repeatedly. 25 food supplies, 3 pieces of equipment, and 2 bottles of healing potions were released. The 2 pieces of F-level equipment are rubbish to Zhao Yin now, but the 2 bottles of healing potions and the energy ring are exactly what Zhao Yin needs most right now. Now, Zhao Yin's mental power is only 95 points. If the ring is filled with mental power, it will be equivalent to having 200 more mental power. From now on, the time you can use your lightning abilities will be more than 3 times longer than usual. Zhao Yin directly put the energy ring on his hand and stored his mental power in it. When his mental power was exhausted, he immediately ate some compressed biscuits to replenish it and continued to store it in the ring. Only when his 200 points of mental power were stored up did he walk out of the stealth tent. No one noticed that he had an extra ring on his hand. At this time, Lao Niu had absorbed all the corpse crystals, and Zhao Yin opened the eye of true vision. Adult buffalo, D-level mutant beast, strength 100, agility 75, stamina 80, defense 130, spirit 30, bloodline talent. Giant strength, iron armor. Chapter 80, Entering the Valley. All contracted beasts and Song Xiaodao, follow me into the valley to kill zombies. Zhao Yin directly ordered. Wu Shuege, lead all the survivors to stay where they are. No one is allowed to leave before I come back, even if it means death. Boss, we will definitely guard this place well and not go anywhere. Wu Shuge said seriously. Whoever dares to escape, I will be the first to kill him. Over the past 3 days, Wu Shuigui witnessed with his own eyes the power of Zhao Yin and his contracted beasts. In fact, he also had his own calculations in his mind. The hundreds of people in the cave had no way to survive in the apocalypse. Only if they could get the protection of the big tree Zhao Yin would there be hope for the future. So Wu Shuigui is working for Zhao Yin sincerely. Zhao Yin took out a pistol with 30 rounds of bullets and handed it to Wu Shuigui. Here, this thing is no problem for dealing with F-level zombies, and it's also good for killing people. Wu Shuigui took the pistol and found that it was many times better than the one Xie Jinshan made himself. It was a revolver produced by a real military factory. He was immediately overjoyed. Thank you, boss. Zhao Yin led the contracted beast into the valley, facing the setting sun. The mountain wind was very strong, blowing out from the mouth of the valley, floating the monkey walking in front, which was covered with gray hair. Song Xiaodao's hair was blown like a chicken coop. She was 1.5 meters tall and followed closely behind Zhao Yin, using her tall figure to block the wind. A week had passed since the rainstorm, and all vegetation in the world had grown beyond what it was before the apocalypse. Many large trees in the valley had grown to the thickness of buckets and were 20 to 30 meters tall. Although it is not a mutant plant, it can be considered a mutation to some extent. All the ruins in the valley disappeared, and the steel bars and concrete were broken down by vegetation, turning into sand, stone, and rust, and were eventually washed underground by the rainstorm. The world has been restarting and moving towards another civilization. Perhaps the original intention of the creator was to create a zombie civilization, but the human survivors did not want to see it and wanted to fight for their lives against God. When we entered the depths of the valley, just as Lao He said, there was not a single zombie to be seen. Zhao Yin became more and more certain that there was a zombie king here. The reason why Lao He was able to lead away the last wave of zombies was probably because the zombie king had not had time to summon them. However, Zhao Yin couldn't understand why the zombie king didn't take the initiative to attack since he had discovered him. Could it be that its intelligence is already able to sense the danger? While Zhao Yin was thinking, he gradually walked into the deepest part of the valley. Traces that are difficult for ordinary people to find are easy to identify with his eyesight. Soon, Zhao Yin found broken grass roots, broken branches, and shallow footprints on the rocks. All pointed to the zombies heading southwest. Go southwest, Zhao Yin ordered. An hour later, night fell, and Zhao Yin led the team to a cave. At this time, several zombies were running wildly into the cave. Even if they discovered Zhao Yin's team, they ignored them. The zombie king is here. Zhao Yin paused, closed his eyes, and listened. Faintly, one could hear the sound of footsteps in the cave. There were at least 4,000 or 5,000 zombies inside. Judging from the frequency of the sound, this cave went deep into the mountain. The long and narrow passage was 2 or 3 kilometers long, and at the innermost part was a large hall. Zhao Yin was delighted. He had been thinking that if the zombie king let all the zombies rush forward, he would have to take the risk to kill the zombie king and then evacuate quickly with his team. At this time, it was discovered that this zombie king obviously did not understand the art of war. He summoned all the zombies into a bottle-like cave, which was simply seeking his own death. 1 bottle of iced tea and 1 piece of sandwich bread for each contracted beast. Zhao Yin took out 5 bottles of iced black tea and 5 pieces of bread and distributed them to all the contracted beasts. There is a pocket on the little monkey's rat skin armor, which he can put directly into the bag. He can hide the old cow and the 3 mice in his mouth. At the critical moment, he just needs to bite through the package and eat them. Remember, no contracted beast is allowed to waste extraordinary food unless it is absolutely necessary. Zhao Yin warned sternly. Zhao Yin, where is mine? Song Xiaodao asked. Just stay with me. Find lone zombies and kill them. And if you meet the zombie king, run as far away as possible. Zhao Yin said. With Song Xiaodao's strength, he would be defeated if he faced the zombie king alone. Hearing this, Song Xiaodao smiled sweetly and pulled Zhao Yin's clothes. You must protect your fiancée there? Look, Zhao Yin still treats her as his fiancée, which is completely different from the treatment he gave to those contracted beasts. Zhao Yin slapped Song Xiaodao's hand away. too lazy to pay attention to the girl. He sensed the space ring and found 3 compressed biscuits inside. He kept one for himself and gave the remaining 2 to the little monkey and the old cow. When you fight later, save as much energy as you can and try to save this cookie. The little monkey and the old cow both nodded and promised that they would never waste the extraordinary food. After everything was arranged, Zhao Yin ordered, "Lao Nyo, you take the lead this time. Monkey follows closely. Lao He is responsible for the left wing. I'll be responsible for the right wing, and Rat 5 and Rat 6 will kill the zombies that were missed. Push forward all the way and try to end the battle within 2 hours." Moo! The old cow growled excitedly. Its master actually let it be the vanguard this time. It suddenly felt like it had turned its life around. Then, the old cow activated its iron armor ability, and the scales on its body turned black and gold, covering its entire body. It clamped its tail and suddenly rushed into the cave. Suddenly, there were loud crashes and the roars of zombies began to boil. The little monkey also knew that in this situation, the old bull with the armor ability would be more suitable to be the vanguard. With a low roar, he rushed in holding 2 Rat King claws, one long and one short. Rush! Zhao Yin also took out the Rat King claw and rushed in with Song Xiao Dao and the remaining contracted beasts. The cave was pitch black. At this time, Lao Nyo had already gone more than 100 meters into the cave. Most of the zombies he passed by had their bodies smashed to pieces along the way. The little monkey followed closely behind and strangled the zombies, leaving only a few. Lao He and the 2 giant rats rushed forward and solved the problem. Zhao Yin then followed behind with Song Xiaodao. In fact, Zhao Yin's previous arrangements were still too cautious. When the zombies could not form a siege, even if there were several times more zombies, they would be doomed if they met the little monkey and the old cow. Everything was easier than imagined. Even when encountering E-level zombies, none of them could withstand the attack of old cow and little monkey. Zhao Yin pushed forward all the way. Half an hour later, he had traveled 2 kilometers, and suddenly there were no zombies in front of him. The old cow and the little monkey in front stopped and looked back at Zhao Yin with lingering feelings. "Master, are you done killing now?" the little monkey asked in his heart. Old Bull was active for once and asked in a muffled voice, "Master, are there any more zombies? I feel like killing them is too easy after I got promoted to D rank, and this helmet is so cool." Zhao Yin listened carefully and found that there was not a single zombie in the passage within 1 kilometer ahead. Only in the hall at the end of the passage, there were probably more than 1,000 zombies. The Zombie King should be there too. Lao He, go in and see where the Zombie King is. Find its exact location and come back when you find the Zombie King. Don't engage in a head-on confrontation with it. Zhao Yin ordered directly. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you can fight 100 battles with no danger of defeat. Zhao Yin wanted to find out the situation inside first. Lao He responded in his heart, and with a flash of his body, he rushed to the end of the passage